Chapter 301. The Emperor narrowed his eyes. Since the people of the Beijing defense camp threw dirty water on you, I will naturally take care of it for you. You are not a fool. How could you do such a thing? Yin Fan, This is getting more and more awkward. The Emperor said, as he moved his eyes to Lin Shan, but he was talking to Yin Fan. These people threw dirty water on King Liang. How does King Liang think he should deal with them? Yin Fan, who thought that the Emperor had called him here to punish him, suddenly realized that the Emperor did not call him here to punish him, but wanted him to deal with the Beijing defense camp himself. Once the news of my handling of the Beijing defense camp spreads, those who did not go to the gate of the Marquis mansion with Lin Shan to cause trouble will never stand on the same boat with me again. Although the Emperor did not handle me, he shattered my only remaining hope. Yes, hasn't the Emperor been like this all these years? My power is being taken back bit by bit, and I'm afraid the next step is to find my own faults and make the Yin mansion no longer exist, just like the Prince of Yueqing. The people of the Beijing defense camp are soldiers, and I think they should be dealt with according to military regulations. Yin Fan withdrew his thoughts, suppressed his heartache, and said respectfully, TSK, he looked so respectful, but his heart was probably bleeding. This was not the Beijing defense camp, but Yin Fan's last hope. Okay. The Emperor smiled happily. Let's do as King Liang said. These people are throwing dirty water on King Liang. Why don't King Liang just watch the people from the Ministry of War being punished? Yin Fan didn't dare to say no, and hurriedly said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for taking the lead. I will keep a close eye on it, and live up to your kindness. The Emperor nodded and looked at Jean Tingen. General Jean, you and King Liang will keep an eye on it together. Lin Shan kept shaking his head and looked at Yin Fan. Yin Fan ignored him and ordered his men to take the men out. Because the men were gagged, Yu Yiluo only heard the sound of the sticks hitting them in the room. When the noise outside was completely over, Prince Liang and Jean Tingen walked in. Your Majesty, the punishment is over, and the men didn't make it. When Yin Fan said this, there was a subtle tremor in his voice, and his eyes were slightly red. It was not because he felt sorry for Lin Shan, but because he was angry. If it weren't for that useless son, how could the Emperor find fault and punish the Beijing defense camp? Okay. The Emperor looked at Yin Fan as if he had thought of something. Prince Liang, your daughter is 20 years old this year. I thought the tyrant didn't remember this, but I didn't expect him to remember it so clearly. It seems that he is tired of the flowers in the palace, and wants to try something outside the palace. You said you like government affairs the most. Why do you suddenly miss Yin Fan's daughter? It's a pity that Yin Fan's daughter can't enter the palace. Can't enter the palace? That's just right. The Emperor's mouth corners haven't even risen yet, and he heard Yu Yiluo say again. But Yin Fan will definitely find a good daughter to send to the palace to serve the tyrant well. Emperor, Hearing Yu Yiluo deliberately emphasize the three words good daughter, the Emperor subconsciously felt that it must not be a good thing. Yes. Yin Fan couldn't guess whether the Emperor said this to let him send his daughter to the palace or not. In that case, pick a day to send her to the palace. Yin Fan was startled, and his original idea of sending his daughter to the palace was suppressed. The Emperor suddenly asked his daughter to enter the palace. Could it be that he wanted to find fault with his daughter so as to completely eradicate their Yin family? Seeing Yin Fan's hesitation, the Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Why, King Liang is reluctant to give up his daughter? It turned out that the tyrant said this deliberately to make King Liang think more, and not send his daughter to the palace. The calculation was good, but it was not a long-term plan. After all, if you take a chance, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. King Liang may not send it now, but he will definitely do it in the future. It is her blessing to be able to serve the Emperor in the palace, but she is ill. Yin Fan found an excuse to decline, thinking that he would make a good plan after returning home before sending her to the palace. Is ill, then wait until she recovers. The Emperor said this, and waited for others to clean up the outside before taking Yu Yiluo and Jean Tingen back to the palace. Back in the imperial study, the Emperor ordered Eunuch Chao to go to the Beijing defense camp to pass on the oral order. After Eunuch Chao went out, he looked at Jean Tingen. Have all the mines in Yueqing been arranged? Your Majesty, I have made all the arrangements. The prefect of Yueqing is reliable. I have left a confidant to supervise the collection and refining of the ore with him. I trust you. Your Majesty, the Crown Prince wants to see you for something. A guard came in and interrupted the conversation between the two. The Crown Prince walked in and saw Jean Tingen nodded slightly, then saluted the Emperor. No need to be polite, but the person who instigated the people was silenced? That's right. The Crown Prince said gently. There's no need to delve into this matter. No matter how deep the investigation goes, nothing can be found. It is nothing more than Yin Fan's son being too clever to let the people of the Beijing defense camp jump out in advance. Yin Fan will definitely keep a close watch on his son when he returns. Since Yin Fan cannot be defeated, there is no need to investigate further. The prince understands the reason and nods in agreement. General Jean has worked hard. Go back and rest first. Jean Tingen glanced at Yui Luo and left the imperial study. He was annoyed that if he had known that he could see Luo, he would not have given the gold pendant to Luo to the prince. Father, I heard that concubine Shu is back. The emperor sneered. I know that after setting up such a scheme, she must come back to inspect the results. This time, I can get rid of the Beijing defense camp, and I really have to thank her. Thanks to concubine Shu's assistance, I successfully took down the head of the Beijing defense camp. Hey, didn't my uncle give the prince the gold? Why didn't the prince give it to me? Did he forget? The prince was a little amused. Now it's summer. He ran around outside, and his clothes were sweaty. The first thing he did after returning to the palace was to take a bath and change clothes to see his father. He really forgot the gold pendant in the clothes he changed. Father, General Jean gave me something to pass on to Luo. I go get it now. Brother Crown Prince really forgot. I told you that his East Palace is full of gold cups and jade cups. How could he take my small piece of gold for himself, Emperor? Crown Prince, Go get it. The Crown Prince left the imperial study and went straight to the East Palace. Madame Chong was packing the clothes that the Crown Prince had changed out of. Seeing him come back, she was surprised and said, Your Highness is back so soon. Li Xiaoshu is waiting for you in the side hall. Mammy, you can just tell other people to do these things. I'm worried about letting others enter your room. Mammy Chong took out a gold pendant. This fell out of your clothes, Your Highness. It's for the little princess, right? The little princess's zodiac sign was on it. It was given to Luo by General Jean. After the prince finished speaking, he went to the side hall. Li Yunhe was sitting by the window in a light blue brocade robe, reading a book seriously. When he heard footsteps, he closed the book and stood up. Chapter 302. I heard that the prince went to the imperial study, but I didn't expect him to come back so quickly. Li Yunhe put the book on the table. Brother Yunhe has to wait a little longer. The prince took out the gold pendant in his hand. I forgot to bring something for Luo, so I came back to get it. The little princess likes this? Seeing Li Yunhe's surprised face, the prince chuckled. You can't figure it out. Luo seems to like gold very much. To be more precise, she likes anything valuable. Thinking about how she was detached from the world in heaven, if it wasn't for the fact that she was indeed the master, Li Yunhe would have thought he had recognized the wrong person. But maybe it was because he was too detached from the world before, so now everything he saw seemed particularly strange. Your Highness, please go down. I wait for you here. In fact, Li Yunhe also wanted to go, but he didn't seem to have anything to report to the emperor. The prince nodded, turned around and left the side hall, and returned to the imperial study. When Yui Luo saw the prince coming in, she opened her arms, as if she wanted to hug him. Luo wants my brother to hold her. The prince took her, raised his hand and rubbed her long hair, took out a gold pendant, and handed it to her. This is given by General Jean. If Luo likes it, my brother will have someone make a few for you. How many? The prince is really arrogant. Yui Luo looked at the gold pendant in her hand. The gold pendant was a little rabbit, which was exactly her zodiac sign. Why didn't my uncle give it to me personally? If he did, I would definitely give him a kiss. The emperor, He gave so many valuable things, but didn't get a kiss from Luo. Since Luo likes it, I find someone to beat it for you. Yui Luo kissed the prince on the cheek. Prince, you really understand me. I have to give you a big kiss. The emperor looked at the prince with a dark face and ordered him to leave. Don't you have something else to do? The prince remembered Li Yunhe, who was still waiting for him, and held Yui Luo to the emperor, bowing and saying, I take my leave first. Prince, don't forget to beat the gold pendant for me. Little money grubber. The emperor raised his hand and pinched Yui Luo's face. Do I need you to eat, and where? Isn't this just in case? Your Majesty, Eunuch Chao went to the Beijing defense camp to convey the emperor's oral instructions and came back. I have already done what you told me to do. Did those people resist? Eunuch Chao shook his head. Your Majesty has spared their lives and let them go to the northern border. It is a great grace. Go to the palace and see concubine Shu. Concubine Shu was suffocating, and the hot weather made her feel extremely bored. The emperor was so aware of her actions that the secret guards around him were useless. Did the emperor know that the secret guards had gone to look for Luo Ji? While thinking, a little maid walked in. Tai Fei, The Emperor is here to see you. After saying that, the Emperor walked in holding Yuilua, looking at Tai Fei Shu who looked gloomy, and asked worriedly, Auntie, are you feeling unwell? Ha ha, this hurts my heart. How can I be happy if the plan is ruined? No problem. It's just that the weather is getting hotter. The Emperor smiled and sat down. That's good. Let the waiter bring some ice cubes when the weather is hot. The two chatted for a while, and Concubine Shu said softly, When I returned to the palace, I heard that the people in the Beijing defense camp were making trouble. Is everything okay? There will be no Beijing defense camp after today. Aunt, don't worry. Everything has been handled. The Emperor paused here. I heard that Su Xiaoxiao also went to Baiyun Temple. Concubine Shu sighed. We are also predestined. We talked together in Baiyun Temple. I didn't expect her to be so confused. Fortunately, your majesty will not pursue it. Concubine Shu didn't believe the outside talk at all. She wanted to test the Emperor to verify whether it was really as she thought, that the Emperor was leading all this. Oh, testing the tyrant. I want to test Lord Yushur and Mu Qin. Concubine Shu pretended to be surprised and followed the Emperor's words. I said that the child was a good one, but I misunderstood her. After chatting for a while, Concubine Shu could not find anything from the Emperor, so she stopped testing. There is no one in the world who can predict the future. I think the Emperor guessed what she wanted to do through her actions in Baiyun Temple. Aunt, have a good rest. The Emperor got up and left, and Concubine Shu sent Lu away, and called out Xiao Shi's. Your Highness. Concubine Shu narrowed her eyes, and looked at Xiao Shi's on the ground. How did you become a secret guard? I didn't even notice that the Emperor's men were following me. Your Highness, please forgive me. The secret guards around the Emperor are very capable, so I was not on guard. Xiao Shi's knelt on the ground, and couldn't figure out when the Emperor had someone follow him. Now we don't know how much the Emperor knows, and we are in a passive position. Concubine Shu rubbed her eyebrows. Don't do anything recently. The Beijing defense camp is an example. Yes, Xiao Shi said, and after a moment of hesitation, he continued, maybe the Emperor already knew when I went to find Luo Ji. If so, then we can no longer use Luo Ji. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to telling the Emperor all the plans. Luo Ji, Concubine Shu paused as she rubbed her brows. She was silent for a while. I actually forgot about him. Why don't we use him if he is still useful? Not only should we use him, but we should also use him at the critical point. After letting Xiao Shi's leave, Concubine Shu finally had the opportunity to read the note handed to her by Prince Duan. There were people from the Ministry of Justice watching at Baiyun Temple, so she never took it out. She couldn't wait to open the note, which had only a few simple words on it. Don't act rashly, wait for this prince. Even without Prince Duan telling her, Concubine Shu knew that she really couldn't act rashly anymore. At the same time, Yin Fan, who returned to the Yin mansion, scolded Yin Zhihai again, but still felt unsatisfied. Yin Zhihai didn't dare to talk back, but just lowered his head and took the scolding. After Yin Fan finished scolding, Yin Zhihai said carefully, Dad, it doesn't matter if the Beijing defense camp is gone. It doesn't matter? Yin Fan glared at Yin Zhihai, you pig-brained. Don't we still have Yin Minner? It is said that you raise an army for 1,000 days, but deploy it for a moment. Now is the time to use her. Yin Zhihai curled his lips and muttered in a low voice. When my mother was still alive, she said that she kept Yin Minner just to send her to the palace for the Emperor, otherwise she wouldn't have kept Yin Minner, the bitch. Yin Fan held the teacup and said faintly, Yin Minner is also stupid. Sending her to the palace now will not help the Yin family, and she may become the knife in the Emperor's hand pointing at the Yin family. As they were talking, a maid ran in with a panicked face. Yin Zhihai immediately scolded, how rude. What's the matter with you running in so hastily? The maid knelt on the ground with a bang, her face pale, and her words unclear. Prince, Master, Miss? Miss is dead. Yin Fan and Yin Zhihai exchanged glances, and the latter went to close the door. Does anyone else know about this? The maid shook her head. I will tell the prince and master as soon as I know, and no one else will know. Chapter 303. The maid was still in fear, and didn't notice that Yin Zhihai had slowly walked behind her. My lord, master, I don't know why the young lady suddenly committed suicide by taking poison. As soon as she finished speaking, the maid felt someone strangle her neck. She widened her eyes in disbelief, and raised her hand to tear away Yin Zhihai's big hand that was strangling her neck. Go to hell. As a man, Yin Zhihai was stronger than her. Seeing that she was still trying to struggle, he couldn't help but increase the strength of his hand, and his eyes were extremely fierce. The maid didn't understand why Yin Zhihai suddenly wanted to kill her. She tried to look up at Yin Fan in front of her, hoping that he could let Yin Zhihai let her go, but Yin Fan looked like he had nothing to do with it. Seeing the maid's face getting purpler and gradually stopping her struggle, Yin Zhihai let go of her hand. He kicked the maid with her eyes wide open and refused to close. He looked at Yin Fan after confirming that she was dead. Let someone carry her out. Yin Zhihai nodded, opened the door, called 2 servants in, pointed at the maid's body on the ground and said, "This little bitch stole my things. Throw her into the mass grave." The 2 servants seemed to be used to it. They said yes, and bent down to carry the body of the maid out. Yin Zhihai would only tuck his tail between his legs in front of Yin Fan. He would usually beat or scold the servants in the mansion, and take it out on them whenever he was not satisfied. After the 2 of them left, Yin Zhihai asked Yin Fan, who looked solemn, "Dad, that bitch Yin Minner is dead. What should we do now? She died sooner or later. She died in vain after being raised so big." Yin Fan was indifferent to Yin Zhihai's insults to his daughter. When he heard that Yin Minner was dead, he didn't think about why his daughter died. Instead, he was thinking about where to find someone to send her to the palace after she died. It was clearly a grace he had asked for from the emperor, but at this moment, Yin Fan felt that grace had become a death warrant. If he didn't send his daughter to the palace, the emperor would definitely use this as an excuse. "Keep your mouth shut." Yin Fan put away his complicated thoughts and said in a deep voice, "Remember, Yin Minner is not dead." "Not dead?" Yin Zhihai was full of doubts. "Dad, do you have a solution?" Yin Fan glanced at him. "No, but Yin Minner's death must not be known to anyone. The emperor has seen Yin Minner. If he hadn't, it would be easy." Speaking of this, Yin Zhihai cursed his bad luck in his heart. He didn't commit suicide earlier or later, but at this time. "Let's go to Yin Minner's room first." The 2 went to Yin Minner's yard, and Yin Fan sent away the servants in the yard. From today on, the young lady will study etiquette seriously in the yard. You don't have to serve here to avoid disturbing her. Yes. The servants left with joy on their faces. Yin Minner was a difficult person to serve, and they were happy not to serve her. Everyone in the yard left. Yin Fan walked quickly to the door of Yin Minner's room, raised his hand, and pushed the door open. Looking at Yin Minner lying on the couch, Yin Zhihai stepped forward and raised his hand to touch his nose. "She's really dead." Yin Fan frowned, looking at Yin Minner's body without any emotion. "Move her body to the ice coffin." Yin Zhihai's eyes widened. "Dad, the ice coffin was originally used for Mother, Yin Minner. This bitch doesn't deserve it." Yin Zhihai, who was dissatisfied, had just finished speaking when Yin Fan glared at him. "Move if I tell you to. Move in and use the anti-aging perfume on her. It's hot now. If you don't use these, she will stink and rot in less than a day. She was raised for 20 years in vain, and she died in the end. Can't she play a role after death?" "Yes." Yin Fan opened the secret room, and Yin Zhihai obediently carried Yin Minner's body into the secret room, put it in the ice coffin in the middle of the secret room, and put a pink anti-aging perfume in Yin Minner's mouth, and then closed the ice coffin. "Dad, why do you keep Yin Minner's body? Are you going to send the body to the emperor?" Seeing that his father ignored him, Yin Zhihai shut up and followed him out of the secret room. After searching Yin Minner's room, Yin Fan confirmed that Yin Minner committed suicide by taking poison because her beloved got married and broke her promise. Her face became even uglier. She committed suicide for such a small matter. After leaving Yin Minner's yard, Yin Fan remained silent until he sat down in the study, and then he looked at Yin Zhihai. "Does Yin Minner have a brother?" Yin Zhihai seemed to have thought of something and nodded quickly. "Yes, how could we forget this person? Yin Minner has a twin brother, but I don't know if he is still alive. Yin Minner and his brother were born from a maid who seduced her father. If Yin Minner was not a woman with value, she would have been abandoned like her brother. How could she survive to this day? Go ask the nanny who threw him away and see where she threw him. If this person is still alive, there will be no worries about no one to marry the emperor." He took a look at the 2 when they were born and found that they looked very similar. The next day, the news that the Beijing defense camp had incited the people to commit crimes against their superiors spread throughout the capital. Those who knew how glorious the Beijing defense camp had once been sighed behind their backs. However, this matter was soon overshadowed by the fact that Mu Qian was to be assessed again. Mu Qian had been waiting outside the Jinluan Palace early in the morning, and the ministers who came to the morning court smiled at him when they saw him. "Lord Mu, do your best in today's assessment." Now everyone only had sympathy for Mu Qian, no hostility. "Thank you, everyone." Mu Qian bowed slightly and smiled back. While he was talking, the door of the Golden Palace was opened by the palace servants, and the ministers put on their court robes and walked into the Golden Palace, lining up in 2 orderly rows. The Emperor has arrived. Your Majesty, long live the Emperor. The Emperor held Uilu in one hand, and lifted the corner of his dragon robe with the other hand, and sat on the dragon throne. Everyone get up. When everyone got up, the Emperor looked at Prime Minister Li. Prime Minister, are you ready for the topic? Prime Minister Li bowed and said, Your Majesty, it's ready. Eunuch Chao moved the chair to the center of the hall. Mu Chun, are you ready? The Emperor looked at Mu Chun again. Your Majesty, I am ready too. Then let's start. Fortunately, Mu Chun is not socially phobic. If he were someone with social phobia, how could he answer the questions in front of so many people? Prime Minister Li put the questions on the table, and signaled Mu Chun to start answering. The hall became quiet after Mu Chun sat on the chair. Everyone seemed to be worried about affecting Mu Chun. As the sand in the clock flowed away little by little, Mu Chun's answering speed gradually increased. Sweat beads appeared on his forehead. It was unknown whether it was caused by heat or nervousness. Seeing that the Emperor did not speak, the ministers did not dare to discuss it. They only communicated with each other with their eyes. Eunuch Chao stared at the clock, and when the sand in the clock stopped flowing, he raised his voice. Stop answering. Mu Chun took a long breath, put down the pen in his hand, and handed the test paper to Eunuch Chao with both hands. Chapter 304. The ministers in the hall, who were holding their breath, could not help but breathe a sigh of relief when they heard that the test was stopped, and they couldn't wait to know the results. The Emperor took the pen handed by Chao Gonggong, lowered his eyes, and looked at the test paper in front of him carefully, picked up the pen and began to mark on it. Mu Chun looked up at the Emperor marking the test paper, and felt even more nervous than when he was answering the questions. Time also became particularly long. Lord Sher looked at Mu Chun beside him, who was tense, raised his hand, and patted his shoulder, and used his eyes to comfort him not to be nervous. This quiet atmosphere made me a little nervous. Not to mention, the tyrant is pretty handsome when he's serious. Uilua turned her big black eyes, and stared at the Emperor, and suddenly chuckled maliciously. Hee, Yin Fan should be thinking of ways to prepare a concubine for the tyrant. Emperor, Putting away the pen, the Emperor looked at Mu Chun standing in the center of the hall. Mu Chun, you really didn't disappoint me. The Emperor said, as he handed the test paper to Eunuch Chao. Circulate it to everyone, so that no one will say it's unfair. Your Majesty, I passed the test? Mu Chun's voice trembled. Yes. Although he was confident when answering the questions, he couldn't help but get excited when he heard the Emperor say that. Fortunately, he didn't disappoint the Emperor and Mr. Sher. Thank you, Your Majesty. The Emperor disagreed. Why thank me? It's the result of your own efforts. Since you passed the test, should you divorce your cousin and then marry Yang Xian? Everyone passed Mu Chun's test paper, and no one objected. The questions asked by Prime Minister Li were about the same difficulty as those they had taken the test, and he was not partial. It seems that no one has any objection. In this case, Mu Chun will be transferred to the Ministry of Revenue to take up his post from today. After leaving the court, the Emperor walked to the door of the imperial study, and saw the sixth princess waiting there with a pile of copied Buddhist scriptures. Your son pays respect to your father. Seeing the Emperor approaching, the sixth princess knelt on the ground holding the Buddhist scriptures. The Emperor glanced at her, and walked into the imperial study. Come in, have you copied everything? After thanking him, the sixth princess quickly stood up, and followed him into the imperial study. All copied. She had been hiding for 2 months, not going out for 2 months, and she was almost going crazy. The sixth princess had been copying for so long, her hands were not chapped, but the tyrant was holding a very thick Buddhist scripture. The sixth princess gently rubbed her hands, and calluses began to form where she held the pen. She felt pain in her wrists when she saw the pen now. Did you bring the Buddhist scripture for you? The Emperor sat down in front of the long table, and motioned the sixth princess to put the Buddhist scripture on the table. I brought it. The sixth princess put down the things in her hands, and stood aside obediently. She thought to herself that her father would not check it page by page. Would he? Wouldn't she be found out if she cut corners? The Emperor raised his hand and flipped through the Buddhist scriptures, and then flipped through the sixth princess's handwritten copy. The more he read, the tighter his brows frowned. The sixth princess's handwriting really had her own ideas as she wrote. The sixth princess glanced at the Emperor cautiously. Father, my son's handwriting is a little ugly, but I have indeed finished copying. She raised her hand and said, I swear, I have really finished copying. The Emperor closed the Buddhist scripture she copied by hand, and looked up at her. The sixth princess lowered her head guiltily. Did the Emperor know that she cut corners? That shouldn't be the case. She copied carefully from the beginning to the end, but she cut corners in the middle. Is this all you have copied? How could the emperor not see through the sixth princess's trick? Father, I will never drink again, really. Knowing that her trick was seen through, the sixth princess tried to change the subject. I really copied it for a long time, but this Buddhist scripture is too thick. You will know how long I was imprisoned when Luor grows up. No, you want to see me? Sixth princess, are you polite? Okay. The emperor waved his hand. Take your dog-crawling handwriting back, so as not to pollute my eyes. The sixth princess raised her head suddenly, and quickly went to pick up the Buddhist scripture she had copied on the table. I will pack up my things and get out. I will never pollute your father's eyes. You just called me sixth princess. Why don't you take me with you? I want to see Mooch and send Su Xiaoxiao back with my own eyes. Good girl, don't waste your time. The sixth princess paused at the door, thinking that she was sorry for Luor. She was still a thorn in her father's eyes, and it was a daydream to take Luor out. When the sixth princess raised her hand to open the door, the emperor called her. You haven't seen Luor for a long time. Take Luor out with you. Really? The sixth princess turned around quickly, threw the Buddhist scriptures in her hand to Eunuch Chao, and raised her hand to hold Yuilua in her arms, as if she was afraid that the emperor would regret not giving her. I haven't seen Luor for a long time. Emma, I can really roll with the sixth princess, so great. The emperor, Now you want to run out of the palace so much. Won't you be able to sneak out by yourself when you can walk? After leaving the palace, Yuilua felt that the air had become fresher. The sixth princess carefully carried Yuilua to the carriage and told Eunuch Chao. You deliver the Buddhist scriptures to my house, and I will take Luor to the Qingyuan Marquis's house. Luor wanted to go to Mu Chen's house, but it was not appropriate for her to go alone, but she could go with Sister Shui. Yuilua danced with joy when she heard this. Going to the Qingyuan Marquis's house would tell her about Mu Chen. The sixth princess was too good at making mistakes. Sixth princess, What do you mean by mistake? She went to the Qingyuan Marquis's house because of this. It's a pity that I can't tell Luor. The carriage slowly drove to the Qingyuan Marquis mansion. The weather was hot, and the sixth princess felt even hotter while holding Yuilua. As soon as the carriage stopped, she couldn't wait to get off the carriage and go to Mu Shui's yard. Entering the yard, the sixth princess asked the maid standing at the door. Is Sister Shui here? The princess and Miss Qin are inside. The sixth princess walked in. There were ice cubes in the room to dispel the heat on her body. Sixth princess, you came out? The sixth princess sat on the chair by herself. Yes, I finally came out. It's so hot outside. It's more comfortable inside. You brought the little princess out when it's so hot? Qin Qianqian picked up a palm leaf fan and gently fanned Yuilua. My father asked me to bring it. The sixth princess said as she picked up the ice grapes next to her and put them in her mouth. I've been locked up for so long, I don't know what interesting things happened outside. At this time, a maid came in. Princess, Miss Yang is here to see you for something. Let someone come in. Soon, Yang Xian was brought in by the maid. Meet the sixth princess, and Miss Qin. No need to be polite, Miss Yang, please sit down. After Yang Xian sat down, Mu Shui saw that she seemed to have something to say, and waved away the maid who was waiting. Miss Yang, do you have something to say? Chapter 305. Yang Xian pursed her lips, was silent for a while, raised her eyes, and looked at Mu Shui, and said sincerely, Princess, I am sorry about the incident in the Marquis mansion this time. After saying this, Yang Xian felt that the heavy stone that had been weighing on her heart for the past few days had completely fallen. Qin Qianqian didn't understand. What does this incident have to do with you? The sixth princess naturally didn't know, and looked at Yang Xian with the same confusion. Yang Xian said sorry because she met Su Xiaoxiao and failed to stop her from going to the Shi mansion, which led to this incident. Su Xiaoxiao was determined to go despite knowing the risks. How could she stop her? The sixth princess was confused, but Mu Shui suddenly understood. Miss Yang, did you know that my sister-in-law went to the Shi mansion? Yang Xian nodded and told her everything about the encounter with Su Xiaoxiao that day. It was because I failed to stop my sister-in-law that the Marquis mansion was criticized. You were already in a difficult situation. Mu Shui didn't think that if Yang Xian really stopped Su Xiaoxiao, it would change anything. The relationship between the two was delicate. Perhaps the more Yang Xian tried to stop her, the more she would arouse Su Xiaoxiao's rebellious psychology. Yang Xian must have felt bad knowing this, but not being able to tell her. Looking at the dark circles on his face, he knew that he hadn't rested well. I feel ashamed that the princess is like this. She thought that Mu Shui would not blame her if she confessed this, but she would be somewhat dissatisfied. As a result, Mu Shui was not dissatisfied, but understood her dilemma at the time. Miss Yang, don't feel ashamed. If it were me, I would make the same choice. Mu Shui said softly, the Marquis mansion and my cousin are fine. My cousin was re-evaluated today. My father said that he passed, and will work in the Ministry of Revenue from now on. Mu Shui secretly wanted to let Yang Xian know this. Yang Xian cared about her cousin, so she could let them share this joy. That's good, Yang Xian said in a low voice. After this matter fermented, she knew that Su Xiaoxiao must not have told Brother Mu about it at the first time, otherwise the rumor would not spread so quickly. Fortunately, the Marquis's mansion was fine, and fortunately Brother Mu's career was saved. But what about Su Xiaoxiao? After this incident, will there be a gap between her and Brother Mu? Brother Mu is such a proud person. He must be very angry when he knows that people around him don't believe him, and he goes to Shi's house. After talking for a while, Mu Shui said, why don't we go to my cousin's house together? Hearing her father say that her cousin will send her sister-in-law back to her parents' home after the assessment, she could only help Yang Xian and her cousin to this extent. Yang Xian stood up after hearing this and said, I have something else to do, so I won't go with you. The heroine should know that Mu Qin will send Su Xiaoxiao back to her parents' home. So he wants to take Yang Xian with him. So why did Yang Xian run away? The three of them took Yuilua to the Mu mansion. The Mu mansion was very quiet, and the gatekeeper was nowhere to be seen. Is it because it's too hot that no one is guarding the door? Qin Qianqian looked around and found that there were no servants around. Mu Shui was puzzled. Could it be that Qingdu and his cousin were sending someone back to his sister-in-law's parents' home? In that case, the door should be closed. While thinking, a maid hurriedly walked towards them from the corridor. The maid didn't recognize the sixth princess, so she just bowed to Mu Shui. I greet the princess. Is there no one in the mansion? Seeing her panic, Mu Shui frowned and asked. What happened? The young lady is ill, and I am planning to go and get a doctor. The master, the mistress, and the young master are all in the young lady's yard. The maid didn't dare to delay any longer. The young lady was vomiting and having diarrhea, and the masters in the mansion were all very anxious. Lead the way, I will go with you to see. The maid was startled, and then looked embarrassed. I still have to go and get a doctor. Qin Qianqian rolled her eyes. Sister Shui knows medical skills. Do you still need to go outside to find a doctor? Those people's medical skills are not as good as Sister Shui's. Why did Su Xiaoxiao get sick at this critical moment? Is it a coincidence? Yuilua was thinking about things in her heart. It was not her conspiracy theory, but it was indeed too coincidental. The maid took a few people to Su Xiaoxia's room. Mrs. Mu sat in front of the couch with a worried look on her face, and Mu Chen and Mu's father stood beside her with a solemn look. Su Xiaoxiao, who was lying on the couch, had a pale face and chapped lips. It seemed that she was really ill. Hearing footsteps, Madame Mu turned around and asked, Is the doctor here? Hurry up and ask him to help Xiaoxiao. Mu Shui came out from behind the maid. I happened to meet the maid when I came here. No need to ask the doctor. I will help my sister-in-law. When several people noticed Mu Shui, they also saw Qin Qianqian and the sixth princess behind her. Mu Chen and Mu's father recognized the sixth princess and bowed respectfully. No need to be polite. Just treat the patient first. It seems that Su Xiaoxiao is really sick, and her illness seems to be quite serious. Yes, please help Xiaoxiao. Mrs. Mu remembered that Mu Chen said that Mu Shui knew medicine, so she pulled out a chair and asked her to come to the bed. Sitting on the chair, Mu Shui lifted Su Xiaoxiao's hand to feel her pulse. Mrs. Mu stared at Mu Shui, and when she saw her hand withdrawn, she couldn't wait to ask. Shui, how is Xiaoxiao? Mu Shui asked Mu Chen for paper and pen, and answered Mrs. Mu while writing, Second aunt, don't worry. My sister-in-law is just too worried and can't eat. She will recover if she takes the medicine according to the prescription I wrote. She stood up and handed the written prescription to the maid. Go get the medicine. Fortunately, it's not serious, but it seems that sending people away from the house will have to be postponed. Shui, is Xiaoxiao really not serious? This vomiting and diarrhea scared us to death. Mrs. Mu was worried and asked again. As long as sister-in-law can drink the medicine, she will be fine within 7 days. Mu Shui glanced at Mu Chen next to her cousin. Find a way to feed the medicine to sister-in-law. Okay. The sixth princess held Yuilua for a while, and her wrists felt sore that she wanted to find a place to sit and change her hands. Sixth princess, if your hands are sore, why don't I help you hold the little princess? Qin Qianqian's eyes were full of expectation, and she finally found a reason to hold the little princess. I take you to the main hall. Mu Chen led a few people out of Su Xiaoxia's room, and headed towards the main hall. The sixth princess weighed Yuilua and raised her chin to Qin Qianqian. My hands are not sore. The two quarreled in the back, and Mu Shui and Mu Chen walked in front. Shui, can Xiao Xiao really get better in 7 days? He originally wanted to send his cousin back to her parents' home after returning today, but before he could say anything, he heard that his cousin fell ill. She will get better naturally if she drinks the medicine, so there is no need to worry too much. Since the second aunt agreed to send her back, why not wait a few more days? My cousin already knows? Mu Chen sighed. If he had been tougher, his mother might not have let his cousin enter the mansion. Unfortunately, it was too late to say anything now. My cousin was worried sick because she knew that her mother agreed to send her away from the Mu Mansion, so she fell ill. Chapter 306. Yuilua went out for a walk that day, and then came back, and was locked up in the palace again. Concubine Shu hasn't made any moves recently, and Yuilua sighed listlessly. Is it because the weather is too hot and Concubine Shu is also on hiatus? It's so boring. It's been so long. Su Shishi's illness should be cured. The news in the palace is really blocked, and there's no way to know the gossip outside the palace. Looking at the eunuch Chao who was serving around, sweating on his forehead and fanning the emperor with his hands, Yuilua curled her lips. Is it that hot? Why can't I feel it? The emperor glanced at eunuch Chao. The tribute from other countries should be delivered to the palace today. Eunuch Chao replied with a smile, fanning himself without stopping. Your Majesty, it's today. It's the season when lychees from Chang are ripe. I think they will pay tribute to you. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, and pinched Yuilua's face. It's good to pay tribute to lychees. Luor can eat some. Didn't you rebel because you didn't want to pay tribute to Tianqi before? Didn't your uncle learn his lesson after suppressing the rebellion? Oh, it's a pity that the tribute usually only brings things. If someone from the royal family came, I guess I could see my aunt. My aunt hasn't appeared for so long, and I don't know if my uncle still remembers her. The emperor, Luor called her aunt before she even had a chance to meet him. I'm afraid Jin Tingen doesn't even know that he has a wife from the Chang kingdom. While he was thinking, a little eunuch led the Minister of Rites, Lord Su, in. I pay my respects to the emperor. The emperor asked someone to stand up, but the things from the Chang kingdom and the Li kingdom have arrived. Your Majesty, that's right. Lord Su said, as he presented the document, this is a document from Chang and Li. Eunuch Chao went down and presented the document to the emperor, then stepped aside and continued to fan himself. The emperor first opened the document from Chang. The first part was a series of polite remarks, but the last part was provocative. I thought they had learned their lesson, but they actually sent lychee trees to provoke me. I hope to eat lychees from Tianqi, but what's the point of eating them? Even if Kaizei found that Chanshan was suitable for growing lychees, the saplings had to be good. The lychee trees were damaged all the way, so whether they could survive was another matter. The emperor threw the document aside with a gloomy face, and picked up the document of Li Kingdom and opened it. His face gloomier after reading it. These two countries seemed to be paying tribute, but in fact they were using tribute to provoke Tianqi. Where is the tribute now? Seeing that the emperor looked unhappy, Lord Su knew that the content of the document must have annoyed the emperor. He could not see any disrespect in the tribute of Chang Kingdom, and the tribute of Li Kingdom was a ferocious-looking brown bear. Didn't they want to use this brown bear to provoke Tianqi? In the Ministry of Rites. Lord Su hesitated. I don't know how to place the brown bear tribute by Li country. The emperor did not respond to this, but only said, go to the Ministry of Rites. I want to see the young bear tribute by Li country. Young bear? Lord Su hurriedly followed the emperor, thinking that a brown bear weighing hundreds of kilograms is still a young bear? How big would an adult bear be? Young brown bear? It must be cute and delicious. Yuilua was full of energy, with bright eyes. What place to place? Just roast it and eat it. When the Ministry of Rites saw the angry and roaring brown bear in the cage, Yuilua was dumbfounded. Damn, this little bear is too big. Well, it seems more realistic for it to eat me than for me to eat it. The officials and soldiers of the Ministry of Rites surrounding the cage knelt down to salute the emperor. Everyone, get up. The emperor walked a few steps into the cage, and Lord Su hurriedly said, Your Majesty, this beast looks very agitated. If he scares the little princess or accidentally hurts the emperor, he can't bear the blame. Seeing Yuilua approaching, the brown bear in the cage became more agitated, and its claws kept scratching the cage, making a harsh sound. Yuilua stared at the black bear in the cage without blinking, and then screamed in her heart. Oh my god, am I hallucinating? How can I understand what it says? Not sure, listen again. The brown bear continued to roar, as if it wanted to rush out of the cage. The people around couldn't help but step back a few steps, fearing that the brown bear in the cage would rush out and swallow them. Uilua confirmed it, and screamed in her heart. Good guy, it's not hallucination, I can really hear it, this thing has no ill towards me. Could this be a belated golden finger? Before, she felt her back tingling when she saw a snake, but now, looking at this grinning brown bear, she didn't feel any fear at all, and even wanted to touch it. Your Majesty, this cage may not be able to hold this beast. Lord Su looked at the brown bear in the cage, and had a headache. If this thing breaks out of the cage, how can the palace be peaceful? It wants to drink water, give it water, and it will be good. Uilua pulled the emperor, pointed at the tea not far away, and then pointed at the brown bear, hoping that he could understand what she meant. Luor said it was thirsty. Uilua nodded vigorously. The tyrant actually understood, his comprehension ability is amazing. The officials around him were confused. It would be fine if the little princess didn't cry, but why did she talk to the emperor? Come here. The emperor was so happy with Uilua's praise that he didn't care about other people's expressions. Go get some water for it. Eunuch Chao took people to get a bucket of water. The soldiers and officials around him were afraid that the emperor would ask them to feed the brown bear, so they lowered their heads to reduce their presence. The little princess isn't afraid? Are you men worse than a half-year-old child? The emperor's eyes swept through the crowd, and finally stopped at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao's heart clicked. The emperor wouldn't let him feed the bear, would he? He's not a man, just a eunuch. Why is he staring at him? People around him didn't dare to respond, thinking that the little princess was still young and didn't know that the bear would eat people. So why was the emperor still playing around with the little princess, a half-year-old child? Could it be that the little princess understood the language of animals? Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao shuddered, thinking that the emperor would indeed call him, your servant is here. You go and feed them. Haha, Eunuch Chao looked so pitiful. Why did the tyrant stare at him and order him around? Are the soldiers around him just for show? Feed what? I feed them. Eunuch Chao was so moved that he almost cried. This voice sounded like the sound of nature to him. Oh, several of the emperor's brothers have come to join in the fun. The fourth prince is so brave. Eunuch Chao looked at the people walking towards him and quickly praised the fourth prince, fearing that he would regret it. Since the fourth prince wants to feed the brown bear, I won't argue with you. The fourth prince looked at the brown bear in the cage, and stood there in a daze. The second prince, the third prince, and the crown prince Liunha beside him tried to suppress their laughter. So you mean to feed it? The fourth prince forced a smile, and looked at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao, since the emperor wants you to do it, you should do it. Chapter 307. Fourth prince, don't be scared, this bear won't bite. The fourth prince wanted to cry, but had no tears. He thought it was a cute little animal, but it turned out to be such a big thing. Now, if he was scared, Luor would definitely say he was incompetent. He was in a dilemma. The emperor glanced at the fourth prince. It's rare that the fourth prince is so brave, so you can feed him. Haha, it's rare, this wording is a bit heartbreaking. Eunuch Chao heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and put on a smile on his face again, and brought the water in the bucket to the fourth prince. Fourth prince, please. Fourth brother, be brave, be a real man. If you feed this water, I guarantee that your image in the eyes of others will change 180 degrees. Seeing that everyone around him was looking at him with admiration, the fourth prince raised his chin slightly. Isn't it just feeding water to the bear? Look at how timid you are. Can I eat you? Anyway, Luor said there is no danger. Then, there is no danger. Luor's words will not be wrong. The fourth prince encouraged himself in his heart, raised his hand to pick up the water in front of him and approached the cage. He just moved a step, and the brown bear in the cage, which had just calmed down, bared its teeth and roared at him. Uilua looked at the manic brown bear, and the other party seemed to feel her gaze, whimpered at her, drooped his head a little aggrieved, and retracted his claws on the cage. Why are you still aggrieved? I am so small that I can't even walk to feed you water. Okay, it's rare for the fourth prince to show off in front of the officials, so you should be good, and I will feed you delicious food when I grow up. The brown bear raised its head, and whimpered excitedly, as if responding to Uilua. This bear doesn't seem to hurt the fourth prince. Yes, the fourth prince is not as frenzied as before when he approaches it. The officials were amazed, and looked at the fourth prince with more awe. Who said the fourth prince is useless? The fourth prince was shocked when he heard Uilua's inner voice. How could Luor have such a skill? The others who also heard the inner voice were no less shocked than the fourth prince. Others thought that the bear was quiet because of the fourth brother's approach, but only they knew that it was Luor who was comforting the brown bear. Although Liunha couldn't hear Uilua's inner voice, His attention was on Uilua, so he naturally didn't miss her communication with the brown bear. Compared with the shock of the emperor and several princes, Liuna was much calmer. It seems that the master's divine power did not completely disappear because of reincarnation, but gradually awakened as she grew up. As long as there is divine power, all living things in the world can be driven by her. Thinking of this, Liuna felt proud and a little disappointed. He thought that he could protect the master in this life, but now it seems that the master doesn't need him. Uilua felt Liuna's gaze, glanced at him, and muttered in her heart, "Why is Liuna so depressed? Wasn't he smiling just now? Men's hearts are unpredictable. Forget about him. Let's just watch the fourth prince show off." The fourth prince, Bringing the water to the side of the cage, the fourth prince raised his hand and slowly opened the cage. Seeing that the brown bear didn't even look at him, he quickly put the water down and closed the cage. When he put the water down and closed the cage, the brown bear stood up and walked to the bucket, looked at Uilua, and then lowered his head to drink the water. Is this bear intelligent? Lord Su smiled at the fourth prince. Li Country must have sent a brown bear to provoke, but it didn't expect the fourth prince to take action, so this beast obeyed obediently. I admire you. With Lord Su taking the lead, others followed suit, and the fourth prince felt comfortable with the praise. He waved his hand after listening to almost everything. Thank you for the compliment, thank you. He looked humble on the surface, but he was very happy in his heart. So this is what Luor said about pretending to be cool, and he felt impatient. Look at how flattered the fourth prince is. I guess the fourth prince has never heard so many nice words since he was born. The fourth prince, The prince and his companions tried hard to hold back their laughter. Luor's heartbreaking skills were even better than his father's. The brown bear drank enough water and lay down in the cage to sleep. Lord Su, carry it to the back mountain in this cage and lock it up. You must keep a good eye on it. If it hurts anyone when it is released, you will be held responsible. I obey your order. The brown bear roared a few times when it was carried up. Uilua waved at it, and it immediately shut up and let the bear be carried away. Looking at the brown bear going away, Uilua frowned and sighed. Oh, such a good mount, but it's a pity that I can't ride it now. Emperor, The prince and the others also had a frown on their faces. Luor really had an idea. Where is the tribute from Chang? After the others carried the brown bear down, the emperor looked at Lord Su. Your Majesty, please come in. The group walked into the house, and Lord Su pointed at the lychees on the ice. The lychees tribute by Chang are all here, a total of 99. I checked them. Although they are not very fresh, they are not bad. The journey from Chang to Tianqi is long, and the weather is so hot, so the lychees are transported properly without spoiling. The emperor glanced at the lychees, frowned and looked away. Where is the lychee tree that was sent along? Lychee tree? The fourth prince looked at Lord Su, his tone slightly excited. Where is the lychee tree? I have never seen a lychee tree before. It would be great if Tianqi could grow lychee trees. The fourth brother looked like he had never seen the world. When Tianqi grows lychee trees, you can not only see the lychee trees, but also eat as much as you want until you vomit. The Chang kingdom is too stingy. 99 lychees are not enough to fill the gaps between the teeth of so many people in the palace. Lychee tree? Lord Su pointed to the door. Outside, there are a total of 10 lychee trees. The emperor walked out and looked at the lychee tree in the shade at the door. It looks like the leaves are all sun-dried and crispy. Can they still survive? The prince raised his hand and touched the leaves on it, and the leaves were so crisp that they fell directly to the ground. Your Majesty, this lychee tree was like this when it was delivered. Lord Su didn't understand why the Chang kingdom sent a lychee tree. Tianqi had tried it before, but the soil was not suitable, and it couldn't grow at all. What is the purpose of Chang sending lychee trees? The prince looked at the emperor and asked the questions of several people. What is the purpose? Of course, it is a provocation. Knowing that Tianqi can't grow lychees, they deliberately sent them, saying that they hope to eat Tianqi's lychees. It is obvious that they want to embarrass Tianqi. Send it to Tianqi to plant. Didn't Tianqi try it? It can't grow it at all. The fourth prince didn't say the rest, but everyone knew what he wanted to say. Li Yunhe walked forward, squatted on the ground, raised his hand, and broke the root of the lychee tree and put it in front of him. The lychee tree is still alive, and not completely dry. I heard that it is not suitable to grow here in the capital. Why not change the place? Lord Su glanced at the emperor. Let's not talk about the right place. Even if we find a place, can the lychee tree survive after being tossed on the road? Send it to Chanshan County. Chapter 308. Kai Zhe hadn't delivered the letter yet, So how did the tyrant know that Chanshan's climate was suitable for growing lychees? The tyrant must have been the one who was lucky enough to catch a dead mouse. He made up a place name, and it turned out to be correct. The emperor, Father, wouldn't it be too dry if we sent it to Chanshan? The fourth prince frowned, and before the emperor could answer him, he saw Li Yunhe stand up and walk in front of the emperor. I have a suggestion. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. You say? No, why did the tyrant ask you to say it, and see me? Li Yunhe looked at Yuilua, lowered his eyes, and said seriously, People say that the little princess is beautiful and lovely, and is a fairy from heaven. Your Majesty might as well let the little princess touch the lychee tree. I don't know if Master's divine power can do it now, but there is no harm in trying. By the way, we can see how the emperor and the princes will react when they know the difference of the little princess. Yuilua, Why didn't I know that Li Yunhe has the potential to tell cold jokes? He actually took the nonsense of outsiders seriously. If the tyrant really believed it, it would be really outrageous. Father, I think we can give it a try. The crown prince and the third prince looked at Li Yunhe solemnly, and said in unison. The fourth prince and the second prince looked at each other and followed suit. They didn't know whether Luor was a fairy from heaven, but Luor was indeed different from ordinary people. What are you guys playing? When Lord Su saw that several princes had spoken, although he thought Li Yunhe's words were ridiculous, he still said, I think it's okay to give it a try. The emperor held Yuilua in his arms, and walked to the dried lychee tree, lifted Yuilua's hand, and placed it on the trunk. You guys, don't be too. Feeling an invisible force slowly pouring into the lychee tree from her fingertips, Yuilua's complaints turned into astonishment. Fool, it really works? The golden finger actually has this function? Emma, this golden finger works. I thought it could only communicate with animals, but I didn't expect it could also bring plants back to life. After touching 10 trees, Yuilua felt weak all over. Why so tired? Looking at the little one who had already fallen asleep, the emperor rubbed her head with pity. Send the lychee trees to Chanshan immediately, and leave one to be planted in the imperial garden of the palace. Lord Su looked at the unchanged lychee tree, and wondered what he was expecting. Yes, I do it right away. Eunuch Chao, take the lychees and return to Qingxing Palace. Several people respectfully sent the emperor and Yuilua away. Li Yunhe recalled the way Yuilua fell asleep just now, and felt a little guilty. I think the master is tired because he has consumed too much power. Crown Prince, third brother, I take my leave first. The fourth prince and the second prince were going to pay respects to Concubine De and Concubine Shu, so they left first. As soon as the two left, Li Yunhe felt two scrutinizing eyes on him. When he mentioned this, Li Yunhe knew that the two would be suspicious of him. The three of them left the Ministry of Rites, and walked to a relatively quiet fork in the road. The third prince stopped and looked gloomy. I didn't expect Minister Li to believe in such weird things. He didn't think Li Yunhe mentioned this casually, but seemed to want to verify something. Some things are better to believe than not to believe. It concerns the national system of Tianqi. As a member, I naturally don't want to be looked down upon by other countries. Li Yunhe's eyes did not evade at all, and he said neither servile nor arrogant. The third prince chuckled, but his tone was full of coldness. What a matter concerning the national system of Tianqi. I thought Minister Li was eager to verify something, or wanted to use lure to please my father and rise step by step. Seeing that the third prince was really angry, the crown prince hurriedly spoke to smooth things over. Brother Yunhe, the third brother has no other intentions, but your behavior just now is really puzzling. Faced with the third prince's sarcasm, Li Yunhe didn't care at all, but smiled from the bottom of his heart. The third prince, who was a man who never showed his joy, now mocked him because of his master's words, proving that he really treated his master as a sister and loved her. Your Highness, the third prince, I have no ill will towards the little princess. I just hope you treat the little princess better, and stand behind her no matter what happens. What he is worried about now is that if one day the master's ability is known to others and regarded as a monster, will the royal family stand by the master to protect her? Or will they use her ability to do other things? I am Luor's brother, so I will naturally treat her well. You don't have to worry about this, Minister Li. The third prince frowned slightly. Could it be that Li Yunhe knew that Luor was different? Your Highness, the crown prince knows that I follow the teacher, so I know a little about physiognomy. The little princess is beautiful and cute. Knowing that she is in trouble, I can't help but pay more attention to her. The crown prince and the third prince looked at each other. They had indeed heard that Li Yunhe's teacher, Old Min, knew some physiognomy. Brother Yunhe, can you tell what disaster Luor is in? No matter what disaster it is, as long as the two princes can stand firmly by the little princess, Everything can be safely overcome. Li Yun has said half true and half false, and bowed to say goodbye. Third brother, I don't think he is lying. He really has no ill will towards Luor. Maybe he saw that Luor was different, so he said that on purpose to test our attitude. The prince patted the third prince on the shoulder. You don't believe in Li Yun's character, but you don't believe in Luor? The third prince was silent for a while, looking up at the prince's gentle and handsome face. If Luor's ability is discovered by someone with ulterior motives one day, can the prince really protect Luor without fear of rumors? The setting sun shone on the prince's face, and the breeze blew the corners of his robe. He was stunned at first, and then looked at the third prince with a smile. If I can't protect my brothers and relatives with power, what's the use of this power for me? The most precious thing about being born in the royal family is family affection. He is the crown prince and also the elder brother. Whether it is Luor or other brothers and sisters, as long as he has the ability, he will protect them. I am ashamed of my brother the crown prince's heart. The concubines in the palace knew that other countries had paid tribute to lychees, and they were excited and looking forward to it. If they could get a lychee, a rare fruit, they would be proud for a long time. What they didn't know was that the emperor had called concubine De, concubine Xian, and concubine Shu to Qingxin Palace to discuss how to divide it. Why not give them all to Luor? De Fei said first. Shu Fei glanced at the emperor. Yes, give them all to Luor. Yui Lua, who had just woken up, rubbed her eyes. Give me everything? Gold, emperor, Empress Xian, Empress Xian got up and hugged Yui Lua, who was sleeping on the dragon bed. Luor, do you want to eat lychees? Yui Lua shook her head. What will my brother and sister eat if I give them all to them? It's better to share them together. When the lychee trees in the Imperial Garden and Chanshan bear fruit next year, we can eat fresh ones. Although Empress Yin didn't know why Tianqi could suddenly grow lychees, she believed her daughter's words. It's fresh to eat this thing, so let's share it. Chapter 309. The emperor thought that the lychees were not fresh anymore, and was worried that Yui Luo would get sick, so he finally adopted concubine Xian's suggestion and distributed the lychees. Concubine Shu was given 2 lychees, and Luor happily held the tray in front of her. Concubine, I heard that except for the 3 concubines and concubine Ro, no one else in the harem got any. She thought the emperor would not give any to the concubine, but she didn't expect that he actually gave 2. She heard that several princes and princesses only got 2. Looking at the 2 lychees on the tray, concubine Shu raised her hand and took one, looked at it in her hand for a while and smiled. Your Majesty is thoughtful. I give you the other one. Luor was delighted, but then shook her head violently. This rare fruit, please enjoy it yourself, concubine. Concubine Shu took her hand, and put the lychee in her palm. Eat it if it's given to you. Just taste it. I heard that several princes and princesses only got 2. Please take it back, concubine. Although she wanted to try it, it was a luxury for the masters. How could she, a servant, enjoy one alone? Seeing that she refused to take it, concubine Shu stopped persuading her and turned to talk about the harem. Then concubine Shen hasn't come out yet. No, concubine, you don't want the emperor to release concubine Shen, do you? Concubine Shu gently peeled off the lychee shell in her hand, put the flesh to her mouth, and took a bite, and said softly, You can send the other lychee to concubine Shen. Concubine. Luor had a little dissatisfaction on her face, thinking she had heard it wrong. Then concubine Shen was trying to please concubine Tai just for the emperor. She was so stupid that she could see it, but concubine Tai couldn't see it? That Lady Chen is sincere to me, you can send it to her to taste. Although she was reluctant, Luor still said yes and left with the lychee. As soon as the door closed, Xiao Shi'ais appeared in the room. Are you planning to take action, madam? Concubine Shu put the lychee core on the table and said calmly, It's not the right time yet. The emperor is watching me closely now, so I'm not in a hurry to take action. Although concubine Shu was cautious before, she only wanted to avenge the Xiao family, but now she said she was not in a hurry. What did her good nephew write to concubine Shu that made her so timid? Why did you suddenly mention Lady Chen? Xiao Shi'ais asked again. Concubine Shu paused while wiping her hands and glanced at Xiao Shi'ais. Why do I feel that you seem to be more anxious than me? Facing concubine Shu's inquiring eyes, Xiao Shi'ais said respectfully, I am just worried that the queen will be used by Prince Duan, so I asked a question. Concubine Shu did not respond, and her smiling face suddenly turned cold. It's not your turn as a servant to interfere in the master's affairs. Instead of worrying about me, you should improve yourself. Xiao Shi'ais lowered his eyes to hide the extra emotions in his eyes. Yes, I take my leave. Luor took lychee to the side hall of Lady Chen. The door of the side hall was so quiet that it seemed as if no one lived there. There were no palace servants around, and the 4 doors were closed. She walked to the door and raised her hand to knock on the door. "I'm here." Chinger opened the door and looked at Lure with a surprised look on her face. "Why is Sister Lure here?" She thought it was the other concubines and palace maids who came to laugh at the master, but it turned out to be Lure. Could it be that the concubine dowager asked Sister Lure to let the master out? Thinking of this, Chinger's smile became more sincere. "Sister Lure, please come in." Lure ignored her warmth. She just nodded lightly and walked in. "Why are you the only one serving?" The emperor only banned concubine Shin from walking, and did not ask to remove the servants. The palace has always been flattering the powerful and flattering the weak, and the others have gone to other palaces. "Then why don't you go?" Chinger was startled. "If I leave, there will be no one to serve the beauty." In fact, she didn't want to leave, but except for the 3 concubines' palaces, the other concubines' palaces were no different from Shinmarin's. She had never slept with the emperor, and she couldn't see the emperor either, so it was better to accompany Shinmarin. Maybe one day Shinmarin would remember her love when she gained power. "You are loyal." As they talked, the 2 had already entered behind the screen. Shinmarin sat in front of the bronze mirror in a daze. "Master, Sister Lure is here to see you." Hearing Lure's name, Lady Chen stood up quickly, feeling delighted. It seems that it is useful to please the old lady Shu Taifei, because Lure is here to see her. "Lady Chen," Lure bowed slightly, and took out the lychee in her hand. "The Taifei received 2 lychees from the emperor, and asked me to give one to you." Chinger stared at the lychee in Lure's hand. "It's really a lychee." She gave 2 lychees to the master, and 1 to the master. Did she finally make it? "Thank the concubine dowager for me." Shinmarin took the lychee from Lure's hand, and suppressed her excitement. "Can she finally go out?" Lure nodded and turned to leave. "Wait." Seeing that she had nothing else to say, Shinmarin hurriedly asked, "Miss Lure, did you come here specially to give me lychees?" Giving lychees to concubine Chen, Lure was already unhappy, and frowned when she heard her call her. "Yes, is there anything else?" Not wanting to hear what she wanted to hear, Shinmarin said, "Does the concubine dowager have anything to say to me?" "The concubine dowager only ordered me to send lychees to let Lady Chen taste them, and did not give any other instructions." Leaving this sentence, Lure turned and left. Watching Lure leave, Lady Chen sat back on the round stool dejectedly. Why? Why did they give her precious lychees, but not let her go? The lychees were gone in one bite, so it would be better to let her go so that we can deal with those traitorous servants. After leaving the side hall, where Lady Chen lived, Lure sneered in her heart. This Lady Chen is really greedy. It's not enough to get the lychees rewarded by the concubine dowager. She even wants the concubine dowager to let her out. "Sister Lure, are you coming from concubine Chen?" The other concubines and palace maids were staring at concubine Chen. Seeing that Lure had gone to concubine Chen's side hall, they deliberately waited on the road to ask if concubine Chen was coming out. Lure rolled her eyes. "Yes, the concubine dowager asked me to send a lychee to concubine Chen." Anyway, she had sent the lychee, and whether she could keep it depended on concubine Chen's own ability. What concubine Chen didn't know was that because of Lure's words, the concubines who had never tasted lychees all wanted to take the lychees in her hand. She was holding the lychee, and still secretly cursing concubine Shu, but she heard a hurried knock on the door. "Chinger, go open the door." Concubine Chen was excited. Could it be that Lure had returned and changed her mind? Chinger hurriedly stood up, and just opened the door. Before she could even speak, she was pushed aside by several palace maids. Then several concubines slowly walked towards concubine Chen, and concubine Chen widened her eyes. "You?" Before she finished speaking, she was pushed to the ground by several people, and the lychee in her hand was snatched away by someone. A person who is under house arrest is also worthy of eating lychees? Chapter 310. Rupin originally planned to go and chat with concubine De and the others, but she didn't want to see the concubines rushing over here. She was curious and followed them with her maid, but she didn't want to see such a scene. Concubine Chen on the ground had her hair in disarray, and her dress was torn as if she had been humiliated. "Madam, please stop looking. Aren't you going to go and find concubine De and the others?" Rupin retracted her gaze, and walked out of concubine Chen's side hall, clicking her tongue twice. It's quite interesting to watch women pulling their hair. The maid looked at concubine Ro, speechless. "Let's go faster and share this interesting story with the sisters." Concubine Ro quickened her pace with excitement, and went to concubine Xian's bedroom with the maid. As expected, concubine De and concubine Shu were both in concubine Xian's bedroom. I greet the three sisters. Sister Ro, there is no need to be polite. Please sit down. Concubine Ro thanked her, and looked at Yuilua in Concubine Xian's arms. The little princess is here too. That's right. It's more interesting to listen to gossip after waking up than to watch the tyrant review memorials. Yuilua yawned. Luor just woke up. Shu Fei looked at Rupin with a smile. Do you have anything interesting to share with us? Shu Fei's sister, how did you guess it? There is indeed something interesting. When she heard something interesting, Yuilua also pricked up her ears. Tell me quickly. Da Fei paused while drinking tea and raised her eyebrows. What is Shu Taifei going to do again? Just now they were still talking about whether Shu Taifei, the old woman, was up to something bad because she stopped moving. No. Rupin no longer kept the secret. Shu Taifei gave concubine Chen a lychee, and somehow the other concubines knew about it, and they wanted to take the lychee. So the interesting thing you said is that a group of concubines ripped concubine Chen's hair for a lychee? Concubine Shu concluded. Thinking of concubine Chen's image at that time, Rupin said, it's about the same. I didn't expect the concubines who were usually weak to be so powerful. I don't know if the lychee can still be eaten after being snatched like this. And Shu Fei is really good at summarizing. Pulling the hair, just thinking about it can make you feel the picture. It's really interesting. Da Fei chuckled. It's a pity that you were not there. As she was talking, Huarui walked in from the door. Ladies, Concubine Chen is here to ask you to help her get justice. Isn't Concubine Chen still under house arrest? She actually defied the tyrant. How bold. The sound of crying came from the door, and Concubine Xian signaled Huarui to let someone in. Please, three ladies, make a decision for me. Concubine Chen came in crying and knelt directly on the ground. Her hair was still messy, and the hairpin was hanging crookedly on her hair. Her eyes were red from crying, and she looked a little pitiful. It looks like the battle is very intense, but I'm curious about who got the lychee. The people behind didn't expect that Concubine Chen would be so bold that she would go against the emperor's orders and come to complain about them. Concubine Shu glanced at the people behind, who also had messy hair, and then looked at Concubine Chen, and her thoughts were the same as Yuilua's. What's the point of crying? Concubine Chen, aren't you still under house arrest? What kind of justice do you want us to give you? Seeing that Concubine Chen wiped her tears, and was about to cry again, Concubine Shu frowned. If you want to cry, go and cry in front of the emperor. Crying in front of me won't work. I won't be gentle with women. A tyrant won't be gentle with women either. Chen Marin held back her tears when she heard that, and complained about how the people behind her snatched her lychees, and took the opportunity to pinch her. Madame Shu Fei, this Chen Marin is slandering you. She obviously got the lychees and showed off, but now she's biting back. The people behind exchanged glances, knelt on the ground, and decided to unite against Chen Marin first. They will settle their grievances when they get back. Show off? Chen Marin looked at the few people in disbelief. She wanted to show off, but before she could do it, these people came to her door first. Madame Shu Fei, we were all done by Chen Marin's palace maids. Do you have any shame? Chen Marin glared at the few people who were pretending to be arrogant. All the palace maids in my palace have fled to your palace. Now there is only one palace maid left. Do you have the nerve to say that I asked people to beat you? Where did I come from? It was you who stole the lychees that the concubine gave me, and then started a fight, and you actually said I did it. Da Fei calmly drank her tea, and almost choked when she heard Concubine Chen say this. Haha, Concubine Chen is so miserable and funny. Shu Fei coughed lightly, and looked at the guilty people behind her. Tell me the truth, what happened, otherwise I don't mind handing you over to the emperor for punishment. Madame Shu Fei, we just think that Concubine Chen, who is under house arrest, is not worthy of enjoying the lychees, so she took them away. A concubine in pink palace dress was afraid that the matter would really come to the emperor, so she spoke up quickly. So you did steal the lychees from Lady Chen, who stole the lychees? Rupin asked Da Fei in a low voice. Are you helping them to get justice, or are you just watching the fun? Da Fei also lowered her voice and replied, Isn't it obvious? Madame Shu Fei, I took it, not robbed it. Without Lady Chen's consent, it is robbing, am I wrong? The concubine who spoke pursed her lips, and whispered, Madame Shu Fei is right. When Concubine Chen saw this, a little pride flashed in her eyes. When she thought that Concubine Shu would blame the others, she heard Concubine Shu say, What about the lychees? Who ate them? The others behind pretended to be deaf and kept silent. No one ate them. Concubine Chen glanced back at the others, and said angrily, No one was willing to give in, and the lychees fell to the ground and were crushed during the fight. Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows. So you guys got all unkempt because of fighting for a lychee, but in the end, no one ate them. Why bother? The emperor has arrived. The tyrant has also joined in the fun. The faces of the people kneeling on the ground changed when they heard that the emperor had arrived. Only concubine Chen showed joy. No matter how you look at it, the people were in the wrong. The emperor's coming here could help her get justice. Maybe he would not pursue her crime of leaving the palace without permission, because he felt sorry for her. The people in the room bowed together. The emperor said no need to bow, and sat down next to concubine Xian. He glanced at the people kneeling on the ground. What's going on? Are you here to play with concubine Xian's hair? They came to complain. Why are you pulling my hair for fun? Concubine Shu told the whole story, and before the emperor could speak, concubine Xian started to cry and complain. Your Majesty, you have to help me. They stole my lychees, and blamed me for not having enough lychees to share with them, and then they came back to attack me. It's so funny, why didn't they blame concubine Shu for giving too little? If you want to beat concubine Chen, just beat her, but you still complain that there are not enough lychees to share. Chapter 311. Seeing this, the others behind also started crying, shifting their conflicts to the fact that concubine Chen disobeyed the emperor's order. Your Majesty, concubine Chen disobeyed your order, which is a serious crime. Instantly, the palace was filled with the sound of women crying. The emperor frowned upon hearing this. If anyone cries again, I will let her cry in the imperial garden for a day and a night. After hearing this, the others immediately wiped their tears and stopped crying, as if they were not the ones crying just now. Wouldn't it be a complete loss of face to cry in the imperial garden for a day and a night? Oh, these tears are really controlled. Concubine Shu gave concubine Chen the lychee to sharpen the knife first, and then take out concubine Chen's knife when she needs to make a move. Let's see how the tyrant will deal with concubine Chen, and whether he will give concubine Shu a chance to wield the knife. Concubine Xian gently played with Yuilua's little hand, and glanced at concubine Chen calmly. Concubine Chen's brain. Even if the emperor does not deal with her now, concubine Shu will use her again, and she will become a discarded pawn. Concubine Chen, do you know your crime? The emperor's deep voice sounded from above, and concubine Chen trembled and kowtowed heavily on the ground. I know my crime, but they are too bullying. After the emperor has dealt with them, you can do whatever you want to me. These people dared to bully her because they knew that she couldn't complain because she was under house arrest. She had endured it for so long, and was really treated as a soft persimmon. Anyway, she is barefoot now, and is not afraid of wearing shoes. These people will have to pay the price for bullying her. Before coming, she was still worried that she would offend concubine Shu and others because of the leaf card incident, and concubine Shu would not help her. But now that the emperor is here, she doesn't need to worry that the emperor will be partial. Concubine Chen is not a soft persimmon that can be easily bullied now. Good guy, a lychee actually aroused concubine Chen's fighting spirit. The emperor, Shufei, how do you think we should deal with it? The tyrant actually let Shufei's aunt deal with it. It seems that he wants to give a lighter punishment. Shufei, why did the emperor let her deal with it again? She just wanted to watch the show. Sitting up straight, Shufei glanced at the people behind her. As concubines, you gathered together to fight and robbed others' property. You will be fined 3 months' salary, and confined for 3 months. Several people breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, and were glad that the punishment was not too severe. In order to make you remember this lesson, and not let such things happen again, I will add 10 more strokes of the board. The faces of several people suddenly changed. They were weak and fragile, and they would have to lie down for several months after 10 strokes of the board? Not to mention that the lychees are precious, but it was also the kindness of concubine Shu, and you trampled on them like this. Qin Marin looked at several people proudly, and thanked the emperor and concubine Shu. Thank you, your majesty and concubine Shu, for making the decision for me. Seeing that the emperor had no objection to her treatment, concubine Shu confirmed her guess. It seemed that the emperor did not intend to severely punish concubine Chen. The harem has its own rules. Concubine Shu looked at concubine Chen calmly. Your disobedience to the emperor's will is a serious crime. But considering that you were bullied first, I will not punish you severely. Just treat them the same. Seeing that concubine Chen was hesitant to reply, concubine Shu raised her eyebrows. Concubine Chen, do you think my punishment is too severe? Concubine Chen shook her head quickly. I accept the punishment. Seeing that the emperor didn't even look at her from beginning to end, concubine Chen felt a little aggrieved. However, the punishment for disobeying the emperor's will was not severe. She was just suffering physical pain. At most, she would lie down for a few months. Anyway, the bitches who bullied her were also punished. That was enough. Thank you, your majesty, concubine Shu. Concubine Chen cowed out heavily, but she didn't think that concubine Shu really wanted to punish her lightly. I'm afraid that if the emperor didn't come, concubine Shu would take this opportunity to banish her to the cold palace. What happened in Zuihua Palace soon reached concubine Shu. Luer was still watering the flowers in her heart with a smug look on her face, when a young eunuch came up to her. Sister Luer, the concubine asked you to go inside to talk. Luer handed him the kettle, and turned to go inside. Concubine, what did you call me for? What else did you do after you delivered the lychees? Concubine Shu slowly got up from her chair, speaking softly. Concubine. Luer knew she couldn't hide it, so she knelt on the ground and said a little aggrievedly that concubine Shin got the lychees and was so greedy that she wanted you to let her out. I was so angry that I wanted to teach her a lesson. Who made concubine Shin greedy? The concubine dowager and the emperor were not on good terms, but she actually expected the concubine dowager to intercede with the emperor and release her from house arrest. Concubine dowager Shu did not let Luer stand up, but stared at her with her eyes down. This matter is not a small matter if it comes to the emperor. Don't act on your own next time. Luer pursed her lips. I know I was wrong, and I will never dare to do it again. She just wanted other concubines to bully concubine Chen, but she didn't know that concubine Chen was so bold that she left the palace without permission. She didn't expect that this matter would come to the emperor. Seeing her like this, concubine Shu sighed. Get up, I know you don't have any bad intentions, but the palace is not like the imperial mausoleum. If you are not careful here, your words and deeds may cost you or others your life. Fortunately, the emperor did not banish concubine Chen to the cold palace, otherwise she would have no place to use this knife after she just started to sharpen it. Luer stood up, helped concubine Shu sit down, stepped aside and whispered, Did I cause trouble for the concubine? She didn't understand the twists and turns of the palace. The palace was not as good as the imperial mausoleum. At least the imperial mausoleum didn't have so many rules. No, it's just that you almost caused Lady Chen to lose her life. Concubine Shu looked out the window. This time, Luer really didn't cause any trouble. Maybe after this incident, Lady Chen's knife would become sharper. After all, if you don't want to be bullied, you can only fight. After the incident with Lady Chen, the concubines in the harem were quiet for a few months. The summer heat dissipated, and the cool autumn came. After the lychee tree was planted in the imperial garden, the emperor asked Eunuch Chao to keep an eye on it. In the first month after planting, not only did Eunuch Chao pay attention to it, but even the fourth prince ran to the palace every few days. It was not until he confirmed that the lychee tree really survived that he reduced the number of times he ran to the palace. Yu Ilua was crawling happily on the ground. When she saw Eunuch Chao coming in and saying that Prime Minister Li wanted to see her, she quickly sat on the carpet. After all, my soul is an adult. I thought I could speak after 7 or 8 months, but it turned out to be nothing. It's okay that he can't speak, but he can only crawl. I'm so angry. But compared to being held as a pendant by the tyrant before, being able to crawl and sit is also a kind of freedom. The emperor glanced at the sighing little guy sitting on the carpet, and asked Eunuch Chao to invite Prime Minister Li in. Your Majesty, I have received a letter from Chanshan saying that all the lychees planted have survived, and the waterway has been completed. The emperor laughed loudly. Okay, I trust Kai Zhe to do things, and let him take good care of the lychee trees. Chapter 312. Prime Minister Li responded with a yes, and took out the memorial handed by Kai Zhe from his sleeve. This is Kai Zhe's memorial to reduce taxes for the people of Chanshan. I hope the emperor will approve it. This must be approved. It seems that Kai Zhe is really doing well as a county magistrate. Not bad. The emperor took the memorial, and Yu Ilua crawled over from the ground. Let me see what's written. Is there any mention of Li Qian? I don't know how Li Qian is doing now. Seeing Yu Ilua crawling over, the emperor leaned over and picked her up to read the contents of the memorial together. My goodness, who made this tax? Chanshan is so poor, but the tax is the same as other counties. No wonder it is getting poorer and poorer. I have approved it. I thank the emperor on behalf of the people of Chanshan. I will take my leave. No, has Li Qian's business developed? Prime Minister Li bowed and was about to leave, but he didn't want to be stopped by the emperor. Wait. What else does the emperor want? Is Kai Zhe's family in Chanshan okay? Prime Minister Li was startled. Was the emperor asking about Qian or asking deliberately because he knew something? Thinking of this, Prime Minister Li did not dare to hide anything. Your Majesty, there are many fruit trees in Chanshan, but the road was blocked before, so they could not be sold. I thought it would be a pity if they were not eaten and rotted, so I took the people there to dry the fruits and make nuts. The emperor saw that Prime Minister Li was talking more and more quietly, and smiled at him. Since you are doing things for the people, it is a good thing. Prime Minister, do you think I will blame you? Li Qian really has a business mind. Now that the road in Chanshan is completed, it can be transported to other counties, or wait for others to buy. Your Majesty is kind, and I shouldn't hide it. Forget it, the emperor waved his hand. Your daughter is smart and concubine Xian praised her before. Since she has this ability, don't bury it. Prime Minister Li looked at the emperor in disbelief. Did the emperor mean that he agreed to his daughter doing business in Chanshan? I thank the emperor on behalf of my daughter. I didn't expect the tyrant to have such avant-garde ideas. He didn't say that women should not show their faces. Li country is still better. Women are responsible for making money to support the family, and men are responsible for being beautiful. Emperor, Luor would not be able to say this if she saw those men with makeup on. I wonder if Prince Duan is also successful in Li country by whining and trying to please women. Emma, it's vivid just thinking about it. He is really bold. The emperor frowned. Didn't Li country send a letter saying that there is no trace of Prince Duan? Could it be that they are fooling him? I really want to eat pumpkin porridge. The emperor wanted to hear more, but a black line crossed his forehead. Luor's mind was really jumping. Eunuch Chow, tell the imperial kitchen to make some pumpkin porridge. Yui Lu's eyes lit up. Does the tyrant also want to eat something light to relieve internal heat? Yes, a monk who has been a monk for so long must reduce internal heat. Eunuch Chow hesitated for a moment and replied, Your Majesty, all the pumpkins in the imperial kitchen have been taken away by the fourth prince. I don't know what the fourth prince did with the pumpkins. Go buy them outside. Seeing that Eunuch Chow was hesitant to speak, the emperor raised his eyebrows. Why, there is no pumpkin outside? Eunuch Chow nodded. Empress Xian also wanted to take some pumpkin to make porridge for the little princess, but I sent someone to buy it outside but couldn't find any. I don't know who bought all the pumpkins. How can we eat so many? Who likes pumpkins so much that they are all sold out? The emperor was silent for a while. Prepare the sedan chair to go to the fourth prince's mansion. In the fourth prince's mansion, the fourth prince looked at the last complete pumpkin in his hand and let out a heavy breath. This is the last one. If this one doesn't work, we can only buy another pumpkin tomorrow. The second prince sat aside and said to the third prince, who was holding tea next to him, Third brother, how do you think you want to cut this last pumpkin? Looking at the pumpkins on the table that had all been destroyed, the second prince tooted his tongue. I don't know why the fourth brother asked you and me to come here. The third prince put down his teacup and said seriously, I guess he asked us to watch how he tortured these pumpkins. The fourth prince, Do you think I can't hear you? I'm making pumpkin lanterns, not torturing pumpkins. The fourth prince glared at the two of them angrily, and picked up the knife again. You learn from me. If the princess and Miss Do want something special that day, you can make this pumpkin lantern. He also heard Qin Qianqian say why lanterns are made of paper and bamboo strips, which is not original, so he thought of using other things to make a different lantern. He thought that he could just hollow out a few pumpkins from the palace, but now she has almost used up all the pumpkins she bought from the market, and still failed. Pumpkin lantern? That's strange. The second prince asked the third prince with a smile, Third brother, can you tell that the fourth brother wants to make a pumpkin lantern? If he hadn't said it, I would have thought he was just peeling pumpkins for fun. The fourth prince, who was hit again, stood up. I will definitely succeed in the last one. The third prince raised his eyebrows. He really didn't want to see the fourth prince harm more pumpkins, so he said, How about I help you? No, you can't do it. Besides, how can what you help me do be the same as what I do myself? Don't talk and distract me. The second prince sighed. It is said that only women and villains are difficult to raise. Why did Miss Qin suddenly think of asking the fourth brother to make some pumpkin lanterns? It wasn't Qin Qianqian who asked me to do it. The fourth prince immediately retorted, looking like he was protecting her. He was busy learning mechanical arts and practicing calligraphy recently, and had no time to look for Qin Qianqian, so he thought of making pumpkin lanterns to make her happy. You're protecting her now? You pinched her like a black-eyed chicken before. The fourth prince's ears turned red. What black-eyed chicken? Luor said, We are a pair of happy enemies. The second prince, Well, the third brother and the cousin are an official couple. The fourth brother and Qin Qianqian are a pair of happy enemies, and he and a yin are nothing. Seeing that the fourth prince began to carve the pumpkin seriously again, the second and third princes stopped disturbing him. Seeing that it was almost done, the fourth prince looked at the second and third princes proudly, and had not yet had time to show off. A voice came from the door. The emperor has arrived. The fourth prince's hand trembled, and the pumpkin lantern that had been carved into shape was directly cracked by this action. When the emperor pushed the door in, he saw a table full of pumpkins, and the fourth prince standing in front of the table with a knife. Oh, what is the fourth prince doing? Is he venting his anger on the pumpkin after quarreling with Qin Qianqian? Look at this table full of pumpkins. It turns out that the guy who bought all the pumpkins was the fourth prince. Don't you know that wasting food is shameful? If you quarrel, why don't you just sit down and slap each other calmly? You have to slap the pumpkin, so that I can't even eat pumpkin porridge. Your sons pay their respects to the emperor. The three of them saluted in unison, and the second and third princes tried hard to hold back their laughter. Hey, why are the second and third princes here too? I didn't notice it just now. They are really friendly and respectful to each other. I guess they are here to comfort the fourth prince. The fourth prince, Chapter 313. What a bullshit brotherly friendship. The two of them are clearly just making sarcastic remarks. The emperor asked a few people to stand up and glanced at the fourth prince. I heard that you have been practicing calligraphy recently. Now you are practicing pumpkin peeling instead of calligraphy? I have been practicing calligraphy well recently. The fourth prince stole a glance at the emperor, then quickly looked away. I have time to relax today. The emperor walked to a chair by the window and sat down, relaxed with a pumpkin. The fourth prince pursed his lips and looked at the last pumpkin that was peeled, feeling a pity. It's almost done. Why did father come at this time? I thought my knife skills couldn't be wasted, so... The fourth prince felt more and more guilty. Hey, the fourth prince hollowed out the pumpkin. Could it be that he wanted to make a pumpkin lantern? The idea is quite advanced. The fourth prince was a little proud. Although he didn't succeed, he was praised by Luor. Luor said it was good. Qin Qianqian would definitely like it. The emperor walked up and picked up the hollowed pumpkin, looking at eunuch Chao. It just so happens that this pumpkin has been processed. Let the people in the kitchen cook pumpkin porridge. Father, no. The fourth prince thought that the pumpkin could still be saved, so he hurried to stop it. Although it was cracked and not so beautiful, it had a shape at least. The emperor stared at the fourth prince in confusion, waiting for his explanation. Oh, can't the tyrant understand this? The fourth prince is planning to make a pumpkin lantern to make Qin Qianqian happy. You don't understand the affairs of young lovers. Eunuch Chao was holding the pumpkin, and was in a dilemma for a while. Seeing that he was stunned, the fourth prince snatched the pumpkin from his hand. Father, please see if you can use other things. This son of mine is still useful. Father has heard Luor's thoughts, so he should not think of using the pumpkin in his hand to cook pumpkin porridge. Since this one is useful to you, cook all the other pumpkins on the table. All? The fourth prince looked at the table full of pumpkins. Did the father mean that he should eat all of them? The second and third princes looked at the fourth prince with sympathy. After eating these pumpkins, the fourth brother might never want to eat pumpkin again. Pumpkins are also food. Since we bought them, we can't waste them. Eunuch Chao said with a tactful look, I will have people cook all these pumpkins right away. That's right. Wasting food is shameful, and thrift is a virtue. The fourth prince said with a bitter face. Looking at the gloating second prince, his eyes rolled. Luor wants to eat pumpkin porridge. Second and third brothers, please come together. How could the two of them not know the fourth prince's little thoughts? Didn't he just want them to help eat some pumpkins? The emperor glanced at the two of them. You can come too. After waiting for half an hour, the cooked pumpkin porridge was served. There were several dishes along with the pumpkin porridge. Eunuch Chao walked to the emperor with a small bowl of pumpkin porridge at just the right temperature. Your Majesty, I will feed the little princess. The emperor waved his hand, picked up the chopsticks to test the temperature of the pumpkin porridge. I will do it. Yes. Yuilua sat in the emperor's arms, staring at the pumpkin porridge in the bowl. The emperor put down his chopsticks, picked up a small spoon, scooped a spoonful, and handed it to her mouth, opened his mouth slightly and coaxed, Ah Luor, try it, and see if it tastes good. Yuilua opened her mouth, and took all the pumpkin porridge in the spoon into her mouth. Emma, I finally eat porridge. It would be even better if I could eat meat. The fourth prince picked up a piece of steamed fish, picked out all the fish bones, put it on a small plate, and handed it to the emperor. Father, this fish is tender. Luor can eat it. Yuilua's eyes lit up. The fourth prince understands me. I want to eat fish meat. The emperor took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the yellowed pumpkin porridge on the corners of Yuilua's mouth, and then picked up a small piece of fresh fish meat and handed it to her mouth. The third prince and the others were no longer surprised. His father always had infinite patience with Luor, but the servants in the fourth prince's mansion were shocked. Is this still the majestic emperor? Not to mention the emperor, I'm afraid that ordinary men don't have such patience for children. Father, I hold lure, you eat first. The third prince put down his chopsticks, stood up, and took Yuilu out. The fourth prince, who was a step late, curled his lips. After eating and drinking, Yuilu narrowed his eyes, and looked satisfied. I didn't expect that the chef in the fourth prince's house was quite good. Seeing the third prince carrying Yuilu out, the second prince and the fourth prince also put down their chopsticks and walked out. There are not many opportunities to pinch Lure's little face. Fourth brother, show me the calligraphy you have practiced recently. The fourth prince paused. Yes, I will get it. It seems that the emperor not only brought Lure to eat pumpkin porridge, but also checked his calligraphy practice, which is the main purpose of this trip. Fortunately, he has been practicing seriously recently. The third prince took Yuilua to the fourth prince's courtyard, and the second prince followed with a fan, raised his hand, and pinched Yuilua's little face. Lure, second brother will hug you. I don't want second brother, but you pinched my face, damn it. By the way, second brother and Muchin are cousins, so he should know what's going on in Muchin's house. My gossipy soul has begun to burn. It's been a few months. How are Muchin and Su Xiaoxiao doing? Seeing the third prince looking at him, the second prince understood what he meant, and was about to reveal something when he saw Eunuch Chao coming over. Your Highness, the emperor is going to take the little princess back to the palace. Oh no, she has to go back to the palace and be in jail again. Yuilua frowned. Seeing that she didn't want to go back to the palace, the third prince said, why don't I take Lure back to the palace later? The emperor didn't bring diapers when he left the palace, so he was in a hurry to go back. The third prince nodded, and sent Yuilua back to the emperor. Children are delicate, and they must feel uncomfortable when they get wet. The emperor put down the words written by the fourth prince, and looked at him with some surprise. This time, you have made a lot of progress. At least it looks like human writing. The fourth prince pulled the corner of his mouth. Why is it that his father's praise for others is as unpleasant as Lure? I will practice better and better in the future. The emperor stood up. It's a good thing to have this awareness, and don't waste the mechanical art. Watching the emperor leave, the fourth prince sighed. I haven't even held Lure yet. At this point, he looked proud again. You all heard it just now. Lure praised my pumpkin lantern. The two were speechless and turned away. The fourth prince said to the two from behind, are you jealous of Lure's praise of me? Your Highness, you should think about how long it will take to finish that big pot of pumpkin porridge. Offing said on the side. The fourth prince patted his head in annoyance. Why did you forget to ask the second and third brothers to take some back home? Offing thought to himself that they had to be willing. Chapter 314. After the others left, the fourth prince waited until it was dark before he took Offing to Qin's house, holding the pumpkin like a treasure. Offing glanced at the pumpkin wrapped in the fourth prince's hand. Your Highness, you are not going to finish it, and are planning to ask Miss Qin to help you eat it. I am not saying anything to you, but you have been busy recently. It may not be appropriate to send Miss Qin a pumpkin now. The fourth prince stopped and said, you know nothing, this is not for eating. He then raised his leg, and went straight into Qin's house. The concierge was not surprised by this. The young lady had specifically told him that the fourth prince could just go in directly. Qin Qianqian looked at the table of food in the room, and had no appetite at all. She put down her chopsticks, raised her hand to support her chin, and asked the maid next to her, how long has the fourth prince not come? The maid covered her mouth and chuckled. I thought the food was not to my liking, but it turned out that the young lady missed the fourth prince. Well, you are teasing me, your young lady. Qin Qianqian pretended to be angry and glared at the maid. I dare not. Miss, why don't you go to see the fourth prince? Qin Qianqian hurriedly shook her head. No. The fourth prince finally started to make progress. She couldn't disturb him. Why not? The maid turned her head and looked at the fourth prince, who came in, smiling and bowing. I greet the fourth prince. Qin Qianqian waved her hand to let her go, worried that the maid would talk nonsense. I will go get a set of bowls and chopsticks for the fourth prince first. After the maid took the bowls and chopsticks and retreated with Offing, Qin Qianqian suppressed her joy and said calmly, why did you come here? The fourth prince picked up the chopsticks and said, let's eat first. After the two finished their meal, Qin Qianqian looked at the things next to the fourth prince with curiosity. What is that? The fourth prince thought of Offing's words, and hesitated for a moment before taking out the wrapped pumpkin. Qin Qianqian, ? Seeing that the fourth prince looked like he was offering a treasure, Qin Qianqian didn't want to spoil the fun and asked with a flattering smile. Is this for me to eat? The fourth prince put the pumpkin on the table, and his ears turned red. Don't you want a unique lamp? I made one with a pumpkin. He paused here, a little embarrassed. It's just not very successful. Qin Qianqian blinked and held her chin with both hands. I see. She thought it was for her to eat. The fourth prince took out a candle and lit it, and covered the pumpkin with the candle. The candle light shone through the thinly peeled pumpkin, and the warm yellow light made the room warm. Qin Qianqian leaned over to look at the pumpkin in front of her, and raised her eyes to look at the fourth prince. I just said it casually, why do you still remember it? That being said, the corners of his mouth could not help but rise. The fourth prince scratched his head. Don't you like it? This pumpkin lantern is indeed not very successful. If it weren't for the sudden arrival of the emperor, I would have succeeded. You could also carve some patterns on it. The emperor suddenly came? Qin Qianqian looked worried. You didn't get scolded, did you? The fourth prince smiled and shook his head. The emperor didn't say anything, and he praised me for my improvement in calligraphy. Qin Qianqian looked at the fourth prince quietly, her long eyelashes trembling slightly, and said seriously, why didn't I realize that you took my words so seriously before? I like this lamp very much. As long as you like it, you are not angry. The fourth prince's smile widened. A Feng said that Qin Qianqian would not like it, which was simply nonsense. Why am I angry? Qin Qianqian stared at the fourth prince. Okay, you think I will only be angry, right? The fourth prince quickly shook his head. No, I just want to make you happy. If you are unhappy, tell me. A Feng, who was eavesdropping at the door, raised his hand and touched his arm. His Highness was not smart before, but now he is so disgusting. Hearing this, he got goosebumps all over the floor. Just as he was thinking, the door was opened from the inside, and a Feng stood up quickly. You should go back soon. Don't make pumpkin lanterns anymore. You must have wasted a lot of pumpkins. A Feng replied with a sly mouth. Of course. Feeling the sharp eyes of the fourth prince, he quickly added, His Highness said that Miss Qin's happiness is the most important thing. Qin Qianqian's face flushed instantly, and she quickly closed the door. After the morning court the next day, Yui Luo was still regretting that she didn't hear Mu Chen's gossip yesterday, when she heard Eunuch Chao come in to report that Mu Chen wanted to see her. She sat up and stared at the door of the imperial study. Mu Chen strode in and bowed respectfully. The emperor asked her to stand up and said in a calm voice, What do you want to report to me? Mu Chen took out a memorial. The tax system previously drafted by the Ministry of Revenue has many unreasonable aspects. After discussing with Minister Qi, I have drafted a new one. Please take a look, Your Majesty. Eunuch Chao presented the memorial to the emperor, who opened it and read it, then put it on the table. I was just about to discuss this with you and Qian, but I didn't expect you had already drafted it. In this case, let's start implementing it next year. Yes. Mu Chen bowed, and was about to leave, when he heard the emperor say, You handled the official business very well. I wonder how the affairs in the harem are handled. The tyrant asked what really hit my heart. Mu Chen looked ashamed. He wanted to send his cousin back home after she recovered from her illness, but his mother was worried that she was not fully recovered yet, so she asked her to stay for a few more days, and she stayed for several months. His mother didn't mention it again, so he couldn't bring it up again. Seeing Mu Chen like this, it's estimated that things won't go smoothly. Madame Mu is so confused. She knew that letting Mu Chen marry Su Xiaoxiao was a wrong decision, but she didn't stop the loss in time, and had to continue to waste the three of them. After leaving the imperial study and returning to the Ministry of Revenue, Mu Chen entered the room, and a sour voice sounded. Lord Mu actually went directly to see the emperor, bypassing his superior, Minister Qi, and he is a person from the Hanlin Academy, but he doesn't know etiquette. Others didn't say anything, but stared at Mu Chen, who came in through the door, as if they were watching a good show. Mu Chen looked at the person who was speaking. This person had worked in the Ministry of Revenue for many years, and was not happy that he could see the emperor after only a few months. He often said sour words to him. Mu Chen told me when he went to see the emperor. Qian strode in and looked at the person who was speaking. If you have this free time, you might as well do the work at hand. If there are any mistakes in the accounts, be careful with your head. Everyone knew Qian's temper, and they didn't dare to say anything for a while, and they all dispersed to do their own things. Minister Qi, I am just speaking up for you. Qian snorted and laughed. You are dissatisfied in your heart. Mu Chen is upright. Why do you need to speak up for me? He looked at Mu Chen. You told me that you were going to see the emperor. Why didn't you say it to make people misunderstand you? Mu Chen was cautious and careful, so he would not go to see the emperor without him, and the tax system reform was also done by Mu Chen himself, but the other party wanted him to take the memorial to see the emperor. I was just about to say that you are the minister, and you came. The two of them talked and entered the inner room. Qian motioned Mu Chen to sit down and said, "Have you shown the memorial to the emperor?" Chapter 315. Mu Chen nodded. The emperor has read it and agreed to implement it next year. In fact, he was a little nervous when he went to see the emperor. After all, reducing the taxes of the people means cutting the interests of the royal family. Throughout history, there are many countries that rely on squeezing the people to collect taxes. The emperor read his memorial and agreed without hesitation, which shows that he is truly considering the people. Qian was not surprised at all. Although the emperor was a bit harsh and did things as he pleased, he would definitely put the people first in national affairs. That's good. Qian poured a cup of tea for Mu Chen and said with a smile, "Although the emperor has not officially given you an official position yet, it is obvious that he wants you to follow me. When the new tax system comes into effect, your position will surely be determined." The emperor asked Mu Chen to learn with him first. Isn't it just to see Mu Chen's ability first? Mu Chen smiled when he heard this, without the slightest excitement. "I just want to sincerely do my best for the country and the people. As for the rest, it doesn't matter." Qian looked at him disapprovingly. "If you want to do something, you must have a respectable official position. If you really can't even see the emperor, how can you work for the country? A 1,000-mile horse also needs a good horse trainer, right? If you can't get into the emperor's sight, I'm afraid you have a lot of ambitions, but nowhere to display them. I'm grateful for your advice. It's rare for the Ministry of Revenue to have a down-to-earth person." Qian stood up and patted his shoulder. "I like your personality, and I say a few more words here today." Knowing that Qian always keeps to himself and doesn't do anything fancy, and that he has indeed patiently taught him a lot of things in the past few months, Mu Chen said gently, "Minister Qi, please speak. You should also pay attention to your wife's affairs. You should also know about my past affairs. If it weren't for the emperor's clear distinction between gratitude and resentment, I probably wouldn't be sitting here with you talking about these things now." Mu Chen naturally knew about Qian's affairs. That incident was quite a big deal at the time. After all, it involved the princess of the royal family. Now that Qian mentioned this matter, it was obvious that he wanted to tell him that it was because he didn't care enough about the harem that his son was unaware of the princess's attack. "Thank you, Minister Qi." Seeing that he really listened, Qian waved his hand. "You should go back home soon. There's nothing to do today." After coming out of the Ministry of Revenue and getting on the carriage, Mu Chen kept thinking about Su Xiaoxiao. Until the carriage stopped, he still had no idea. He walked into the main hall absent-mindedly. Madame Mu was talking to Su Xiaoxiao. Seeing Mu Chen come in, she smiled and said, "You're back. You're still telling Xiaoxiao that you should come back." Su Xiaoxiao looked at Mu Chen and saw that he obviously had something to say to Madame Mu, so she stood up. "I haven't finished embroidering the handkerchief yet, so I'm going back to my room. You need to have a good rest, and don't strain your eyes." Mrs. Mu gave a few instructions, and waited for Su Xiaoxiao to leave the main hall before letting Mu Chen sit down. "You want to tell me about Xiaoxiao, right?" Mu Chen didn't expect his mother to still remember this, and he looked surprised. "Since mother knows everything, why don't you send my cousin back?" He thought his mother had forgotten, but now it seems that mother just didn't want to send her cousin back and deliberately didn't mention it. Xiaoxiao must feel bad after this. If I send her back, isn't it obvious that we can't accommodate her in the Mu mansion because of this? Madame Mu paused and continued, "She has been with mother for this period of time, and mother has gotten used to it. If she leaves, she will feel empty inside." Mu Chen's prepared words were useless at this moment. He left the main hall and returned to his room without saying a word. Su Xiaoxiao returned to her room and stared at the handkerchief in her hand in a daze. She knew that what the two said must be related to her. "Madam, you finally met the young master. Why are you still avoiding him?" The maid really couldn't understand. It was obvious that the young lady cared about the young master. "Why are you hiding from him?" Su Xiaoxiao put down her handkerchief and did not answer the maid, but said to her, "Go and see where the young master has gone." The maid responded and turned to go out, and soon came back with the news. "Madam, the young master has returned to his room. My cousin actually compromised with my aunt without coming to my room," and Su Xiaoxiao narrowed her eyes. "Is my guess wrong? What did the two say when my cousin went to see Sister Xian'er for the last time?" Su Xiaoxiao was thinking about Yang Xian and Mu Chen, while Yu Yiluo was thinking about her and Mu Chen. "Oh, this couple won't have a bad ending. I'm really suffocated to be in jail in the palace all day. I'm so annoyed. I want someone to carry me out for some fresh air." The emperor frowned because of the noise of the little guy, and Eunuch Chao was puzzled. Did he annoy the emperor by being here? Or should I leave quietly, so as not to bother the emperor? Thinking of this, Eunuch Chao was about to leave quietly, but the emperor put down his pen and looked at him. What? A thief? Eunuch Chow, I am worried about disturbing the emperor, so I want to go out and wait. Forget it, I go out for a walk. Eunuch Chow smiled and said, I go and prepare. Finally, he can go out for some fresh air. He didn't dare to breathe too loudly and disturb the emperor. This job is really difficult. No need, I take the little princess to the imperial garden. The emperor leaned over and picked up the little girl on the carpet, and raised his hand to rub her head. Now it is autumn, and there are fewer kinds of flowers blooming in the imperial garden. The concubines who usually come to the imperial garden have disappeared because of the previous caning. Without these beauties, the imperial garden is missing a scene. The emperor raised his eyebrows, and walked to the lychee tree in the center of the imperial garden. Missing a scene? He thought it was good. At this time, a light footstep sounded. Yuilua pricked up her ears, and her eyes widened. The imperial garden is an important place to discover secrets. Could it be that they knew I was too bored and gave me a big melon to eat? The emperor, Master, master. The maid's hurried voice, and a scolding sounded. Call, tell me what you found. I found something incredible. Hearing this, Yuilua blinked. Good boy, there really is something to eat. The emperor subconsciously hid behind the rockery, wanting to hear what it was. The woman who was called the master was obviously very anxious, and urged the palace maid impatiently. What incredible thing, I just want to kill that bitch Chinmarin now. The emperor didn't send her to the cold palace for violating the emperor's will. I was wondering how that bitch dared to violate the emperor's will. It turns out that she wanted to take this opportunity to attract the emperor's attention. The emperor actually fell for it. Yuilua laughed in her heart. Tyrant, woman, you are the first one who dares to disobey me. Very good, you have successfully attracted my attention. The tyrant fell for this, ha ha ha, really imaginative. The emperor, Chapter 316. Eunuch Chow secretly glanced at the emperor, and seeing that the emperor just had a gloomy face, and did not let him go out to catch the two, he pricked up his ears, and continued to listen. Master, that concubine Shin is indeed scheming, but what I found has nothing to do with her. This matter is of great importance, so let's go back first. It's of great importance. Could it be that someone cheated on the tyrant again? In fact, it's understandable. The tyrant himself wants to be a monk, but the concubines don't want to be nuns. TSK, especially those guards, they all practice regularly, and their figures are really good. Emperor, let him see who is so bold as to defile the harem. Yuilua was originally worried that the concubine would tell her story, but she said, after the lychee trees were planted in the imperial garden, few people came. Just tell me. The maid looked around, and saw that there was no one around. She lowered her voice and said, It's concubine row. It's concubine row. Great, let her die with the bitch concubine Shin. Go find concubine Shin. Ha, it's concubine Row's aunt? Let me think about the story of Aunt Rupin. In the original book, Aunt Rupin did like Dr. Lin, but she was just mentally cheating on him, and didn't really cuckold the tyrant. Emperor, The tyrant got his own melon, I wonder how he feels now. The footsteps of the two faded away, and the emperor came out from behind the rockery. Your Majesty, I will send someone. No need. The emperor raised his hand to interrupt Eunuch Chow, just send someone to keep an eye on him. With such a small disturbance, at most, he could arrest 2 people for interrogation, which was not the result he wanted. Yuilua secretly glanced at the emperor, and sighed in her heart. It seems that the tyrant also likes to eat melons. He didn't let Chow Gongdong catch people, because he thought the melons were not ripe yet. Emperor, Lady Chen didn't know about the imperial garden. She was asking Qing'er to show her the scars left by the caning. Are the scars still there? She put on her clothes and asked with a frown. Master, it has faded a lot, but there are still scars. You have a scar-prone body. Now you are under house arrest, and there is no plaster. I'm afraid this scar. Without waiting for Qing'er to finish, Lady Chen raised her hand and slammed the table, gritting her teeth and saying, That bitch a concubine Shu. And why did that damn old woman concubine Shu give her lychees for no reason, causing her to suffer such a disaster? My lord, the emperor didn't punish you severely this time. I think he still has some differences in his heart towards you. Lady Chen glanced at Qing'er and motioned her to continue. If it were someone else, at the very least, they would be banished to the cold palace, at the worst, they would be given white silk. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Qing'er glanced at Lady Chen, got up to open the door, and was surprised to see the person outside. Didn't the master no longer associate with Lady Huang? Thinking this in her heart, she still smiled and let someone in. Lady Huang, are you looking for my master? Lady Huang nodded and walked in. Is Miss Chen feeling better? Oh, how come Lady Huang has time to come here? Lady Chen looked at Lady Huang who came in, with a sarcastic look on her face, and her words were even more sarcastic. None of these women in the harem are good. They call her sister, but behind her back, I'm afraid they are wondering why she didn't die quickly. When they entered the palace, they had always had a good relationship. Later, this man hooked up with concubine Ro and stopped associating with her. Now that concubine Ro hooked up with the third concubine, this man thought of her again. Huang Marin seemed not to hear the sarcasm in concubine Chen's tone, and said softly, Sister Chen, are you still blaming me? Seeing that concubine Chen ignored her, she did not get angry, and took out a porcelain bottle, and put it on the table. This is scar removal medicine, Sister Chen, keep it for use. I don't need it. Concubine Chen glanced at the medicine and said stubbornly. Sister Chen, take it. Concubine Huang stuffed the scar removal medicine into her hand. The emperor treats Sister Chen differently. Does Sister Chen want to serve the emperor with scars? What do you mean? Concubine Chen paused after holding the scar removal medicine, then looked at concubine Huang excitedly, her tone much more relaxed. Does the emperor intend to lift my house arrest? Concubine Huang cursed her in her heart as a fool, but said with great patience, although the emperor has not said that he will let Sister Chen go out now, the emperor will treat Sister Chen differently, and will definitely let Sister Chen go out. Chinger, take good care of your master. Leaving this sentence, Huang Marin turned and left. The two left the house, and Huang Marin's maid pretended to be dissatisfied and said, Master, you approached Rupin because of Chen Marin, but she treated you like this, and you even wanted to tell her about Rupin. After hearing the conversation between the two, Chen Marin opened the door directly. What's Rupin's matter? From the maid's tone, it must not be a simple matter. A smile of success appeared on Huang Marin's lips, but when she raised her head, she looked confused. What is Sister Chen saying? Mrs. Chen didn't want to see her pretending to be stupid, so she pulled her into the room and sat down. Just now I misunderstood Sister Huang. Sister, please tell me what happened to concubine Ro. Mrs. Huang looked embarrassed, and after a moment of hesitation, she whispered, There is no evidence yet, sister, please don't spread it. Okay, Sister Huang, please tell me. Mrs. Chen urged anxiously. Concubine Ro has a close relationship with Dr. Lin from the Imperial Hospital, and their relationship is extraordinary. Mrs. Huang had been gone for a long time, and Mrs. Chen was still in shock. Concubine Ro was so bold, did concubine Shu know about it? Master, don't act rashly without any evidence. Chinger said this in a rather tactful way, fearing that concubine Chen would get carried away and run away against the emperor's will. Concubine Huang was still feeling smug, but she didn't know that her conversation with concubine Chen had been reported to the emperor without missing a word. The emperor raised his hand and tapped the table. Concubine Huang? Eunuch Chao immediately stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, concubine Huang and concubine Chen entered the palace at the same time 3 years ago. There are too many concubines to remember. The emperor just nodded and asked Eunuch Chao to ask for Dr. Lin. Your Majesty, are you feeling unwell? Eunuch Chao looked nervous. I asked Dr. Lin to come over. Soon, Eunuch Chao led Dr. Lin over. Dr. Lin put down the medicine box. Your Majesty, I see you. The emperor looked healthy, but Eunuch Chao looked anxious. I thought something had happened. Get up. The emperor stared at Dr. Lin. Which concubines have you treated recently? Dr. Lin was stunned for a moment, then replied truthfully, I have seen concubine Xian and concubine Ro. When he heard concubine Ro, Eunuch Chao was worried for Dr. Lin. It seemed that the emperor did not ask someone to see a doctor, but wanted to find out the truth of what he heard in the imperial garden. Just these two? No others? Dr. Lin nodded and shook his head. I also saw concubine Shu. It seemed that Dr. Lin knew nothing about the scandal between him and Aunt Ro. But what happened? I have records of who I have seen. Chapter 317. Could it be that something happened to the noble ladies, and the emperor asked him to come and ask for punishment? That shouldn't be the case. How could he make a mistake in using medicine? Eunuch Chao, go to the Imperial Hospital and get the records. Eunuch Chao replied, and turned to go to the Imperial Hospital to get the medical records. Yui Lua clicked his tongue in her heart. Dr. Lin is so frank, what else can the tyrant doubt? It's just that Aunt Ripon Luohua has a crush on him. After Eunuch Chao left, the Imperial study became quiet, and Dr. Lin lowered his head slightly. He didn't dare to speak unless the Emperor spoke. Fortunately, Eunuch Chao came back quickly and broke the silence of the Imperial study. Your Majesty, the medical records are all here. Eunuch Chao held the records in front of the emperor and then stepped aside. Seeing this, Yui Luo hurriedly crawled over and tried hard to look up to see the so-called records. How could the emperor not know that she liked to watch the fun? So he raised his hand and picked her up, and then opened the medical records of the Imperial Hospital. It would have been better if he hadn't looked at it. As soon as he saw it, Yui Luo secretly said in his heart, "Wow." The number of times that Dr. Lin saw Aunt Ripon was too many. No wonder she was targeted 5 or 6 times this month alone. Looking back, Yui Luo heaved a sigh of relief. I knew that the two knew their limits. Dr. Lin also brought an apprentice. The tyrant should be relieved now that he was not cheated. The emperor, He wanted to see if Dr. Lin had the same idea. There is no impenetrable wall in the world. If he let things develop, those restless demons in the harem would not be caught, but Dr. Lin would be killed first, which would be a loss. Seeing that the emperor did not speak, Dr. Lin became even more uneasy. You have seen Concubine Ro many times. The emperor closed the record and handed it to Eunuch Chao. His tone was unremarkable. Dr. Lin's heart tightened, and he instantly understood what the emperor meant. He said with a look of panic, "Your Majesty, when I went to see the ladies, I was accompanied by my apprentice, and I didn't have any other thoughts." He was also in a difficult situation. Concubine Xian had done him a favor, and Concubine Ro was on good terms with Concubine Xian. He had to go for Concubine Xian's sake. No wonder the emperor suddenly wanted to see the medical records. It was probably because he had seen Concubine Ro too many times, and someone had spread bad rumors. The ladies are all the emperor's women. Even if the emperor doesn't favor them, they are still his women. He wouldn't dare to touch them even if he had 100 guts. Thinking of this, Lin Tai felt lucky that he brought his apprentice with him, otherwise it would be hard to explain. Not only would it embarrass the emperor, but it would also implicate Concubine Xian. I know you don't have any other thoughts, but I can't guarantee that others will think too much. Others? Is it you or someone in the harem who has ulterior motives? I will let others see Concubine Ro in the future. The emperor shook his head. Everything can be done as usual. Eunuch Chao secretly glanced at the emperor, thinking that the emperor still cares about Concubine Xian. If things continue to develop, I think he wants to find out the concubines in the harem who are jealous of Concubine Xian, so that they can be caught in one fell swoop. No wonder the tyrant didn't arrest Concubine Huang. He wanted to take this opportunity to do a big cleanup in the harem. No, if the matter of Aunt Ripon continues to ferment, the first person to be implicated must be Mother. Is the tyrant doing this for Mother? Although Mother and the tyrant didn't have that, it is indeed obvious that the tyrant often goes to Mother's bedroom. These people don't say it on the surface, but in their hearts they just want my mother to die. Emma, could it be that the tyrant really likes my mother, so he wants to purge those who want to kill my mother? The emperor, If something really happens to Concubine Xian, Luo will definitely say that he can't even manage his own harem. But it's right for the tyrant to protect my mother. The reason why my mother is envied by the harem is because of the tyrant. Dr. Lin understood that the emperor wanted to lure the snake out of its hole. He bowed and said, I obey your order. By the way, the emperor changed the subject. You should also pay attention to Concubine Shu's health. This matter can involve Concubine Xian, so Concubine Shu and Concubine Da will naturally be involved. Concubine Shu has been silent for so long. Will she let go of this good opportunity to strike at Concubine Da and Concubine Shu? To the emperor's surprise, when he came back from the morning court the next day, he saw Luo, who served Concubine Shu, standing at the door of the imperial study. Luo saw the emperor coming over here, and knelt down to pay her respects. Did Concubine Shu get the news so quickly? That shouldn't be the case. Concubine Chun and Concubine Huang haven't made any move yet. Does the concubine have something to ask me? The emperor glanced at Luo, who was kneeling on the ground, and asked in a deep voice. Your Majesty, today the imperial physician went to see the concubine, and said that the place where the concubine lives is too small and airtight. I dared to ask the emperor to change the concubine's residence. If she rested enough and started to take action, if you want to change your residence, just change it. Why are you using the imperial physician as an excuse? I will ask Concubine Shu to rearrange her residence. You can go to Concubine Shu directly for these matters in the future. The emperor entered the imperial study, and asked Eunuch Chao to tell Concubine Shu to arrange a larger palace for Concubine Shu. When Concubine Shu learned about this, she specially gathered Concubine Xian and Concubine Da to discuss it. That damn old woman is going to make trouble. Concubine Da chuckled, so Sister Shu should arrange a better palace for her in one go to save her from making trouble. Concubine Xian nodded in agreement, and suddenly remembered something and asked, Why haven't you seen Sister Ripon recently? Before, Rupin often came to look for them, but it was unusual. Concubine Shu was making moves again, so she had to pay more attention. She seems to be feeling unwell. When I asked her, she said she was fine. Shufei looked at Xianfei. Are you worried about something happening, Xianfei? No way, maybe Rupin has locked herself in the room again to make toys for Luor. Rupin was sighing at the moment. Why don't you think the prickly heat on my back will get better? Jinji was about to say something when there was a knock on the door. Go open the door. Qinger stood at the door and bowed to Jinji. Please give this to Rupin. After closing the door again, Jinji handed the note from Qinger to Rupin. Your Majesty, this is what Concubine Shen asked the maid to give you. Rupin raised her eyebrows slightly, took the note and opened it. There was nothing extra on it except that she was asked to meet Concubine Shen in the side hall. Concubine Shen is still restless despite being under house arrest. Rupin stood up. Go see Concubine Shen. Rupin couldn't actually guess what the Emperor was thinking. Although Concubine Shen was under house arrest, the people around her could come and go at will, and the Emperor didn't forbid other people from visiting her. Why does your Majesty have to go see Concubine Shen? Rupin didn't answer, but remembered what Concubine Xian and the others had taught her, that she had to be careful about everything and not be cheated. So she decided to go and find out. Although she wasn't as smart as Concubine Xian and the others, she was more than enough to deal with the stupid Concubine Shen. Chapter 318. After listening to the maid's words, Concubine Shen decided to test the truth of Concubine Ro first. If it was true, she would use it to threaten Concubine Ro and let her deal with Concubine Shu and the others. Concubine Shu and the others were on good terms with Concubine Ro, so they would not be on guard against her. In this way, even if she was confined, she could still reap the benefits. Master, what did you ask Concubine Ro to come here for? Concubine Shen looked confident, in a minute. Concubine Huang told me this on purpose just to make me go against the will of the Emperor like last time. She really thought I was a fool. Seeing her like this, Qinger felt relieved. Her master had learned a lot from the last incident. She must have had a plan in mind before inviting Concubine Ro to come. While she was thinking, someone knocked on the door. Concubine Shen stood up impatiently to open it. Hello, Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro nodded. Concubine Shen, what is the matter with you asking me to come here? Concubine Shen glanced at Jinji behind her, and the meaning was self-evident. Is it possible that my maids are not allowed to enter here? I'm afraid Concubine Ro doesn't want her to know what I want to say. Concubine Ro was not annoyed. She just smiled and asked the maid to guard outside the door, and she walked into the house and sat down. Concubine Shen sneered in her heart. Laugh as much as you want now, or you won't be able to laugh later. Go ahead. Seeing Concubine Shen close the door, Concubine Ro smiled and said, I am very curious about what it is that cannot be known to others. Has Concubine Ro often asked Dr. Lin to see you recently? Concubine Ro paused, then calmly returned to normal. Yes, it's not right to see a doctor when you are sick. Qinger, who was standing by, was dumbfounded when she heard Concubine Shen ask this question. She thought her master had learned to be smart, but she asked Concubine Ro so directly. Isn't this alerting the enemy? She tried her best to wink at Concubine Shen, but Concubine Shen's attention was on Concubine Ro, so she didn't have time to look at her. It is indeed right for the concubine to see the imperial physician for treatment. Concubine Shen interpreted Concubine Ro's slight pause as a guilty conscience, and showed a smug look on her face. But Concubine Ro summoned Imperial Physician Lin several times a month. Is this also right? At this point, if Concubine Ro still doesn't understand what Lady Chen means, she'd be a fool. Lady Chen was even more pleased when she saw Concubine Ro didn't say anything. Concubine Ro, don't be afraid. If you do as I say, I won't tell anyone about this. Lady Ro, master, have some tea. Qinger wanted to interrupt Lady Chen's stupidity, but Lady Chen waved her hand to tell her not to get in the way. Concubine Ro raised her hand to take the tea, took a sip, raised her eyes, and asked, What do you want me to do? It's very simple. Concubine Chen's eyes were filled with undisguised resentment. If you find a way to deal with Concubine Shu, I will keep it a secret for you. Otherwise, if you commit the crime of defilement in the harem, Concubine Ro will know the consequences. The secret guard, who was monitoring Concubine Chen, felt that he had committed the habit of embarrassing others. How could Concubine Chen be so stupid and funny? Concubine Huang had to find a sharper knife to kill someone with a borrowed knife. Concubine Ro was silent for a while, then stood up with a smile. Defilement in the harem? When did Concubine Chen see me defilement in the harem? She paused here and said in a deep voice, Could it be that Concubine Chen violated the Emperor's will and went out of the palace to monitor me? Concubine Chen's face turned pale, and she retorted sharply, "Don't talk nonsense. I have been in the palace and have not gone out." She was scared when she thought about violating the emperor's will. Last time, she was mad at those bitches. Fortunately, the emperor spared her. That's strange. Princess Rose sighed. Concubine Chen knew how many times I had seen the imperial physician in the palace. Since you didn't go out, someone deliberately said this to you. This person is too bad. Concubine Chen pursed her lips, secretly cursing Concubine Huang for having bad intentions and betraying her immediately. Concubine Huang told me. No wonder I always felt that someone was wandering around my bedroom recently. It turned out to be Concubine Huang. Concubine Ro looked serious. Sister Chen used this unfounded thing to threaten me. I will not bother with you because you were used by others. Don't be so stupid in the future. You, Concubine Chen was furious and said unwillingly, do you really have nothing to do with Dr. Lin? How about you and me go to the emperor to explain this matter in person? No need. How dare Concubine Chen? If Concubine Ro dares to go to the emperor, she must have a clear conscience. Then how about resolving the matter of Concubine Shu? Concubine Ro continued to ask. You threaten me? Concubine Chen's eyes widened. She was the one who had the upper hand just now. What if I threaten you? Concubine Ro's eyes darkened. I just want to teach you to find out whether the matter is true next time you threaten someone. Leaving this sentence, Concubine Ro got up and left. Concubine Chen was so angry that she trembled as she watched her leave. She cursed loudly. This bitch Huang Marin really deserves to die. She actually wanted to use me. Qinger was silent on the side, thinking that others couldn't use your brain, and at most it could only harm yourself. Unable to bear to see Chen Marin going crazy, she stepped forward and said, Master, why do you want to confront Rupin? This is to alert the enemy. I don't care whether she alerts the enemy or not. I will not let Huang Marin go anyway. Qinger, your life is still in the hands of others, but you still want to not let Huang Marin go. You should first think about whether Concubine Ro will tell Concubine Shu about this. Concubine Chen raised her hand and slapped the table heavily. Her eyes immediately reddened with pain. She said she won't bother with me. Not only did Qinger remain speechless, but the eavesdropping secret guards almost laughed out loud. Can Concubine Chen be more naive? Concubine Ro returned to her bedroom, and was shocked to find that her back was soaked. These people really didn't let go of any slightest movement. She did have different thoughts about Dr. Lin, but she also knew her identity, so she just asked someone to come and see the doctor, and didn't do anything else out of the ordinary. It seems that I have to stay away from Dr. Lin in the future, and I can't cause trouble for Sister Xianfei and the others. Sister Xianfei is now at the center of the storm, and Dr. Lin was promoted because of Sister Xianfei. If something happens to her, it will definitely implicate Sister Xianfei. Moreover, Dr. Lin knows nothing, and I can't let myself be implicated. Your Majesty, what did Concubine Chen tell you? Jinji was stunned when she saw Concubine Ro coming back, and she was worried. She was serving outside the palace before, and later the Majesty dealt with her personal maid and promoted her up. Nothing. Rupin stood up and suddenly asked, How do you think Sister Xianfei and the others treat me? Jinji was stunned, then said, Of course they are very good, they always think of you, which is much better than the previous beauty Huang who only fanned the flames. Rupin nodded and suddenly laughed, feeling relieved. If it were the previous maid, she would definitely ask how she could use a few people to climb the Emperor's dragon bed to gain favor. Jinji saw her laugh and was puzzled. Did I say something wrong? Chapter 319. The palace servant at the door interrupted their conversation. Your Majesty, Dr. Lin is here to see you. Rupin replied without hesitation. You can ask Dr. Lin to go back. I don't need to see you today. Her voice was loud, so Dr. Lin outside the door naturally heard it. Could it be that Rupin also heard some crazy talk? Your Majesty, I am here to see you on the order of the Emperor. The familiar voice came into her ears, and Rupin's hand holding the handkerchief tightened. Since the Emperor asked Lin Tai to come, it proved that the Emperor knew that Lin Tai had been treating her recently. If she refused, she would be guilty. After a moment's hesitation, she said, Then come in. Jinji went to open the door, and invited Lin Tai in. Lin Tai's apprentice was still following behind him. Your Majesty, I greet you. Rupin sat upright on the chair, stretched out her hand, and said in a calm voice, Lin Tai, there is no need to be polite, just take my pulse. Seeing that Rupin looked like she wanted to keep him away from her, Lin Tai secretly complained. I don't know who spread this story. He and Concubine Ro have never talked about anything, so how could there be a private relationship? Seeing that Dr. Lin took his hand after taking the pulse, Jinji asked hurriedly, Dr. Lin, why is it that the queen is still not getting better after taking the medicine according to your prescription? Dr. Lin signaled his apprentice to bring the medicine box over, and handed a dose of medicine to Concubine Ro. If the queen doesn't feel better after taking this medicine, you can ask the princess for help. Concubine Ro only said that she had prickly heat on her back. Although he was a doctor, he couldn't see whether it was prickly heat or something else on Concubine Ro's back, so he couldn't prescribe the right medicine. Okay. Rupin understood what he meant and motioned Jinji to take the medicine and send the person out. The maid next to Huang Marin saw Dr. Lin coming out of Rupin's room and hurried to tell Huang Marin. Master, Dr. Lin is here to see Rupin again. Did that fool Chen Marin do anything? Huang Marin stood up and walked to the window, watching Dr. Lin leave and asked. Today, Rupin went to Chen Marin. I don't know what they said. After Rupin left, Chen Marin said she would not let the master go. What? Concubine Huang turned around abruptly and stared at the maid. Why are you telling me now? The maid was a little scared by her stare and said in a trembling voice, Master, you asked me to keep an eye on Concubine Ro. I wanted to tell you right away, but I saw Dr. Lin coming over here, so I was delayed. What an idiot! What on earth is in Concubine Chen's mind? Concubine Huang was so angry that her chest heaved and her eyes almost spit fire. If a normal person knew about this, wouldn't they all try to find evidence so that they could bring the matter to the emperor when they had ironclad evidence? Concubine Chen went straight to the real person. Was she trying to test Concubine Ro? Thinking of this, Concubine Huang felt that it was almost certain, otherwise Concubine Chen would not have said that she would not let Concubine Ro go after she left. Why is this person's mind different from theirs? Even if she didn't look for evidence, with her impulsive personality, she would run to the emperor to complain regardless of everything. If there is no evidence at that time, Concubine Chen will kill herself. But now, this fool Concubine Chen not only did not kill herself, but also made Concubine Ro be on guard. Master, there is no impenetrable wall in the world. As long as Concubine Ro still allows Dr. Lin to see her, there will be no worries about not having a chance. After the maid whispered beside her, Concubine Huang suddenly smiled with a calculating look on her face. Yes, Concubine Ro is not much smarter than Concubine Chen. We still have a chance. If the two of them have an affair, that's even better. If not, she will create one for them. If the matter gets out of hand, she will implicate the three concubines. The smile on Concubine Huang's mouth kept expanding. When the three concubines were suppressed, it would be her time to come out. Rupin, who was heading to Concubine Xian's palace, sneezed. She raised her hand and rubbed her nose, muttering, Which bastard is scolding me behind my back? Jinji chuckled, Master, autumn is different now than before, you should wear more clothes. As the two were talking, they had already arrived at Concubine Xian's Zuihua palace. The palace servant at the door saw that it was Rupin and smiled and greeted her. Rupin nodded and walked into the inner room. Concubine Shu and Concubine Do were about to leave, but when they saw Rupin coming in, they sat down again. Just now, Concubine Xian was still saying that she didn't know what Concubine Ro was busy with recently. Now she's here. Concubine De said, as she pushed the fruits in front of her towards Concubine Ro. Hello, sisters. Concubine Ro sat on the empty chair after greeting and sighed, I have had prickly heat on my back recently, and I don't know why. Concubine Shu looked at Concubine Ro jokingly, then looked at the fruits in front of her, eat more fruits to reduce your heat, and I think you'd be fine. I was wondering if you were hiding and making toys for Lure again. Sister Shufei. Rupin's face flushed, and she looked at Shufei with a reproachful look, I didn't make toys for the little princess. If you say that, I can't justify not doing something. The few of them smiled at each other, and Defei suddenly said seriously, Didn't Sister Rupin go to see the imperial physician? Yui Luo, who was brought to Concubine Xian's palace by the emperor, complained when she heard this. How could she not have seen it? If she hadn't seen it, how could others spread rumors about her and imperial physician Lin? Although Concubine Xian didn't understand what the rumors were, since it involved imperial physician Lin, it must not be a good rumor. Seeing the emperor coming in, several people stood up and saluted. No need to be polite, sit down. After sitting down, they all quieted down, and the emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Is he a monster? They were chatting happily just now, but he became silent when he came in. Shu Fei. Several people were silent, so the emperor took the initiative to speak. Have you arranged a bedroom for Shu Taifei? I have arranged it all. After that, the room fell silent again. And Rupin should not have told my mother about Chen Marin. Thinking of the report from the secret guard, Yuilua laughed wildly in her heart. It was so funny that Concubine Chen was so stupid to test Aunt Ripon, who would be stupid enough to admit it. She was not smart, and she was threatening others. Concubine Huang probably didn't expect that Concubine Chen's brain circuit was like this, otherwise she wouldn't want to use Concubine Chen. This is good. She failed to use her, and even alerted the enemy. Concubine Xian lowered her eyes, and analyzed Yuilua's thoughts, and she roughly understood what was going on. The Emperor brought Yuilua here deliberately to let her reveal something to Concubine Xian, so he got up and left after sitting for a while. Huh? Ripon let out a heavy breath when she saw the Emperor leave. It's scary when the Emperor doesn't speak. After saying this, Ripon suddenly looked serious. You all go down. Guessing that she was going to talk about what Luo mentioned in her heart, Concubine Xian sent away the people serving around. What's wrong? Did that damn old woman Shu Taifei threaten you? Concubine Shu looked at Ripon and teased. Ripon told everything that happened today, looking frustrated. Chapter 320. After hearing this, Concubine Shu stopped laughing and looked straight at Concubine Ro, saying in unison, What do you think of Dr. Lin? Ah? Concubine Ro was stunned for a moment, then raised her eyes to meet the serious gazes of the three people. She felt that her thoughts were exposed, and whispered, Didn't you guess it? You were smiling when you talked about Dr. Lin. It would be strange if they didn't see it. It's true. Concubine Shu leaned back in her chair. It's okay for us to know, but you should hide it in front of others to avoid being talked about. Da Fei nodded in agreement. Defilement of the harem is a serious crime. I swear. Ripon raised her hand seriously. I really just asked Lin Tai to help me with my diagnosis, and I never said anything extra. She was punished by the Emperor to stay in the bedroom and fell ill. People around her went to ask the imperial physician, but they all refused. In the end, Lin Tai diagnosed her. Later, she didn't know why, but she kept thinking of Lin Tai in her mind. But this was just her wishful thinking. She clearly understood that Lin Tai was just doing his duty, and had no other intentions towards her. Since you said that the Emperor asked Imperial Physician Lin to continue to see you, then you should keep doing it as usual. Empress Xian said in a gentle voice, If Concubine Huang fails to use Concubine Chen, she will definitely take action herself. But if we keep doing it as usual, won't they give her a chance? Princess Ro asked the question in her heart. Sister Concubine Xian meant that she would go to the Tiger Mountain even though she knew there was a tiger. That's right. Empress Xian nodded. Of course we have to give her a chance, because avoiding it is not the key to solving the problem. Since Concubine Huang wants to use this matter to implicate us, we must teach her a painful lesson. Concubine Shu and Concubine De looked at each other. A lesson that will make her never have a chance to plot against us again. What about Concubine Chen? Concubine Ro asked again. Their attention was all on Concubine Huang. Concubine Chen was stupid, but she was not a good person either. Concubine Chen did things without thinking. The reason she was able to live well before was because she was the same as everyone else. But this time the Emperor did not punish her severely, so naturally someone would take care of her. Concubine Xian curved her lips. Concubine Shu had worked hard to sharpen Concubine Chen's blunt knife, and she didn't know where she would use it. Concubine Ro looked at the three of them in admiration, and gave them a thumbs up. We all have brains, but why is mine not as smart as your sister's? Fortunately, she didn't deal with the three of them at the beginning, otherwise she wouldn't know what happened. Perhaps they also thought she was as stupid and ridiculous as Concubine Chen at that time. Right, if you hold on to the thighs of the three of them tightly, you may not get love, but you will definitely be able to save your life. By the way, Concubine Xian adjusted Yuilua's hair. If Concubine Shu goes to find Sister Ro, don't panic. Shu Taifei is looking for me. Ripon's eyes widened. Could it be that Shu Taifei will also be involved in this matter? Then she can't think straight with that damn old woman Shu Taifei. If Lady Huang wants to make this matter bigger, she must rely on Shu Taifei's help. Shu Fei saw Ripon's puzzled face, and explained softly. How can you involve the three of us if you don't make this matter bigger? It can hit me and Sister Defei. Even if Shu Taifei doesn't do it herself, she will definitely do something secretly. Although this matter involves them, it's just not painful. Ripon thought it was just the three people's guess, but she didn't expect that at noon the next day, she heard Concubine Shu invite all the concubines to her new palace. Everyone knew that Concubine Shu liked quietness, and the sudden invitation made many people who had never even seen the Emperor very excited. Concubine Shu made such a big fuss, how could the Emperor not come? So everyone tried their best to dress up, trying to be noticed by the Emperor at a glance. When Yuilua was brought here by Concubine Xian, she saw a yard full of beautiful girls. All of them were glittering with jewels, and in the sun, Yuilua's eyes were almost blinded. My god, no wonder the tyrant doesn't want to enter the harem. Just these pearl hairpins can blind your eyes and make your head hurt. This kind of good fortune is really not something that everyone can enjoy. Huang Marin stood in the corner, glanced at concubine Xian and the others, stayed for a few seconds, and silently retracted her gaze. She was just worrying about how to get close to concubine Shu, but she didn't expect to have the opportunity today. Concubine Shu thought that concubine Xian and the others would not come, and she was a little surprised to see these people. She looked at the 4 people with a kind smile on her face. I was worried that you guys didn't have time to come, but I didn't expect you to give me face like this. It's so lively here, how can we not come? After saying this in a gentle voice, Concubine Da looked at the concubines around and told them, Concubine Dowager likes quietness, sister, don't make too much noise. When the concubines saw a few people coming, they hurriedly bowed to greet them, and responded in unison. Concubine Da smiled gently, and sent these people away. Her eyes fell on Concubine Huang. This sister is unfamiliar, I don't remember there being a new person in the palace. Concubine Huang stepped forward and said respectfully, replying to Concubine Da, I entered the palace 3 years ago. Da Fei just nodded and said nothing more. Xu Fei curved her lips and looked at Huang Marin. They say that if you want to be pretty, you have to wear mourning clothes. My sister's dress is very different from others. No wonder Da Fei noticed it at a glance. Haha, and Xu Fei's ability to stir up trouble is amazing. With just one sentence, Huang Marin became a thorn in the eyes of the concubines who dressed up for the tyrant. Xu Fei had just finished saying this, and the people who were still laughing at Huang Marin stopped laughing and looked at her with sparks in their eyes. Huang Marin curled up her hanging hands tightly and cursed Xu Fei and Da Fei in her heart. These two are really annoying. They have to stare at her. But don't worry. If they make her unhappy today, she will find a way to get back at them. She collected her thoughts and was about to say something, but heard concubine Xu say, Everyone, please sit down. I asked everyone to come here because I feel that the yard is empty, and I want to plant some flowers and plants. Please help me with some ideas. For a while, everyone's attention shifted to concubine Xu, and those who knew about flowers and plants expressed their opinions. Don't you like Buddhist scriptures? Why do you want to plant flowers and plants again? There are so many people here. Who knows more than mother? As soon as Yuilua finished speaking, she saw concubine Xu looking over here. What are you looking at? Are you trying to cue your mother? I heard that concubine Xian has planted a lot of flowers and plants in her bedroom. I guess she knows a lot about flowers and plants. Concubine Xian nodded and said softly, I can't say I know much. If concubine likes them, you can go to my bedroom and bring some to me. Okay, I let Lure bring some to me. It seems that concubine Xu likes her current bedroom very much. I'm relieved. Concubine Xu looked at concubine Xu's yard. It was indeed empty. It was indeed time to plant some flowers and plants. Before concubine Xu could speak, a message of the emperor's arrival sounded, and then the emperor came in from the main gate. Everyone in the yard hurriedly stood up and knelt down to salute. Everyone, get up. Chapter 321. The concubines stood up with smiles, and began to adjust their dresses and hair accessories subconsciously. It's so lively here, Aunt. The emperor walked to concubine Xian's side very naturally, and took Yuilu in his arms. It's even more lively now that the emperor is here. Concubine Xu smiled and ordered someone to serve tea to the emperor. As soon as the emperor picked up the tea, he heard Yuilua say, How can it not be lively? Everyone is coming for you. Remembering that she always said shocking things, the emperor put down the tea in his hand, looked at the shy concubines below, squinted slightly, and his eyes fell on the elegantly dressed Huang Marin. Who is this? Eunuch Chao hurried forward and said, Your Majesty, this is concubine Huang. It seems that everyone who comes here wants to see concubine Huang. Haha, the tyrant is definitely doing it on purpose. The emperor nodded, and his emotions could not be heard from his words. She is dressed differently. The other concubines were jealous when they heard this, and they cast glares at concubine Huang intentionally or unintentionally. Concubine Xian chuckled. Just now, when concubine Da came in, she also noticed concubine Huang at a glance. Concubine Huang bit her lip, suppressed her joy, and tried to keep her tone steady. Thank you for the compliment, Your Majesty. Although others would see her as a thorn in the eye, as long as she was noticed by the emperor, there was no need to worry that concubine Xu would not notice her. The emperor said softly, When I came in, I felt that my eyes were dazzled by everyone's pearl hairpins, and I felt much better when I saw concubine Huang's elegant dress. The concubines who were dressed up carefully thought in their hearts, Did the emperor think that they were not as well dressed as that bitch concubine Huang? She was dressed like she was going to a funeral, and I didn't know if I thought the palace was short of food and clothing for her. Concubine Shu glanced at concubine Huang and said jokingly, "You all heard that the emperor likes simple and elegant dresses." Concubine Huang was once again tortured by everyone's gaze. Her hand holding the teacup lost its balance, and the teacup fell to the ground with a crisp sound. "I didn't mean it." Concubine Huang knelt on the ground with a pale face, fearing that the emperor would blame her for it. "You bitch," who deliberately attracted the emperor's attention. The concubine sitting in the back cursed in a low voice. Concubine Huang was too timid. She was so timid and wanted to make trouble. She should have thought that other concubines would throw daggers at her when she dressed so simply. "It seems that my coming here makes everyone uncomfortable." The emperor looked at concubine Huang with a smile. "Or am I so scary that concubine Huang can't even hold a teacup steady?" "Your Majesty misunderstood." Concubine Huang shook her head quickly. "Damn it, I can't even hold a teacup steady." This little episode was quickly exposed. Concubine Shu chatted with the emperor for a few words, and then acted tired. "Since Auntie is tired, everyone should go back." The emperor had already spoken, and the concubine stood up and said goodbye, looking back every few steps as she walked out of concubine Shu's bedroom. Soon, only the emperor, the 3 concubines, and concubine Ro were left in the courtyard. "If you like flowers and plants, I ask Eunuch Chow to go to the greenhouse and bring some to you." "Thank you, Your Majesty," said concubine Shu, looking at concubine Xian. "I wonder if it's convenient for concubine Xian." "If it's convenient, I have someone go and get some with you now." Concubine Xian nodded slightly. "Of course it's convenient." Recalling that there was nothing special about the flowers and plants at concubine Xian's place, the emperor tacitly agreed to this. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, concubine Shu went back to the room and lay on the couch, saying to Lure, "Go and invite Lady Huang over." Although she didn't understand why the concubine invited Lady Huang over, Lure still responded and turned around to go out of the house to look for Lady Huang. After Lady Huang walked out of concubine Shu's bedroom for a while, she was stopped by several concubines. "What do you want to do, sisters?" Lady Huang stared at them and warned them, "This is the palace, you can't be so presumptuous. You know better than me how the emperor punished those who gathered to fight last time." "Bitch." The leader raised his hand and slapped Lady Huang. "You still dare to mention the emperor." After saying that, he raised his hand and grabbed her clothes. With a look of disgust on his face, "You are dressed like you are going to a funeral. Are you very proud that the emperor noticed you?" Huang Marin covered her slapped face and shook her head to deny it. "I didn't." At this time, a sound of footsteps was heard. The concubines surrounding Huang Marin looked at each other and turned away when they heard the footsteps. "Huang Marin, please stay." Lure came from the right side of the palace road and only saw the backs of several concubines leaving and Huang Marin standing under the palace wall. Huang Marin recognized that this was someone next to concubine Shu and forgot the pain on her face for a moment. "But concubine Shu is looking for me." She raised her face, and the clear slap marks were naturally seen by Lure, but concubine Shu only asked her to look for someone, and did not ask her to meddle in other people's business, so Lure chose to ignore it. Yes, concubine Shu is looking for concubine Huang for something. Lure took concubine Huang to concubine Shu's bedroom, and when she saw the slap marks on concubine Huang's face, concubine Shu looked worried. "Poor thing, how could a good face be beaten like this? Lure, go get some medicine for concubine Huang." "Thank you, concubine, for the medicine." Huang Marin took the medicine from Lure and said in a gentle voice, "I wonder what the concubine wants me to do." Seeing that she didn't complain to herself, concubine Shu rarely looked up to Huang Marin. She was not too stupid. "I see that you are smart and patient, so I want you to help decorate the yard." Huang Marin looked flattered. "As long as the concubine doesn't mind, I will do my best to decorate your yard." When she was sleepy, someone handed her a pillow, and Huang Marin covered up the calculation in her eyes. "Then you can come tomorrow. Go back and rest today. Remember to apply medicine on your face. Don't waste this beautiful face." Mrs. Huang lowered her head and said yes, then left. Watching her walk away, Lure said dissatisfiedly, "Tai Fei, this Lady Huang is not simple-minded. Why do you let her help decorate the yard?" Tai Fei Shu laughed at Lure. "How do you know she is not simple? If Lady Huang was as stupid as Lady Qin, she would not let Lure go to find this person. Isn't her dress a sign of deep scheming?" Lure curled her lips. She even deliberately attracted the emperor's attention. Tai Fei Shu didn't care and told Lure wait outside. When the person who went to get flowers and plants from concubine Xian comes, arrange the flowers and plants first. Lure nodded, and was extremely puzzled. Why did the Tai Fei have to get flowers and plants from Concubine Xian? Could it be that the flowers and plants from Concubine Xian were better than those in the greenhouse? Not only Lure couldn't figure it out, Concubine Xian herself couldn't figure it out either. After Concubine Shu's people left, Concubine De frowned slightly. I always feel that Concubine Shu would not distribute flowers and plants for no reason. Will something happen? Yes, that old woman who died was full of calculations. Concubine Ro agreed. Concubine Xian smiled at the few people and said softly, the flowers and plants here don't have any strange effects. Even if she wants to calculate, she can't calculate it against me. Chapter 322. Xu Fei chuckled when she heard this. That's right, we have to fight back. Can that old woman's brain outsmart us? Rupin laughed dryly, my brain is only half, but the brains of the sisters are definitely smarter than that old woman's. Auntie Rupin is quite self-aware. Hee, now Concubine Huang and Concubine Shu have already connected. Yui Lua's thoughts just fell, and then she heard Concubine De say that Concubine Huang probably went to see Concubine Shu. Concubine Ro was confused, her eyes moving between the three people. Did you send someone to monitor Concubine Huang? Of course they didn't, but the tyrant did send someone to keep an eye on Concubine Huang. Seeing the speechless faces of the few people, Concubine Ro chuckled. I said that my brain is only half a brain. 3 people, After what Sister Defei said today, it's hard for Concubine Shu not to pay attention to Concubine Huang. Concubine Xian said, looking at Concubine Ro, who looked like she had realized it, and smiled. Do you think Sister Defei really noticed Concubine Huang at first sight? She just wanted to help her. In the next few days, Huang Marin went to Shu Taifei to help plant flowers and plants every day. After 5 days, Shu Taifei's empty yard was filled with flowers and plants. The concubines in the harem knew that Huang Marin had caught Shu Taifei's eye. They were jealous, but they didn't dare to do anything to her. You have worked hard these days. Shu Taifei smiled kindly at Huang Marin and motioned Lure to serve her tea. The two chatted for a while drinking tea, and someone came in and said that Lin Tai was here. Shu Taifei put down the tea. Please let him in. Dr. Lin came in and bowed, and then he felt a probing gaze on him. He ignored the gaze and said softly, I am here to check the pulse of the concubine dowager. Concubine dowager Shu held out her hand. Your Majesty is worried about you coming to me so often. Since you are here, please check on Lady Huang as well. Lady Huang was listening to the conversation between the two, still thinking about something in her mind, and suddenly heard Concubine Dowager Shu mention her. She raised her eyes and said, Thank you, Concubine Dowager. Dr. Lin retracted his hand. This is all my responsibility. The Concubine Dowager is fine. Now that the weather is getting colder, just be careful not to catch a cold. I said it was nothing. The Emperor is also concerned about the health of the Concubine Dowager, said Imperial Physician Lin, making a gesture of invitation to Lady Huang. After checking her pulse, he said, The beauty is fine. Everything is fine. Thank you, Imperial Physician Lin. Lady Huang slowly withdrew her hand and suddenly asked, I wonder if Sister Rupin has recovered. Imperial Physician Lin was startled, and put away the medicine box with a normal expression. It would be more appropriate for Lady Huang to ask Lady Rupin in person. I take my leave. Lady Huang sneered in her heart. Her hands were blistered from helping Concubine Shu plant flowers and plants these days. Fortunately, she got some useful information today. I just said something wrong. Concubine Huang recalled her thoughts and looked worried. I just saw that Dr. Lin went to Sister Rupin frequently, so I asked a few more questions. Concubine Shu raised her eyelids. She had previously thought that Concubine Huang was working hard for the Emperor, but now it seemed that she was just like Concubine Chen, and wanted to use her to overthrow the enemy. She stroked the teacup in her hand. Concubine Huang deliberately mentioned this matter in front of her, and it seemed that she wanted to make a big deal out of it. Thinking of this, Concubine Shu suppressed a little smile, and her tone was slightly reproachful. You did say something wrong. You should only say it here. If others hear it, it will inevitably cause people to spread rumors about Concubine Ro. Concubine Huang said that she knew she was wrong, but in her heart she hoped that others would spread rumors and implicate the 3 concubines. You have worked hard to help me plant these flowers and plants recently. Go back and have a rest. After sending away Concubine Huang and the people who served her, Concubine Shu called out Xiao Shi'ai's. Did you hear what Concubine Huang said just now? Xiao Shi'ai's nodded. Concubine Huang had a strong desire for revenge. Concubine De and others pushed her to the forefront that day. She wanted to use the Empress's hand to make this matter bigger and implicate several people. Your Majesty, are you going to take action? Concubine Shu pondered for a moment and shook her head. Concubine Huang can't see the situation in the harem clearly, so she naively thinks that this matter can do anything to the three concubines. Since she helped me plant flowers and plants, I will provide her with some help. She still has to sing the show by herself. Even if this matter can implicate three people, if the family backgrounds behind the three people are not overthrown tomorrow, they will only receive some light punishment. She is still preparing a more exciting drama waiting for the Emperor and a few people, so how can she waste too much energy on this matter? Your Majesty is wise. Waving her hand to let the people leave, Concubine Shu called Luer to invite Concubine Ro to come over. Concubine Ro was still eating the snacks that Concubine Xian had just sent. When she heard Concubine Shu invite her over, she almost dropped the snacks in her hand. Concubine Xian's sisters were really good at predicting things. Concubine Shu actually sent someone to invite her over today. She put down the snacks and took Jinji and Luer to Concubine Shu's bedroom. Along the way, she recalled the method that Concubine Xian taught her how to deal with Concubine Shu when she sent someone to deliver snacks just now, and in a blink of an eye, she arrived at the door of Concubine Shu's bedroom. Empress Rupin, please come in. Empress Rupin lifted her skirt and walked in. Concubine Shu was sitting on a couch by the window. There were 2 cups of tea on the small table beside the couch, as if she had expected her to come. She walked slowly to Concubine Shu, and without waiting for her to greet her, Concubine Shu smiled and asked her to sit down, and then said gently, I heard from Concubine Huang that you were not feeling well, and thinking that Imperial Physician Lin often comes to check your pulse, I called you over to ask if you have consulted the Imperial Physician. Concubine Rupin was sitting obediently, but she was so angry that she slammed the table and stood up after hearing this. Realizing that she seemed too emotional, Concubine Ro sat back on the chair. I was just too angry. Concubine Huang must have seen that Dr. Lin often visited me, so she gossiped about me and insulted my innocence in front of the concubine. Seeing that Concubine Ro was full of anger, but she did not feel guilty when she mentioned Dr. Lin, Concubine Shu lowered her eyes. Concubine Huang was playing tricks on her, and it seemed that she was not much smarter than Concubine Shen. Since Dr. Lin has seen you, I won't worry about it. Concubine Rose smiled, thank you, Concubine Dowager, for your concern for my health. I have gotten much better after taking this medicine. After that, she complimented Concubine Shu again. Concubine Shu rubbed her eyebrows, and felt that Concubine Ro was really noisy. Concubine Ro pretended not to notice Concubine Shu's impatience, and continued to chatter. Concubine Dowager, did that beauty Huang say anything bad about me? Concubine Ro. Concubine Dowager Shu interrupted Concubine Ro, since you are fine, go back first. Concubine Ro stood up, I am very happy to chat with Concubine Dowager. I will come again when I have time. I won't bother you anymore. After sending Concubine Ro out, Luer came back and rubbed her ears. This Concubine Ro is too noisy. I really don't know how Concubine Xian and others can tolerate her. Chapter 323. Empress Xian was playing with Yuilua in Zuehua Palace. The laughter of Concubine Shu and Concubine Da came from the door. The two came slowly. Sister Xian is right. Concubine Shu really summoned Concubine Ro to her palace. I think Concubine Ro will come over soon. Although Yuilua can't walk yet, she likes to crawl on the carpet very much. The floor of Empress Xian's bedroom is covered with the best carpet, allowing her to crawl happily on it. Hearing the voices of the two, Yuilua raised her head and stared at the two people approaching her with a pair of big black eyes. Concubine Shu asked Auntie Ro to come over to test her, but she didn't know if Auntie Ro could fool her. Luer, come here, Auntie. Concubine Shu squatted down and opened her hands to signal Yuilua to come over and let her hold her. Luer, Auntie has a beautiful hairpin here. Concubine Da also squatted down and took off the butterfly hairpin on her head and held it in her hand. Yuilua, who was originally worried about who to choose, immediately used her hands and feet to crawl towards Concubine Da, and her speed was so fast. Okay, Sister Defei, why are you cheating? And Shufei, don't be too sad. I still love you. Climbing in front of Concubine Da, not wanting to show that it was because of the gold hairpin, Yuilua threw herself into Concubine Da's arms first, kissed her on the face, and then stared at the gold hairpin in her hand. Concubine Da was so happy to be kissed that she also kissed her soft little face back. Worried that the hairpin would prick her, she did not give the hairpin in her hand to her, but gave it to Concubine Xian. Sister Concubine Xian, Luer will definitely be conceited when she grows up. Concubine Xian chuckled. Luor was not conceited at all. It was obviously because the hairpin was made of gold. Look at Luor. She's only half a year old, and she's already so tall. She'd definitely have a great figure when she grows up. Xu Fei said with a sad look, it's just that little Luor doesn't want her aunt anymore, and I'm so sad. Da Fei was a little amused. Xu Fei, please don't act in front of Luor. Yui Luo sighed in her heart, looked at Xu Fei's exaggerated acting skills, got out of Da Fei's arms and crawled towards her, held her face with both hands and kissed her, then smiled at Xu Fei. She's not sad now, is she? Concubine Xu picked her up and walked to the chair and sat down. Little Luor is so cute. At this time, Concubine Ro came in from the door with her skirt lifted up. My dear sisters, Concubine Xian is really amazing. She came in and greeted everyone, then sat down and said excitedly, that damn old woman really asked me to go to her palace to test me. That was a real test. Compared with Concubine Xu's test, Concubine Qian's test was ridiculous. Concubine Xian curved her lips slightly, looking at Concubine Ro's behavior. I think she has dealt with it. Concubine Ro smiled and blinked. Sister Xianfei's method worked. I was very nervous when I went in, but when I thought of Concubine Huang, that person, I was only angry and not guilty. Seeing that Yui Luo was there, Concubine Ro swallowed the bitch that was about to come to her lips. Can't lead the little princess astray. So Sister Xianfei taught you how to deal with it. Concubine Da breathed a sigh of relief. Sister Xufei and I are still wondering if you can handle it. What should we do next? Concubine Xian glanced at Concubine Ro, then wait for Lady Huang to start taking action. As for Concubine Xu, you go ahead. Concubine Xu seems to be very annoyed with me. It's just right that she's annoyed with you. Concubine Xu pinched Yui Luo's soft little hand and played with it. That damn wife may not really believe your performance today, so you have to continue to dispel her doubts. Concubine Ro nodded, but if that's the case, wouldn't Concubine Xu not take action? Concubine Xu would never really take action. Concubine Xian said with great confidence, if this matter continues to ferment, we will be implicated, but we may not be severely punished. Concubine Xu knows this very well. Whether in the court or the harem, there are only two kinds of people. One is the one the emperor wants to protect, and the other is the one the emperor wants to kill. If you want to get rid of us, you must first destroy the umbrella behind us. Concubine Xu must have a backup plan. The three people looked solemn when they heard this. My mother is smart. Concubine Xu wanted to get rid of the Marquis's mansion but failed. She has been silent for so long. She must be planning something. In the next few days, Concubine Ro listened to the advice of several people and often went to Concubine Xu. Everyone in the harem thought that Concubine Ro and the three concubines had a rift, so she turned to please Concubine Xu. Only Concubine Xu knew that Concubine Ro was not trying to please her, but to torture her. To be precise, it should be her ears. She had never seen someone who talked so much, asking everything like a fly. Before, she was still suspicious about Concubine Ro and Dr. Lin, but Concubine Ro was here with her these days, and Dr. Lin came to check her pulse every day. She couldn't see any secrets between the two. With Rippon's brain, she certainly couldn't be so perfect, so it can only mean that there was nothing between the two of them. Taifei, do you think I'm noisy? Rippon looked at Taifei Xu leaning on the couch, her face showing shame. No one usually listens to me, so I can't help but talk more in front of you. Lu rolled her eyes at the side. Is this a problem of talking too much? It's just a chatterbox. I've never seen someone who talks so much. It's okay. You young people are fresh and energetic, but I'm old. Concubine Ro waved her hands quickly. You are not old at all. You look less than 60. The concubine is not 60. After being glared at by Lure, Concubine Ro was extremely surprised. Was she flattering the horse's hoof? But Concubine Xu didn't look like a person in her 50s, and she thought she was quite good at talking. You can go back. Concubine Xu was too lazy to pursue the matter. After Lure sent Concubine Ro out, she stood up from the couch and stood by the window looking outside, only to see Concubine Huang and Lure walk in. My lady, Lady Huang is here to see you. Lady Huang thought of Concubine Ro's smug look just now, and she was so angry that her teeth were almost broken. I greet you, my lady. Concubine Xu turned around and looked at Lady Huang. Please sit down. Concubine Huang was puzzled. She had said that last time, and she didn't believe that Concubine Xu couldn't understand what she meant. Thank you, my lady. Concubine Huang sat down on the chair and said softly, I saw Concubine Ro leave here just now. If you want to find someone to relieve your boredom, I have plenty of time. Concubine Xu smiled faintly. Rippon has been coming to my place these days, saying that she can talk to me, and saved Dr. Lin from having to run around. This kid is really thoughtful. Lure was puzzled. Concubine Shu was clearly annoyed by Concubine Ro's noise, so why was she praising her now? Concubine Ro is really thoughtful. Concubine Huang lowered her eyes and stood up. Then I won't bother you anymore. I come and talk to Concubine another day. After leaving Concubine Shu's bedroom, Concubine Huang returned to her own bedroom and began to take out paper and pen. After writing the content, she rolled up the note and handed it to her personal maid. Send this thing to Concubine Ro's room secretly. Don't let anyone find out. She didn't believe that this bitch, Concubine Ro, was really innocent. Chapter 324. Dusk fell. The secret guard followed the maid to Concubine Ro's bedroom, and watched the maid put the note in Concubine Ro's bedroom, and then quietly left. He stepped forward to take the note away, and left Concubine Ro's bedroom without a trace. When Concubine Huang heard that the maid had put the note in Concubine Ro's bedroom, she took the maid to wait by a pavilion in the palace, intending to wait for Concubine Ro to appear to prove her guess. The autumn night wind blew on her body with a little chill. Concubine Huang was in a hurry to go out, and only wore a thin dress. Now the wind blew on her body, and she couldn't help shivering with cold. Master, I get you a cloak. No, wait a minute. The secret guard took the note to the Emperor's Qingxin Palace. The Emperor was about to send Yuilua back to rest, when he heard the secret guard come to signal the secret guard to come in. Your Majesty, this is the note that Concubine Huang left in Concubine Ro's bedroom. The Emperor raised his hand to take it, opened it, and took a look, and sneered. Want to let Concubine Ro go to the appointment, and then catch the adulterer? Yuilua crawled over and picked up the note that the Emperor had thrown on the carpet, and clicked his tongue twice after reading it. Such a low-level trick? This note was only given to Concubine Ro. The secret guard said truthfully, Concubine Huang seems to want to verify whether Concubine Ro is interested in Dr. Lin. What a waste of time. Yuilua curled her lips. I'm afraid Concubine Huang is seriously ill. Just give them some medicine, and put them together. The Emperor, Lure seems to be very skilled. But Auntie Ro didn't receive the note. Concubine Huang waited in vain. Concubine Ro was making clothes for Yuilua in the warm room, and knew nothing about this. Lady Huang had been waiting for a long time, and was getting impatient. Just as she was about to go back, she suddenly heard footsteps. Lady Huang thought that they were finally here, so she hid behind the willow tree, and stuck her head out to look at the moon bridge. Eunuch Chao was in front of her with a lantern, and behind him was the Emperor in casual clothes holding Yuilua. It's the Emperor. The maid was delighted, and covered her mouth after whispering. Lady Huang was still annoyed, but when she saw that the person coming was the Emperor, she immediately walked out with a smile on her face. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. The Emperor stopped and looked at Lady Huang kneeling on the ground. What are you doing here? The weather is cold. I'm making a green hat for you. The Emperor, Your Majesty, I came out to enjoy the moon. Eunuch Chao looked up at the dark sky. Not to mention the moon, there were no stars. Lady Huang, you can't talk nonsense in front of the Emperor. Lady Huang's face turned pale, and the excitement of seeing the Emperor was replaced by fear. Your Majesty couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. Of course, she couldn't say that she was waiting for Concubine Ro. She hadn't caught them in bed yet, so she couldn't let the Emperor know. Since you like to go out at night so much, do you want to do the night watch in the palace? Ha, the tyrant really thought of it. If a concubine came out to do the night watch, she would be laughed at to death. I will go back to the palace now. Seeing that the Emperor didn't say anything else, Wang Mern left without hesitation. She returned to the palace and let out a long sigh. Concubine Ro wait. The next day, Concubine Ro went to the bedroom of Concubine Shu yawning, but was told that Concubine Shu was resting. She was stopped outside the door along with Imperial Physician Lin and Lady Huang. Concubine Ro, who was secretly glared at by Lady Huang, looked puzzled. You all should go back first. Concubine Shu didn't sleep well yesterday. Imperial Physician Lin, can you come over for dinner? Imperial Physician Lin nodded. Anyway, he was on duty tonight. Then, I will come over tonight to have dinner with Concubine Shu. Concubine Ro said, and turned to leave. Concubine Huang lowered her eyes and sneered. Tonight? This bitch caused her to be frozen last night, and was scolded by the Emperor. Tonight, she will teach her a lesson. Feeling a chill on her back, Concubine Ro looked back and Concubine Huang smiled at her. My queen, Concubine Huang is smiling sinisterly. Jinji helped Concubine Ro, and couldn't help but quicken her pace. Concubine Shu listened to the people outside leaving, and called out Xiao Shi's. With such a good opportunity tonight, concubine Huang will definitely take action. You should help her secretly, and don't let her fail. I obey your command. Rupin left the Shutai concubine's palace, and went straight to the Zuehua palace of concubine Xian. Concubine Xian and her friends were having breakfast. When they saw Rupin coming in, they hurriedly asked Huarui to add more bowls and chopsticks. I've eaten. Rupin sat aside, and told them what happened at the Shutai concubine's place. Is it because I'm too noisy that the Shutai concubine is impatient to see me? Then should I go again in the future? The three of them had almost finished eating, and put down their chopsticks. No need to go again in the future. Really? Concubine Rose said happily. I have talked about everything I can talk about these days, and I am worried about what to talk about. According to what you said, Concubine Huang will definitely take this opportunity to make a move tonight. Concubine Xian picked up Yuilua and fed her porridge carefully. Tonight, then I will not sleep at night and wait to see the show. Hee. Concubine Shu will let Xiao Xiai secretly help Concubine Huang. If the target of the adultery can be changed, wouldn't it be more interesting? What Yuilua didn't know was that the Emperor also planned to do so after hearing the report from Dr. Lin. When Concubine Shu knows Xiao Xiai's identity, her expression will be very interesting. I know, you just go and take her pulse tonight. Tonight is destined to be different from the past. The palace lights are on, and Dr. Lin goes to Concubine Shu's bedroom with his medicine box. Concubine Ro and Lady Huang arrived before Dr. Lin, and they all smiled and nodded when they saw him come in. Dr. Lin hasn't eaten yet. Why don't you join us? Before Dr. Lin spoke, Concubine Ro said, the concubine asked you to eat together, but you don't thank her. What are you doing standing there like an idiot? Concubine Huang cursed him inwardly as an idiot, glancing at the soup in front of her. Lure, add another set of bowls and chopsticks. My queen is so kind, I dare not. Dr. Lin did not take the bowls and chopsticks, but stood aside with his hands folded. Forget it. Concubine Shu motioned Lure to take the bowls and chopsticks away, and took the soup in front of her. Since you don't want to eat, drink some soup first and wait aside. Thank you, queen. Dr. Lin took the soup and was about to drink it when he heard Concubine Ro exclaim. It turned out that Concubine Huang accidentally spilled the soup on her clothes. You? Rupin looked at Huang Marin angrily. Your hand is in trouble. Let Dr. Lin take a look at it later. I didn't mean it. Huang Marin's face turned pale, as if she was frightened. Please forgive me, Madame Rupin. How could Concubine Shu not know what Huang Marin was thinking? She said softly, Okay, Madame Rupin, I have someone take you to the side hall to change clothes. Madame Rupin, I go with you to change. Huang Marin covered up the triumph in her eyes, stood up and pretended to help Rupin. Lure, take Rupin to the side hall to change clothes. Rupin shook off Huang Marin, stood up and said in a calm voice, No need. She raised her hand and began to untie the belt of her clothes. Chapter 325. Beauty Huang looked at Concubine Ro in disbelief. Is this woman crazy? She actually took off her clothes in public. Concubine Ro, what are you doing? This woman took off her clothes without caring about her dignity. How can she carry out her plan later? Concubine Shu also frowned slightly. Concubine Ro, there are strangers here. How can you do this? Concubine Ro ignored the two people's words, and did not stop untying her belt. Concubine, you have to take off your clothes if they are wet. Otherwise, it will be very uncomfortable. Dr. Lin lowered his head. I go out first. Before he could leave, he saw that Concubine Ro had already taken off her outer clothes, but she still had a complete dress inside. Looking at the surprised expressions of Concubine Shu and Lady Huang, Concubine Ro was proud. These two really thought she was unprepared. Fortunately, she listened to her sisters and knew that the harem's tricks were nothing more than these, so she put on an extra piece of clothing. Concubine Shu quickly put away her surprised expression and smiled. You scared me to death. Is the inner clothes not wet? Concubine Ro shook her head. Thank you for your concern, Concubine Dowager. I'm wearing enough clothes. I just hope that Concubine Huang's hands are not injured. Concubine Huang was angry, but she didn't dare to say anything. Seeing Concubine Ro holding the soup in front of her, she suppressed her anger. Concubine Ro thought she had avoided it. How naive. This soup is really good. She smelled it, handed the soup to Concubine Huang, and said with a smile, You just said that this soup has been boiled for a long time. Since yours has spilled, I will reward you. Looking at the chicken soup in front of her, Concubine Huang pursed her lips and took it. I just wet your clothes, so this chicken soup is my apology to you. You worked so hard to stew it, so I give you a reward. As the two of them pushed and refused, Concubine Ro suddenly let go of her hand, and poured the whole bowl of chicken soup directly on Concubine Huang's chest, soaking a large area of it instantly. Concubine Huang, if you don't want the chicken soup I'm giving you as a reward, you don't have to pour it all out. Concubine Huang, who was blamed, looked at Concubine Shu. Seeing that the other party didn't say anything, she stammered for a long time and managed to say, I didn't. It was obviously because this bitch suddenly let go of her hand that she spilled it on herself. She was wearing a skirt inside, and a large-sleeved shirt outside. Now the skirt stuck to her chest was sticky on her skin, making her feel particularly uncomfortable. Dr. Lin was on guard when Concubine Shu gave him chicken soup. When Concubine Huang deliberately spilled the chicken soup, he concluded that there was something wrong with the chicken soup. Now he was even more certain. He walked to Concubine Ro with the chicken soup and said respectfully, Your Majesty, why don't you give this bowl of mine to Concubine Huang? Concubine Ro sneered and raised her hand to directly overturn the chicken soup in Dr. Lin's hand. Get out of here. The chicken soup instantly spilled on Dr. Lin, and the bowl was smashed to pieces on the ground. Concubine Ro. Concubine Shu raised her voice a little, Have you had enough of making trouble? Concubine Ro put away the anger on her face, and said a little aggrievedly, When Concubine Huang spilled the soup on me, why didn't you speak up for me, Concubine Tai? My queen, I really didn't mean it. Concubine Huang was heartbroken as she watched the chicken soup she had worked so hard to cook disappear. Okay, Concubine Tai. She rubbed her temples. Lure, take Concubine Huang to the side hall to change clothes first. Lure said yes and looked at Concubine Huang. Please. Concubine Huang stood up reluctantly. She failed in such a good opportunity. Could Concubine Ro have seen what she was going to do? No, today, no matter what, she had to make sure that bitch Rupin and Imperial Physician Lin were caught in bed. Although the chicken soup with added ingredients was ruined by this bitch. Seeing Lady Huang looking at her, Rupin glared at her, You want me to go with you? Dream on. Concubine Shu glanced at the two of them, and made the decision directly. Rupin, you go with Lady Huang. Rupin stood up reluctantly. Yes. Come here, take Imperial Physician Lin to change clothes. Imperial Physician Lin bowed and said, Thank you, Concubine, no need, I will change when I go back later. Concubine Shu sighed, Rupin's willfulness has caused you so much trouble. Since you don't want to change, you have to dry your clothes. You can't wear wet clothes to check my and Concubine's pulse. Rupin sneered in her heart when she heard this. Concubine Xian and her sisters were right. Are they going to find a way to put her and Dr. Lin on the same bed later? Such a vicious mind. No wonder the two of them didn't drink the chicken soup. Fortunately, she listened to her sisters and didn't touch the food. Concubine, why don't I take Dr. Lin with me? Is this reasonable? Shu Taifei looked at Lure disapprovingly, and then told the eunuch beside her, Take Lin Tai to the side hall to dry the clothes. Looking at the backs of the people leaving, Shu Taifei rubbed her temples. She had helped so far. If Huang Marin still couldn't succeed, there was no need for her to live. Thinking of this, Shu Taifei said to the air, Follow Lin Tai. Do you know what to do? I understand. Rupin followed Lure and walked side by side with Huang Marin. The palace lanterns cast heavy shadows of the trees around them. She raised her hand to stroke her arm and looked around inconspicuously. The three of them walked along a path paved with bluestone slabs and stopped at the door of a small side hall to the right. We're here. Lure stepped forward, pushed open the door and walked in. Here are the old clothes of the Imperial Concubine, Miss Huang. Please make do with them. Handing a peach-pink palace dress to Miss Huang, Lure was about to go out when a little palace maid came in. Sister Lure, the Imperial Concubine wants you to come over to tell her something. Go quickly. Miss Huang was delighted and said softly, I remember the way back, change your clothes and go back. As soon as Lure left, Concubine Huang started to change her clothes. Concubine Ro watched from the side. After she changed, she stood up impatiently. If Concubine Shu hadn't asked me to accompany you, I wouldn't have come. Concubine Huang looked at the candlestick next to her, worried that it would kill Concubine Ro, so she thought about changing it. Concubine Ro didn't hear her reply, and turned around to see Concubine Huang holding a teapot and falling to the ground. She patted her chest, and actually wanted to knock her out. She kicked Concubine Huang on the ground. Could someone be secretly helping her? The one who could knock out Concubine Huang without making any sound must be the Emperor's secret guard. Well, don't knock me out, I pretend to be unconscious. Rupin said as she walked to the side, found a place to lean against, and pretended to faint. Unexpectedly, she felt a pain in her neck as soon as she closed her eyes. This time she really fainted. Qingrong clapped her hands, walked to Concubine Huang's side, and stuffed a pill into her mouth, forcing her to swallow it. Then she picked up concubine Huang like a chicken, and went to the side hall in the west. Sister Rong, you are too slow. Chi Feng heard the door open, and stood up from the chair. Did the secret guards around concubine Shu come over? Qingrong threw concubine Huang to the ground, and glared at Chi Feng. Hey! Chi Feng raised her chin, and Qingrong looked over, and saw Xiao Shiai's throne beside the chair he was sitting on without any image. Chapter 326. Chi Feng raised his lips. What do you think? I said I would definitely arrive before Sister Rong. He then lifted Xiao Shiai's, who was lying on the ground like a dead pig, to the bed. Let's give them a bed. Pushing the door open on the ground, it was clear at a glance, without any sense of surprise. Qingrong nodded, took Huang Marin to the bedside, and put her on the bed. What about Dr. Lin? Dr. Lin has sent her to the Emperor. Sister Rong, don't worry. Qingrong leaned over to relieve the dizziness of the two, but her hand stopped halfway, and looked at Chi Feng, who was wiping his hands. Did you give him the medicine? Chi Feng hummed, and said seriously, how about helping them take off their clothes? Unless the new medicine you researched doesn't work, they will take off their clothes themselves. After speaking, he untied the two people's dizziness points, and considerately pulled the bed curtains for them. What do you mean the medicine I researched doesn't work? The two jumped to the roof, and Chi Feng sat cross-legged. Sister Rong will know whether it works or not. After saying this, Chi Feng felt that this was ambiguous, and his face blushed a little, and he fell silent. Qingrong glanced at him in the moonlight, and saw his fair cheeks flushed, so she laughed at him without hesitation. You are blushing. If you are embarrassed to look, just go back to the Emperor. I will just watch you. What blush? Chi Feng looked at Qingrong stubbornly. This is not the first time I have accepted such a task. When concubine Shu saw that the men had not returned for a long time, she thought that concubine Huang must have succeeded, otherwise she would not be so slow. Luer was massaging concubine Shu on the side, and looked outside, wondering, this concubine Huang took so long to change her clothes. It's okay. Concubine Shu felt a little hot, and signaled Luer to stop massaging. Go open the window. The charcoal hasn't been burned in this room yet. What if you get sick again if the window is opened? Yes. How could I feel hot before the charcoal is burned? Concubine Shu's heart sank. Could it be that the idiot Huang Marin put the medicine in the dishes? Huang Marin helped to bring the dishes, so the medicine must have been secretly put in at that time. This idiot even calculated her. The abnormality of her body became more and more obvious. Concubine Shu didn't care about anything else and signaled Luer to prepare a bath. Before she started to bathe, she heard the announcement of the Emperor's arrival. Concubine Shu had to turn back. The Emperor was holding Yui Luo, followed by concubine De, concubine Shu, and a group of concubines. Why is the Emperor here? Concubine Shu smiled at the Emperor, and asked in a gentle voice. Of course, it was for fun. It was the maid of concubine Huang who went to shout, saying that concubine Huang had been here for a long time, and didn't go back, so she asked me to help come and see what was going on. Concubine Shu glanced at the maid who was bowing her head next to her and scolded. Everyone knows that the concubine dowager is kind and virtuous. You have alarmed everyone. Do you think the concubine dowager will do something to your master? Sister Shufei, please stop scaring the maid. She must be worried about her master. Defei advised softly. The Emperor looked around the room, and, where are concubine Huang and concubine Ro? They went to change their clothes. At this time, a little eunuch came in from the door, and when he saw the Emperor, he didn't know whether he should tell him what he heard. The show started. Your servant greets the Emperor and the ladies. The Emperor nodded calmly. Why are you so flustered? The young eunuch glanced at concubine Shu and said tremblingly, there is someone in the side hall. And, seeing that the young eunuch couldn't say a complete sentence for a long time, the Emperor stood up. You can't even speak clearly. Lead the way in front. I want to see what in the side hall scares you so much. The tyrant pretended to be serious, but it was a pity that my mother didn't come to see this show. Seeing that concubine Shu didn't speak, the young eunuch answered yes, and walked out of the room, and led the way in front. Huang Marin's maidservant lowered her eyes inconspicuously. Presumably, her master had succeeded, and she only needed to finish what her master told her to say to achieve her goal. The group marched towards the side hall, and stopped at the door of the side hall. The night wind blowing on her body relieved concubine Shu's strange feeling a lot. Isn't this the place where Dr. Lin bakes clothes? The concubines in the harem exchanged glances inconspicuously, as if they smelled something. Everyone looked at the eunuch in confusion, and before the eunuch could speak, the Emperor said in a deep voice, Go forward and open the door. The young eunuch did not dare to delay, and hurriedly stepped forward to open the door, and lowered his head to retreat to the side. Without the door blocking, the blushing and hard-beating sounds in the side hall instantly penetrated everyone's ears, and some concubines with thin skin had already blushed. The emperor raised his leg with a gloomy face, and was about to walk in. Concubine Shu endured the strangeness and stepped forward. "Your Majesty, I don't know who is so bold. I will ask someone to bring this despicable person out first, so as not to pollute your eyes." The emperor raised his hand to stop him. "I will go in person." "Your Majesty, didn't the young eunuch just say that this is the place where Dr. Lin bakes clothes? Isn't it?" The concubine looked afraid and dared not say anything more, but everyone understood what she wanted to say after she reminded them. "I know better than anyone whether it is the tyrant Lin Tai inside, so you can pour oil as much as you can. It is a fabricated thing, and you dare to be so presumptuous in front of the emperor." Shu Fei stared at the concubine who was speaking, smiling. "Your Majesty." The concubine bit her lip and looked at the emperor with grievance. "I am just guessing." The maid of Huang Marin saw that the time was almost right, so she walked over to the emperor and knelt down. The master said that if she didn't return within an hour, it would be fine. She just needed to find a way to bring the emperor and the concubines to Shu Taifei. "What are you doing?" Da Fei looked at the maid on the ground and asked puzzledly. "Your Majesty, I think that woman's voice sounds familiar." Yui Luo was very happy. "How could your master's voice not sound familiar? I don't know if Shu Taifei thought that boy's voice was familiar." Shu Taifei's attention was taken away by the abnormality of her body, so she didn't have the mind to pay attention to these things. "Sound familiar? Can you tell me who it is?" The maid trembled and said, It's the voice of Concubine Ro. The master was on good terms with Concubine Ro before, so I won't hear it wrong." The emperor looked at the maid, who was shaking a little. "Did you hear it clearly?" "I heard it clearly. It was Concubine Ro." The maid tried to make her words more convincing and continued, "Concubine Ro often asks Dr. Lin to treat her. If she said this at other times, it would be nothing, but now the blushing and hard-beating voice inside, plus the words of the eunuch just now, the maid's words undoubtedly convicted Concubine Ro and Dr. Lin. The concubines who had long been dissatisfied with Concubine Shu seemed to have found an outlet to vent, pretending to be surprised. "You mean Concubine Ro is cheating in there? How is it possible?" "Concubine Ro and Concubine Shu are on good terms. If Concubine Ro really defiled the harem, how could Sister Concubine Shu not know?" Chapter 327. As soon as these words came out, everyone's eyes fell on Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu was not annoyed by such insinuations. Whether Concubine Ro was defiled in the harem is naturally decided by the emperor. "We don't care if you, a little concubine, go beyond me and Concubine dead to accuse Concubine Ro, but you are so bold as to talk nonsense in front of the emperor." The originally proud concubine's face turned pale in an instant, and she knelt on the ground and said in panic, "Your Majesty, I have no intention of accusing Concubine Ro without your permission." Concubine Shu looked at her coldly, and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, I am in charge of the harem. If what happened to Concubine Ro is true, then it is because I failed to discipline her. I will take the blame." The concubine kneeling on the ground raised her head abruptly when she heard this. Since the maid said it was Concubine Ro's voice, how could she be wrong? Did Concubine Shu mess up her brain by fiddling with those things? Is Auntie Shu Fei stacking buffs? Yui Luo looked at the concubines who were watching the show, taking in the smugness on their faces, and clicked her tongue twice. What a clown. "Hey, why does it feel like something is wrong with Concubine Shu? Her face seems to be a little red, which is quite cute." "It's not that cold, why is her face so red?" Seeing that the emperor was silent, the concubine whispered, "Your Majesty, since Concubine Shu said so, then I have misunderstood Concubine Shu." Before the emperor spoke, Concubine Shu smiled and spoke first. "Your Majesty, since this girl said that it was Concubine Ro from the voice, let her and Eunuch Chao go and see what's going on. If she kept on nagging, she would be on fire with lust. She would settle accounts with Concubine Huang after this was over." The emperor nodded and looked at the concubine kneeling on the ground. "Get up." Then he walked in and sat down, while Eunuch Chao led Concubine Huang's maid to the bed. The two people on the bed had already reached the point of forgetting themselves. The emperor and his party came in, and not only did not stop them, but made them more intense. Even Eunuch Chao blushed at the sound that was getting closer and closer. The concubines who hoped that Concubine Shu would confess were both shy and nervous. If Concubine Shu really confessed, it would mean that she was not good at disciplining the harem, and then Concubine Shu would naturally have no way to manage the harem. Eunuch Chao and the maid walked to the bed, and stood still waiting for the emperor's order. The emperor's face was as dark as ink, Lift the bed curtain. I want to see which two daring people came to Concubine Shu's side hall to do such a dirty thing. The prize was drawn. The two answered yes, raised their hands, and pulled open the bed curtain. Without the cover of the bed curtain, the appearance of the two was directly exposed to Eunuch Chow and the maid. The maid's eyes widened. If the woman on the bed wasn't her mistress, who else could she be? She was so frightened that she stood there like a wooden sculpture. Compared to her, Eunuch Chow was much calmer, but the two of them were still going on, so he had to turn his face away, thinking quickly about how to turn his head to make the emperor's play more exciting. The concubines behind were far away, and were blocked by the two of them, so they couldn't see who was on the bed at all. She was scratching her head, and wished she could go forward to see if it was the person she was looking forward to. Seeing the two of them standing there in silence, Concubine asked, Eunuch Chow, is it Concubine Ro? Eunuch Chow pretended to be frightened and embarrassed and looked at the emperor, then carefully glanced at Concubine Shu before lowering his head. Your Majesty, Concubine the person inside is. Seeing his performance, Concubine Kai, who had just been secretly mocking Concubine Shu, was immediately certain that the person inside must be Concubine Ro, otherwise Eunuch Chow would not have looked at Concubine Shu so carefully. Haha, Eunuch Chow was a good assistant, and his careful look at Aunt Shu was very detailed. It is estimated that Concubine Kai has now determined that the person on the bed is undoubtedly Aunt Ro. How could Concubine Shu not see that Eunuch Chow was cooperating? She frowned and said, Look, Eunuch Chow can't even speak clearly. If it's really Concubine Ro, I will be guilty of not disciplining the harem. Why do you have to look at me so cautiously? Eunuch Chow, Concubine Shu has said so, what are you afraid of? As Lady Kai said this, she winked at the concubines who were also dissatisfied with Concubine Shu. After receiving Concubine Kai's eye signal, several people weighed the pros and cons in their minds, and decided to wait for Eunuch Chow to say that the person was Concubine Ro before pouring the oil. If it wasn't, they would be finished. Seeing that they were silent, Concubine Kai gritted her teeth. Didn't these bitches usually shout that they wanted to kill Concubine Shu? Now they have the chance to pretend to be dumb. Eunuch Chow, who is it? Concubine Shu was already impatient, but she tried her best to cover it up, making people think that she was unhappy because this happened in her side hall. Eunuch Chow lowered his head, replying to Concubine Tai, it's. Concubine Kai thought that Eunuch Chow had finished speaking, and the smile on her face became more and more obvious. She couldn't wait to say, Your Majesty, since it was Concubine Ro, should Concubine Shu admit her guilt? Eunuch Chow is someone close to the emperor. Eunuch Chow said it was Concubine Ro. I don't believe that the emperor would protect Concubine Shu in front of so many people. As for Concubine Ro, the emperor will naturally not let her live for defiling the harem, so she doesn't need to worry about it. Speaking with heavy breaths is really a technical job, and Eunuch Chow is very skilled in it. Emperor, Speaking with heavy breaths, Luor must be talking about herself. The few people who were still watching heard Eunuch Chow say it was, looked at each other, knelt down and said in unison, Your Majesty, Concubine Ro defied the harem, which is unforgivable. Concubine Shu is in charge of the harem, but deducted the monthly salary of the concubines. Please make a decision, Your Majesty. The other concubines knew that they had a grudge against Concubine Shu, and now they were taking advantage of her misfortune. What kind of drugs did Qingrong and the others give them? Why are they still so high after such a long time? The emperor, And the play has already been sung to this point. Why hasn't Aunt Rupin appeared yet? Chi Feng on the roof also had this question. Sister Rong, did you hit Rupin too hard and kill him? His voice was very low, and he should have woken up by now. Qingrong thought seriously for a while, and shook her head. Although Concubine Ro was not favored by the emperor, she often played a toy for the little princess. No matter how brave she was, she would not dare to kill Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro, as they were talking about, was rubbing her neck and planning to go to the main hall. She didn't expect to see the lights on when she passed by the side hall. There were many maids and eunuchs standing at the door. She approached with curiosity. She was so angry that she walked in directly. Who said that I was defiling the harem? The face of the person kneeling on the ground instantly lost color when he saw Concubine Ro coming in from the door. Why is Concubine Ro here? Why did Eunuch Chow say it was Concubine Ro? Eunuch Chow is not old enough to have blurred vision. And since the person on the bed is not Concubine Ro, then who is it? Questions came to the minds of several people one after another. Those who did not take the opportunity to add insult to injury secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and were glad that they made the right choice. Chapter 328. Even though they were jealous of Concubine Xian and the others, they also clearly understood that with their family background, they could not be dealt with by their cheap tricks. Concubine Shu and Concubine Da nodded to Concubine Ro when she came in. Concubine Ro smiled at the two of them, walked up to the emperor, and said respectfully, "Your Majesty, long live the emperor." Bending over the ground to pay her respects, Concubine Ro resisted the urge to raise her hand and rub her neck, thinking that the secret guard had no mercy on women at all. She said she was fainted, but he still attacked her, which hurt her to death. "Get up." When Concubine Ro came in, Concubine Shu knew clearly that Concubine Huang had failed. Even with the help of the secret guards, she still failed. Concubine Shu looked down on Concubine Huang even more. Since Concubine Huang failed, could the person on the bed be Concubine Huang? Thinking of this, Concubine Shu said, "Your Majesty, since Concubine Ro is here, who is the person on the bed?" The emperor glanced at Eunuch Chao. "How can you be so unclear on duty? Why don't you wake up those two, and bring them to the main hall to see me?" The emperor left the side hall after saying this. The concubines followed him out of the side hall after seeing this. The lewd music in their ears disappeared, and they could only hear the rustling of branches in the wind. Concubine Kai, who had turned pale since Concubine Ro appeared, dared not breathe. When the group went to the main hall, they just stood aside in fear. After the emperor dealt with the two people, it would be time to deal with them. There were many people in the main hall, but no one dared to make a sound. After waiting for half a cup of tea, Eunuch Chao came in and said, "Your Majesty, the two have been brought here, but they can't be woken up. If you can't wake him up, can't you just throw water on him?" "I'm stupid, I do it right away." Eunuch Chao waved his hand, and had the two of them brought in, and ordered them to fetch water to wake them up. Everyone looked towards the door, wondering who was so bold. The first person to be brought in was Concubine Huang. Her face was still flushed, and she looked like she was in a dream. The emperor and Concubine Da were not surprised at all, but the concubines behind them were so shocked that they forgot to hide their expressions. Can't Concubine Huang's maid recognize her master's voice? She even said shamelessly that the voice was from Concubine Ro. No wonder she was stunned after opening the bed curtain. She must have been scared. It's really strange. Concubine Shu looked at the maid who was also brought in, and kneeling on the ground, trembling. She can't even recognize her own master's voice, and she said it was Concubine Ro. "Your Majesty, please spare me. Your Majesty, please spare me." The maid was so scared that she kept kowtowed on the ground, and while kowtowing, she betrayed Concubine Huang completely. "Concubine Huang asked me to do this. Now is not the time for you to cry for help." Eunuch Chao blocked the maid's mouth and poured water on Concubine Huang and Xiao Shi's to wake them up. Knowing the ending, Concubine Shu had no interest in watching any more. She stood up and said, "Your Majesty, I never expected Concubine Huang to do such a thing. I am tired. You can deal with the two of them. I can deal with Concubine Huang. As for that man, isn't he from your palace?" Concubine Shu paused and looked at the man. He had an ordinary face, and she didn't recognize him. "Your Majesty, I don't know this man. You can deal with him." Xiao Shi's and Huang Marin were just woken up by the water, and their heads were in a mess when they looked at the people in the room. After a moment, the memory of the past came flooding back, and Xiao Shi's realized that he had failed to plot against others, and was instead plotted against. He wiped the water off his face, and quickly made a response. "My lady, I am your secret guard, and it was Huang Marin who gave me medicine and made me fall into it." Huang Marin looked at Xiao Shi's in disbelief, and she felt sick when she thought of what had just happened. She herself couldn't figure out what was going on, and this person actually said it was her who did it. She clearly wanted to harm Concubine Ro and Dr. Lin, but how did it become her and this person? That's right, Concubine Ro. Concubine Huang looked at Concubine Ro sitting next to Concubine Shu in good condition and trembled with anger. It was this bitch who plotted against her, for sure. There were only two of them in the room at that time. "Your Majesty, I am innocent." Concubine Huang touched her forehead to the ground and cried, "I don't know what happened." The emperor didn't even look at Concubine Huang, and said to Concubine Shu, "Aunt, this person said he was your secret guard." At this time, a young eunuch came in with a mask and handed it to Eunuch Chao. "Your Majesty, this is the mask of the person who fell to the ground." Looking at the familiar mask, Concubine Shu thought to herself that it was no wonder that the secret guards had not come to tell him whether Concubine Huang succeeded. It turned out that she was tricked. There was no one else who could let her secret guards trick her quietly except the emperor's people. When Concubine Ro appeared, she understood that the emperor must have known about this, but she thought that the emperor just wanted to take the opportunity to get rid of the restless people in the harem. but she didn't expect that the Emperor's ultimate goal was to get rid of the secret guards around her. There is only one secret guard around, although he is not as good as the secret guards trained by the Emperor, but it is better than nothing. Now he must be protected at all costs. Thinking of this, even if Concubine Shu wanted to jump into the cold water tank right now, she had to suppress her heat and sit down. What do you think is going on? Oh, Concubine Shu is planning to protect her secret guard. It seems that today's drama can only end with Huang Marin seducing the secret guard. Protect it, save it with all your strength, and later you will know that your secret guard is the one in your heart. Thinking about what happened today, you will be so angry that you will vomit blood. It was the first time that everyone saw such a stern look on Concubine Shu's face, and they were all a little frightened. Seeing Concubine Shu like this, Xiao Xiai's understood that Concubine Shu had weighed the pros and cons, and wanted to protect herself, otherwise she would not sit down again. He put on the mask thrown by the Emperor, pursed his lips, and said, Your Majesty, Concubine Huang loves me, but I know it is unreasonable, so I rejected her, but I didn't expect her to use such a despicable method. Concubine Huang was so angry that her face turned red, and she wanted to pounce on him and bite off his flesh. Doesn't this person look in the mirror? Your Majesty, I am innocent. I am your lover, how can I like other people? It must be Concubine Ro who harmed me. Concubine Ro rubbed her neck and said angrily, Don't talk shit. I went with you to change clothes with good intentions, but I was knocked unconscious. How could I harm you? And your maid has confessed. It was you who wanted to harm me, and now you are biting me back. You are so vicious. After saying that, Concubine Ro softened her voice, realizing that she had just spoken too rudely. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I was so angry that I said something that I didn't want to say. The Emperor interrupted Concubine Ro and looked at Xiao Xiai's with a heavy look in his eyes. As a secret guard, how could you be schemed by Concubine Huang? Tell me, Concubine Huang has been diligently helping me plant flowers and plants recently. How could such a good child scheme against you? Concubine Huang's mind was already in a mess. When she heard Concubine Shu's words, she thought she was speaking for her, and hurriedly said, Yes, please your Majesty, please understand. Chapter 329. Hearing the hidden meaning in Concubine Shu's words, the concubines picked up their handkerchiefs and lowered their heads to cover their lips and laugh. Concubine Huang was so anxious that she couldn't even hear this. Okay, no wonder you come to Concubine Shu every day, it turns out it's for him. Luer stared at Concubine Huang with dissatisfaction. This person is really scheming. Concubine Huang only reacted after hearing this, and opened her mouth to refute, but she realized that it seemed useless to say anything, as it was a well-known fact that she came to Concubine Shu. Luer, shut up. Shu Taifei pretended to scold Luer, and looked gently at Huang Marin, who looked depressed. Huang Marin, the Emperor and I are here. If you have any grievances, just shout them out. We will never let you suffer any injustice. TSK, why are you pretending to be kind and righteous here? But why is Shu Taifei's face getting redder and redder? Yui Luo suddenly remembered something and laughed wildly in her heart. Good guy, Shu Taifei couldn't have been poisoned by that medicine, she was quite patient. The Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly, thinking that it was Qin Feng who did it. No wonder Shu Taifei was anxious to rest just now. If she continues to argue, will Concubine Shu explode and die? Emperor, Concubine Huang looked up at the Emperor, tears in her eyes, and said sadly, Your Majesty, I am innocent. It was the secret guard who wronged me. Concubine Shu felt annoyed, and winked at Xiao Xiai's. Your Majesty, Concubine Huang is not innocent. Xiao Xiai's received Concubine Shu's meaning and said, Concubine Huang wanted to frame Dr. Lin and Concubine Ro for having an affair in the concubine's bedroom. I accidentally knew about this and wanted to tell the concubine, but she framed me with such a vicious method. If you want to talk about injustice, I am the one who is wronged. I just don't accept Lady Huang's feelings and know her vicious intentions. She actually framed me like this. Yui Luo felt that it was a pity that Xiao Xiai's didn't go to tell stories. His ability to improvise stories was really strong. Seeing Xiao Xiai's trying to hold back his grievances, the concubines who didn't know the inside story all sympathized with him, and looked at Lady Huang beside him with even more contempt and disgust. Lady Huang was furious, but she couldn't find a perfect rebuttal. She did want to frame Concubine Ro and Dr. Lin, but why did this person know about this? Thinking of Imperial Physician Lin, Lady Huang seemed to see a glimmer of hope. She seemed to have not seen Imperial Physician Lin since she woke up. Your Majesty, she said that I wanted to frame Concubine Ro and Imperial Physician Lin, but where is Imperial Physician Lin? Everyone just reacted, looking around, and they were also curious about where Imperial Physician Lin had gone. Imperial Physician Lin was invited to Zuehua Palace by this palace. Empress Xian walked in wearing a lake blue palace dress, the long skirt trailing on the floor, the simple red hairpin on her head swaying with her footsteps, and a smile on her delicate face. And the doctor behind her was none other than Lin. My mother is here. She is indeed my mother. She is so beautiful even without makeup. Why is concubine Xian here? Are you feeling better? Some people who were of lower status and had never seen concubine Xian knew that this was the little princess's mother, concubine Xian. She didn't look like a woman who had given birth. Her skin was as white as snow, and her face without makeup was better than their carefully dressed faces. No wonder the emperor doted on her so much. Concubine Xian leaned forward to salute, but the emperor raised his hand to stop her. With just this one action, everyone looked at concubine Xian with envy. No need to be polite, please sit down. Thank you, your majesty. Concubine Xian sat down on a chair beside her and said softly, I am fine now, but Hua Rui made a fuss, so I asked someone to invite Dr. Lin over in a hurry. The emperor nodded, I am glad you are fine. My lady asked Dr. Lin to leave, but did that delay my taking your pulse? Concubine Xian looked at concubine Shu, still speaking in a calm tone. No, concubine Xian said Dr. Lin away, which saved him from trouble. Concubine Xian looked puzzled and noticed Lady Huang on the ground. What? Eunuch Chao stepped forward and told the story, and concubine Xian chuckled. That really saved Dr. Lin from trouble. Concubine Shu stopped talking and said to the emperor, Your Majesty, although my secret guard was wronged, he made a big mistake anyway. He protected me for several years. I don't ask your Majesty to let him go, but I ask for his body to be intact. How could the emperor not see that concubine Shu was retreating to advance? He glanced at Xiao Shiai's. This man was left to my aunt by my father. I will strip him of his secret guard position, and keep him by my aunt's side, as a reminder for her. I thank the emperor for not killing me. Xiao Shiai's, who had escaped death, cowed out heavily on the ground. If you want to thank someone, thank the concubine. The concubine has guarded the tomb of the late emperor for more than 10 years. This friendship is beyond the reach of me, as a son. I thank the concubine and the emperor. The emperor waved his hand. The death penalty can be spared, but the living punishment still needs to be suffered. Go and get 50 military sticks later. Suppressing the hatred in his heart, Xiao Shiai's lowered his head and thanked the emperor. Concubine Shu knew that the emperor was very merciful to keep him alive, and it was obviously nothing to suffer some physical pain, so she didn't say much. After seeing the emperor's punishment, concubine Huang knew it was her turn. She closed her eyes and said, I have defiled the harem, and I deserve death. I only asked the emperor to release my family. Now that the matter has been settled, she knew that if she failed to frame concubine Ro, she would only lose her life, but she didn't expect everything to happen so quickly. She thought she could make a big deal out of it by borrowing concubine Shu, but she didn't expect it to really become a big deal. However, she and concubine Shu both became pawns in this incident. Come here, concubine Huang defiled the harem, and she is granted white silk. Concubine Huang was very calm when she was taken away, without any struggle. This was not the first time that the concubines in the harem had seen such a scene, and they could not help but sigh in their hearts. Concubine Xian lowered her eyelids slightly, without any sympathy for concubine Huang's experience. If concubine Huang did not want to frame concubine Ro, she would not have suffered the consequences. After a while, the eunuch who sent concubine Huang on her way came in to report, and the room was dead silent, especially concubine Kai and the others. With concubine Huang's fate in front of them, they were already scared to death. The emperor glanced at them, and said in a deep voice, As for you guys, you have evil minds, and you are pests if you stay. You should be sent to the coal palace. Instantly, wailing sounded, but after a few wailing sounds, several people were dragged away, and the room returned to silence. You have all seen the fate of several people today. If anyone has ill intentions, and tries to use tricks to disrupt the harem, I will never let him off easily. Everyone stood up and said respectfully, Your servants will remember the emperor's teachings. The emperor signaled everyone to stand up, and then he looked at Dr. Lin. Take the pulse of the concubine. The concubine Shu, who still had a trace of rationality, waved her hand. If she was diagnosed with the drug, she was afraid that her old face would be completely lost, and she couldn't afford to lose this person. Chapter 330. Xu Fei had already noticed that something was wrong with concubine Shu. Seeing that Dr. Lin was still standing there in a daze, she scolded him. Why are you still standing there? Can't you see that concubine Shu's face has turned red? Dr. Lin walked up to Concubine Shu and said, Concubine Shu, I will help you feel your pulse. The concubines who looked at Concubine Shu noticed that Concubine Shu's face was red, which was quite similar to when Concubine Huang was brought in just now. I'm tired, no? Before Concubine Shu finished her words, she fell forward and lost consciousness. The concubine, Luer, quickly stepped forward to support her, and said to Dr. Lin anxiously, Dr. Lin, please help the concubine. Hurry up and take a look at my aunt. Dr. Lin stepped forward to check her pulse, looking embarrassed, wondering how Concubine Shu had been poisoned when she had given him the soup. Seeing that Dr. Lin was slow to speak, Luer urged, What happened to the concubine? Is she okay? Just tell the truth. The concubine was poisoned by the medicine, and she needs to be soaked in cold water as soon as possible. Dr. Lin finished speaking hesitantly, and ordered someone to help Concubine Shu to soak in cold water. The concubines were still confused when they heard the medicine, but after the second half of the sentence, everyone understood it tacitly, but everyone looked at Concubine Shu with a strange look in their eyes. Okay, it's getting late, everyone go back. If anyone talks nonsense about what happened today, I will never forgive them easily. It was 2 days later when Concubine Shin learned about this, and Qinger was still frightened after she finished speaking. The emperor was clearly trying to crack down on those who were restless in the harem this time. She suddenly felt a little fortunate that her master was locked up, otherwise she would be sent to the cold palace this time. You said that bitch Huang Marin was executed? Shin Marin raised her head and laughed a few times. Okay, it's a pity that I didn't see this bitch being executed in person. Master, please keep your voice down. Qinger covered her mouth. Everyone in the harem is in danger now. You should be careful that there are ears behind the wall. Shin Marin pulled her hand away disapprovingly and spat. The bitch Huang Marin cheated on her and cried thief. She deserved it. Master, don't you think this is terrible? What's so terrible? Lady Chen was in a very good mood and drinking tea. She has bad behavior, and this is the end of her. She claims to be smarter than me, but I didn't expect her to die so quickly. Qinger, who wanted to say something, shut up. She thought that although Lady Chen was stupid, she was a good master as long as she listened to advice. But now she has seen it clearly. Lady Chen is not only stupid, but also doesn't listen to advice, and has a vicious heart. Following such a master, I'm afraid her end will not be better than Lady Huang. Give me some tea. Lady Chen handed the teacup to Qinger, and frowned when she saw her stunned. Why, are you scared by this little thing? Qinger shook her head, and poured tea for Lady Chen. Master, you should be more careful in the future, otherwise it will be easy for others to catch you. After saying that, the hot tea was poured directly on Qinger's face. Do you think I will be the same as Lady Huang? Qinger stroked her red face and whispered, I don't mean that. Go and see Concubine Shu, so that she won't forget me. After leaving the room, Qinger let out a heavy breath and went to Concubine Shu's bedroom. Concubine Shu soaked in cold water all night that day, and has been lying in bed sick for the past 2 days, feeling very depressed. Now whenever she thinks of that day, she becomes extremely irritable, and wishes she could pull out Concubine Huang and whip her corpse. Concubine Da and her friends are here to see you. Luer pushed the door open and whispered, Send them away. Luer left and said to Concubine Da and her friends, Concubine Shu has just taken the medicine and is taking a short rest now, so go back, ladies. Concubine Da and her friends were just going through the motions, and it would be better if Concubine Shu didn't see them. They had only walked halfway when they saw Qinger coming over here. Seeing them, Qinger knelt down respectfully to salute. Concubine Xian looked at the wound on Qinger's face and raised her eyebrows slightly. Lady Chen had a bad temper. Get up. Do you want to see the concubine? Concubine Da looked at her and asked softly. Yes, Madame Da. The concubine is resting, and none of us can see her, let alone you, a maid. Qinger pursed her lips. Thank you, madam. Then she knelt in front of Concubine Shu. Madam Shu, please change my master for me. It is said that people go to higher places, and water flows to lower places. This is the first time that Concubine Shu has seen someone openly ask her to change her master. She curled her lips slightly and said calmly, What kind of master do you want to change? Qinger lowered her head. As long as you don't let me serve Lady Chen, I can serve anyone. Is it okay to let you go to the bathroom? Qinger was silent for a while. I am willing. Get up, you go back first. After saying this, Concubine Shu turned around and left without giving a clear answer. Back in Concubine Xian's bedroom, Concubine Shu picked up the tea and looked at Concubine Da. Sister Concubine Da, what do you think of the maid just now? And she would not want to give that person to Aunt Da, right? Yuilua yawned after waking up. Enta did not have any maids around her, but as for Chinger, she could be useful after training. At this point, Yuilua tried to recall Chinger's face. Good boy, no wonder I always felt that this maid was a character. She was the maid of the heroine in the book after she entered the palace, a very loyal person to her master. It seems that the heroine was well trained, and she looked smarter then than now. After hearing Yuilua's voice, concubine Xian's mind moved slightly, and she smiled and said, "That maid looks smart. Sister Defei might as well put her outside the palace to serve and test her, and then put her by your side if she can." Defei knew that the two were doing it for her own good, and nodded in agreement. The maid she brought into the palace was dealt with by the queen when she was in power, and there is really no maid around her now. That maid is very smart. Thinking of the last time she went to Chinmarin, concubine Ro interrupted. Last time, she wanted to interrupt Chinmarin several times, but Chinmarin didn't listen. After they chatted for a while, Huarwei came in to report. "Madam, the people from the embroidery workshop came, and said they were measuring the size of the little princess to make clothes." "Didn't Sister Rupin also make clothes for Luer?" Concubine Shu remembered that Jinji had mentioned it to her. Rupin coughed lightly. "I did, but my embroidery skills are definitely not as good as those in the embroidery workshop." "Aunt Rupin, just be modest." "Huarwei, send them back." Huarwei said in embarrassment, "Madam, they were summoned by the Emperor." "I will tell the Emperor, you can send them away. By the way, in a few months, Xiao Luer will be 1 year old. It seems that we have to prepare a birthday gift for Xiao Luer in advance." Defei raised her hand and pinched Yuilua's little face. "In a few months, Luer will be 1 year old. Are you happy?" Yuilua's big eyes suddenly shone like stars when she heard it. Happy, so happy, a birthday gift, she can receive so many gifts again. Chapter 331. The people in the embroidery workshop were sent back to report to the Emperor. Eunuch Chao asked a few people to wait outside, and he went in to report to the Emperor. "Your Majesty, the people in the embroidery workshop were sent back by concubine Xian." The Emperor didn't seem surprised at all, and put down the red pen in his hand. "I think concubine Xian wants to do it herself. In this case, I won't worry about it. I will send the people in the embroidery workshop back now." Although the people in the embroidery workshop felt sorry, they didn't dare to say much. Everyone in the palace knew that the little princess was favored. They had hoped to make clothes for the little princess this time, and be rewarded by the Emperor, but they didn't expect that the wealth they got would be rejected by concubine Xian. "By the way, I still have some brocade for embroidering dragon robes. You can send it to concubine Xian." Eunuch Chao sent a few people back, and was stunned when he heard the Emperor's words. The Emperor glanced at him and said, "Why are you standing there? Send it now." Eunuch Chao nodded hurriedly, and said with a smile, "The Emperor said he didn't worry about it. I will send it to concubine Xian right away. The Queen and the little princess will be happy to see it." Thinking of the little one's happy look, the Emperor stood up and said, "I will go with you." In Zuehua Palace, concubine De and others were about to get up and go back for lunch, but before they got up, they saw the Emperor walking in from outside. He was wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, and was not surprised to see concubine De and the others there. According to Luer's heart, since they'd lost the leaf cards, they often gathered in concubine Xian's palace to complain about concubine Shu for fun. When they saw the Emperor coming in, they stood up and knelt down to salute. The Emperor waved his hand, "Everyone get up." As he said that, he waved his hand to let Eunuch Chao come in. Yuilua saw Eunuch Chao coming in with a tray, and his face was as smiling as a chrysanthemum. Could it be that there are gifts to be received before the first birthday ceremony? Why are you still being so mysterious and covering it with a piece of cloth? Your Majesty, what is this? Empress Xian was also a little curious and asked in a gentle voice. The Emperor lifted the red cloth. "Doesn't Luer have to make new clothes for her first birthday? This is Keisai. You can embroider some beautiful patterns for Luer." "Keisai? Is it the Keisai I know? It is said that an inch of Keisai is worth an inch of gold. It is very valuable." "But isn't this used by the tyrant to embroider dragon robes? It was actually awarded to me." "Emma, this Keisai plus Aunt Rupin's craftsmanship is amazing." The Emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. "Luer is quite knowledgeable." "Your Majesty, this..." Before concubine Xian could say anything to refuse, the Emperor interrupted her. "Luer's first birthday gift must be grand and cannot be refused." Defei smiled and said, "Your Majesty, as a father, gives this gift to the little princess. Sister Xian, please don't refuse. It is said that things embroidered with brocade are lifelike and vivid. When this brocade is combined with Sister Rupin's craftsmanship, the little princess's clothes will surely be amazing." Concubine Xian leaned forward slightly. I thank the emperor on behalf of Luor. Is concubine Ro making Luor's clothes? The emperor motioned concubine Xian to stand up, walked over and picked up Yui Luo from the carpet. Yes. Concubine Ro nodded when she was called. Have you started? Several people didn't understand what the emperor meant. Concubine Ro hesitated for a moment. Did the emperor want the embroidery workshop to do it? That's fine. The little princess can wear it on a daily basis. Thinking so in her heart, she said truthfully, it has started, but I always feel unsatisfactory, so the progress is slow. Eunuch Chow, go and bring the cloth I made for the dragon robe to concubine Ro. After hearing this, concubine Xian immediately knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, this is unacceptable. Only the emperor and the prince can wear bright yellow clothes. Please take back the reward. Oh, although the tyrant is really good to me, I really don't like the shit yellow color. I prefer red, which is more festive. Eunuch Chow was afraid that concubine Xian's words would make the emperor unhappy, so he stood aside, not knowing whether to go or not, and was very embarrassed. Even concubine Ro was a little scared, and winked at concubine Shu and concubine De to tell them to say something. She is stupid, and it would be bad if she said something wrong. The tyrant will not be angry, right? But the shit yellow color is really ugly. I have to do the 1-year-old ceremony, and I will look like a moving feces. Just thinking about it makes me feel like a picture. The emperor, Yui Luo blinked, and looked at the emperor when she thought of this, and raised her hand to point at the red cloth on the tray. My performance is obvious enough. Don't let me wear shit yellow. Luor likes red? Yui Luo nodded hurriedly, fearing that if she didn't nod, she would have to wear a new shit yellow dress for the 1-year-old ceremony. In that case, let's do what Luor likes. Empress Xian, please stand up and stop kneeling. Empress Shu and concubine De looked at each other and smiled without saying anything. Princess Ro was frightened by false accusations a few days ago. Eunuch Chow, please send some rewards to her later. Your Majesty, thank you for the reward. Princess Ro was delighted. She finally had something to coax the little princess to kiss her. The emperor had nothing to say. He knew that Yui Luo had already eaten, so he took her away. Empress Xian waited for the emperor to leave, and asked the three of them to stay for dinner. Sisters, I'm going to go back and get busy. After dinner, Rupin took the brocade and stood up to say goodbye. Thank you for troubling me, Sister Rupin. It's still early. You can take your time. Don't stay up late at night or you hurt your eyes. Okay, I know. A warm feeling ran through Rupin's heart. The reason why concubine Xian refused the embroidery workshop to make new clothes for the little princess was because of her. Now that the embroidery workshop has been rejected, the little princess will wear the clothes she made on the first birthday ceremony, and concubine Xian and the others will be proud of her. Watching concubine Ro leave, concubine Shu sighed. Sister Xian is still thoughtful. After Luor's first birthday, let's see who dares to look down on concubine Ro. After chatting for a while, they talked about going to see concubine Chen. Concubine Chen knew that Qing'er had not seen concubine Shu, and she vented her pent-up anger during the period of house arrest on Qing'er. She looked at Qing'er, who was bowing her head and saying nothing, with a cold face. Those bitches of concubine Shu must not want concubine Shu to remember that I lifted my house arrest, so they said that. You really believed it. Qing'er pursed her lips. Master, what they said is true. The gifts that several people brought were still in their hands, and it was impossible for them to lie to her. You are still quibbling. I don't think you want me to leave. Qin Marin poured the tea in her hand on Qing'er's face, and the hot tea burned Qing'er's eyes red, and she bit her lips tightly. I didn't. Seeing that she was still talking back, Qin Marin was so angry that she raised her hand and wanted to slap her. The door was suddenly pushed open, and Qin Marin's raised hand froze in midair. Oh, Qin Marin has a bad temper. Xu Fei walked in with a smile and looked at Qing'er. A good girl tortured by you like this? Do you think she looks better than you and want to destroy her? Xian Fei suppressed her smile and sat aside with the Fei. This servant greets the ladies. Chapter 332. Qin Marin also reacted, retracted her hand, and knelt down to salute unwillingly. The few people did not ask her to stand up, but just looked at her. She guessed their intentions in her heart. Could it be that concubine Ro told concubine Shu that she wanted to do something bad to concubine Shu, and they came to settle accounts with her? I wonder what the ladies are here for. Concubine Shu glanced at her. You are a person who has been punished, so naturally you don't need anyone to serve you. I came here to remove the people who serve you. Withdraw the people around me? Concubine Shin raised her voice. She only had one maid, and she was asked to withdraw. Who would serve her, and who would she order around? Qing'er was happy in her heart, but she didn't dare to show it. Madame Shufei, although you are in charge of the harem, the emperor didn't say to withdraw the people around me. How can you make your own decisions? Concubine Chen raised her face, and said with a little dissatisfaction. The emperor was kind enough not to take back the people who served you, but you shouldn't trample on this kindness. After saying that, she didn't want to say more to her, and directly said to Qing'er on the ground, "Get up and follow me." Qing'er responded and followed a few people out of Qin Marin's side hall, and she was worried about how Xu Fei would place her. She served Qin Marin before, and Qin Marin offended many people because of the last lychee incident. If she served others, she would only be regarded as a thorn in the eye. As for the few people in front of her, they definitely don't need someone like her who has an old master. So it's better to go to the purification room. At least the concubines that Qin Marin had offended won't go there, and she can also save her life. While thinking, I found that the people in front of me suddenly stopped. I just thanked the three ladies for saving my life. I am very grateful. Xu Fei raised her eyebrows. I haven't told you where to place you, but you thanked me first. The ladies did save me. No matter where I place you, I have no complaints. What a good sentence, no complaints. Xian Fei smiled lightly. What if the lady Xu Fei asked you to serve other masters? Then the lady should let me go to the clean room. I just want to save this worthless life. You are really bold. If you come to work in my palace, will I kill you? Hearing what Concubine Da said, Qing'er raised her head in disbelief. Concubine Da said she wanted her to serve. There were so many people trying to get into the palace of the three concubines, and now she is asking them to work in Concubine Da's palace. That's not what I meant. Qing'er came back to her senses and explained in a panic, I offended a lot of people when I served Concubine Qin before. It would be hard to go to other palaces, but if it's Concubine Da, I would be more than happy. Da Fei looked at her and said in a deep voice, You can serve me, but I don't like people with two minds. Thank you, madam. I will serve you well, and will go through fire and water. Qing'er knelt on the ground and cowed out heavily. Da Fei took her back, and told the people below to let Qing'er start as a rough maid. When those people saw Qing'er coming with Da Fei, they thought she would be a first-class maid, but they didn't expect her to be just a rough maid. Everyone was relieved for a moment. Da Fei treated them very well, but who wouldn't be tempted to continue to climb up and become a first-class maid with a higher salary? Although Concubine Shu was ill, she still knew what was going on outside, and it was not a secret. After listening to Lure, Concubine Shu just smiled and said, Go and bring the medicine. Lure went to bring the medicine, fed it to Concubine Shu, and then continued, I don't know what Concubine Da is thinking. Isn't it asking for trouble to bring such a person back to your bedroom? What do you know as a little girl? The girl was smart at first glance. A good weapon naturally needs a good general. Just because Concubine Shin is stupid and can't use it doesn't mean Concubine Da can't. By the way, how is the secret guard? Lure put down the medicine bowl, I go call him. Xiao Shiai's came in limping. Although the emperor spared his life, he is now not only lame, but also a palace servant serving in the open, which means he can't do many things. There is no need for the emperor to use secret guards to monitor him. The ordinary palace servant serving in the palace can monitor his every move. Your subordinate greets the queen. Seeing that he was limping, Concubine Shu frowned slightly, Get up. Then he motioned Lure to go down. Your Majesty, the emperor must have been involved in this matter, otherwise I would not have been deceived. Xiao Shiai's looked furious, wishing to tear the emperor into pieces. Do you need me to tell you? Concubine Shu supported her temples. If you were not involved, we could still investigate this matter. Since you are involved, you are not allowed to mention it again in the future. Yes, I understand. I know you are unhappy. Concubine Shu's voice suddenly became cold. Wait a little longer, and then we will see if the emperor can still handle it so well. The weather is getting colder, and Yuilua's first birthday is getting closer. Now Yuilua can walk, and walks very steadily, which makes Yuilua feel a little comforted. Others who travel through time are all the chosen ones. But I am almost 1 year old and still can't speak. God won't close this window for me to speak, right? Wow, what should I do if this is the case? I am a chatterbox and I will suffocate to death if I don't talk. Could it be that I couldn't speak in my previous life, so I was a chatterbox in my previous life, and after I died, I became a mute in this life? Thinking of this, Yuilua wailed. The emperor wanted to comfort Yuilua. The fourth prince could only speak at the age of 3, but he found the little girl's changing faces very interesting, so he couldn't help but comfort her. Oh, fortunately my short legs can walk fast now, which can be considered as comfort. The little girl's troubled voice kept ringing in his ears, and the emperor had no intention of reading the memorial. He put down the memorial in his hand, and saw Eunuch Chao walked in. Your Majesty, the The Prime Minister wants to see you. After Prime Minister Li came in, he bowed and handed the things in his hand to Eunuch Chow. These are nuts and letters sent from Changshan. I brought them to the palace for the emperor and the ladies to taste. When she heard that there was food, Yui Luo forgot about talking and stood up and walked towards Prime Minister Li with her short legs. Seeing her eager look and trying to look up at the cute nuts in her hand, Prime Minister Li felt his heart softened. He could not help but squat down and said kindly, "Little princess, do you want to eat this?" Yui Luo saw what Prime Minister Li was holding, looked away with some disappointment, shook her head, and sat down on the carpet angrily. "I'm so angry, it's too hard to bear." After being angry for a while, she saw the emperor walking towards her. She stood up, tugged at the emperor's dragon robe, and opened her mouth. "Daddy?" The babyish voice sounded, and the emperor was stunned for a moment, then looked at Prime Minister Li and Eunuch Chow, his tone excited. "Did you hear it? Luor just called me." Chapter 333. Without waiting for the two to answer, the emperor leaned over and picked up Yui Luo, who was standing on the ground, and rubbed the little guy with his stubbled chin. "Luor, call me daddy again." Yui Luo opened her mouth in disbelief, but the word that came out was still daddy. Ah, is it possible that she can't say anything else except daddy? When the emperor heard his daughter calling him again, he immediately responded happily, "Hey, daddy is here." While responding, he lifted Yui Luo up and down. Yui Luo was thrown several times and screamed wildly in her heart. "Ugh, put me down, I'm about to vomit." The emperor was happy enough, calmed down, cleared his throat, and thought of how Luor was almost executed when she was born. His eyes were a little red. Such a lovely daughter. Fortunately she is alive and well now. He kissed Yui Luo's little face, adjusted his mood, and looked at Prime Minister Li. "I am in a good mood today. Tell all the ministers not to attend the court for the next 3 days, and just submit a memorial if there is anything." Prime Minister Li bowed his hands and responded, "I will pass the message down immediately." The emperor has been in court every day, and has never rested for a day. If this word is passed down, the people below will not only not think that the emperor neglects state affairs, but will also be secretly happy in their hearts. Eunuch Chow, go and call all the princes and princesses into the palace. Luor can speak and call him, so he must show off. Although the emperor has returned to normal, Yui Luo is particularly sensitive to emotions. She still felt his momentary sadness just now, and sighed with some touch in her heart. "Seeing that you are really good to me now, and you are dedicated to the country and the people, I will not call you a tyrant in the future. Anyway, I am here, and I will definitely not let you go down the old path and become a tyrant." Yui Luo raised her hand and patted the emperor's shoulder like a little adult. Looking at his daughter's concerned expression, the emperor felt a little sad. When he was a child, his father didn't love him and his mother didn't care about him. After he became the emperor, although many people cared about him, he knew that they were just flattering him. The emperor sniffed and smiled. "Daddy is fine, he's just too happy." "That, violent. Daddy couldn't be moved to tears, please don't, I can't stand a tough guy crying." The emperor, The warmth between the two was shattered by this voice. Thinking of the suffering that concubine Xian had to endure when giving birth to Luor, the emperor coaxed her softly, "Luor, call me mother." If concubine Xian knew that Luor called him first when she learned to speak, she would be disappointed. Yui Luo stared at the emperor angrily. "I want to call mother, but I can't." The word father is simpler and easier to say. "Okay." The emperor patted her little head. "It doesn't matter if you can't call it. Learn slowly, just don't call father in front of your mother." Yui Luo stared at the emperor with wide eyes, and was surprised to find that he was particularly serious when he said this. "Tsk, Daddy actually has such a considerate side? Is he afraid that Mom will be disappointed?" The few people who were inexplicably called into the palace stared at each other at the door of the imperial study, and soon even the prince came over here. Several people bowed to the prince, and the prince nodded slightly, and looked at Eunuch Chow. "Father asked us to come here, but what happened?" Eunuch Chow smiled with narrowed eyes. "Your Highnesses, the emperor has something to do, but it's a good thing." Several people looked at each other in confusion, and the fourth prince asked excitedly, "Is the emperor going to reward us?" The second prince picked up the fan and hit him on the head. "Didn't the emperor reward you last month? What are you thinking?" The fourth prince covered his head and glared at the second prince with resentment. "You have to pay me for breaking my brain. My brain is valuable now. Your Highnesses, please go in." Eunuch Chow interrupted the two people's quarrel and made a gesture of invitation. Several people entered the imperial study and saw a big and a small sitting on the steps of the imperial study. "Your son pays respect to the emperor." Several people saluted in unison, but their eyes fell on Yuilua. The little girl was wearing a pink coat and had 2 small tufts on her head. She sat on the steps and looked at them obediently, which was very cute. Violence. Daddy must have wanted to show off by calling the emperor brothers and sisters. Forget it, he is old and it is rare for him to be happy. I will cooperate and let him show off. The old emperor's smile was frozen on his face. He was less than 40 years old and in the prime of his life. How could he be old? Several people were first surprised at Yuilua's growth speed and then noticed that she had changed her way of addressing her father. Although the prince lived in the palace, he did not see Yuilua often. Today, he found that she had not only grown taller, but her hair was also much longer than a few months ago. The emperor motioned for several people to stand up, and suppressed his laughter so as not to be too proud. I asked you to come here to talk about Luor's first birthday gift. The emperor said. His eyes fell on the 4th prince. You are not short of money, right? The 6th princess held back her laughter, raised her hand and poked the 4th prince, and whispered, 4th brother, father is calling you. The 4th prince glared at her and said, don't worry, father, I will prepare a gift for Luor. The emperor nodded, then I am relieved. The 4th prince, Father really picked him specifically. Haha, the family brother is referring to the 4th prince. Luor's first birthday ceremony is quite grand. Prince, please be careful. Yes, I will not let anyone ruin Luor's first birthday ceremony. The emperor nodded and looked at the 3rd prince. Old 3rd, you should live in the palace first. After hearing this, several people looked at the 3rd prince with envy, and then they remembered that he couldn't see Mu Shui, and they felt better. The 3rd prince understood that the emperor was worried that the prince couldn't handle it alone, so he asked him to assist. Although he couldn't see the princess, he could see Luor. Luor had been estranged from him after not seeing her for several months. Your son obeys your order. Father, can your son live in the palace? The 6th princess asked with expectation. She also wanted to live in the palace and play with Luor. The emperor glanced at her, who was the one who kept clamoring to move out before. The 6th princess raised her hand and pointed at the 4th prince. It's the 4th prince. Seeing that the two were about to start arguing, the emperor interrupted them. There is another thing I called you here today. Luor can call people now. After saying this, everyone's eyes fell on Yuilua. Luor called daddy. Yuilua called perfunctorily, and the emperor curled his lips with pride. Luor called sister. The 6th princess was almost melted by her baby voice, and she walked directly to Yuilua and coaxed her without caring whether the emperor was there or not. Seeing her like this, several people followed suit, and several people in gorgeous clothes squatted around and coaxed Yuilua to call people. Yuilua sighed. Don't you understand? Daddy called you here just to show off that I can only call him, so don't embarrass me, a little cutie. Chapter 334. So that's how it is. No wonder the corner of father's mouth is almost raised to the back of his head. Forget it. Yuilua stood up and kissed everyone one by one. Who made me hate to see you disappointed? It's fair to kiss everyone. Several people pinched Yuilua's face with a bit of laughter and tears. The 4th prince stared at Yuilua with no hope. Luor, call me 4th brother. Yuilua rolled his eyes and shook his head. If you don't know how to call me brother, you can call me brother. 4th brother, please don't embarrass Luor. At this moment, the emperor's pride reached its peak. It was worth it that he'd brought Luor with him every day. Little cotton padded jacket is little cotton padded jacket, and she still thinks of him as her biological father. After teasing Yuilua for a while, the emperor showed off enough and sent them back. Seeing this, Yuilua walked to the side happily and distributed the nuts brought by Prime Minister Li to several people. Don't be too moved by this. At the same time, the ministers were so happy to learn that they could not attend the morning court for 3 days. The emperor finally knew how to rest. The weather has been getting cold recently. They couldn't stay in bed. They prayed every day that the emperor would be happy and skip the morning court. Unexpectedly, it came true. It seems that God heard their prayers. Prime Minister Li returned to the mansion and walked into the main hall. He didn't see Li Yunhe and asked Mrs. Li in confusion. Yunhe hasn't come back yet? Logically, the Ministry of Personnel should not be busy now. The Ministry of Rites is busy, helping the little princess prepare the first birthday ceremony. Mrs. Li served Prime Minister Li a bowl of soup. This child has been staying in the house when he has free time recently, making a lot of noise, and I don't know what he is doing. At first, she thought Li Yunhe was busy with official duties. One time when he went to deliver soup, he heard a series of ding-dong sounds at the door. Ding-dong-dong? Prime Minister Li paused while drinking his soup, his face full of confusion. Mrs. Li, who didn't know how to answer, thought for a while before she came up with a more appropriate description. Just like those blacksmiths forging iron. You said Yunha is learning to forge iron? Prime Minister Li couldn't hold it in any longer, and stood up without drinking the soup. Master, master. Mrs. Li hurriedly chased after him. I said not that Yunha is learning to forge iron. Her son is so old now, he has his own ideas. She doesn't want to ask him about everything and make him annoying. Thinking that her son is a man with his own ideas, he would not learn blacksmithing for no reason, but driven by curiosity, Prime Minister Li did not stop. Madam, aren't you curious about what your son is doing? Madam Li nodded, and the two of them hit it off and walked quickly towards Li Yunha's room. When they reached the door, Prime Minister Li made a gesture to the attendant at the door to keep quiet, and indeed, a crisp knocking sound came from the room. Li Yunha knocked the hammer for the last time and threw it to the ground. He opened the door and noticed Prime Minister Li and Madam Li leaning over to listen. Dad, Mom, what are you doing? The two stood up quickly. Prime Minister Li coughed lightly. Your mom is worried that you are hungry, so we came to call you to eat. The food is cold. Madam Li raised her hand and pinched Prime Minister Li without leaving a trace, and said to Li Yunha, Are you done? How could Li Yunha not know what the two were thinking? He opened the door. Dad and Mom want to know what I am doing. Can your father and I go in? Seeing Li Yunha nod, the two walked in. There were many tools on the long table in the middle of the room. Li Yunha opened the box on the long table and took out the gold bracelet inside. Mrs. Li understood instantly. Here, are you making gold bracelets yourself recently? Li Yunha nodded. Didn't the master like gold? He gave her a gold bracelet as a birthday gift. Mrs. Li looked at the pattern carved on the bracelet and knew it was prepared for a young girl. Here, is this bracelet for a girl, or you can have someone make it yourself or buy it? Yes. Prime Minister Li took the bracelet. Look at all the bumps on it. Which girl would like it? Li Yunha knew that the two had misunderstood, and explained with a smile, This bracelet is not finished yet, and those bumps are not there, they are used to inlay gems. So that's how it is. Madam Li saw that Li Yunha did not deny that it was for a girl, and smiled. It just so happens that the gems you put in the warehouse for me are still there. I have someone bring them to you. After saying that, he ordered someone to go to the storehouse to get it, and the three of them returned to the main hall to continue eating. After finishing the meal, Li Yunha picked up the gem and stood up. Seeing that the two of them seemed to be hesitant to speak, he said, Dad, Mom, this bracelet is a birthday gift for the little princess. Don't even think about asking me where I come from. The two of them touched their noses after their thoughts were seen through, thinking that it was prepared for the little princess, and they were happy for nothing. But isn't it too vulgar to give this to the little princess as a birthday gift? If Yuilua knew, she would definitely tell them that she liked such vulgar things. At this moment, Yuilua was running happily on the carpet in Zuehua Palace. I must hold back from talking, otherwise I will call Daddy instead of Mother, and Mother will definitely think that my cotton-padded jacket is leaking air. Concubine Xian was a little amused. Luor had been shouting in her heart that she wanted to speak recently. Now that Luor could finally speak, she was so happy that she couldn't wait to feel uncomfortable. However, the way her precious daughter thought of herself made Concubine Xian feel warm in her heart, as if she was bathed in the sun. These are nuts said by Kai Zai's wife from Changshan. Keep them for a taste. Hearing the two talking, Yuilua pricked up her ears and walked in front of them. She was talking nonsense while her mother and a few aunts were chatting. At this time, Huarui came in from the door, bowed to the emperor, and looked at Concubine Xian. Just say it directly. The people around Concubine Shu came to ask the queen to go to her palace to appreciate the flowers tomorrow. Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows slightly and glanced at the emperor. Is the damn old woman really going to take action this time? No, it seems that appreciating flowers can't do anything big. I went to inform them. Concubine Xian will arrive on time tomorrow. Concubine Xian nodded to Huarui, and Huarui immediately went out to tell Lu'er. Concubine Shu originally thought that Concubine Xian would refuse because of the last incident, but she actually agreed. It was fine if she agreed, anyway. Whether Concubine Xian came or not would not affect what she wanted to do. After sending Lu'er away, Concubine Shu looked at Xiao Shi'ai's. Is the man you mentioned reliable? Xiao Shi'ai's hurriedly said, Don't worry, madam, I have seen his medical skills, and he likes to do justice, so he must be reliable. Concubine Shu had never seen that person, but she still believed in Xiao Shi'ai's ability to judge people. That's good. Concubine Shu rubbed her temples. Don't let your efforts end in vain. She now understood why the Prince of Yueqing was desperate, and it must have been forced by the emperor. Don't worry, your majesty. Xiao Shiai's paused and continued. By the way, do you need to contact Luo Ji? Contact? Concubine Shu glanced at him. Can you leave the palace? Don't worry about Luo Ji, just wait until the time comes and see his attitude. Chapter 335. The next day, the foggy sky finally cleared up. Although the sun was in the sky, the wind was still cool. The group came to the palace of Concubine Shu after lunch. It had been a few months since the last time they came to the palace of Concubine Shu. Most of the flowers planted in her yard bloomed in this season. They looked like a cluster of flowers. Compared with the bleak trees around, it was really a good sight worth appreciating. It was worthy of her invitation to invite all the concubines to gather together to appreciate the flowers. They said they were going to enjoy the flowers, but they just walked around the yard and went into the house to drink tea and talk. The flowers in the courtyard of the concubine are really in full bloom. A concubine spoke first. If it were summer, sitting in a pavilion and enjoying this beautiful scenery would really make people feel relaxed and happy. Concubine Shu smiled gently. It's not difficult. Everyone can continue to enjoy the flowers and drink tea next summer. Everyone said hello, but Concubine Shu looked at Concubine Xian, who was holding Yui Luo. Just now, I forgot that Concubine Xian was also with the little princess, and she let the little princess blow the wind for nothing. Oh, am I invisible or what? You can't see such a big child. I'm worried. Luo is wearing thick clothes. It's okay. Shu Taifei nodded. That's good. The little princess's first birthday is coming soon. I should take care of my body, otherwise it would be a waste of the emperor's kindness. Curse me to get sick? Everyone who was drinking tea looked at Concubine Xian when they heard it. They didn't expect the emperor to be so concerned about the little princess's first birthday banquet. Thinking about what they had heard recently, they were so envious that they began to feel jealous. Concubine Xian smiled slightly. The concubine has been closed for so long. Today I will first care about Luo. I haven't had time to ask the concubine how she is. I wonder if she is well now. People who didn't go to see the excitement that day looked puzzled, but those who knew about it didn't dare to look at Concubine Shu, and only lowered their eyes to hide the smile in their eyes. Concubine Xian usually looks weak and speaks softly. She doesn't want to talk, but she can kill people without bloodshed, which makes people who don't know her very surprised. Haha, my mother can also kill people without bloodshed when she speaks. Concubine Shu must be furious. She had been closed to the public, because she had fainted and missed the best opportunity to explain. Now that she was suddenly brought up, her mother was just hitting her in the face. Yes, Concubine Shu put down the tea in her hand. The concubine fainted suddenly that day. I am still scared now. Fortunately, she was just poisoned. Concubine Do looked at Concubine Shu and blinked at her. Concubine Shu's kind smile froze for a moment. Seeing that everyone else looked at her with concern, she said softly, "Thank you for your trouble. I didn't expect that Concubine Huang was so thoughtful that she actually put drugs in my food." TSK, Huang Marin died and still had to bear the blame. If she knew, would she crawl out of the ground? I thought everyone's expression would change after hearing this, but unexpectedly it became more meaningful. Concubine Shu, who thought she had everything under control, couldn't help but frown. Is there something she didn't know? But this was not the time to ask Luo, because she wanted to figure this out, so Concubine Shu seemed a little absent-minded. Yui Luo has been a person who can't sit still since she could walk. She is not interested in the gossip of everyone, so she rolls over from Concubine Xian's arms and gets off the ground. Luo, come back soon. The little princess is learning to walk so fast. Concubine Shu moved her eyes to Yui Luo. Concubine Xian, don't worry, my room is flat. The fragrance in Concubine's room is nice. Concubine Shu took a deep breath and said, it's elegant and refreshing, and it makes people feel clear-headed. Concubine Xian noticed the smell of the incense when she came in, which was indeed different, but she didn't notice anything unusual, so she didn't pay attention to it. Before Concubine Shu could speak, Luo beside her said proudly, this fragrance was made by Concubine herself, so it smells good. Luo. Shu Taifei snorted at her and looked at Shu Fei. I didn't expect Shu Fei to know about incense. Shu Fei waved her hand. How could I know about incense? I just think it smells good. I wonder if the concubine has any extra. I'm shamelessly asking for some. Yui Luo, who originally wanted to go to the incense burner, thought to herself. And Shu Fei is really considerate. Luo, go get a box of incense for Shu Fei. Shu Fei, who originally suspected that there was something wrong with the incense, thought to herself, am I being too suspicious? The group sat with Shu Taifei until it was almost dinner time before they left one after another. What surprised Yui Luo was that Shu Taifei, who used to feel tired after sitting for a while, could actually sit still. Back at Zuehua Palace, Concubine Shu took out the incense given by Concubine Shu and said to the others, "I can't see anything unusual about this incense. That damn old woman sat with us for so long. She wouldn't really just come to enjoy the flowers. Huarui, go and call Dr. Lin over." Huarui left as she was told, and Concubine De smiled and said, "Sister Xian is still smart." Speaking of this, Concubine De looked at Concubine Ro again. "Sister Ro, is the prickly heat on your back better?" I had wanted to ask my niece to help me, but Concubine Ro said it was much better, so I gave up. Concubine Ro, who was still thinking, shook her head. It had already improved before, and I don't want it to keep recurring. While speaking, Huarui had already led Dr. Lin in. Looking at the few people, Dr. Lin bowed respectfully. But he was wondering which lady he was treating. Before he could ask, Concubine Xian handed over the incense in her hand. "Dr. Lin, take a look at this incense. Is there anything wrong with it?" It turned out to be incense. Dr. Lin took the incense and smelled it carefully, and smiled. "Dear ladies, is this incense given by the concubine?" Several people were surprised. "I have smelled it in Concubine Shu's room. I think it smells good and can refresh me. Concubine Shu gave me some, so I know it. It works well when I am on duty at night, and I don't feel sleepy." Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows and said, "So this incense is really good." "That's right." Dr. Lin returned the incense to Concubine Xian. "This incense is very refreshing. I have used it for more than a month, and there is nothing wrong with it." After sending the person away, Concubine Do was still worried and said to several people, "I will go back and ask the princess to come to the palace and let her help take a look." Concubine Xian knew Mu Shui's ability and nodded. Seeing that Concubine Ro was absent-minded, she waved her hand to let Huarui leave, and then said, "What's wrong with Concubine Ro?" Concubine Ro came back to her senses and said seriously, "I have deliberately ignored this person. Why is my heart still out of control?" Several people knew that emotional matters were never under their control, and they didn't know how to persuade them, so they just asked Concubine Ro to remember the fate of Concubine Huang. Yui Luo had already followed Dr. Lin out of the bedroom while they were talking. When Dr. Lin noticed that she was following behind him, they were almost at Concubine Shu's bedroom. "Little princess," Dr. Lin looked surprised and squatted down. "Why are you following me?" Concubine Xian and the emperor would be very anxious if they didn't see the little princess. Chapter 336. Yui Luo always felt that she had overlooked something, so she followed Dr. Lin to the palace of Concubine Shu. "I will take you back, otherwise the emperor and Concubine Xian will be worried." Yui Luo shook her head. She has secret guards following her, so it would be strange if anything happened. When the big and the small were confronting each other, footsteps sounded, and the third prince walked towards the two of them, nodded to Dr. Lin, squatted down, and looked at Yui Luo at eye level. "What is Luo doing here? Do father and Concubine Xian know?" "I definitely don't know. Third brother, please don't send me back. It took me so long to get to this old lady with my short legs, and the business hasn't started yet." Looking at her rosy face, the third prince raised his big hand and rubbed her head, and said to the imperial Dr. Lin beside him, "You go and do your work, and leave the little princess to me." Imperial Dr. Lin bowed and said goodbye, and went to the bedroom of Concubine Shu. "Oh, third brother, please don't worry about me, I'm busy." The third prince laughed. "Does Luo want to go to Concubine Shu's bedroom? Then the royal brother will wait for you here." Yui Luo wanted to give a thumbs up to the third prince, who understood her so well. Looking at the back of the little guy leaving, the third prince said to the patrolling guards, "Continue patrolling." Dr. Lin checked the pulse of Concubine Shu, and went out to see Yui Luo had already walked to the door. The third prince was not around, and he was ashamed. The third prince said that he would give the little princess to him, but he left the little princess here. This royal brother is really incompetent. Yui Luo ignored Dr. Lin and wanted to go in. She saw a little maid holding a bouquet of flowers. She raised her hand and pulled the little maid. Seeing that it was her, the little maid hurriedly saluted respectfully. Seeing that she still didn't let go, the little maid whispered, "Princess, I still need to get rid of this flower. Can you let me go first?" "Get rid of it? This flower is still so fresh. There must be something fishy about getting rid of it suddenly." Yui Luo let go of her hand, but still followed the little maid. The two walked for a while, and the little maid felt helpless. The third prince, who was waiting for Yui Luo, didn't see Yui Luo coming, so he followed her forward to see. But he didn't want to see the little guy following the maid all the time, his eyes fixed on the bouquet of flowers. "Luo, do you want that flower?" Yui Luo nodded quickly. Hearing the voice of the third prince, The maid knelt down and saluted. The third prince motioned her to stand up. Give me the flower in your hand. Thinking that the concubine was just asking her to change to fresh flowers, the maid gave the flower to the third prince. After successfully getting the flower, Yuilua held it like a baby. The third prince was worried that she couldn't walk and wanted to hold her, but the little girl was as stubborn as a donkey and refused to let him hold her. I remember that the flower was placed in Concubine Shu's room. The fragrance was fine, but it didn't mean that the flower was fine. For the sake of my third brother helping me, I can ask Andy DeFay to let the heroine enter the palace, so that my third brother can see the heroine. It was already dark at this time, and the big one and the small one were walking on the palace road. The palace lanterns around them illuminated the two of them, stretching their shadows long. The third prince followed behind Yuilua all the time, and only turned around and left when he saw her enter the bedroom. Concubine Xian said good things to a few people and sent them out, and then she noticed that Yuilua was gone, but she remembered that there were secret guards around Yuilua, so she was not so worried, but she didn't expect the little guy to be gone for so long. Lure. Seeing her coming in, Concubine Xian came forward and picked her up. She noticed the flower in her hand, and thought she was giving it to her. As she walked into the room, she said, "Did Lure pick flowers for mother?" Yuilua shook her head. "This is from Concubine Shu. Mother, put the flowers in quickly. When the heroine enters the palace tomorrow, she will know what Concubine Shu is going to do this time. So Lure likes this lily." Concubine Xian put Yuilua down and handed the flower in her hand to Huarue. "Is this a lily? How come it is different from modern times? Since Lure likes it, you take good care of her." "My lady, I just saw that the third prince brought the little princess back." Yuilua then remembered that the third prince had been following her. She wanted to bring someone to dinner, but he left. "The third prince left?" Huarue nodded. Concubine Xian paused and ordered Nani Zhang to pack some snacks and hand them to Huarue. "Send it to the third prince to thank him for bringing Lure back." After dinner, Yuilua kept holding the vase. She thought Mu Shui would be able to enter the palace the next day, but before Mu Shui entered the palace, Concubine Shu and a group of concubines fell ill one after another. For a while, the harem seemed to be filled with illness, and the imperial hospital was extremely busy. My queen, Concubine De, and the others are also sick. They said they felt something was wrong and didn't want to pass the illness on to you and the little princess, so they didn't come. Huarue walked in from outside, looking solemn. The first thing the emperor did when he learned about this was to come to Concubine Xian to see if Yuilua was okay. It was strange. How come even Concubine De and her aunt fell ill? And it seemed that the sick people were all the people who went to Concubine Shu that day. But why didn't my mother get sick? The emperor looked at Concubine Xian and found that she frowned slightly. "What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" At this time, Dr. Lin came in with a medicine box and saluted. The emperor waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "How many people are sick now?" Dr. Lin bowed without thinking. "Your Majesty, there are more than 10 people. You should check Concubine Xian first." After checking Concubine Xian's pulse, Dr. Lin withdrew his hand and asked, "Does your Majesty feel chest tightness and nausea now?" Concubine Xian nodded, remembered something and looked at Dr. Lin. Could it be that the sick people also have these symptoms? Dr. Lin nodded. "We don't know what caused it yet. We thought she had a stomachache at first, but the medicine didn't work." "What are the symptoms of Concubine Shu?" Concubine Xian asked. "It's relatively mild." "Good boy. I said it would not be as simple as just appreciating flowers." It seems that Concubine Shu is not only praising others, but also praising herself. Since there are people with mild symptoms, there must be people with severe symptoms. The emperor asked, "Who are the people with severe symptoms?" After hearing Dr. Lin's answer, Yuilua's mind flashed the corresponding seats of each person that day. Those people seemed to be closer to the place where the incense burner and flowers were placed. No, if it was because they were close to the incense burner, then there was nothing wrong with the incense. As for the lilies I brought back, my mother knows about flowers and plants, and she didn't see any problem with them. There was nothing wrong with both, so they could only be used together. The emperor and Concubine Xian looked at each other, and asked Dr. Lin to find a solution as soon as possible, and said directly to Eunuch Chao, "Take away the lilies in the little princess vase, and the incense given by Concubine Shu, and find someone to try it." Yuilua, who had this idea in mind, said in her heart that they were in sync. Thinking of the fact that she could bring trees back to life, Yuilua gently held Concubine Xian's hand, and the invisible power spread from the palm of her hand to her whole body. Concubine Xian felt that the discomfort and fatigue on her body were swept away. Chapter 337. Empress Xian was surprised. She had heard the emperor say that lure could bring back dead trees to life. She didn't expect that it could have the same effect on people. Yui Luo looked up and observed the changes in Empress Xian. She was relieved to see that she was fine. It seems that this golden finger is quite useful. Yui Luo looked at her little hand and was very excited. So I am more powerful than the heroine's master? How about saving Aunt Defei and the others? No, this doesn't seem right. What if they think I am a monster? The emperor and concubine Xian, who were originally worried that she would really do this, breathed a sigh of relief. It's not that they don't want to help concubine Da and the others, it's just that lure is too different, and the fewer people who know about it, the better. Besides, last time Lure used her ability on the lychee tree, she slept for a long time before waking up. Even if concubine Xian is willing, the emperor doesn't want Yui Luo to do it. Aunt Defei and the others are so good to me, I'd better go and see them first. Thinking of this, Yui Luo raised her hand and took concubine Xian out, leaving the emperor where he was. Your Majesty, I will accompany Lure to see Sister Defei and the others to see if there are any new discoveries. The emperor nodded and left Zuehua Palace. The two went to the bedroom of concubine Da hand in hand. Qinger, who had become concubine Da's personal maid, looked much calmer and bowed respectfully to the two. Get up, concubine Xian looked at her with a smile. I came to see concubine Da. Is concubine Da okay? The queen is fine. Knowing that you would come to see her, she specifically asked me to take the little princess back so that she would not be infected with the disease. It's okay, concubine Xian picked up Yui Luo. Dr. Lin said that this disease is not contagious. Let me go in and talk to concubine Da. Seeing that concubine Xian said so, Qing'e leaned over and said yes, and opened the door to let the two in. Concubine Xian walked into the bedroom, which was filled with the smell of medicine. Unlike what she imagined, concubine Da was not lying down, but sitting at the table with concubine Shu and concubine Ro to study something. Your Majesty, concubine Xian and the little princess are here to see you. Hearing the voice, the three stood up and looked at concubine Xian and Yui Luo who came in. Why did concubine Xian bring Lure here? Didn't we say we were fine, and you don't have to worry about us? Defei looked at concubine Xian disapprovingly. This room is full of the smell of medicine. Can Lure stand it? Yui Luo ran to concubine Da with her short legs, hugged her legs, and looked at her with a smile. Sister Defei, look, it was Lure who forced me to come here. Concubine Xian walked towards the others with helplessness. Dr. Lin said that this disease is not contagious, so there is no need to worry. In that case, Sister Concubine Xian came at the right time. Concubine Shu pulled Concubine Xian to sit in front of the table, picked up the painted paper on the table, and placed it in front of Concubine Xian. The three of us are thinking about everyone's position in Concubine Shu's room that day. Rupin sighed, it's a pity that I can't remember everything. Sister Xianfei, please help me check whether our drawing is correct. Leave it to me. I have a photographic memory. Yui Luo let go of the hand holding concubine Da's leg and walked towards the table with her short legs. Seeing that she was trying hard to see the pattern on the table, concubine Shu's eyes lit up. Lure, are you trying to help the ants? Yui Luo nodded. Seeing this, concubine Shu chuckled and carried her to sit on the chair. Seeing that she still couldn't reach the table when sitting, she raised the chair a little higher to a height that was just right for her. Concubine Ro picked up the red pen and the blueprint next to her and placed them in front of Yui Luo. Yui Luo held the pen with great effort and wrote the color of the concubine's clothes in the place where the others remembered incorrectly. I don't know if my mothers can recognize my dog-like handwriting. Yui Luo put down the pen and looked at the words she wrote and felt dissatisfied. But being able to write them out was already the limit. Concubine Ro looked at the crooked words on it and recognized a blue word after a long time. Did Luo write the color of everyone's clothes? Concubine Xian nodded, and after some research, they finally restored the positions of that day. We asked Dr. Lin, and according to him, the ones with the most serious illnesses were sitting in the front. This shows that it was indeed the old woman who did it. Concubine Ro looked at them in confusion, but there was nothing wrong with the incense. Why is it like this? Lure got a bunch of lilies from concubine Shu's maid, and I don't know if it was because of the flowers. Concubine Xian poured tea for them. The emperor has sent people to try it, and I think he will soon know why you are sick. That's good. Concubine Shu took a sip of tea and looked at Yui Luo with a smile. I said Lure would be smart when he grows up. Look, it's true. It seems that my mechanical skills have been passed down. Yui Luo's face tightened and she looked annoyed. Damn, how could I forget about this? And Shure hasn't given up yet. I wouldn't have shown off if I had known. Concubine was a little amused. What do you mean by successor? Isn't the fourth prince studying very hard recently? Concubine waved her hand. I still know my son. He looks serious, but his brain is still far behind Luor. Then she looked at Yuilua. Unlike Luor, who has a photographic memory at such a young age, and is smarter than me, it's a pity that he doesn't learn mechanical arts. Let her son learn, and she will be thankful if he can learn 5 out of 10 levels of mechanical arts. Luor doesn't want to learn. Xu Fei looked at the little guy's tense face, and raised her hand to pinch her face. After learning, Luor can make chariots and things that can fly in the sky, which is very powerful. Yuilua's eyes lit up when she heard this. Flying in the sky? It seems good. If they can really develop a flying combat tool, it will be awesome. After teasing Yuilua for a while, Concubine Xian asked Concubine De, when will the princess enter the palace? Yes, the heroine is so unlucky. Could she be going back to the Divine Doctor Valley? It's really a coincidence. On the day I sent a letter to the Marquis Mansion, Schwer happened to go to see her master. I don't know when she will come back. Damn my bad mouth. I just hope that the Imperial Hospital can find a solution as soon as possible. I don't know what Concubine Xu's purpose is this time. 2 days later, the Imperial Hospital still hadn't found a solution. No one knew who had spread the rumor that the concubines were ill because of a demon in the harem. The concubines, who were already irritable and stuffy, believed the rumor after hearing it. They had taken medicine for several days, but still felt no relief. Yuilua understood the purpose of Concubine Xu's visit immediately after hearing this in the Imperial study. It turned out that she wanted to use the discomfort of the concubines to fabricate a demon out of thin air. No wonder she invited so many people to enjoy the flowers. But who was this unlucky demon? Concubine De, Auntie and Auntie were all ill, so it couldn't be them. So Concubine Xu wanted to mess with my mother this time? Chapter 338. Yuilua frowned and denied this guess. Suddenly, she thought of something and exclaimed in her heart. Good man, this unlucky monster can't be me. The old woman has a good plan. She uses the monster's words to get rid of me. If I really die, my father and mother will be heartbroken. When she is too sad, she will be unable to do many things. In this way, she can take the opportunity to get rid of the officials who attacked the Shao family. She has been silent for so long. After listening to Eunuch Chao's report, the Emperor's face turned pale. Cut the person who spread the rumor for me. Concubine Xu actually set her sights on Luor. Your Majesty, the 2 gossipers have committed suicide. When he went there, the 2 had just hit their heads against the wall and died, a step too late. What about the person you asked to test the fragrance? It's been 2 days, and there's still no result. Eunuch Chao nodded. Several people said they were fine, so the problem shouldn't be with these 2. The Emperor stood up and paced in front of the desk. After a moment of silence, he said, haven't those useless people in the Imperial Hospital figured out a solution? Yes. Eunuch Chao lowered his head, not daring to look at how ugly the Emperor's face was at the moment. Your Majesty, why don't you post the Imperial Edict? Not appropriate. The Emperor interrupted Eunuch Chao. If the Imperial Edict is posted, it may just be what the people behind the scenes want. At this moment, a young eunuch came in and said that the 3rd prince wanted to see him. The Emperor motioned for someone to come in. No need to be polite, just talk about the matter. The 3rd prince was wearing a purple brocade robe and bowed his hands and said, yes, there is a man outside the palace who claims to be the disciple of the master of the Divine Doctor Valley and can solve the problems in the palace. The disciple of the master of the Divine Doctor Valley? Come to the palace to cheat? I want to see who is blind. Yuilua stood up, walked to the 3rd prince, took his hand and walked out. Small body, but strong. The Emperor waved his hand, and the 3rd prince took his leave and followed Yuilua out of the Imperial study. Yuilua walked out of the Imperial study and opened her hand to signal the 3rd prince to hold her. The 3rd prince smiled, raised his hand, and picked her up and walked towards the palace gate. Looking at the person standing at the palace gate, wearing a white dress, with her hair tied up simply with a hairpin, and carrying a medicine box behind her, she really looked like a traveling doctor. I wondered who was so blind. It turned out to be the person who helped the time-traveling girl drug her father and turned him into a tyrant in the original book. Okay, it's a good opportunity to settle the accounts together. Anyway, the heroine will soon return to Beijing, so you can torment the old lady Xu Taifei first. Tianlan looked at the 3rd prince, who was walking towards her, and her eyes flashed with surprise, but she concealed it very well, and it disappeared quickly. Miss, are you from the Divine Doctor Valley? The 3rd prince looked at the person in front of him and asked calmly. Yes. Tianlon smiled slightly. I heard about the things in the palace when I traveled here, so I asked to see you to help solve this matter. The chores in the Divine Doctor Valley are also considered to be people of the Divine Doctor Valley. A thief has the nerve to cheat under the banner of the Divine Doctor Valley. How shameless. Concubine, she really took great pains to get rid of me. By then, this idiot can't even cure the people inside. Shouldn't we find a master to do it? But since you have come to me, I must help you. I want you to know that the palace is not such an easy place to enter. The third prince raised his eyebrows slightly and raised his hand and said, since the young lady is from the Divine Doctor Valley, I should treat her with courtesy. Please come in. The third brother also saw that this person was a liar. Soon, the news that someone from the Divine Doctor Valley had entered the palace spread in the harem. The third prince wanted to order someone to settle Tianlon first, but Tianlon said that she would go to see the patients first. Young lady, you are a kind-hearted doctor. I admire you. After that, he took people to the palace of Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian looked puzzled when she saw Tianlon. After hearing her introduction, she chuckled and said, then please help me take a look. Tianlon took her pulse and retracted her hand. I think the symptoms of the queen are mild, and nothing serious will happen. Those who heard that someone from the Divine Doctor Valley had entered the palace could not wait to come to Zuehua Palace. Although the disease was not serious, it was not easy for a person to not be able to eat or sleep well. After Tianlon took everyone's pulse, she smiled and said, don't worry, ladies. I will go back and get you some medicine. You will be cured after you finish taking it. Everyone thanked her and left one after another. When Concubine Shu learned that Tianlon had successfully entered the palace, she rarely showed a sincere smile on her sick face. Luer didn't understand why, and just thought she was happy to hear that someone had cured her illness. Luer, you leave first. Your Majesty is wise. Xiao Shi's waited for Luer to leave the room and said respectfully, even if Concubine Xian and others knew that she felt unwell after returning from your place, they couldn't find any evidence at all. Concubine Shu looked out the window. Don't be too happy too soon. This girl is from the Divine Doctor Valley. Don't really cure her, otherwise my efforts will be in vain. Xiao Shi's replied, I do it right away. Tianlon returned to the residence arranged for her by the third prince. She took out the medicine box, looked at the various precious medicinal materials inside, and put them back. These things were brought from the Divine Doctor Valley by her. Wouldn't it be a waste to give them to these people? Just as she was hesitating, there was a knock on the door, and two palace maids walked in. Miss, the Emperor has instructed that as long as you need medicinal materials, you can get them from the Imperial Hospital. Okay. Tianlon dismissed the two people with reserve, and asked as if she remembered something, who arranged the residence for me? The two looked at each other and smiled. That's the third prince. No wonder he called himself the queen. Thinking of the handsome and charming face of the third prince, Tianlon curled her lips. Seeing the two staring at her, she put away her smile, and sent them away. She warned herself in her heart not to be blinded by men, otherwise her identity would be exposed, and she would not get the reward, but she would lose her life. While thinking, the door was pushed open again. Looking at the person who came in, Tianlon couldn't help but widen her eyes. Why are you here? Xiao Shi sat down by himself. I am originally a person in the palace. I advise you to leave the palace as soon as possible. Leave the palace? I just came here and haven't started treating patients yet. At least she should wait until she gets a large sum of money for treating patients before leaving, otherwise she would have come here for nothing. The imperial doctors can't cure this disease in the harem, and everyone says it's caused by a demon in the harem. Damn it, that's even better. You can write a prescription and take the reward and leave. Anyway, if it can't be cured, it can be said that it's caused by a demon. You're not looking for me just for this matter, right? The girl is smart, and the affairs of the harem are not something you, a Jianghu person, can get involved in. So someone doesn't want me to cure this disease? It seems that you saved my life again, and I know what to do. Chapter 339. Xiao Shi's didn't expect her to be so understanding, and he laughed immediately. It's good that the girl understands. After Tianlon and the others left, she stood up and asked someone to take her to the Imperial Hospital. Along the way, she received admiring looks from the palace people, and she felt unprecedentedly happy. When they arrived at the Imperial Hospital, the people in the Imperial Hospital heard that someone from the Divine Doctor Valley had arrived, and they all curiously looked out to see. When they saw that it was a young woman coming in, their expressions lost their initial expectations, and instead, they went about their own business. Dr. Lin received instructions from the Emperor and invited Tianlon in as usual. Miss, You are here to get medicine for the ladies. The medicine is all here. Tianlong glanced at the medicine cabinet behind her and nodded. Thank you, but I have a habit of getting medicine and don't like to be disturbed. So can you please step aside? Yuilua, who was struggling to step through the threshold, sneered in her heart when she heard this. Is it because she doesn't like to be disturbed, or is she worried about being exposed? Although the doctors were not happy, they had to do as Dr. Lin said when he saw that he didn't object. The others left one after another, and then Dr. Lin noticed Yuilua and Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao, why did you bring the little princess here? Eunuch Chao looked helpless. It was not him who brought the little princess here, but the little princess who brought him here. The emperor only told him to follow the little princess, and he didn't dare to stop him, so he came here. Princess, let's go out first and wait for Miss Tian to get the medicine, okay? Eunuch Chao squatted down and coaxed softly. Yuilua glanced at Tianlong, and waved to Eunuch Chao and Dr. Lin to go out. You two go out. Since the little princess likes it here, she can stay here. Before entering the palace, Tianlong naturally knew who was the most favorite person in the palace. It was not the crown prince, but the little princess in front of her. She raised her mouth slightly. If she could please the little princess, she would not have to worry about the rest of her life. Anyway, she asked these doctors to go out because she was worried that her poor medical skills would be exposed. But the child in front of her looked only 1 year old, so how could she understand what the medicine she prescribed was for? Eunuch Chao and Dr. Lin looked at each other and turned to leave. Yuilua walked to the table and looked at the various medicines that Tianlong brought over. Most of them were for clearing heat, and some tonics were added. She rolled her eyes and took a lot of tonics and put them in her sleeves while Tianlong was not paying attention. Tianlong picked up the medicine and took it out of the pharmacy, saying that she would boil it herself. Dr. Lin made a gesture of invitation and took Tianlong to the medicine boiling place. Yuilua followed behind the two of them, worried that the tonics in her sleeves would fall out, so she gently pinched her sleeves with her other little hand. Oh, my little ancestor, the medicine boiling place smells so bad. Please don't go there. Look at your body covered with a lot of medicine smell. Could it be because of the medicine in my sleeve? Yuilua raised her hand to make a silent gesture, and with a stern face, signaled Eunuch Chao to go away. She was still waiting to add ingredients to concubine Shu. Why go back? There was nothing he could do to her, so Eunuch Chao had to make way. Entering the house, it was indeed a place for boiling medicine. The smell of medicine was overwhelming, and several people were boiling medicine. You all go out. Dr. Lin sent the people inside away and looked at Tianlong. I don't know which medicines Miss Tian picked. I want to ask for your advice. Tianlong raised her eyebrows slightly, found a big pot for boiling medicine, and poured the medicine she had just picked into it. The divine Dr. Valley has rules. Dr. Lin forgives me. Looking at the herbs in the pot, Dr. Lin lowered his eyes slightly. Aren't these just some heat-clearing herbs and some tonics? Thinking of the Emperor's special instructions to treat this person well, Dr. Lin's body suddenly went cold. So the Emperor knew in advance that this person was a liar, and still let him into the palace. Thinking of the last time with concubine Huang, Dr. Lin silently lit a candle for the person in front of him. She actually dared to come to the palace to cheat. She was really brave. Seeing that Lin Tai didn't notice anything unusual, Tianlong was relieved. It seems that not all the doctors in the palace are really capable. Yuilua's eyes turned back and forth between Lin Tai and Tianlong, taking in their expressions, and couldn't help but feel funny. The author is really bold. In the original book, Tianlong's IQ could actually make her father fall into her trap. The Emperor who happened to come here heard this voice, and felt that his precious daughter was right to scold him. The time-traveling girl has long been offline. Let's see if she will hook up with concubine Shu, and continue to use the same method to harm her father. The Emperor felt warm in his heart when he heard this. His precious daughter still cares about him. Your servant pays respect to the Emperor. The two people in the room heard the voice, and stood up to greet him. Tianlong was a little surprised at the Emperor's appearance. She thought the Emperor must be fat and old. After all, he eats so well and stays in the palace all day. She didn't expect it to be completely different from what she thought. Although he had some stubble, his face was handsome and majestic, and he exuded the aura of a superior. He had a charm that made people admire him. Feeling the Emperor's gaze, Tianlong immediately lowered her head, and suddenly she envied the concubines in the harem. Although many of them served one husband, they served the master of all people. They were handsome and majestic, and they had no worries about food and clothing in the palace. No wonder women wanted to enter the palace. Get up. The Emperor motioned for the two to get up, and his eyes moved to Tianlong coldly. Miss Tian, The concubines are more particular. If you boil medicine, boil the medicine of concubine Shu separately, and don't mix it with others. Yes. After the emperor finished speaking, he walked towards Yuilua, leaned over and raised his hand to pinch her little face. So you ran here, making it easy for daddy to find you. Yuilua took the emperor's hand away and rubbed her face. I'm just thinking about making concubine Shu bleed. There are many things that daddy is worried about the historian and can't do, but I can do it. Your Majesty, I didn't let the little princess come in, but the princess didn't listen to me. Eunuch Chao was worried that the emperor would blame him, so he stepped forward to explain. I don't blame you. Luor can go wherever she wants, don't restrict her. Hearing this, Yuilua raised her lips and called daddy in a baby voice. That's right, why are you holding me back? I finally have some personal time. The man who was so majestic just now squatted down and talked to the little guy with a doting look on his face, which made Tianlan stunned. Miss Tian, do you or I make the medicine for concubine Shu? Tianlan put away her extra thoughts, exclaimed, and hurriedly took a small medicine jar to cover up her gaffe. I do it. Knowing that Dr. Lin couldn't tell whether the herbs she picked were good or bad, Tianlan didn't feel guilty, as she did the first time, and poured the herbs into it and scooped water. Seeing this, Yuilua walked away from the emperor and walked to the medicine jar, quickly pouring all the medicine in her sleeve into the jar. Old woman, wait for the tonic to kill you. Dr. Lin was amazed. The little princess added so many tonics, even a strong man couldn't handle it, let alone concubine Shu. However, the emperor didn't say anything, so he pretended not to see it. After doing everything, Yuilua returned to Zuehua Palace in a good mood. Chapter 340. When concubine Xian saw her coming back, she almost jumped when she walked, humming a tuneless song in her heart, feeling strange. Did Luor pick up gold? She is so happy. The medicine prescribed by that swindler must not be taken by Aunt Defei and the others. No, Daddy must have seen something, otherwise Dr. Lin would not have turned a blind eye, and then I wouldn't have to worry about Aunt Defei and the others. Luor, mother made egg custard. Concubine Xian carried Yuilua to the dining chair made by concubine Shu, picked up the egg custard, blew it on her lips, and fed it to her. Hee, I'm just hungry. Oh, the flowers and the fragrance are fine. So what's the problem? While thinking about things, Yuilua ate a bowl of egg custard. She saw a bird flying by the window, and she got down from the chair. Since she can understand animal language, can she know where the heroine is? She walked towards the window with her short legs, and her two little tufts swayed with her movements, which made Empress Xian smile. It seems that the princess likes that bird. Huarue took the bowl from Empress Xian's hand, and saw that Yuilua approached, and not only did she not scare the bird by the window away, but the bird also flew to her hand, and rubbed her hand with its furry head. It's really strange, said Nani Zhang in surprise. The little princess is not only lovable, but also loved by birds. After telling the bird about her needs, Yuilua reached out and let the bird fly away, and sat back on the carpet. Haha, I will know about Prince Duan in the future. It must be very interesting. Although it is not as interesting as seeing it with my own eyes, it is still okay to pass the time by listening. Concubine Shu has been waiting for the medicine for a long time, but it has not been delivered yet. She suppressed her displeasure and asked Luor, go to the Imperial Hospital to see when the medicine will be boiled. If it is not boiled yet, ask for it and boil it yourself. It's really useless at an advanced age. The symptoms are so mild yet so unbearable. If she wasn't worried that the emperor would find fault with her, she wouldn't have suffered this. Those delicate concubines must be suffering too. Luor left in response, and just opened the door, just in time to see Dr. Lin coming with the boiled medicine. I'm sorry to have kept the concubine waiting for a long time. Miss Tian said that this medicine must be boiled slowly to work. Look, she boiled it herself, and I sent it to the concubine. Dr. Lin, please come in quickly. Luor opened the door and let someone in. Dr. Lin put down the medicine and said in a gentle voice, the concubine has been waiting for a long time. Miss Tian said that if you drink her medicine, you will be cured in a few days. After a few more words, Dr. Lin watched concubine Shu finish the medicine before turning around and leaving. Concubine Shu took a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and motioned Luor to take the bowl away. Madam, I heard that the emperor specifically ordered someone to boil your medicine separately. Will it be? No, concubine Shu interrupted Xiao Xi's firmly. Since ancient times, no emperor has not cared about the comments of future generations and historians on him. Even though the emperor is not in harmony with her now, he needs to find an excuse to take into account the historian, even if he wants to kill her in his heart. Just like when Prince Huaqing was executed, future generations would not think that the emperor killed his brothers and sisters, but would only think that it was his own fault. I am worried that this time the little princess is involved. What if the emperor takes the risk of the world's disapproval and attacks you? Concubine Shu sneered, that's perfect. When he produces evidence that it was me, he will be the one to be pointed at. The next day, Tianlan packed her things and planned to see the emperor. Unexpectedly, when she opened the door, she saw Eunuch Chao coming in and said with a smile, Miss Tian, the emperor asked me to take you over for questioning. Okay, Tianlan closed the door and followed Eunuch Chao to the Qingxing Palace. Tianlan had been dazzled by the gorgeous palace along the way. When she reached the door of Qingxing Palace, she retracted her gaze and walked in. Your Majesty, Miss Tian is here. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. She was quite polite. Yuilu raised her eyebrows and looked at Tianlan. Get up, Miss Tian, you are a kind-hearted doctor who has relieved me of my worries in the harem. What reward do you want? Tianlan stood up after thanking her and said righteously, I don't ask for rewards. I just want to cure the patients and make them recover. I don't ask for anything else. TSK, you speak better than singing. If you hadn't seen the golden pillar more than a dozen times just now, I would have believed that you really didn't want anything. Oh! The emperor's voice rose at the end, and he laughed happily. Miss Tian is a doctor with a kind heart. I think the reward is indeed vulgar. You Jianghu people have Jianghu rules. I won't take the reward and ruin Miss Tian's kindness. Tianlan was dumbfounded when she heard it. If she said that, shouldn't the emperor appreciate her more? Then he waved his hand and rewarded her more. Why did he say no reward? What the hell is written in those damned words? They are all lies. Yuilu laughed in her heart. Good guy, you never expected that Daddy would predict your prediction. The emperor curled his lips, as if he didn't look at Tianlan's face like a pallet. What, is there something else, Miss Tian? Tianlan forced out a smile that was uglier than crying, and said with heartache, Your Majesty, no, thank you for your compassion, I will take my leave. Eunuch Chao sent the man out, feeling very disdainful in his heart. He actually wanted to play the game of saying one thing and thinking another in front of the emperor, which was simply overestimating his own abilities. Eunuch Chao, tell the girls that the people of the underworld have their own rules. Tell the ladies not to break the rules with money or other vulgar things. I was originally thinking that if I didn't get money from the emperor, I could get it from the ladies, but I didn't expect that the last way would be blocked by someone. Tianlan almost broke her back teeth to keep her expression unchanged. I thought I could get the reward and leave the palace, but now it seems that I have to wait a little longer. Otherwise, it would be a waste of time. Anyway, the prescription she prescribed would not cause any problems, so it would be okay to stay for another 2 days. What Tianlan could not have expected was that after only 1 day, she was taken away by the maid in a hurry. Where are you taking me? The maid continued to walk. The concubine has been bleeding from her nose all day, and the emperor asked me to take you to question her. What did the man take her to question about her nose bleeding? She was so scared that she thought there was something wrong with the prescription she prescribed. Thinking of this, she felt a little more relaxed. What did the concubine ask me to ask about her nose bleeding? You will understand everything when you go there. As they were talking, the two of them soon arrived at the gate of Concubine Shu's palace. Seeing that the people at the gate all looked unhappy, Tianlan raised her eyebrows. A nosebleed wouldn't kill her, so why were they all so serious? She walked in. In addition to the emperor, there were also several concubines. She walked closer, and saw a pale woman lying on the couch opposite the emperor. She thought it was the so-called concubine Shu. Emma, this tonic is really good. It works so quickly. Didn't Tianlan want to run away? Now it involves the old woman's matter. Let's see how you run. Chapter 341. When the people in the room saw Tianlan coming in, their eyes fell on her. They felt that the atmosphere in the room was not right. Tianlan lowered her eyes and bowed respectfully. If eyes could kill, concubine Shu would have wanted to cut Tianlan into pieces. Not only did it not relieve her discomfort, but it also made her already uncomfortable body worse. There were so many tonics in it, which was clearly to make her die. Concubine Xian knew that Yuilua wanted concubine Shu to bleed, but she didn't expect that the little guy meant to make concubine Shu bleed. Get up. Hearing the emperor asking her to get up, Tianlan stood up after thanking him. Before she could speak, she heard the concubine beside the emperor speak. So this is Miss Tian from the Divine Doctor Valley. I heard that the people in the Divine Doctor Valley have unparalleled medical skills, but you didn't cure her illness, but you made her sick. Concubine Shu looked at the concubine dowager, Not to mention the concubine dowager, even people with good health can't stand your nourishment. Tianlan hadn't seen concubine Shu in the past few days, since she entered the palace. Today was the first time she saw her. Seeing that the emperor had no intention of stopping her from talking, she knew that this person must be someone who had a say in front of the emperor. So she still said respectfully, "Thank you for your praise, madam. There is no way the prescription I prescribed for the concubine could have any problem. She just put some tonic in it, so that this person would not take something tonic and blame her." "Oh!" Concubine Shu stretched out the last word and stared at Tianlan. "So this means that I have wrongly blamed Miss Tian. I heard that you personally made the medicine from picking it to boiling it. Is that right?" "Yes." Tianlan replied without hesitation. "Since you did it yourself, if the concubine had problems after drinking your medicine, do you think I should look for you? This shouldn't be the case." Tianlan couldn't figure it out. She looked at the bowl on the table. "May I take a look at the medicine in the bowl?" The emperor nodded and asked Eunuch Chao to pick up the bowl on the table and hand it to Tianlan. "Miss Tian, please take a good look." Taking the bowl, there was still half a bowl of medicine in it. Tianlan picked it up and smelled it, frowning slightly. How come there are so many tonics? Did she forget to grab them once? That shouldn't be so many. How many times would she forget to put so many in? Tianlan put down the bowl and looked at Dr. Lin beside her. "Dr. Lin, you were there when I boiled the medicine. I don't know why there are so many tonics in this medicine." Dr. Lin was afraid that he would be implicated, so he hurriedly said, "Miss Tian, you said you don't like people to be around when you get the medicine. How do I know why there are so many tonics? Think carefully whether it was done by someone else." Tianlan was silent for a while, feeling annoyed that she wanted to get the reward too much and was worried that her prescription would be discovered by others, so she really didn't use anyone else's hand. Concubine Shu cursed Tianlan in her heart for being so stupid. The secret guards actually believed that she was from the divine Dr. Valley. It seems that her secret guards have been lazy all these years since she followed her to guard the tomb of the previous emperor. Their martial arts are not as good as those of the palace secret guards, and now they can't even recognize people. However, the person in front of her is not from the divine Dr. Valley, which is just what she wants. If he can't cure her, it will make the evildoer's story more real. Looking at Miss Tian, I think I made a mistake out of carelessness. Concubine just smiled at Tianlan. Fortunately, it was discovered in time, otherwise the concubine's body would not be able to bear it. The emperor said sullenly, "Come here, take the person down to the court." Tianlan, who was frightened and pale, did not expect the emperor's attitude to change so quickly, and her head was completely confused. "Your Majesty." Concubine Shu spoke softly to stop him, her voice a little weak. "Forget it. Miss Tian came to the palace with good intentions. Maybe she was too nervous and made some mistakes. Just forgive her." "Oh, you want to protect someone and come to collude with him. Okay, I was worried that you two couldn't get together and couldn't solve the hidden danger of Tianlan, but I didn't expect that you really got together, and the broken plot is quite rounded." Concubine Xian heard Yuilua's thoughts and said, "Your Majesty, the concubine dowager is tolerant, and Miss Tian is indeed kind-hearted. In my humble opinion, since the concubine dowager and Luo's first birthday ceremony is coming soon, please forgive Miss Tian." The emperor, who was thinking this, saw concubine Xian handing over the ladder, and his expression eased a little. "Since the concubine dowager and concubine Xian are pleading for you, I will not pursue you. You stay with the concubine dowager, and make sure to cure her." "Ha ha, Tianlan, who can't even cure an animal, can cure concubine Shu? I'm afraid that even if she dares to cure concubine Shu, she won't dare to trust her again." Tianlan, who was glad that she had escaped a disaster, was stunned when she heard the emperor's second half of the sentence. How could she cure the concubine? With her mediocre medical skills, she couldn't even cure animals, let alone people. If she had known, she should have stolen more medicine to bring with her. Now that she can't cure people, will they kill her? Concubine Shu's face froze for a moment. Letting this swindler cure her would be like asking for her life. "Don't worry, Auntie, Miss Tian is from the divine Dr. Valley, and will definitely make you healed." The emperor told Tianlan to take good care of concubine Shu, and then called Lin, the imperial physician, away in the name of the imperial hospital. What is shooting oneself in the foot? Concubine Shu is just like that. Humph, you want to use the fact that the people in the divine Dr. Valley can't cure the harem's illness to make people believe the evildoer's deeds more firmly. If that's the case, you better bear it. After the emperor and his men left, the room became quiet, and Lu glared at Tianlan. "You are from the divine Dr. Valley. I think you are more like a charlatan. If you can't cure the concubine, I see if the emperor will chop off your head. Lure. Concubine Shu scolded, and Lure immediately shut up, but her expression was still angry. The man next to me is a straightforward person. I hope he didn't scare you. Seeing that Concubine Shu was harmed like this by her, and she just spoke for herself, and now comforted her so kindly, Tianlan instantly felt that there were still good people in the palace. She shook her head. Thank you, Concubine, for helping me escape a disaster. I am very grateful. Concubine Shu waved her hand. It's good that she didn't scare me. Lure said this because she was worried about me. You don't have to take it to heart. Seeing that she was still standing, Concubine Shu motioned her to sit down. At this time, Xiao Shiais came in from outside, and Tianlan was a little surprised to see him. Why are you here? Feeling that Concubine Shu was not arrogant, Tianlan's heart relaxed, and now seeing Xiao Shiais, she felt more at ease. The man in front of her had saved her once, and kindly reminded her that the palace was not the place for her to come. I am the guard of the concubine. So you know each other. Concubine Shu pretended to be surprised. What a coincidence. After talking for a while, Concubine Shu asked Tianlan to go back and sent Lure away. Lure glared at Xiao Shiais. In her opinion, Xiao Shiais was not a good person because he was involved with Huang Marin. Now that he was valued by the concubine, she disliked him even more. Lure is a simple-minded girl. Don't bother with her. Concubine Shu looked at Lure's back and rubbed her temples. Chapter 342. Tianlan stayed in the palace for another 2 days. At first, she wanted to sneak away, but seeing the heavily guarded palace, she gave up the idea. During these 2 days, she found that Concubine Shu was really a good brand. She never asked her to do anything. Every time she went there, she just chatted. Thinking of Concubine Shu's thinner face, and that she couldn't leave the palace, Tianlan opened her medicine box and took out a porcelain bottle. Even though she was heartbroken, she decided to give the pill made from Tianshan Snow Lotus to Concubine Shu. The emperor didn't know that she was cheating under the banner of the divine Dr. Valley, and he was confident that he would let Concubine Shu treat her. If something really happened, Concubine Shu would die, and he would definitely not be able to live. Thinking of this, she took the medicine and went to Concubine Shu's palace. This is a pill made from the Tianshan Snow Lotus. You will be able to recover after taking it. Concubine Shu took the porcelain bottle, wondering about the identity of the person in front of her. There is only one Tianshan Snow Lotus in the divine Dr. Valley, and one in the Li Kingdom. This person actually has a pill made from the Tianshan Snow Lotus. It seems that he really has some relationship with the divine Dr. Valley. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such a precious pill. How can I take such a precious pill? You should take it back. Tianlan resisted with a pain in her heart. Princess, please keep it. You are in such a bad condition because of me. Tianshan Snow Lotus can make you healthier. After a while of rejection, Concubine Shu put away the porcelain bottle and reconsidered Tianlan's value. If he can take out such a precious pill, will there be other pills? It seems that this person can't be easily released from the palace. Yuilua got the news from the bird that Mu Shui's carriage had a problem on the road, so it was delayed again. She was worried that Defei, Xu Fei, and Rupin would be exhausted if they were delayed, so she cured them while they were asleep. At this moment, the three were talking to Concubine Xian about the strange things that happened last night. Concubine Xian poured tea for the three. What strange things? I seemed to dream about the goddess of resurrection last night, and then I woke up in the morning and I was completely healed. After Concubine Shu said this, Defei and Rupin looked at each other and said excitedly, we also dreamed about it. What? Yuilua was furious. The goddess is trying to steal the credit from a child like me. How shameless. I didn't sleep and ran to 3 palaces. Empress Xian was a little amused and thought it was a coincidence. Look how angry Lure was. I didn't believe in goddesses before. Concubine Shu took a sip of tea. I didn't expect it to be so amazing. Forget it, as long as you are fine, let that damn goddess steal the credit. That Tianlan took over such a difficult task. She should have given the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill to Concubine Shu. What a waste. Isn't it a waste to use Tianshan Snow Lotus pill to treat a small problem? Thinking of this, Yuilua rolled her eyes. No, I can't let the old woman get away with it. I have to get the pills. Besides, the pills were made by the master of the divine Dr. Valley for the heroine, and I don't want them to be stolen by Tianlan, a shameless thief. It's just right, I bring it back and give it to the third brother, and let her take it to the heroine to show her courtesy. Concubine Xian had a headache. Could Lure's little body get the things? Or should she ask the secret guards to get them for Lure? Thinking that the two secret guards would follow her daughter and would definitely help her, concubine Xian was no longer worried. Instead, she said to the three of them, "It's good that you are all fine. Concubine Shu might want to use the name of a demon to attack Lure this time." "Don't worry, concubine Xian." Concubine to put down the nuts in her hand and flex her wrist. "If she dares to harm Lure, I will beat her to pieces." It happened that she hadn't exercised for a long time. Concubine Xian Pucci smiled. Sister Defei doesn't care about her image? Don't worry, she won't get anything good. Yuilua did what she said. After dinner in the evening, she went to sleep. When concubine Xian also went to sleep, she quietly opened her eyes. Haha, the timing is just right. Mother is asleep, perfect. Empress Xian, who was pretending to sleep, almost exposed herself when Yuilua approached her. Mother is so beautiful, this skin, these eyelashes, these lips. Yuilua, stop, stop. Now is not the time to admire mother's beautiful sleeping face. The most important thing is to get the pills first. Lure is so dramatic. Empress Xian curled her lips imperceptibly. Feeling the little guy fall off the couch, a slight sound of the door opening was heard, and then she opened her eyes. Qingfeng and Qingrong followed Yuilua all the way, whispering, "Why does the little princess always go out at night? Shouldn't such a big child sleep?" Yuilua left Zuihua Palace and tightened her coat. She thought to herself that it was a good thing that she was wearing thick clothes, otherwise her mother would worry about her coldness if she found out. She was wondering why her short legs were so slow to walk, and when she looked up and saw a tall figure walking in the distance on the palace road, Yuilua's eyes lit up. Why didn't the third prince sleep at night? Was he thinking about the heroine so much that he couldn't sleep? It's just right, I can take him and need a steal medicine. A series of thoughts exploded in his ears, and the third prince looked at the little girl wearing a pink coat. Maybe because she just woke up, the little girl was a little angry, and her legs were shaking as she ran towards him. Lure, the third prince walked towards her, squatted down and raised his hand to steady her small body. Why did you run out instead of sleeping? It's cold outside, be careful not to catch a cold. The warm red palace lantern shone on Yuilua's fair face, and she smiled and opened her hands. It's not cold at all, third prince, please take me to concubine Shu, I have to get the pills for you to give to the heroine. Otherwise, the second male lead finds a new snow lotus for the heroine, and the heroine owes the second male lead a favor. The third prince picked up Yuilua. Lure, just point to the prince wherever you want to go. Seeing the third prince holding Yuilua, Qingrong and Qifeng did not get too close to them, but just followed from a distance. Concubine Shu asked the servants to retreat and rest. She took out the porcelain bottle given by Tianlan, opened it, and smelled it before putting it under the pillow, and decided to eat it later. She laid down with her hair loose. Maybe because she had not slept well recently, concubine Shu fell asleep quickly. The third prince picked up a stone, while holding Yuilua, and gently pushed open the door. There was still a candle in the room, so it was not too dark, but the person lying on the bed could still be seen clearly. The third prince raised his hand, and threw the small stone in his hand, accurately hitting concubine Shu's sleeping point. The third prince's skills are really good, so special. Accurate. Hurry up, take the things so that we can run away, otherwise my mother will be worried when she wakes up and finds that I am missing. Holding Yuilua and approaching the bed, the third prince put her down. Yuilua raised her hand and groped under the pillow. A cold touch came, and her eyes lit up. It's really under the pillow. Opening the porcelain bottle to confirm that it is indeed the pill she wants, Yuilua groped around for a while, put the pill she prepared in it, and smiled slyly. Chapter 343. Tiffany Shu had a rare good sleep. When she woke up, Lure was standing beside her with a smile. Tiffany, you're awake. You must have slept well last night. Tiffany used to wake up as soon as the sky turned white, but today she woke up so late. Listening to the sound of rain outside the window, Tiffany Shu lifted the quilt, put on her shoes, and got out of bed. It's raining outside. No wonder I slept so well. Yes. Lure helped her sit down, and hurried to get water for her to wash, and then served breakfast to the table. After breakfast, concubine Shu returned to her couch. Lure looked at the gloomy sky outside and muttered, with the world in such a state, how can tomorrow be a good day for the little princess's first birthday? The troubles brought by the rainy day became cheerful after hearing this sentence. Concubine Shu raised her eyelids. Tomorrow was a good day for her, but not necessarily for the emperor. Thinking of Yuilua's delicate face, concubine Shu closed her eyes, and thought to herself that if you want to blame someone, blame your bad luck for being born in an imperial family. After sending Lure away, concubine Shu called Xiao Shi's and whispered a few words to him. Do it as soon as possible. Yui Luo has been particularly happy since she brought the medicine back last night. Tomorrow is my first birthday. I am so looking forward to it. If nothing unexpected happens, there should be rumors today that the people in the Divine Doctor Valley can't cure the illness of the concubines in the harem, and it must be the work of evil spirits. As she expected, she saw the emperor coming to Zuewa Palace with a gloomy face at lunchtime. Concubine Xian respectfully welcomed the person in and said in a gentle voice, "What's wrong with the emperor?" The emperor sat on the chair. Some people are gossiping that there are evil spirits in the harem. Because tomorrow is Luo's first birthday, it is not appropriate to shed blood. I plan to deal with this matter after Luo's first birthday. Daddy is so emotionally unstable. Why should he be angry? Let concubine Shu be happy first. When the heroine enters the palace today, tomorrow will be the time to severely destroy her. I hope concubine Shu can keep calm by then, and not get angry to death, otherwise there will be no fun. Your Majesty has already expected this, so why should he get angry about these things? Concubine Xian poured a cup of tea and handed it to him with a smile. A moment of pride is nothing. Anyway, Your Majesty is the winner, right? The emperor took the tea and sipped it. You are right. Concubine has said that the princess will return to Beijing today and will come to the palace immediately after seeing her letter. Even if I don't see the letter, I will go to the palace. After all, I will be curious about who the fake one is. Hee, tomorrow will be very interesting. Two people will slap concubine Shu in the face together. The emperor was puzzled. Two people? Is there someone else besides the princess? Who else can slap concubine Shu in the face? Luo hid her little secret very deeply, and she didn't even let her father know. By the way, I have sent someone to secretly invite the abbot of Baiyun Temple. I will definitely not let Luo bear any bad remarks. Your Majesty is thoughtful. I am ashamed of myself. Empress Xian did not expect that the emperor would send someone to invite the abbot of Baiyun Temple. She thought that Princess Mu was enough. Seeing that the emperor was so considerate of his daughter, Empress Xian's smile became more sincere. Who says that men are not considerate? Daddy is very considerate. In fact, it doesn't matter whether the abbot is invited or not. Anyway, I won't be hurt. The two talked for a while, and heard footsteps coming from outside. Empress Xian. When concubine saw the emperor, her screaming voice was instantly put away, and turned into a gentle greeting. Ha ha ha, Auntie Defei is so cute, and she changes so smoothly. Get up. The emperor said, and looked at Mu Shui. Thank you for your hard work, princess. Mu Shui shook her head, and got straight to the point. I have learned the general situation from Empress Defei. I wonder if the incense and lily are still there. The emperor looked at Eunuch Chao. Eunuch Chao understood. I will go and get the lily for the princess now. Defei was puzzled, but the emperor has tried the incense and flowers, and there are no other symptoms of discomfort. We know when Eunuch Chao brings the stuff over. Your Majesty and Madam, please rest assured. I'm sure. Soon, Eunuch Chao came back with the lilies in the vase, and handed them to Mu Shui. Mu Shui took a look at the lilies, and put them aside, saying to concubine Xian, I take a look at the fragrance first. After looking at the fragrance that concubine Xian handed over, Mu Shui returned it to concubine Xian. It smells good, there's nothing wrong with it. She picked up the stale lilies, and put them under her nose to sniff. With the fresh lilies and the fragrance, it's no wonder that the madams have symptoms of chest tightness and panic. The person who tampered with them is very smart. That's why the emperor tried it, and it didn't work. It turns out that the flowers are not fresh anymore, no wonder. The old woman is quite smart. She has guarded the imperial mausoleum for so many years, but she has not become stupid. Eunuch Chao, go to the flower room and get a bunch of fresh lilies. Eunuch Chao took the lilies handed over by Mu Shui. Your Majesty, I have asked, and the last bunch of fresh lilies in the flower room is this one in your hand. The ladies in the palace don't like these lilies, saying that the fragrance is too strong and not suitable for display in the house, so there are fewer lilies in the flower room. The emperor signaled to Eunuch Chao not to say anything more, and asked Mu Shui, how can this symptom be relieved? The people in the imperial hospital failed to solve this problem, probably because they don't know the cause. Just tell them the cause of this symptom, and they will be able to solve it. Upon hearing this, Eunuch Chao immediately bowed and left to do this. The princess has been traveling all the way. Tomorrow is Luo's first birthday, so you can stay in the palace. The emperor left this sentence and turned away. It's just right. Concubine De looked at Mu Shui jokingly. The third prince is also in the palace. Aunt? Mu Shui was a little embarrassed. Aunt's change was really fast. After asking her to answer many questions for no reason, she began to praise His Highness. Did His Highness send her something? His Highness should not do such a thing. While thinking, a soft little hand took her hand. Mu Shui looked down. Yui Luo raised her head, and her round eyes reflected her slightly red face. Haha, wait for me, this little cutie, to take the princess to see the third emperor, so that the third emperor can relieve his lovesickness. The little princess has grown so big. Mu Shui looked surprised, because Yui Luo's height was not that of a 1-year-old child. Empress Xian and concubine De looked at each other and said softly, Luo wants to play with the princess. Please trouble the princess. This was the first time that she was loved by a child, and such a delicate child. Mu Shui felt a strange feeling in her heart. Since she came back from the divine Doctor Valley, not to mention the children, even the noble ladies in the capital thought she was too cold, so they didn't like to get close to her. It's not a problem. The little princess is very cute. I like her very much. I like this help from my mother. Yui Luo took Mu Shui's hand and walked out. It was raining outside, and the sky was clear. The palace road was a little wet because of the rain. Chapter 344. The third prince was writing in the side hall, looking a little absent-minded. Ziyang stood behind him on the left with his hands folded. He leaned out to see the words on his paper, and sighed in his heart. No wonder he was absent-minded. It turned out that he was thinking about the princess. If you miss someone, just go and see her. It's really awkward. Your Highness, I heard that the princess has entered the palace. If you really don't have the heart to write, just go out and meet her by chance. The third prince glanced at him sideways, crumpled the paper in front of him and threw it aside. Seeing that his own prince did not accept his advice, and continued to write with his head down, Ziyang touched his nose, and suddenly noticed Mu Shui coming in from the door. He coughed lightly to remind the third prince, but the third prince said without even raising his head, if your throat is uncomfortable, go to the Imperial Hospital to get a prescription for expectorant medicine, don't affect my writing. If you really want to write, you won't waste so much paper. I have brought the person you think about day and night to you, don't be so helpless. Mu Shui chuckled, the little princess insisted on coming here, did we disturb your writing? The third prince put his pen on the table, and looked up at Mu Shui standing at the door against the light. Mu Shui was wearing a moon-white dress, smiling as she looked over. When their eyes met, the third prince hurriedly walked up to her and hugged Yui Luo. The princess has been traveling a long way, come to the warm room and have some tea first. Oh, the princess just hugged me for a while, and the third prince is jealous? He is really jealous. The female lead is so soft and tender in her arms, she is reluctant to get out. The third prince is so cruel, he is jealous of his own sister. You will be jealous to death when the second male lead appears. The second male lead, who is gentle on the surface, and silently criticizes her behind the scenes is actually very sweet. Yui Luo sighed. Although I like the male second, I can't help but the female lead likes you. A love that runs towards each other is sweet. I help you. The third prince, Does it mean that Luo still has the idea of turning his elbow outward? Several people went to the warm room. After sitting down, Mu Shui said to Ziyang, if your throat is uncomfortable, I will prescribe a prescription for you. Go and get some medicine. Ziyang was startled and was about to say something, but the third prince said first. He went to the Imperial Hospital to get medicine, but it didn't work. I'm sorry to bother you, princess. Then he looked at Ziyang. Why don't you thank the princess? Thank you, princess. Poor Ziyang, your prince flirted with his wife and treated you as a part of the play. Mu Shui smiled slightly, but didn't say much. Suddenly, she remembered that there was someone in the palace who claimed to be from the divine Doctor Valley, so she asked, I heard that there is someone from the divine Doctor Valley in the palace. Can you introduce him to me? As far as she knew, the master only accepted her and her senior brother as his disciples. Although her senior brother was not in the divine Doctor Valley, she heard from the master that her senior brother went to the country, so it was impossible for him to be here. Princess, please have a good rest today. The girl will also be there tomorrow. Girl? That's even more impossible. Since the third prince said so, Mu Shui did not ask any more questions. After they talked for a while, Mu Shui stood up and said, Your Highness, I have something to go back to the mansion, so I won't bother you any more. What are you bothering? The third prince wants you to bother him every day. If you don't bother him, some people will be angry. The third prince, Princess, wait a minute. The third prince called her, hesitated for a while, and took out an exquisite box. A hint of discomfort flashed across his handsome face. This is the rouge that the women in Beijing love the most recently. For the princess. Mu Shui hesitated for a moment, raised her hand to take the small box in front of her, and looked at the third prince with sparkling eyes. "Thank you, your highness." Although she didn't like these rouge and powder, but seeing the third prince's uncomfortable expression, he must have bought them because he thought she would like them. Ha ha ha, so funny. Why is the third prince so shy when giving a gift? The expression on the third prince's face almost couldn't be held back. He was a grown man, and was shy. Luor really used random words. As long as the princess likes it. Seeing that the two were about to separate, Yuilua rolled her eyes, moved behind the third prince, and pushed him. Instantly, the third prince's tall figure rushed towards Mu Shui. Fortunately, he reacted quickly, and held the table next to him to stabilize his body in time, so that he did not fall directly into Mu Shui's arms. "Ah, the heroine is right next to you. Why did you hold the table? I really admire you, you can't carry it." The second prince is engaged, and his relationship with Xu Yan is heating up, and the fourth prince is also in close contact with Qin Qianqian. Why can't you live up to your expectations? Xiang was also a little disappointed when he saw the third prince holding the table. Offing said that the master had someone he liked, and they would be more comfortable as subordinates. He also wanted to verify the truth of this matter, but the prince was so unreasonable. After sending the person out, the third prince felt Yuilua's resentful eyes and pinched her face. "Don't be angry, the princess will come back to play with Luor tomorrow." Yuilua snorted, turned her face aside, and walked out with her short legs. At the same time, concubine Shu also received the news that Mu Shui entered the palace, and she called Xiao Xiai's in. "Do you know what the other party is here for?" The key to whether tomorrow's success lies in the concubines in the harem, who are not feeling well, and she doesn't want anyone to ruin her good fortune. "It should be to see concubine De, your majesty, don't worry." Xiao Xiai's knew that concubine Shu heard that Mu Shui knew some medical skills, so she was worried and asked this question. "Well?" Concubine Shu glanced outside, and said with an ambiguous meaning, "The clouds have dispersed, but it doesn't mean there will be no rain. There must be no mistakes in tomorrow's affairs. Pay attention to the movements of the Imperial Hospital." "I understand. I've been keeping an eye on the Imperial Hospital. The concubines in the harem have been complaining for a long time, because they take medicine every day, but have not recovered. There has been nothing unusual happening at the Imperial Hospital except that the medicine is being boiled according to the routine." Concubine Shu nodded. "It's time for that stupid Lady Chen to come out." Waving her hand to let everyone leave, concubine Shu stood up, and walked to the Buddha statue to worship. She called Luor to go, and talk to the emperor about this, but Luor came in, with an unhappy look on her face. She has always been a person who can't hide things. Concubine Shu asked softly, "Who has offended you again?" Luor supported concubine Shu, and curled her lips. I don't know what the emperor was thinking. He actually released concubine Chen, because of the little princess's first birthday. Concubine Shu was surprised. "I thought it was something. Tomorrow is a good day. Why are you angry that the emperor would let her out? This is exactly what she wants, saving her from making another trip." Thinking of the previous failure, concubine Shu thought about it for a while. Did the emperor do this because he discovered something? She had no conflicts with the little princess and concubine Xian. The emperor could not have expected that her target this time was the little princess. People like her should be locked up for life. Concubine Tai, I'm afraid she will hate you for sending her lychees. I'm worried that she will get into trouble. By the way, the emperor also issued an edict. The people can also receive the corresponding food tomorrow. Chapter 345. When Lu'er said this, she couldn't help but respect the emperor. Although the emperor and the concubine don't get along, it is undeniable that the emperor is indeed a good emperor. While holding the first birthday ceremony for the little princess, he also cares about the people. Concubine Shu was still a little suspicious, but after hearing this, her doubts were completely dispelled. It seems that the emperor did not suspect anything, but just wanted to take this opportunity to have fun with the people, so he pardoned concubine Shin. "Concubine, what do you want to call me in for?" Thinking of concubine Shu calling her in, Lu'er asked softly. "It's okay." Concubine Shu turned around and walked back to the chair and sat down. "Go and call Miss Tian to talk to me." Lu'er was a little dissatisfied with Tianlan before, but after knowing that Tianlan gave concubine Shu Tianshan Snow Lotus Pill, her attitude improved a little. "Yes, I will call her over right away." Concubine Shu waited for a while, and Lu'er brought Tianlan in. Tianlan smiled and bowed, walked to the side and sat down. Lu'er served tea. "Is the concubine okay?" Tianlan took the tea and asked softly. "Much better." Concubine Shu sipped her tea. "Tomorrow is the little princess's first birthday ceremony. I talked to the emperor and asked you to go with me. Tianlan was very excited, but she tried to control her face. Attending the first birthday ceremony, there would be a lot of delicious food, and you could also meet other princes and nobles. I'm afraid this is not a good idea. Tianlan tightened her hand holding the tea. I am a vulgar person. How can you be so self-deprecating? Concubine Shu looked at her disapprovingly. You have devoted all your efforts to making medicine for the concubines in the harem. Who dares to say anything when you attend with me tomorrow? Tianlan is a key figure tomorrow. How can she not go? Thank you, concubine. Tianlan felt a little guilty. Those people had been drinking the medicine she made for a few days. She was originally worried that the emperor would call her for questioning if it didn't work. But for a few days, the emperor didn't seem to call her for questioning. Even the concubines didn't go to see her. But this is just right. After the little princess's first birthday ceremony, she will pack up and leave the palace. Otherwise, if the matter is exposed, it may not be as simple as losing the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill. What the two did not know was that after receiving the words of Eunuch Chow, the imperial hospital began to boil the medicine. The imperial doctors who were helping Lin Tai muttered, I didn't expect it was caused by lilies. If they had found out what caused it earlier, why would they have to toss it for several days? Yes, that Miss Tian also said that she was from the divine Dr. Valley, but in the end, she was helpless. If the emperor had not said it, the ladies in the harem would have been in chaos. Dr. Lin interrupted the discussion. Do your own job well, other things are not our business. Several people shut up and did their work seriously. After receiving the emperor's oral order to lift her house arrest, concubine Shin was so happy that she almost cried. The emperor finally remembered her. Thinking of Qinger who left her, concubine Shin was so angry that she almost tore the handkerchief in her hand. That little bitch is also a traitor. Let's see how she will deal with those traitors when she goes out. When the other concubines learned that the emperor had released concubine Shin from her confinement, they were so angry that their back teeth almost broke. The servants who had betrayed concubine Shin began to panic. If the emperor released concubine Shin, would he transfer them back to Sir Concubine Shin? What good would they have to do then? Concubine Shin was not only stupid, but also vicious. She would not let them go. Many people were destined to be unable to sleep that night. The next day, when the sky was just turning white, Yuilu opened her eyes in a daze, and felt someone putting clothes on her. There were footsteps coming in and out outside. When she woke up completely, she had changed into new clothes, and her hair was no longer just two small curls, like usual. Instead, it was combed into an exquisite double-ring bun, with a butterfly red hairpin on her head, and a little red on her forehead, looking like a fairy. Yuilua looked at herself in the bronze mirror, and raised her hand to touch the double-ring bun on her head. Is my hair growing so fast? No wonder my head feels so heavy. It turns out that my hair has grown too long. No, it seems to be a wig. Yuilua retracted her hand, and moved closer to the bronze mirror. It looks good, but it's uncomfortable. Empress Yin put on her palace dress, walked to Yuilua, hugged her, and said to Huarue, help Luer take off her bun, as usual. Huarue was stunned for a moment. Your Majesty, the little princess's bun is perfect with this noble dress. Nani Zhang seemed to see what Empress Yin was thinking, and smiled and said, Your Majesty asked you to take it off. The little princess is the protagonist of the one-year-old ceremony, and it might not be comfortable for her to wear this bun. I didn't think about this, Huarue said apologetically. I will comb the little princess' hair into a simple bun right now. She only thought about combing a bun that matched the dress, but forgot to consider whether the little princess was comfortable. The bun was taken down and combed into two simple buns, which were simply tied with a red silk ribbon. Although it was not as exquisite and noble as before, it looked more playful and cute. Hee, it was still comfortable this way, and my head felt much lighter. After everything was done, it was already daybreak. Eunuch Chow came over and invited Yuilua and concubine Xian to Changle Palace. The Changle Palace was big enough to accommodate more than 100 people. When the two arrived at the door, there were already sounds of stringed instruments and people talking inside. The palace servant standing at the door bowed respectfully when he saw the two coming. The sky was blue today, and it seemed that it had rained yesterday. The sky was as clean as if it had been washed by water. The sun was already rising slowly. It was really a pleasant day. Concubine Xian smiled at the two, and walked in with Yuilu in her arms. The invited people were already seated. Because the emperor had not yet appeared, they simply sat and talked in low voices, without touching the exquisite dishes in front of them. The banquet in the hall was arranged in 2 rows, with women on the left and men on the right. When they saw concubine Xian coming in, Everyone stopped talking and nodded to greet her. Concubine Xian and Yui Luo were the protagonists today, so their seats were set next to the emperor. The emperor has arrived. Upon hearing the voice, everyone in Changle Hall stood up and knelt on the ground to salute. Your Majesty, long live the emperor. The voice echoed in the empty hall. The emperor, wearing a bright yellow dragon robe, walked from the middle to the top and helped Concubine Xian up, saying loudly, Everyone, stand up. Everyone thanked the emperor and stood up. They sat down only after seeing the emperor sit down and signaled them to sit down. Yui Luo was not light now. The emperor glanced at Concubine Xian's delicate arms and raised his hand to hug Yui Luo. Today is the first birthday of the 7th Princess Yui Luo. Everyone should just celebrate with me. Don't be too rigid. Chapter 346. After the emperor finished his polite words, Eunuch Chao said loudly, Now please start giving your congratulatory speeches. Yui Luo blinked her big eyes. There is actually this link. The palace servants in the palace collected all the congratulatory speeches and presented them to Eunuch Chao, who then presented them to the emperor. The emperor randomly picked up a few books and read them, and said to Eunuch Chao, Present the congratulatory speeches I wrote for Luor. The adults, whose congratulatory speeches were read, were originally smiling, but they knew that the emperor's real intention was not to focus on their congratulatory speeches, but to show off the congratulatory speeches he wrote for the little princess. After Eunuch Chao brought the emperor's congratulatory message and spread it in front of the emperor took the red brush, dipped it in ink, and handed it to Concubine Xian. Concubine Xian, please also write a congratulatory message for Luor. The concubines below almost bit their teeth to pieces after seeing this. The clothes on the little princess were obviously made of embroidery, which made them jealous. They didn't expect that she had asked the ministers to write congratulatory messages just now. A 1-year-old princess actually received such a blessing from heaven. Concubine Xian was really lucky. Tianlan sat next to Concubine Shu, watching the changes in the concubines around her, and was puzzled. It's just a few words. Why are these people so angry? Empress Xian took the pen, brushed her sleeves, and wrote her congratulatory message on it. Yui Luo curiously stuck her head out to read it, but she didn't expect that the congratulatory message had been picked up by the emperor. May my son's wishes come true, and all his wishes come true. After saying that, she looked at Empress Xian. I only wish Luor more happiness and long peace. The congratulatory messages of the two were very simple, not the kind of wishes full of expectations. The two sincerely hoped that the child would be happy. The 4th prince stretched his neck and whispered to the 3rd prince, Fortunately, father didn't miss us. He didn't know what to write, and it was almost the same no matter how many times he wrote, so he just wrote a few sentences casually. The 3rd prince raised his eyebrows slightly. What did you write? The 4th prince touched his nose. Of course, it's a blessing. The emperor at the top had rolled up the congratulatory message and handed it to Eunuch Chao, framed this calligraphy, and sent it to Concubine Xian. Thank you, Your Majesty. The ministers below congratulated her, and the female relatives naturally congratulated Concubine Xian. The 4th prince thought that the congratulatory message had been read, and it was time to have a banquet and enjoy singing and dancing, but the emperor looked at him and then instructed Eunuch Chao. Read the congratulatory message that the 4th prince wrote to the little princess. The 4th prince's heart clicked. Shouldn't the father read the crown prince's? Why did he think of reading his? Eunuch Chao took out the 4th prince's congratulatory message, flipped it open, and read the words on it with a hesitant look. This made the people below and Yui Luo curious. What did the 4th prince write, and why did Eunuch Chao have that expression? The emperor took a look and said, The 4th prince's handwriting has improved a lot. I am very pleased. Knowing that the emperor meant that it could be read, Eunuch Chao said loudly, The 4th prince wrote a congratulatory message for the little princess, wishing her a healthy and happy life with abundant wealth. It rhymes quite well. I like this blessing of abundant wealth. Concubine Shu said softly in the first position of the next poem. Although the 4th prince's congratulatory message is simple, it is also the most difficult to achieve. Seeing this, Concubine Shu quickly agreed, Yes, I heard that many sisters have been unwell in recent days. I hope everyone can be healthy after the little princess's first birthday ceremony. As soon as these words came out, the lively atmosphere in the hall suddenly became subtle, and some people were already cursing Concubine Shu for being tactless. What day is today? She actually brought up this matter so blindly. Wouldn't this bring bad luck to the little princess's first birthday ceremony? When everyone was silent, King Liang raised his voice. I heard that the ladies in the harem were ill because of a demon. I wonder if the supervisor can see who this demon is by observing the celestial phenomena. Luoji stood up, King Liang is wrong. I am observing the celestial phenomena, not a Taoist priest. Besides, the emperor is here. With the emperor's true dragon spirit, what monster dares to offend him? Yin Fan was choked by him, and sat down with his sleeves swung. Hey, it's been so long and Yin Fan hasn't found someone to replace Yin Minner. He is really useless. At this time, a concubine heard the word monster and knocked over the teacup. She began to tremble and huddled into a ball, muttering, "There is a monster, a monster." Some timid women turned pale, and felt a little cold after hearing this. Monster? The emperor scolded with a sullen face. Where is the monster? Who is the monster? Everyone was silent after hearing this, not daring to breathe. Everyone could see how much the emperor cared about the little princess's first birthday ceremony, but there were people who were blind enough to spoil the fun. Your Majesty, Zhou Kane is probably insane. Since Miss Tian is from the Divine Doctor Valley, why not let her take a look at Zhou Kane? Concubine Shu raised her eyebrows slightly, and glanced at Concubine Shu who was speaking. Before the emperor spoke, Zhou Kane stood up and staggered to the center of the hall, pointing at Yuilua with a horrified face. Monster, she is a monster. Zhou Kainu, stop talking nonsense. Shu Fei scolded the crazy Zhou Kainu. Zhou Kainu's personal maid came forward and knelt on the ground tremblingly, crying, Your Majesty, all the ladies in the harem are sick, only concubine Xian and a few others are fine. Please help Kainu. What a pitiful person, Shu Taifei sighed. I thought that with Zhou Kainu starting, others would follow suit, but Shu Taifei didn't hear anyone agreeing for a long time. She narrowed her eyes. When she invited people to appreciate the flowers that day, she specially arranged a few timid people to sit in the front, so the symptoms of several people were more serious. Logically, several people should have believed that it was the work of evil spirits. Why did they not move? Xiao Xiai's also felt strange. Everything was normal at the Imperial Hospital, and nothing went wrong. What did he overlook? Oh, has the show started? Zhou Kane's acting skills are really bad. She was so scared, and her goal was still so clear. At this moment, Zhou Kane, who was in the center of the hall, curled up her hands hanging in her sleeves. They were all sick, but only Concubine Xian and a few others were fine. Is it really a coincidence? Since Concubine Xian and the others are still so unsatisfied after being favored by the emperor, don't blame her barefoot. The few people who could hear the inner voice were still a little worried, but after hearing Yuilua's next words, they relaxed and watched the show. Your Majesty. Concubine Shu saw that no one supported her, and said, Today is the little princess's first birthday ceremony, and we can't let the little princess bear the reputation of a monster because of this person's words. Her words seemed to be good for Yuilua, but she was forcing the emperor to prove Yuilua's innocence. Your Majesty, I heard that the people in the Divine Doctor Valley treated the ladies, but still didn't work, which is indeed suspicious. Yin Fan, who finally had the opportunity to speak, stood up. The little princess is worth a lot of money, and she must not bear this stigma. Monster, monster. Zhou Kainu was still muttering, her eyes full of fear. The little princess is a monster. Chapter 347. Yuilua stood up from the emperor's arms, and walked toward Zhou Kane with her short legs. Looking at the palace maid who came in from the door with hot tea, Yuilua smiled slyly, and went forward to pick up the wine glass that was closer to her. Since you like to act crazy so much, let me test your concentration. Zhou Kane felt a little guilty when Yuilua came down, especially when she met Yuilua's eyes. Her clear eyes seemed to be able to see through her calculations. Everyone's eyes fell on Yuilua, and they saw her pick up the wine glass and hand it to the palace maid. The maid was stunned for a moment, then took the wine glass and poured her a small cup of hot tea. The tea was steaming, which showed that the temperature was not low. She was worried about scalding Yuilua, and was hesitating whether to give it to Yuilua, when Yuilua looked up at her and stretched out her hand to signal her to give the tea to herself. Give the tea to Lure. The emperor at the top spoke in a deep voice, and the maid did not dare to hesitate any longer. Concubine Shu did not think it was a big deal, thinking that Yuilua wanted to drink tea. She took a sip of the tea to hide the smile on her lips. Unexpectedly, the next moment, Yuilua in the center of the palace showed Zhou Kane a big smile. It was obviously an innocent and lovely smile, but Zhou Kane could not help but feel scared. Yuilua stopped laughing and raised her hand to throw the hot tea in her hand towards Zhou Genyi. Zhou Kane had no time to think. Seeing the hot tea splashing towards her, she instinctively dodged. Instantly, everyone showed a meaningful smile on their faces, and the smile on Shu Taifei's face froze. A 1-year-old child is so observant, she didn't even see that Zhou Kane was pretending to be crazy. Thinking of this, Shu Taifei had an ominous premonition in her heart. Since Zhou Kane, a timid person, was not torture crazy, there was only one possibility. The symptoms of the concubines in the harem have been relieved, so they have not lost their judgment. Otherwise, after so many days of torture, these people would not be able to sleep well, and their minds would have been in a trance. So how could they have the ability to weigh the pros and cons? When did the symptoms of these concubines ease? Feeling the various gazes on her, Zhou Kane also realized that her behavior had been exposed, and she was even more terrified when she thought of this. Such a big child is so smart. What else could he be but a monster? Humph. Yui Lua stared at Zhou Kane with her dark eyes. She wanted to call her a bad guy, but after a long while, she could only curse bad guy. This childish curse not only had no offensive power, but also sounded like she was acting like a spoiled child. Damn, my poor words really affected my performance. Little guy, you are pretending. Why don't you pretend anymore? The sixth princess almost wanted to stand up and applaud Yui Lua, but unfortunately the occasion was not right, and she had to maintain the appearance of a princess. Evildoer, you evildoer. Zhou Kane was not pretending this time, but felt from the bottom of her heart that Yui Lua in front of her was a demon. I think you are the demon. Concubine Shu stood up and looked at Zhou Kane with a smile. Zhou Kane is so bold that she is willing to pretend to be crazy to wrongly accuse the little princess. Is she instructed by someone? She paused here and looked at the emperor. The emperor said coldly, "Deal with her according to the palace rules." Zhou Kane's face turned pale when she heard this, and she looked at concubine Shu with red eyes. The little princess is a demon, and all the concubines in the harem are sick, but you are the only ones who are fine. Concubine Shu chuckled and said, "According to what you said, can I think that you are ill because of your evil intentions and vicious thoughts? You wrongly accused a 1-year-old child of being a monster at her first birthday ceremony. I think you are the monster who has gone insane." Zhou Kainu's face turned pale and blue after being told by Concubine Shu, "I am not pretending to be crazy, I am just scared." Concubine Shu knew that Zhou Kainu was no match for Concubine Shu, and spoke softly, "Your Majesty, Luo Jianzheng is proficient in astronomical phenomena. Why not let him tell us if there are any unusual astronomical phenomena recently? If there are no unusual astronomical phenomena, let's see who dares to speak nonsense in the future." Concubine Xian raised her eyebrows imperceptibly, and said to the emperor, "The concubine dowager is so concerned about Luor. I beg the emperor to clear Luor's name. TSK, she is openly testing Luo Ji's attitude." The emperor and concubine Xian looked at each other and nodded. "Luo Ji, tell me about the recent celestial phenomena. If there are any abnormalities in the celestial phenomena, the abbot of Baiyun Temple will also come today. It's a good opportunity for him to see whether there are people causing trouble in the palace or there are really evil spirits." "Your Majesty, there are no abnormalities in the celestial phenomena recently." Luo Ji bowed. "This is related to Tianqi. Luo Jiansheng must not be careless." Concubine Shu looked at Luo Ji meaningfully. Before Luo Ji could say anything, an old and arrogant voice came from the door. "I haven't been to the palace for many years. I didn't expect to see such an interesting show as soon as I came." Everyone looked at the door of Changle Palace, and saw 2 old monks in cassocks coming in from the door. The one who was talking walked in front, with white beards and eyebrows. The person next to him was the abbot of Baiyun Temple, who was familiar to everyone. The other party just followed quietly behind him, and his attitude seemed to respect him very much. Many people only knew the abbot. Seeing his attitude and the arrogant tone of the speaker, they vaguely guessed the identity of the speaker. He is indeed the most arrogant monk. He is so arrogant at his age. That's not right. Master Chongyun has appeared. Where is the heroine's master? Could he have gone to find wine? No wonder Luor said that there were 2 people who slapped Concubine Shu in the face. It turned out to be Master Chongyun and Dr. Qian. When the emperor saw the visitor, he stood up and said with a smile, "Master Chongyun, please take a seat." Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Master Chongyun? There are only 3 people who are respected by the emperor. One is Master Chongyun, who knows the fate of people in the world. But no one knows how old he is, and there are many people who respect him. The other one is Li Yin's master, Minqiu, who is proficient in the art of emperors. The last one is Master Mu Shui, who is Qian Zhong, the master of the divine Dr. Valley. When Concubine Shu saw Master Chongyun coming in, she was shocked and realized that her months of hard work had gone to waste when this person appeared. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I will take my seat later." After saying that, he walked to Yui Lua's side, looked at Yui Lua for a while, and then moved his eyes to Zhou Genyi. "Just now, I listened for a long time outside the palace. You said that the little princess is a demon? Shogungi was speechless. How could she dare to speak nonsense in front of Master Changyun? Seeing that she didn't speak, Master Changyun didn't get angry. He turned to the emperor and said, "To be honest, I came here for Tianqi and the little princess." Master Changyun, please tell me what you mean? Before, I observed the sky and found that the purple star was dim, indicating that Tianqi would gradually decline. Hearing this, the ministers in the palace took a breath, but thinking of Master Changyun's ability, they were slightly relieved. Since Master Changyun said that he came for Tianqi, he must have a solution in mind. Chapter 348. Master Changyun, this bald donkey, why does he breathe so hard when he talks? Look how scared Daddy is. Oh Daddy, don't worry. Master Changyun has discovered that Tianqi is on the decline, but he has delayed coming to the palace for so long. Doesn't that prove that there is a turning point, and that's why he delayed for so long? The emperor's brows relaxed and he said calmly, Master Changyun, please continue. Master Changyun raised his hand and stroked his gray beard, with approval in his eyes. Since last month, the sky has changed. Venus is hanging high in the sky, indicating that the emperor has noble people to help him. But the emperor must not forget his original intention, know people, and appoint them well, and stick to morality, so that my Tianqi country can be long-lasting and stable. It's really amazing. If the time-traveling girl was still here, and the plot was still going the same way as before, Tianqi would indeed begin to decline. But this noble person, could it be me? Yuilua originally wondered if it was the third prince, but when she remembered that Master Changyun said he came for her in Tianqi, she was sure that this noble person was herself. I will definitely keep in mind what Master said today. What about the other thing Master Changyun said? Could Luor be this noble person? Master Changyun stroked his beard and smiled. I returned to Beijing just to confirm who this noble person was. When I saw the little princess, I realized that the noble person was right beside the emperor. The somewhat stagnant atmosphere in the hall was restored because of this sentence. Everyone had a smile on their face, except Zhou Gengyi and Concubine Shu. Ha ha ha. The emperor laughed happily and looked at Concubine Shu, and can rest assured now. Luor is not a monster. Instead, she is the lucky star of Tianqi. Concubine Shu recovered her expression, yes. Fortunately Master Changyun came in time to clear the little princess's name. Master Changyun moved his eyes to Concubine Shu. I haven't seen you for many years. The concubine is still as kind as ever. Even if I don't come today, someone will clear the little princess's name. Ha ha ha. Master Changyun's words really didn't give the old woman any face. Master Changyun emphasized the word kind. He left this sentence and took the abbot to the seat arranged by the palace servants when he was talking. He took the wine pot and poured a glass of wine and drank it all. The people in the palace were not fools, so they naturally heard the displeasure in Master Changyun's words. Master Changyun, you are too kind. Concubine Shu tightened her hands in front of her. If others said that the little princess was the emperor's noble lady, she would think it was nonsense. But everyone knew that Master Changyun never lied. Master Changyun snorted coldly, drinking and eating the dishes in front of him, which was not what a monk should do. Thinking of how he had stared at Yuilua for a long time just now, but could not see Yuilua's future fate, he felt that the dishes in front of him were also tasteless. Xu Fei carried Yuilua to Concubine Xian, and then returned to her seat and sat down. The emperor looked at Zhou Kainu, who was shaking like a sieve, and said, "Come here, take this person away." "Your Majesty." Zhou Kainu knelt on the ground crying, "I am not malicious and wrongly accusing the little princess, but I think this matter is strange. Why is Concubine Xian and others fine?" She looked at Tianlan with red eyes, "And Miss Tian is from the divine Dr. Valley. There is nothing I can do. I am just a coward and I am talking nonsense. Please forgive me, Your Majesty." Tianlan, who wanted to reduce her presence, wanted to strangle Zhou Kain to death when she heard this. Master Changyun is here, and this person mentioning her is equivalent to exposing her identity in public. How come I don't know when Qian Zhong accepted another female apprentice? Tianlan pursed her lips, her brain working quickly to think about how to reply without deceiving the emperor. At the women's table, Qin Qianqian leaned over and lowered her voice to Mu Shui beside her. This person actually dared to pretend to be from the divine Dr. Valley. "Sister Shui, you are so good at medicine, and you didn't pretend. She is really brave." Mu Shui looked at the door of the hall and smiled without saying anything. She was wondering why the master hadn't come yet. "Let me go." "Oh, what are you doing? Someone come. Someone is bullying the old man." "Go in." Noisy voices sounded outside the hall, and then two guards escorted an old man in green clothes, with his hair simply tied up with a wooden hairpin. "Your Majesty, I found this man sneaking around in the Imperial Garden while on patrol. I don't know what he was digging. Let me go! Qianzhong shook off the 2 guards holding him and raised his hand to straighten his wrinkled clothes. What else can I dig? Such a good banquet must be accompanied by good wine, he said as he took off the cloth covering the wine jar and threw it to the guard. He looked up and smiled at the emperor. Hello, your majesty. This little old man is quite cute. The few people who heard his inner voice had black lines on their foreheads. Luer used random words again. Dr. Qian, please don't be polite. Tianlan was so scared that sweat began to break out on her forehead. It was no wonder that others were not. She stood up and wanted to slip out first. Unexpectedly, as soon as she stood up, concubine Shu said, Dr. Qian, this Miss Tian claims to be from the divine Dr. Valley. Do you know this person? Tianlan's body froze in place, neither sitting nor standing. I heard about it at the palace gate. Qianzhong was still holding a jar of wine, looking at Tianlan, who was standing suddenly in the women's table. His expression was condensed, and the gentle smile just now disappeared. Tianlan, you actually bluffed your way into the palace under the banner of the divine Dr. Valley. I let you go out of pity for you, but you don't repent. Back then, he took pity on this girl who was almost starved to death, so he took her back when she was only a few years old and let her work as a medicine boy in the divine Dr. Valley to identify medicinal materials. Who knew that Tianlan was so ruthless and stole the poison made by his eldest apprentice and threw it into the well water of ordinary people. Fortunately, they found it in time, otherwise everyone in the village would have died in her hands. He punished her, but seeing that she was young, he couldn't bear to kill her, so he only expelled her from the divine Dr. Valley. But this person stole the Tianshan Snow Lotus pills he made for Shuer. So he's a swindler. No wonder he can't treat illnesses. Xu Fei said as she looked at Xu Taifei. Taifei, is this person's entry into the palace related to you? Xu Taifei said calmly. I don't know why Xu Fei said that. Tianlan lowered her eyes, not daring to look at the mocking eyes of the crowd. Take out the things. Qianzhong walked in front of Tianlan and stretched out his hand with a gloomy face. Those things are gone. Gone? Qianzhong was so angry that his eyebrows stood up. Mu Shui was worried that he couldn't control his temper, so she quickly stood up and persuaded him. Master, please sit down and have a drink. Mu Shui's voice was neither loud nor soft, but it was clearly heard by everyone. Not only were others surprised, but even Qing Yuan Ho himself was confused. Didn't Shuer know a little bit of medical skills? How did she become the apprentice of Dr. Qian? He remembered that the person who took Shuer away was not Dr. Qian. Sister Yin, did I hear it right? Qin Qianqian was dumbfounded. No wonder Sister Shui's medical skills were so good, but she kept it so secret. You heard it right. Chapter 349. When she heard Mu Shui call her master, concubine Shu realized what she had missed. Qianzhong was unmoved by Mu Shui's words to persuade him to sit down and drink. The Tianshan Snow Lotus pill was so important to Shuer. Without it, the probability of Shuer's eye disease recurring would increase. Gone? Qianzhong did not reply to Mu Shui's words, but stared at Tianlan, who was pale and lowered his head. Who did you give the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill to? I gave it to concubine Shu. Tianlan finished speaking hesitantly, and felt Qianzhong's eyes move away, secretly relieved. What a coincidence. Concubine De looked at concubine Shu with a faint smile. The reason why all the sisters are ill is because they went to the concubine's palace that day. Now Miss Tian gave the concubine such a precious pill. It's no wonder that concubine Shu thinks that Miss Tian's entry into the palace is related to the concubine. The people in the palace are not fools. After being reminded by concubine De's words, combined with her behavior just now, they have some thoughts in their hearts. How could the late emperor's favorite concubine really be a kind and harmless person? This explains why the concubine dowager pleaded for Miss Tian and refused to let the imperial physician see her. It turned out that she had taken Tianshan Snow Lotus pills. Xu Fei sighed at this point. Poor little princess, she almost got the stigma of a monster because of this. I know that you and De Fei love the little princess, and I did ask the emperor to forgive Miss Tian, but I don't know why you came to this conclusion that Miss Tian is related to me. Xu Fei was calm and smiled when she spoke, as if everything really had nothing to do with her. The concubine asked if you ate the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill. The concubine Xian beside the emperor asked. Mother, this is a good question. Although the old woman didn't eat it, she was worried that Dr. Qian would take the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill back and would definitely say that she ate it. Seeing her so calm, I'm afraid she has already thought of a way out. In this case, Let her take a layer of skin first. Sure enough, Concubine Shu's answer was the same as Yuilua's thought. I ate it. Concubine Xian, the concubine did eat the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill, but the pill was given to you by Miss Tian, and you didn't know that she stole it. Xiao Shi's explained beside her. Concubine Xian was worrying about how to use Xiao Shi's to make a fuss, and frowned slightly when she heard this. I am talking to the concubine dowager. How can you have a say? She glanced at Xiao Shi's lightly. The emperor has spared you, but you should still understand some etiquette. You are not a secret guard now, and you are always with the concubine dowager. Do you want to ruin her reputation? Concubine Xian is right, and I know I am wrong. Xiao Shi's clenched his hanging hands into fists. The dog emperor broke his leg. How can he be merciful? Please forgive me, concubine. Empress Xian picked a grape and handed it to Yuilua, saying in a light voice, You, a servant, really don't know the rules. I am also worried that he will bring you bad things, so I scolded him a few words. Concubine Xian, you mean well. He was the secret guard of the previous emperor before, and he may not be used to it. I will let him learn more about the rules when I go back. Everyone thought that Concubine Xian wanted to confront Concubine Shu directly, but Concubine Xian just nodded lightly and stopped talking. While the two were talking, Mu Shui whispered to her master to sit down, and then she said softly, The illness of the ladies in the harem is all due to the incense and lilies in your bedroom, so the Defei and Shufei think that this matter is related to you. Did they really find evidence? Mu Shui is the disciple of the divine Dr. Valley, and it is not difficult to find out. Fortunately, she has been planning for so long, and naturally she has thought of a way out. Do you think that this matter can do anything to her? Really underestimated her. Lilies and incense? Putting away her thoughts, Concubine Shu looked surprised. How could it be? I gave the incense to Dr. Lin, there is no problem, and the lily was borrowed from Concubine Xian. No wonder she had to borrow flowers and plants from her mother. It turned out that she was thinking about today's plan at that time, and asked Concubine Huang to plant flowers and plants. What a meticulous mind, picking herself so clean from beginning to end. It's okay, if you pick it yourself, Xiao Shi's will suffer. Eunuch Xiao, bring the things. The emperor at the top gave a deep voice, and soon Eunuch Xiao brought the lilies. I had someone send these lilies to the greenhouse to cultivate them. Concubine Shu looked at the lilies that Eunuch Xiao brought over. The lilies and the incense you made were used together, and the ladies inhaled the mixed fragrance, which caused the symptoms of chest tightness and palpitations. Mu Shui paused here, looked at Zhou Kane, and continued, Some people have more severe symptoms because they are closer to the incense and lilies. Zhou Kane had fallen to the ground in the center of the hall. If she still didn't understand what was going on, she would be a fool. It wasn't Concubine Xian and her gang who wanted to harm them, but Concubine Shu who wanted to kill them with a borrowed knife. The other concubines looked at Zhou Kane crying silently in the center of the palace, and they sighed in their hearts and deeply realized that Concubine Shu was not a good person. Fortunately, they did not act rashly, otherwise they would have become the victims of Concubine Shu against Concubine Xian and her gang like Zhou Kane. So that's how it is. Concubine Shu blamed herself. I didn't know it would be like this. This matter was caused by me, and everyone suffered with me. Look at what you said. Is it to express that I have suffered too? So I really don't know. Yuilua silently rolled her eyes. It seems to be a coincidence. Concubine Xian knew that it would not change the result if she continued to talk, so she smiled and said, Don't put flowers in the house in the future, otherwise if you have any symptoms, people will gossip about it, and it's the work of evil spirits. Concubine Shu just nodded. The purpose of her coming to the banquet today was to watch the play she had planned for a long time. Now that the plan failed, she didn't want to stay any longer. As for Tianlan, today is the little princess's first birthday, and the emperor will not get rid of this person. She has to go back and think about how to deal with Concubine Shu and the emperor in the future. If this fails today, they will definitely find ways to get rid of her. Just as she was about to stand up, she heard a clear voice. Your Majesty, since ancient times, it has been inappropriate for men to serve in the harem. Putting a man close to Concubine Shu has long been criticized. So I beg you to transfer this person away from the concubine's bedroom for the sake of the royal family's face and the concubine's reputation. Li Yunhe bowed slightly. Your Majesty, this person is no longer a secret guard. It would be criticized if he served beside the concubine. Jean Tingen stood up. Concubine Shu wanted to touch Lure, so she had to take off her skin first. This person was her secret guard before, and he must know a lot about her. Getting rid of this person is equivalent to cutting off one of her hands. With the two leading the way, the others stood up one after another. Concubine Shu's body was slightly stiff. These people couldn't touch her, so they wanted to touch the people around her. If it was anyone else, he would definitely not blink an eye and let the emperor deal with it, but this person was her only confidant now. Chapter 350. Pleadings came one after another. Yuilu ate the grapes handed to her by Concubine Xian, while predicting what Concubine Shu would do. The dead old woman only had one useful person around her, so she must be reluctant to transfer him away. Ha ha ha, it seems that Xiao Shi'ai has to lose the treasure. The people who heard the inner voice were confused. What treasure? The emperor looked at Concubine Shu. Concubine, this person is not a secret guard now, and it is really inappropriate for him to serve you. Concubine Shu was silent for a while, closed her eyes, and said, as if she couldn't bear it, it is indeed against the rules. Please let the emperor serve, as a personal eunuch for my sake. Eunuch? Hate surged in Xiao Shi'ai's heart. Concubine Shu actually wanted him to become a eunuch. What's the difference between this and letting him die? She said she loved him all the time, but she failed to avenge the Xiao family, and she also made him unable to be a man in the future. I really look forward to the day when Concubine Shu knows Xiao Shi'ai's identity. It would be great to turn the person I love deeply into a eunuch. Come on, do as the concubine wants. Xiao Shi'ai let people take him away, and his hatred for the emperor increased a lot. He looked back at Concubine Shu in the palace, and sneered in his heart. If this man hadn't asked him to help the fool Huang Marin, he wouldn't have been plotted against, and now he has become a eunuch. Since this man is so cruel, he will kill the dog emperor and then get rid of him. Come here, take Zhou Kane and Tianlan away together, and deal with them after the little princess's first birthday ceremony. The hall was lively again. The sound of stringed instruments accompanied by the emperor's majestic voice sounded, and the banquet officially began. Concubine Shu wanted to leave, but the banquet had already started, and everyone was only concerned with drinking and enjoying the music. It seemed a bit disappointing for her to leave now, so she could only sit there in annoyance. Concubine Shu tilted her head slightly and raised her glass towards her. Since the concubine has taken the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill, I believe she is fine now. Here's a toast to you. Concubine Shu raised her glass and drank the wine. As the sun spread into the center of the hall, the dishes were taken away. The emperor put down the glass in his hand, stood up and said loudly, Eunuch Xiao, bring the imperial edict. Imperial edict? What do you want to do with the imperial edict? Is it a reward for me? Yui Luo looked at the direction of Eunuch Xiao with expectation. This thing seemed to have been prepared in advance. Eunuch Xiao walked over to a little eunuch next to him, and took the imperial edict. Seeing the emperor signal him to read it, he unfolded the imperial edict and read out the contents of the imperial edict in a sharp and thin voice. My daughter, the seventh princess, Yui Luo, is gifted, smart and lovely, and I am very pleased. It happens that today is her first birthday, so I especially grant her the title of Princess Dinghua, and reward her with 10 houses on Jingyang Street and a royal academy. This is my decree. Oh my god, I'm really rich. I don't have to do anything in the future. I can just be a landlady. No, I still have to protect my father's kingdom, otherwise I can't be a landlady. God must have felt that I was too pitiful to be an orphan in my previous life, so he compensated me. Although I almost died at the beginning, fortunately I have survived now. Concubine Xian took Yui Luo and knelt down together. Your Majesty, I accept the order, and thank you for your grace. Yui Luo knelt obediently beside him. The emperor came forward and took the two of them, and pinched Yui Luo's little face with a sincere smile. Does Luo like it? Yui Luo nodded like pounding garlic. Of course I like it. Zhanyang Street is in such a good location. Many officials rent houses there. I have 10 houses at once. Who doesn't like to collect rent? Haha, plus there are so many people trying to get into the Royal Academy. I will have cramps in my hands from counting money in the future. But Daddy is so good to me. Will the 5th and 6th sisters feel uncomfortable? Forget it, I will give them some when I collect rent. When the two heard this, they smiled. It was enough that Luor, a little money grubber, was willing to share with them. Although the emperor didn't treat them like Luor, he never treated them badly, so they didn't feel uncomfortable. If there was no Luor, they would have lost their lives, so how could they have the chance to be jealous? The people below were envious, knowing that the emperor really doted on the little princess to the core. She was only 1 year old and had a title, and it was Dinghua, which was unprecedented. If it was before, there would definitely be ministers who said that this was inappropriate, but with Master Changyun's previous words, they had no room to object to this title. As for the house and the academy, that was not something they could refute. After all, These were all owned by the royal family, not theirs. The female relatives couldn't help but look at the 5th and 6th princesses, wondering what their expressions were. But to their surprise, there was no jealousy on their faces, and they were smiling as if they were happy for the little princess. Concubine Xian had seen this imperial edict before. The emperor gave it to her without Luo's knowledge, but there was no title at that time. I think it was added yesterday, when the emperor asked eunuch Chao to take the imperial edict back. Concubine Shu watched all this coldly, and felt more and more sorry for the failed plan. The emperor doted on this daughter more than she thought. If this daughter really died, he would probably be devastated. Yuilua noticed Concubine Shu's regretful look, and smiled with her mouth wide open, while holding the imperial edict. She still felt sorry for the failed plan, and the treasure of her beloved was about to be cut off. Several people who heard the inner voice, Suddenly Master Chongyun stood up from his seat. Yuilua noticed his movement, and hugged the imperial edict tightly. What did he stand up for? He was not asking Daddy to take back my reward, was he? I don't care about the title, but these silvers are all my lives. To be precise, they are the lives of the people, and they are also kept for disaster relief in the future. Daddy is the emperor after all, and his words are as firm as gold. He will not take them back. When Yuilua was comforting herself, she heard Master Chongyun say, Your Majesty, I want to ask you for something. Phew, it's good that it's for something. The emperor raised his eyebrows slightly. Master Chongyun, please tell me, I will not refuse. Master Chongyun's eyes fell on Yuilua, and Yuilua thought it was not good. Good fellow, why are you looking at me to ask for something? I am a human being, not a thing. Feeling that this was a scolding to herself, Yuilua stopped dwelling on it. The little princess is so smart at such a young age. It is rare. I want to take the little princess as my apprentice. Be an apprentice? He is a bald donkey. If I become his apprentice, wouldn't I be a nun? Yuilua raised her hand and touched her hair and said, No. Although I am not interested in love, it does not mean that I want to be a nun. Seeing that she was unwilling, Master Chongyun felt a little sorry, and said that the little princess was unwilling, and sat back. Xian Shini glanced at Master Chongyun, got up and followed to join in the fun. Your Majesty, why don't you let the little princess follow me to the Divine Doctor Valley to study medicine? Chapter 351. Although Qian Zhong didn't know whether Yuilua was really smart, Master Chongyun, who was so out of the ordinary, wanted to accept her as his apprentice, so she must be good. Anyway, his Divine Doctor Valley is much more interesting than that temple. Sister Shufei, someone is trying to snatch someone from you. Defei lowered her voice and teased. Shufei put down her chopsticks. Don't worry, Luor will definitely not agree. Even if Luor agreed, the emperor had to agree. She didn't believe that the emperor would be willing to let Luor leave the palace. She is the one who is close to the water tower, so she is not worried. Yuilua was speechless when she saw Qian Zhong also came out to join in the fun. Is the Divine Doctor Valley more interesting than the capital? You can't even eat melons in the Divine Doctor Valley. The few people who heard the voice were relieved. If Luor really agreed, wouldn't they lose a lot of fun? Luor, do you want to go to the Divine Doctor Valley? The emperor looked at Yuilua and asked softly. No. Yuilua said and added a firm no, and the noble ladies and gentlemen below were so envious. If the two said they wanted to take them as apprentices, they would definitely agree without saying anything. The little princess, on the other hand, refused without even thinking. She will regret it when she grows up. Divine Dr. Qian, you see Luor doesn't want to. Qian Zhong knew what the emperor was thinking. Even if the little princess really agreed, he would definitely not want to let her go. Okay, if the little princess wants to become an apprentice in the future, the door of Divine Doctor Valley is always open to her. The matter of becoming an apprentice was over, and the emperor ordered eunuch Chao to put the items for the first birthday celebration in place. The musicians and dancers in the palace had already left. Yuilua looked at the 4 treasures of the study, abacus, rouge and other things in the center of the hall, thinking about what to grab later. Looking at the gold bracelet that was finally put on the table, Yuilua's eyes lit up. It seemed that there was nothing to hesitate about. Hesitating for a second would be disrespectful to gold. But wouldn't it look unintelligent? No, I can't embarrass my father and mother. The emperor and concubine Xian felt relieved, and then heard Yuilua's voice continue to ring. Anyway, I can grab it 3 times. I will definitely grab the gold bracelet. The other 2 times will make my father and mother proud. Your Majesty, everything is ready. Eunuch Chao prepared everything and said respectfully. Everyone in the palace also put down their wine glasses, looking forward to what Yuilua would grab. The emperor nodded, stood up and walked to the center of the palace with concubine Xian holding Yuilua, then squatted down and pointed at the items placed on the red cloth not far away. Lure, do you see those things? Catch whatever you like later. Uilua nodded, and walked slowly to the circle where things were placed under everyone's expectant gaze. Seeing her stop in front of the inkstone, everyone thought she would grab the inkstone, but she turned around and leaned over to pick up the gold bracelet directly. Emma, this gold bracelet is really heavy. Grab the gold bracelet first, and then grab some other things to show off. Perfect. Emperor, Concubine Xian, The little princess will be rich and worry-free in the future if she grabs the gold bracelet. Eunuch Chao stepped forward to take the gold bracelet that Uilua grabbed. Uilua stared at him with a pair of round eyes, and had no intention of giving him the gold bracelet. Little princess, can you please put this back to me first and then grab the others? Uilua shook her head, and quickly stuffed the bracelet into her clothes pocket. Pocket? She pointed at Concubine Ro, and then at the purse on her clothes. There is a pocket. The babyish voice made Concubine Xian laugh and cry. No wonder she insisted on asking Concubine Ro to sew a purse for her. It turned out that she was waiting for this moment. Eunuch Chao, the clothes that Concubine Ro made for Lure have pockets, so let Lure put them in herself. Eunuch Chao said yes and stepped aside. The courtiers and concubines in the women's seat looked at Concubine Ro when they heard this. Especially the concubines, who kept throwing daggers at Concubine Ro. They thought that Concubine Xian and her friends were just treating Concubine Ro as a servant to be ordered around, but they didn't expect Concubine Xian to let Concubine Ro make clothes for the little princess, and clothes for her first birthday. This was clearly to give Concubine Ro face. No wonder Concubine Xian rejected the people from the embroidery workshop. Concubine Xian sneered directly without disguising. I think Concubine Xian is not smart. The embroidery of the clothes made by Concubine Ro is so good. Concubine Xian is really not worried that the emperor will notice that Concubine Ro has shared her favor? She is so stupid to help Concubine Ro gain face. Hee, I know that mother wants to give face to Aunt Concubine Ro. The emperor looked at Concubine Ro. Concubine Ro has made great contributions to the little princess. Reward? Concubine Ro stood up and bowed, thanked the emperor for the reward. After receiving the glares from the concubines, Concubine Ro nodded calmly and sat down. Lure, there are 2 more times. Uilua grabbed a book without hesitation this time. The emperor laughed loudly and said, well, you are worthy of being my daughter. Lure will definitely be very good at studying and calligraphy in the future. Why do I feel that my father is flattering me? If I am not good at studying and calligraphy in the future, will it be a slap in the face? He must have said this deliberately to encourage me to study hard and not be like my 4th brother. The innocent 4th prince, Empress Xian is a famous talented woman. The little princess is like Empress Xian. Uilua was praised by the court officials, and the emperor couldn't suppress his smile. Eunuch Chao put the book of poetry back, and Concubine Xian rubbed Uilua's head. For the last time, Lure can grab whatever she likes. Uilua nodded her head, and she had already wanted to grab something in her mind. She walked with her short legs to a small and exquisite dagger, picked up the dagger, turned around and smiled at the emperor and Concubine Xian. Ha ha ha, how is this pretentious? Just grabbed a book, now grab a weapon. Won't he be both civil and military in the future? Uilua's thoughts just fell silent, and Prime Minister Li stood up and said, no wonder Master Changyan said that the little princess is a noble lady of Tianqi. The little princess will definitely be a princess with both civil and military skills in the future. Your Majesty is heroic on the battlefield. The little princess not only inherited the talent of Empress Xian, but also inherited your bravery. The emperor was happy to hear this, and waved his hand directly, reward them all. The ceremony of grabbing the week ended, and the court officials presented gifts. When Uilua saw the gifts, her mind was no longer on the banquet, and she wished she could go back and start opening the gifts right away. Wake up early in the morning, Uilua fell asleep in Concubine Xian's arms while thinking. Concubine Xian noticed that she was asleep and said to the emperor next to her, Your Majesty, I will take Lure back first. Can you carry her, or should I do it? I can, but I take my leave first. When Uilua woke up again, the palace lanterns were on outside, and she jumped up from the couch. Sisters, you can see that the old woman had a stern face the whole time. Chapter 352. Xu Fei was a little annoyed. It's a pity that I couldn't touch her. Although I couldn't touch her, after today, her kind disguise was torn off. Da Fei looked at the silent Concubine Xian. What are you thinking about, Concubine Xian? Concubine Xian came back to her senses and smiled. It's okay. Concubine Xian is worried that the emperor's actions today will make the 5th and 6th princesses have ideas. Concubine Xian didn't hide her thoughts after her thoughts were seen through. The emperor is indeed too partial to Luo, and the 5th and 6th princesses lost their mothers at a young age. They are sensitive at their age, so I am a little worried. 5th princess, 6th princess. Hey, the 5th and 6th sisters are here too. It's just right, if there's anything, we should talk it out face to face, so as to avoid misunderstandings and being instigated by others. The 5th and 6th princesses walked in and bowed slightly to greet them. Hey, Luo is awake. The 6th princess saw Yuilua by the screen and waved to her. Come here, 6th sister. Yuilua walked to her with her short legs and raised her hand to rub her eyes. Empress Xian asked the two to take a seat. Concubine De and the others knew that the two had something to ask Empress Xian, so they left first with an excuse. Empress Xian, my 6th sister, and I heard what you just said. The 5th princess said straight to the point. Don't worry, no matter what the emperor gives Luo, my 6th sister, and I will not have any thoughts. The emperor has never treated us harshly. Luo is the youngest. How can we, as sisters, be jealous of her? Yes. The 6th princess also echoed, my 5th sister, and I have been following the emperor to pamper Luo, so how can we feel uncomfortable? I am relieved when the two princesses say this. You have also seen what happened today. Concubine Xian took a sip of tea. Concubine Shu is a thoughtful person. I am worried that she will use this to instigate, so I have such an idea. The 5th princess and the 6th princess looked at each other and said gently, Concubine Xian, please be at ease. If anyone dares to instigate and say that Luo is not right in front of us, we will never let him off easily. The three of them talked for a while, and the 5th princess and the 6th princess were pulled by Yuilua to the side hall to open her gifts. Looking at the gifts piled in the room, Yuilua's eyes lit up. Luo, whose do you want to open first? The 6th princess walked to Yuilua and asked with a smile. Yuilua thought for a moment, brother. Damn, I don't even call you the crown prince. Luo wants to see what the crown prince gave me, right? The 6th princess got up and looked for it, and came back with a red box. Found it. Yuilua took the box and opened it. There was a set of gold jewelry inside. She reached out and took it up to examine it carefully. The crown prince really didn't forget. He promised to make me a set of gold jewelry, and he really made it. There were necklaces, bracelets, hairpins, and earrings in the box, each of which was carved with Yuilua's zodiac sign, and the workmanship was particularly exquisite. This one is so beautiful, I keep it for myself. Yuilua put the things aside and rolled her eyes. How about taking a look at the 4th brothers? The 5th princess held a few boxes and placed them in front of Yuilua. Luo, the gifts from me, your 6th sister, and a few brothers are all here. Do you want to see them? After looking at the gifts given by several people, Yuilua smiled and narrowed her eyes. Woo, my brothers and sisters understand me too well. They not only gave me little toys, but also gold. I have experienced the happiness of a rich woman. Thinking of this, Yuilua suddenly looked at the 5th princess. How about treating the 5th sister's body? Isn't it a punishment for not treating yourself for a scumbag? Hearing this, the 5th princess quickly diverted Yuilua's attention. Luo, this is from Li Shirlang. Do you want to see it? Looking at the delicate peach blossom pattern on the box, Yuilua's attention was successfully diverted. She stretched out her little hand to take the box, and muttered in her heart while opening the box. Why does Li Yunhe like peach blossoms so much? Is he trying to attract peach blossoms? Looking at the big gold bracelet in the box, and the gems inlaid on it, Yui exclaimed in her heart. Rich man Li Yunhe, this big gold bracelet is too heavy. But why is there peach blossom on this bracelet? Could it be that he prepared it for the person he likes, and he just gave it to me when he didn't have anything to give me? Forget it. Put it aside for now. After opening a bunch of gifts, Yuilua was tired of opening them. The 5th and 6th princesses stayed in the palace today, and they had dinner with her before leaving. Yuilua happily slept with the gifts sent by the crown prince and Li Yunhe. Xiao Xiai seemed to have lost half his life after being castrated, and lay on the couch with a pale face. Hearing the sound of the messenger outside, he clenched his hands under the quilt, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Concubine, you can't go into such a filthy place. Someone stopped Concubine Shu at the door, and didn't let her go in. I go in and take a look. No problem. You guys get out of the way. Concubine Shu couldn't care less now. If she didn't come and make things clear now, who knows if this secret guard would hold a grudge against her. The people at the door couldn't stop her, and pushed the door open to let Concubine Shu in. Although there was incense in the room, it still couldn't cover up the strong smell of blood. When Xiao Xiai heard the door being pushed open, he closed his eyes, and pretended to sleep. Concubine Shu frowned slightly, and walked to his bed and sighed. Following me, I made you suffer. I'm useless, and can't even protect my own people. Don't blame me. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Concubine Shu sat on the chair that Lure brought. I know you didn't sleep. You should know who you should blame. You are a smart person, and you had no choice but to do this. Xiao Xiai suppressed the hatred in his heart, slowly opened his eyes, and his voice was hoarse. Your Majesty, you don't have to explain to me. I know your difficulties. This is not the place to talk, and Concubine Shu didn't say anything more when she saw that he understood. It's good that you understand. I go back first, and I ask someone to pick you up when you're better. Concubine Shu was not well to begin with, and the smell of blood in the room made her stomach churn, and she didn't want to stay here any longer. Returning to the bedroom, Concubine Shu rubbed her temples, and took out the porcelain bottle from under her pillow. Opening the bottle stopper, and smelling the fresh fragrance of snow lotus inside, Concubine Shu felt that her irritability was suppressed a lot. Poured out the pills inside, Concubine Shu took a look and ate them without hesitation. She took a bite and paused chewing. Concubine, what's wrong? Concubine Shu waved her hand. It's okay. She always felt that the Tianshan snow lotus pill tasted a bit strange, but when she recalled Qian Zhong's expression when he asked for the pill today, it didn't seem fake. It was just that the Tianshan snow lotus originally tasted like this. Is this snow lotus pill not delicious? Lure looked curious. This pill smelled very fragrant. Why did the concubine look like she couldn't swallow it? You go down. Concubine Shu sent Lure away, and before she laid down, she heard someone outside asking to see her. Chapter 353. Lure looked at the person in front of her with a frown. The concubine has gone to bed. The eunuch in front of her smiled flatteringly. Miss Lure, Tianlan has something to ask the concubine, so please be flexible. Lure was about to speak when Concubine Shu's voice rang out from inside the house. Let someone in. Tianlan had someone come to see her in order to protect herself, so she had to come up with something worth exchanging. She wanted to know what other good things this person had. The concubine asked you to go in, so go in. The young eunuch bowed and walked in, and saluted to Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu looked at him and said calmly, Who asked you to come see me? Tianlan said that she wanted to see you because she was grateful for your care before. It's late at night, and the dew is heavy. She can see you if she wants. Lure said from the side, Concubine, don't go. You are not well yet. Concubine Shu waved her hand. It's okay. I took the Tianshan snow lotus pill she gave me. It's okay to go see her. Tianlan was locked up in a side hall. In order to see Concubine Shu, she gave all her valuables to the eunuch who was watching her. She didn't know if the eunuch would do anything after taking the things. At this moment, she paced back and forth in the side hall anxiously, her hands tightly clasped together, her face anxious. Before, she thought Concubine Shu was a good person, but now it seems ridiculous. Anyone with a discerning eye knew that Concubine Shu could not have been unaware of what happened in the main hall during the day, otherwise it would not have been such a coincidence. But she was scheming, and had thought of the way out in case of failure. Even if the matter seemed to be related to her, there was no definite evidence, so the Emperor would not do anything to her today. While thinking, footsteps were heard at the door. The two people who took turns guarding Tianlan at the door raised their hands to stop Concubine Shu. Concubine, you can't go in. Concubine Shu stared at the two for a while. Although Tianlan was locked up, the Emperor has not convicted her yet. The Emperor won't allow me to see her? The two looked at each other and hesitated for a while before pushing the door open. Concubine, don't stay too long. Concubine Shu left Lure outside and went into the house alone. There was only one candle in the house, not very bright. Hearing the door being closed, Tianlan walked quickly to Concubine Shu. The concubine is finally here. Concubine Shu walked to a round stool closer to her and sat down, looking up at Tianlan opposite her. You want to see me? Do you want me to ask the Emperor to let you go? Tianlan sat down opposite her. Yes, it's better to say that I'm asking the Emperor to let me go than to let the concubine go. The candlelight on the table danced on the faces of the two people, and Concubine Shu was silent for a while, and then laughed. Miss Tian, what you said is really interesting. What does your imprisonment here have to do with me? If it really didn't matter, you wouldn't have come to see me. Tianlan said firmly, in fact, the concubine didn't take the pills I gave you today, otherwise you wouldn't look so sick. Concubine Shu still kept smiling, waiting for her to continue. The reason you didn't take the pills was that you wanted to remove yourself, but unfortunately you miscalculated. The people from the Divine Doctor Valley and Master Chongyun showed up and disrupted your plan, which made your carefully planned plan go to waste. She also miscalculated, and did not expect the two to show up. If Miss Tian had been as smart as she is now, she would not have gotten involved in this mess. Concubine Shu neither admitted nor denied, saying such a seemingly true and false statement. Heh. Tianlan smiled sarcastically. I didn't expect that I would be tricked into the palace even if I was smart before. If this person hadn't deliberately leaked the news to her, how could she know about the harem? She thought this person was a good person before, but now it seems that the plan of the person who saved her and the concubine is linked together, and it is inevitable that she will enter the palace. After all, the diseases that the people in the divine Dr. Valley cannot cure cannot be attributed to the evil spirits. If you were not greedy for fame and fortune, could I have plotted against you? Concubine Shu's words made Tianlan speechless. Yes, if she did not want to get the reward, she would not have entered the palace. Didn't Concubine Tai's plot fail? Tianlan looked at her and smiled. I know the emperor will not let me go, but Concubine Tai, you plotted against the little princess. Do you think the emperor will let you go? She paused and continued. Even someone as stupid as me can see your plan. The emperor is not a fool. This was something that the emperor could not refute. She came to see Tianlan because she knew this. It is said that a dog will jump over the wall when it is desperate. The emperor did not touch her before because she had not touched his reverse scale, but after what happened today, the emperor might not care too much and want to kill her. It is not a pity for her to die, but how can she die before she has avenged that person? So? Concubine Shu looked out the window and said quietly, What do you have that is worth my saving you? Concubine, it's getting late. The people outside knocked on the door and urged her. Concubine Shu said she knew and waited for Tianlan's answer. Tianlan took out a pill and handed it to Concubine Shu, lowering her voice and saying, If Concubine can feed this pill to the emperor, then both of us will be safe. Concubine Shu looked at the black pill in her hand and was a little skeptical. You said this pill has this effect. How do you verify it? The knife is hanging on my neck now. Do you think I still want to joke with you? Feeling that this made some sense, Concubine Shu put away the pills and stood up. I heard that Master Changyun and Dr. Qian will stay in the palace for 2 days. You are safe for the time being. But your medicine must come from the divine Dr. Valley. Now is not a good time to take action. The urging voice outside sounded again, and Tianlan asked anxiously. What do you think, Concubine? Concubine Shu lowered her voice and whispered a few words in her ear. I'm leaving first. Tianlan recalled what Concubine Shu had just said, lowered her eyes, and clenched her hands until her knuckles turned white. Concubine Shu had just left, and the secret guard, who was watching the two of them, went to tell the emperor about their meeting. The emperor sat on the dragon bed in a bright yellow nightgown, looking at the people on the ground. Did you hear what the two said? The secret guard shook his head. The last words they said were whispers, and they covered their lips with their hands, so I couldn't read their lips. The emperor nodded. Keep watching, and report to me if there is any unusual movement. The next day, Yui Luo woke up, had breakfast, and was taken to Qingxing Palace by the emperor. She rubbed her eyes, yawned, and muttered in her heart. Where is daddy taking me? By the way, that damn old woman should have gone to see Tianlan last night. How could I forget about this? Luo, daddy will take you to see Master Changyun. The emperor looked at her misty eyes and chuckled. Daddy didn't even ask me to take you to the morning court. Why are you still so sleepy? Chapter 354. I finally know why I can only speak a few simple words now. It must be because I have been taken to the morning court since I was a child, and lack of sleep has caused my brain to develop poorly. It must be like this. Emperor, Luo can speak fewer words, but her brain is pretty good, isn't it? He has become a little rascal and still says that his brain is not well developed. Then don't people like the 4th and 6th have no brains? The 4th prince and the 6th princess in the Qingxing Palace sneezed at the same time and looked at each other. In their hearts, they all thought that the other party was scolding them. The emperor has arrived. So many people, it's quite lively. Along the way, Yui Luo woke up a lot of sleepiness. There was charcoal burning in the Qingxing Hall, and it was warm. Master Changyun and Dr. Qian sat on the left, and Mu Shui sat next to Dr. Qian. On the right sat several princes and princesses. The emperor sat at the top, and signaled the people who were paying respects to stand up. Master Changyun, did you know that Luo went to Baiyun Temple to ask for a fortune last time? My junior brother has already told me that the reason why I stayed was for the little princess's fortune. I have forgotten what the abbot said last time. I wonder if the lot is good or bad. The emperor asked nervously. Your Majesty, don't worry, it is a good thing. The little princess was born in Tianqi, which is a blessing for Tianqi. But I can't tell the little princess's fate. Master Changyun said, and looked at Yuilu again. The little princess's fate is strange. I can't figure it out. Okay, no wonder he wants to take me as his apprentice. He must not be able to tell my fate, and thinks I am different, so he wants to take me with him to study. Humph, it seems like they are using me as a guinea pig. Thank you, Master Changyun. The emperor did not continue to ask, but the third prince could not help but speak. Master Changyun, the abbot said that whether the princess and I can be together depends mainly on our noble lady. Is this noble lady Luor? Oh, I almost forgot about this. Master Changyun smiled mysteriously. This noble lady is the little princess, and also the third prince himself. One day the third prince will understand. Why are you still being mysterious? Yuilua pouted. Master Changyun looked at the third prince as if he knew him, but I don't remember that in the original novel, they only met after the third prince ascended the throne. Is there any foreshadowing that I overlooked? No, I didn't read the extra chapters except the one about the time-traveling girl. At that time, she didn't read her extra chapters because she was too disgusted by the time-traveling girl. The third prince also felt strange, and always felt that Master Changyun looked at him as if he was looking at an old friend. But he knew clearly that this was the first time Master Changyun met him. Okay, Master Changyun stood up. I have said what I should say. Your Highness, play a game of chess with me. Master Changyun, please. Walking to the door with the third prince, Master Changyun stopped and looked back at Mu Shui. Princess, this is a hard-won fate, so cherish it. Mu Shui looked confused and couldn't understand the meaning of this. This hard-won fate is indeed hard-won. Your Majesty, I will take your pulse and check your health. After digging out the wine in the palace, I will leave. The emperor's mouth twitched. He wanted to feel something, but then he remembered that Yuilua always said he was weak, so he simply reached out his hand to let Dr. Qian feel his pulse. Your Majesty is in good health. Daddy is really healthy. Emperor, Dr. Qian took his hand back and rubbed his hands. Then I go dig out the remaining peach blossom wine. Mu Shui pulled Dr. Qian's sleeve. Master, how much peach blossom wine is there in this palace? The emperor knew that Dr. Qian liked wine. Since he said there was wine in the palace, he probably came here for the peach blossom wine this time. Your Majesty, this is what the late emperor promised to give me. Fearing that his wine would be taken back by the emperor, Dr. Qian hurriedly said. He came here for the peach wine this time. The emperor, Eunuch Chao, accompanied Dr. Qian to dig wine. At the same time, the third prince and Master Changyun had already gone to the side hall and sat down. Your Highness, I go find chess. No need, said Master Changyun, taking out a chess set from his pocket and putting it on the table. I take it. The third prince raised his eyebrows. I heard that Master Changyun loved playing chess the most in his life. It seems that the rumor is true. Master Changyun picked up a black chess piece casually. I'm looking for the third prince to play chess with. Seeing the third prince's surprise, Master Changyun explained. I heard that the third prince is an excellent chess player, and I want to learn from him. Master Changyun, you are too kind. The third prince picked up a white chess piece. Master Changyun, please go first. Master Changyun did not refuse, and the black chess piece fell casually in the center of the chessboard. The two of them went back and forth, and in a short while, the chessboard was already full of each other's chess pieces. In the room, there was nothing else except the sound of the two people dropping their pieces. I won. The third prince put down the last chess piece and nodded. Master Changyun looked at the chessboard and said with a smile, if the third prince had not shown mercy, I would have lost long ago. It's because I'm not good at chess. Okay, how could I not know what you're thinking? You're letting me win because you want to know what I said to the princess. The third prince did not deny it, and raised his hand to collect the chess pieces on the chessboard and put them into the chess basket. I know I can't hide it from Master Changyun. The secret cannot be revealed. Master Changyun stood up with the chess set, took out a red string from his sleeve, and handed it to the third prince. Please help me give this red string to the little princess as a gift for her. Looking at Master Changyun's departing back, the third prince took his eyes off for a long time. Your Highness, are you going to look for the little princess now? The third prince thought Yuilua would be in Qingxin Palace, but he didn't expect the little guy to go to see Dr. Qian to dig wine. He turned around and went to the imperial garden. Dr. Qian was directing the palace servants to dig wine, and Yuilua and the prince and others were watching from the side. Yuilua squatted on the ground with her hands on her face, looking at the imperial garden that had been dug into a mess, and her mouth twitched. We have dug so much, but still haven't found it. Could Dr. Qian have remembered it wrong? The sixth princess muttered to the side. Master, please think about it. Mu Shui looked at the imperial garden full of holes, and said. Dr. Qian waved his hand. I remembered it right, it was in the imperial garden. TSK, he successfully avoided all the places where the wine was buried, and said he remembered it right. I admire you. Yui Luo stood up, walked to Eunuch Chao and pointed at the soil in front of him. Dig. If I don't take action, I'm afraid the imperial garden will be turned upside down. Just dig if Luo tells you to. As soon as the prince said this, the hesitant palace people began to dig with hoes. Under Yui Luo's guidance, the 4 jars of peach wine buried under the imperial garden were soon dug out. The eyes of the divine Dr. Qian began to shine when he saw Yui Luo. Chapter 355. This wine has been buried for more than 10 years. How did the little princess know so much about it? Little princess, thank you so much, you helped me. I leave you a jar of peach blossom wine. After thanking him, Dr. Qian left a jar of peach blossom wine and directed people to leave with the other peach blossom wine. Hey, the third brother is back. The 6th princess noticed the 3rd prince next to the rockery and stretched her neck to look behind him. Where is Master Changyun? Just now she wanted Master Changyun to help her see what would happen in the future, but unfortunately before she could say anything, Master Changyun went to play chess with the 3rd brother. The 3rd prince walked towards Mu Shui. Master Changyun has left. Ah! The 6th princess looked disappointed. I wanted Master Changyun to help me find out when my 5th sister will meet her ideal husband. The 4th prince rolled his eyes. I think you want to know when you can meet your ideal husband. You think Master Changyun can tell you everything. If you reveal too much, it will shorten your life, understand? The 6th princess made a face at the 4th prince. I don't understand. Okay. The 5th princess pulled the 6th princess. Since there is nothing to do, let's leave the palace first. The ideal husband of the 5th and 6th princesses? Yui Luo was thoughtful. It's hard to say, after all, they are already married in the original novel, but now the plot has changed, and the future is unknown. That's good, the unknown means infinite possibilities, right? Luo, let's go back. The prince took Yui Luo's hand. Didn't the divine Dr. Qian give you the peach blossom wine? My brother will help you take the peach blossom wine back to Empress Xian, and send you back by the way. Yui Luo nodded obediently, but the 3rd prince whispered a few words to Mu Shui, walked to her other side and said, I will go with my brother, the crown prince. Master Changyun gave me something, and asked me to give it to Luo. No, the things can't be given to me directly, and then you can send the heroine out of the palace. It's such a good world for 2 people, but you don't know how to grasp it well. Master Changyun, the bald donkey, is right. You are the noble person. The 3rd prince's forehead twitched. He just told the princess that he would send her out of the palace later, and the princess is going to say hello to the concubine now. The 4th prince waved to Yui Luo. Luo, go back quickly. By the way, Xiao Shi'Eyes is now a eunuch, and he probably hates his father and concubine Shu. Since concubine Shu is unreliable, he will try every means to avenge the Xiao family. 4th brother, please go back and pay attention to the people in the Mo mansion. I remember that in the original book, Mo Lao's apprentice Mo San was used by concubine Shu and stole the drawings of Mo Lao's new design. But now concubine Shu and Xiao Shi'Eyes are separated, and I don't know if things will go according to the original plot. Thinking that Xiao Shi'Eyes was still lying in bed, Yui Luo felt relieved. The crown prince and the 3rd prince each held one of Yui Luo's hands, and sent her back to Zuehua Palace. Concubine Xian was a little surprised to see that the 2 of them sent her here together. Your Highness, the crown prince, the 3rd prince. Concubine Xian greeted the 2 and invited them in. The crown prince gestured to Lin Qi to hand the peach blossom wine in his hand to concubine Xian. This is the peach blossom wine that Dr. Qian gave to Luo. I brought it here as well. Thank you, Your Highness. Concubine Xian ordered Huarui to accept the peach blossom wine, and said with a smile, Luo also likes the gift from His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. She won't let go of it when she goes to sleep at night, and insists on holding it. The Crown Prince smiled. As long as Luo likes it, I have something else to do, so I leave first. Rubbing Yui Luo's head, the Crown Prince was about to leave when he heard concubine Xian say, Please thank Minister Li for me. Luo also likes the gift he gave her. The big gold bracelet was held tightly. The Crown Prince nodded and left. Concubine Xian looked at the 3rd prince, who didn't leave, and asked him to sit down and ordered someone to serve tea. You are welcome, Empress Xian. The 3rd prince took out a small box, opened it, and took out a simple red string. This is what Master Changyun asked me to give to Luo, saying it is a gift for meeting. Yui Luo saw the red string in the 3rd prince's hand and blinked. I heard that Master Changyun's red string can make people remember their past lives. What use is it to me? I knew it in my past life. I am afraid I gave it to the wrong person. Thank you, third prince. The third prince squatted down and put the red string on Uilua, then stood up and left. After all, he is a man, so it is not good for him to stay in concubine Xian's palace for too long. This will be more useful for the third brother. Uilua pulled the red string on her hand and muttered in her heart. Forget it, I will give it to the third brother after I verify that this little thing really has magical effects. The prince just returned to the East Palace and saw Li Yunhe, dressed in an official robe, pacing back and forth at the gate of the East Palace. Brother Yunhe, do you have something to ask me? Approaching Li Yunhe, the prince smiled and invited him in, saying as he walked, It seems that the Ministry of Personnel is not busy, otherwise Brother Yunhe would not have the opportunity to come to see me. The two went to the study, and Li Yunhe whispered, Your Highness, are you coming back from the Emperor? I came from concubine Xian, and I'm sorry to have kept you waiting, Brother Yunhe. Speaking of this, the prince remembered concubine Xian's words, and poured tea for Li Yunhe. Concubine Xian said that Luo really liked your gift, and asked me to thank you on behalf of Luo. Li Yunhe, who was just worrying about how to ask about the gift, raised his lips when he heard it. By the way, what did Brother Yunhe want to talk to me about? Li Yunhe came here to find out if Uilua liked the gift he gave her, but now that he heard what he wanted to hear, he had forgotten the prepared words. As long as the master likes it, it's worth his time. Seeing that Li Yunhe just smiled foolishly and didn't say anything, the prince called again, Brother Yunhe? Coming back to his senses, Li Yunhe drank tea to cover up his gaffe. I actually want to borrow a book from the prince. The prince looked puzzled and thought Li Yunhe was very strange today. Li Yunhe had as many books as he did, but he actually asked him to borrow a book. Feeling that this excuse was a bit lame, Li Yunhe explained, I lost my book, so I asked His Royal Highness the Prince to borrow it. After leaving the study, Li Yunhe's smile never dropped. Lin Qi, who was beside the prince, scratched his head. Does Li Shirlang have a favorite woman, so he deliberately came to show off to your highness? The prince, Li Yunhe should not be so boring. Except for the second brother and the fourth brother, no one else would do such a thing. And he had never heard that Li Yunhe had a favorite woman. Lin Qi touched his nose. I just said it casually. After the third prince left, Uilua remembered that the real Tianshan Snow Lotus pill had not been given to the third prince, so she took the pill and left Zuehua Palace. I don't know how concubine Shu felt after eating the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill I made. I originally wanted to find sheep dung to make it, but it was too disgusting. Concubine Xian sent Uilua out, with a black line on her forehead. That day, she saw Luo playing in the mud, and thought she liked it, but she didn't expect it to be a trick. Fortunately, she knew that sheep dung was disgusting. Chapter 356. After leaving Zuehua Palace, Uilua went directly to where the third prince lived. Xiang saw her and smiled, and took her to see the third prince. Oh my god, I'm so tired. Uilua panted slightly, walked to the third prince with her short legs, took out the pill, and stuffed it directly into his hand. Take it, and send the heroine out of the palace to her later, so that Qianshini will not worry. I am really a little angel who assists. While I am busy assisting, I have to be careful that my father will become a tyrant controlled by drugs. 2 lives of hard work, the last life was from 9 to 5, and this life is still working all the time. Luor, what is this? The third prince asked in confusion, holding the small box. Uilua raised his hand to open the box. Tianshan Snow Lotus Pill, now is the right time. You can take it out to win the favor of Qianshini, otherwise the second male is his eldest apprentice. I am worried that you will be poached. Go quickly. Uilua pushed the third prince and looked up at him. Although the heroine likes you, you have to show that you are not, and we can't be scumbags who only accept but don't give. The third prince, Thank you, Luor. At this time, Xiang came in from the door. Your Highness, the Empress Defei sent someone to ask you to send the princess out of the palace. Okay. The third prince stood up. You send Luor back first. Uilua resisted. I won't. After saying that, she left the room and walked away with her short legs. The third prince followed her, hugged her and walked out of the side hall, and then put her down. Dr. Qian is going back too? Seeing that Dr. Qian was also there, the third prince was puzzled. Didn't Dr. Qian say that he would be back tomorrow? Uilua was also confused. Schwer's eyes have to take Tianshan Snow Lotus every year, but this year, as you know, it was eaten by concubine Shu. It turned out that it was because of the heroine that she was busy going back. If so, then concubine Shu and Tian Lan would have to take action in advance. This is not the place to talk after all, The third prince changed the subject. Please, Dr. Qian and the princess. Looking at the backs of the three people leaving, Yuilua raised her hand and stroked her chin, looking like a little adult. In the book, Dr. Qian knew that his eldest apprentice liked the heroine, so he was a little unhappy with the attitude of the third brother, but in the past 2 days of observation, not only did he not find that Dr. Qian was unhappy with the third brother, but he seemed to appreciate him a little. Strange, too strange. Yuilua stood there and thought about it, but couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. Concubine Shu got the news that Master Changyun and Dr. Qian had left the palace, so she ordered someone to call Concubine Shin. When Yuilua turned back to look for the emperor, she happened to see Concubine Shin heading towards Concubine Shu's bedroom. She hesitated for a moment, and secretly followed her. Concubine Shen didn't want to see Concubine Shu. The reason she came out was because of the emperor's intention. The old woman didn't do anything, and still wanted to order her around. But thinking that this person dared to plot against the little princess, Concubine Shen was curious about what she wanted to do with her, so she reluctantly went on this trip. Yuilua had short legs, so it was still difficult for her to follow Concubine Shen. Qingrong saw that her face was flushed with heat, and decided to help her. In her annoyance, Yuilua felt that she fell into a soft embrace, and she was lifted off the ground by Qingrong. The wind blew past her ears. When Qingrong stopped, the two had already arrived at the back of Concubine Shu's bedroom. Kung Fu is still cool. Because of Qingrong's help, Yuilua arrived before Lady Chen. After waiting for a while, she heard the somewhat weak voice of Concubine Shu in the bedroom. Haha, the old woman must be wondering why the medicine has no effect. Concubine Shu, who was lying on the couch, did think so. She thought that she would get better after taking the Tianshan Snow Lotus pills, but she didn't expect that her body was not healed, but became worse. If it weren't for the rich fragrance, she would have suspected that the pill was fake. Concubine, Lady Chen is here to see you. Luer pushed the door open and said softly. Chen Marin, please sit down. Chen Marin sat opposite Concubine Shu, and said in a cold tone, Do you have something to ask me? Concubine Shu ordered Luer to serve tea, waved her hand, and asked people to leave, and smiled at Chen Marin. You are blaming me. In fact, it may not be a bad thing for you to be locked up. The emperor punished many people for the matter of Concubine Huang. Docubine, just tell me what you want to ask me. Chen Marin was impatient to listen to her nonsense and spoke. Concubine Shu was not annoyed, and motioned her to come to her, and said in a very low voice, Since I sent you lychees, the emperor has already regarded you and me as the same kind of people. You did it on purpose. Chen Marin was furious. She stood up and glared at Concubine Shu. I have something else to do. I take my leave now. Chen Marin, you are a concubine who is not favored and has no children. Why would the emperor spare you? The damn old woman stopped pretending. Is she going to show her cards? Chen Marin paused and turned to look at Concubine Shu, who looked tired. I don't understand what the concubine said. You understand? Concubine Shu, calm down. As long as you have children and are favored, you will be as favored as Concubine Xian. Yuilua rolled her eyes. That's bullshit. What do you mean by everlasting favor? Daddy and mommy treat each other with respect. Concubine Shu observed Concubine Chen's expression, and knew that she was moved. She continued, As long as you are favored, your family will also be valued by the emperor. Concubine Chen hesitated for a moment, and smiled sarcastically. The emperor is either in the Qingxin Palace, or the imperial study. I don't have the ability to see the emperor, so what the concubine said is just a fantasy. That may not be the case. Concubine Shu coughed twice. The emperor has a jade pendant. Seeing the jade pendant is like seeing the emperor. If you find a way to get the jade pendant, you won't have to worry about not being able to see the emperor. Fuck, how did the plot come back to life? If there is no time-traveling girl, someone else will continue, right? Yuilua raised her hand, and touched the jade pendant on her neck, and she had an idea in her mind. Isn't this contradictory, concubine? Concubine Shen frowned. The jade pendant is on the emperor, how can I get it? No. Concubine Shu shook her head. The jade pendant is on the little princess now. You can't even beat a 1-year-old child, right? Hearing that she was indirectly scolding her for being stupid, Concubine Shen immediately retorted, No. Then do as I say, and you will get what you want. Concubine Shen did not leave, but stared at Concubine Shu thoughtfully. What does the concubine want? If you want to harm the emperor, I'm sorry, I can't agree to it. If Concubine Shu kills the emperor, wouldn't it be a waste of time? Who said I want to harm the emperor? Concubine Shu rubbed her eyebrows. Don't worry, the emperor will definitely live. If you work harder and get a boy then. Concubine Shen widened her eyes in astonishment, and her back felt cold. Concubine Shu must be mentally ill. Why does she want to touch the prince again? Chapter 357. Yuilua, who was eavesdropping behind the window, thought that Concubine Shu was really crazy, biting whoever she caught. Concubine Chen's voice was a little trembling, and she said in disbelief, "You want to touch the prince?" Concubine Shu did not answer her question. "This is not your business. You just need to do your own thing, and leave the rest to Tianlan." Concubine Chen is stupid. If this plan succeeds, the emperor will really be useless, and will definitely be useless in the future. She must not let Concubine Chen's child be a puppet. Isn't the thief Tianlan locked up? The slightly calm Chen Marin's emotions became excited again. You want me to release her? I refuse. The person was locked up by the emperor. Wouldn't it be against the emperor to let her release him? Her refusal was expected by Concubine Shu. Concubine Shu glanced at her indifferently. If you don't release her, then all the plans can't go forward. Wealth and honor are sought in danger. If you succeed, your child will be the future emperor, and you will be the most honorable person in the world. The temptation of these words is indeed great. The most noble person in the world, Chen Marin naturally yearns for it. After a moment of silence, she nodded in agreement. I will find a way to let her out. Don't think of using me and kicking me out, otherwise I will tell the emperor everything. Concubine Shu smiled with satisfaction. Okay. What the two didn't know was that this conversation had already been heard by someone, and not just one person. This matter was of great importance. Qingrong took Yuilua to the imperial study without stopping after listening. Qingrong told the emperor everything they had said. The emperor stood up and took Yuilua to sit beside him, raised his eyebrows and said, "Desperate, Concubine Shu is sure of what will happen. I have no power to hold Concubine Chen and Tianlan accountable after this incident." That's right, Concubine Shu plans to control you with drugs, and then let Concubine Chen force you to get pregnant, and then get rid of the crown prince. If you get rid of the crown prince position will be vacant. What a vicious idea. The crown prince is gone, and she wants to make Concubine Chen's child the crown prince, and then everything will be under the control of Concubine Shu. But with me here, I will definitely not let this succeed. Thinking of this, Yuilua raised her hand and took off another jade pendant from the emperor's waist. Let me replace the prince with a cat to make this drama more exciting. When the emperor saw Yuilua took the jade pendant, he guessed her plan. Since Luer wants to play, let Luer play. No wonder Luer insisted on keeping the jade pendant for her, because she was worried about today. Thinking of this, the emperor felt very relieved. After returning to the palace from Concubine Shu, Concubine Chen kept thinking about how to get close to Yuilua. As long as she saw the little princess, she would not worry about not getting the jade pendant. She was just a child, so it would be easy to coax her with something on her body. She subconsciously wanted to call Qing'er, but then she remembered that the girl had become someone else's maid. If it was someone else, she would definitely make a fuss, but that person was Concubine De, who was higher in rank than her, so she had to tolerate it. When she became the mother of the prince, Concubine De and the other bitches would be trampled under her feet. Thinking of this, Concubine Chen stood up and decided to walk around the harem to meet Yuilua by chance. God will not let down those who work hard. After a round, Lady Chen finally saw Yuilua in the imperial garden. Except for her, who was looking at something by the rockery, there was no one around. Yuilua turned her head when she heard footsteps. Lady Chen's efficiency is too low. It took her so long to meet me by chance, making me wait for so long. Little princess. Lady Chen saw Yuilua, concealed the joy in her eyes, and walked in front of her. Yuilua looked up at her, then walked forward on her own. Little princess, I have some delicious food in my bedroom. Can you come back with me, and I give it to you? As Concubine Chen spoke, her eyes kept scanning Yuilua. Seeing the jade pendant on Yuilua's neck, she lowered her eyes. Concubine Shu did not lie to her. The little princess really had a jade pendant on her neck. Concubine Chen actually did not pay attention to what the emperor's jade pendant looked like, so when she saw this jade pendant, she subconsciously determined that this jade pendant was the emperor's. Yuilua nodded, with a sly look in her eyes. Then can I hold the little princess? Concubine Chen felt that Yuilua was walking too slowly, so she leaned over and asked her with a smile. Yuilua blinked, and decided not to let herself be wronged, so she stretched out her hand for Concubine Chen to hold. She was not light in weight, and Concubine Chen carried her all the way. When she put her down, her arms couldn't stop shaking. But thinking that Yuilua was so easily coaxed by her, Concubine Chen felt a little proud. Empress Xian and the people in front of her were just relying on the emperor's favor. If the emperor had no time to take care of them, they would be the same as themselves now. Eat. Yui Luo looked around the room of Lady Chen, thinking that Lady Chen was really pitiful. She didn't even have anyone to serve her. Okay, I can give the little princess food, but... Lady Chen deliberately paused and looked at the jade pendant on Yui Luo's neck. But the little princess has to exchange the jade pendant with me. No. Yui Luo raised her hand to protect the jade pendant and shook her head in resistance. I will give the little princess a lot of food, okay? Lady Chen continued to deceive. Yui Luo pretended to hesitate, and after a moment of silence, she nodded reluctantly, okay. Qingrong, who was watching all this, felt amused. Lady Chen was really stupid. She couldn't even play tricks like the little princess. Let's make a pinky promise. Little princess, don't regret it. Lady Chen smiled and stretched out her little finger. Yui Luo also stretched out her finger. I get food for the little princess now. Getting up and taking a plate of snacks from the table, Yui Luo looked at the snacks Lady Chen brought over and tried not to show her disgust. You dare to use such ugly snacks to deceive me? You might as well use gold to deceive me. Seeing that Yui Luo was reluctant to take the snack, Lady Chen smiled and took a piece. This is delicious, little princess, try it. Yui Luo refused to take it, raised her hand and pointed at the golden hairpin in her hair. I want it. Lady Chen's mouth twitched, and she cursed in her heart that she really knew what she was talking about. This hairpin was given to her by her mother when she entered the palace, saying that she should dress up decently so as not to be looked down upon. Although she felt sorry in her heart, compared with the future glory and wealth, Lady Chen still took off the golden hairpin and handed it to Yui Luo after weighing it. This can be given to the little princess, but the little princess must exchange the jade pendant with me. Yui Luo nodded readily, and took off the jade pendant and gave it to Lady Chen. The two exchanged the things in their hands, and Yui Luo left with the golden hairpin. Lady Chen looked at the jade pendant in her hand and curled her lips. Master Changyan also said that the little princess was smart, but in her eyes, she was just a little fool. Just a few words of coaxing, and the jade pendant was in her hands. Lady Chen put the jade pendant away and decided to release Tianlan at night. Chapter 358. As soon as Yui Luo left, concubine Shu sent Lure over. This is what the concubine asked me to give you. She asked you to pass it on to Tianlan. Leaving the things behind, Lure turned around and left, going back to report to concubine Shu. Concubine Shu sat listlessly on the chaise longue, supporting her head with one hand. When she heard footsteps, she raised her eyelids. Did you give the things to Lady Chen? Lure nodded, looking at concubine Shu with a worried look on her face. Concubine, why haven't you gotten better after taking the Tian Shan Snow Lotus pills? Do you want me to call the imperial physician to take a look? Concubine Shu waved her hand. No need. Could it be that the medicine given by Tianlan was fake? Otherwise, the concubine's illness would not be cured, and she would seem even more listless. How is Lady Chen feeling? Ah? Lure was startled, not understanding what concubine Shu meant by asking this question, but she still recalled Lady Chen's expression and said truthfully, she looks very happy. Concubine, you should stop caring about others when you are like this. She cared about Lady Chen and went to see Tianlan. I don't know what the concubine was thinking. That's good. I take a break. It seems that Lady Chen has successfully obtained the jade pendant. Thinking of Yui Luo's subtle observation, concubine Shu is a little worried. She wanted to call Lure and ask Lady Chen to come over, but she felt that calling Lady Chen frequently seemed inappropriate. If this fails, the consequences will be disastrous. Lady Chen should confirm the authenticity of the jade pendant. Unfortunately, concubine Shu is destined to be disappointed. The dusk fell, and the palace lanterns lit up one by one. Outside, the wind blew the branches rustling. Lady Chen took a cloak and put it on. After checking that the jade pendant was also on her, she hurried out. The old woman said that she must bring Tianlan out tonight no matter what. Lady Chen went straight to Tianlan's side hall. Before she reached the side hall, she saw a person standing next to a dead tree from a distance. Because it was too far away, Lady Chen couldn't see who that person was. The violent heartbeat sounded particularly clear in the night. Lady Chen tightened her cloak and continued to move forward. When she passed by that person, she lowered her head and quickened her pace. Unexpectedly, that person called her hoarsely. Where are you going, Lady Chen? Her steps froze, and Lady Chen slowly turned around and looked up at the person in front of her. This person was the one next to concubine Shu. But wasn't this person castrated? Why did he come here to scare her in the middle of the night without resting? Aren't you concubine Shu's servant? I don't need to tell you where I'm going. Lady Chen mocked boldly, and turned around and left. When Xiao Shi'is heard the word servant, Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Did the concubine ask you to save Tianlan? This sentence successfully made Lady Chen stop again. It seems to be true. Xiao Xiai sneered in his heart, but continued, what conditions did the concubine give you? Aren't you the concubine's servant? Qin Marin grabbed her cloak tightly. Didn't the concubine tell you her plan? After standing for a long time, the pain in the wound made Xiao Xiai's forehead sweat continuously, and he took a breath. Qin Marin should take good care of herself, and don't let others sell her out. Seeing him stagger away, Qin Marin sneered. Dog bites dog? She turned around and continued to walk towards the side hall, but her steps were no longer as firm as before. The cold wind blew, making her mind clearer. What good could concubine Shu do by doing this? After all, judging from the results, she was the biggest beneficiary, and she was just manipulating behind the scenes. While thinking, she had already reached the door of the side hall. This side hall was a bit remote, and no one lived around. Only the side hall where Tianlan was imprisoned had some firelight shining from inside. 2 lanterns were hung at the door, fluttering in the wind, and vaguely shining on the faces of the 2 eunuchs guarding the door. The 2 noticed the arrival of Lady Chen and screamed, "Who is it?" Lady Chen walked up to the 2 with a smile. "My 2 eunuchs, is it Tianlan who is imprisoned here?" Hearing the conversation outside, Tianlan pulled out a chair, stood up, and walked to the door. Concubine Shu really sent someone to rescue her, but Concubine Shu's plan was really unfair. She had to fight for her life in the front, and she also had to use her body to restrain the prince. Why? The conversation outside interrupted Tianlan's thoughts. It's Tianlan, who are you? Concubine Chen chuckled and took out the jade pendant. I am Concubine Chen, and I am here to take Tianlan out on the orders of the emperor. But we have not received any instructions or orders from the emperor. One of the thin eunuchs said. He was slapped on the head by the person next to him. This jade pendant belongs to the emperor. What are you talking about? After scolding him, another eunuch smiled and explained to Concubine Chen. Concubine Chen, please forgive me, he is a new transfer, he does not know the emperor's jade pendant, and does not know the rules, so I will let Miss Tian out. Concubine Chen nodded with satisfaction, thinking that the jade pendant was really useful, but she also had to thank the little fool born by Concubine Xian. Squeak. The door opened, and Tianlan had already sat back in the chair. You can go out. Seeing Tianlan's puzzled face, the eunuch said sharply, Concubine Chen is here to take you out. If you don't want to go out, stay here. Tianlan was not a fool. Hearing this, he looked at Concubine Chen, exchanged glances with her, and walked out. Thank you, both eunuchs. Concubine Chen nodded, and took Tianlan away. The eunuch who was beaten rubbed his head and said, You hit me too hard. It hurt so much. The eunuch who beat him smiled and said, Eunuch Chao said that if you act well, you will be rewarded. If you don't really beat me, it will ruin the emperor's good deeds. The 2 people who had left hurried to Concubine Chen's side hall. In order to avoid attracting other people's attention, Concubine Chen took Tianlan through the side door. The 2 returned to Concubine Chen's residence. Concubine Chen's heart was still beating. She raised her hand and patted her chest, took off her cloak, and lit the candle. I have rescued you. She handed the porcelain bottle given to her by Concubine Shu to Tianlan. This is what Concubine Shu asked me to give you. Looking at the porcelain bottle in front of her, Tianlan narrowed her eyes and raised her hand to take it. Concubine Shu still didn't believe her. She wanted her to give the emperor the medicine herself. She stroked the porcelain bottle in her hand, looked at Concubine Chen, and had an idea in her mind. I know everything Concubine Shu told me, but I need to know what you need to do, so that we don't bump into each other, and it will be bad for everyone. Concubine Chen did not suspect anything and said directly, The concubine asked me to find a way to sleep with the emperor and get pregnant with his child. Tianlan hid her other emotions and nodded, I will help you. Tianlan chose to conceal the fact that Concubine Shu asked her to seduce the prince. Concubine Shu did this to undermine the emperor, get rid of the prince, and use Concubine Chen's child as a puppet. If that's the case, why can't she be the one who has a love affair with the emperor? She took such a big risk to let her be with the prince. If the prince is abolished, she will have nothing. Chapter 359. The emperor knew that the 2 would take action tonight, and considerately sent the people on duty at the door to rest. At this moment, he was wearing pajamas and reading the memorials. Suddenly, he heard a slight movement outside. The emperor put down the memorials, and thought that they finally came. It was really slow. He got up and lay on the dragon bed, pretending to close his eyes. The door was pushed open with a creak. The noise made by the person coming was very small. Good guy, it was really the same as in the plot. Daddy asked people to rest, and he was too tired to read the memorials, and lay on the bed to rest. Fortunately, I was worried and came to check on him, otherwise my life as a landlady would be ruined. A string of thoughts exploded in his ears, and the Emperor squinted his eyes, and looked at the door. The little girl tiptoed in and closed the door. Seeing her coming this way, the Emperor quickly closed his eyes. The sound of small footsteps gradually approached, and a line of sight fell on him. Still sleeping. Yuilu raised her little hand and pinched the Emperor's face. You are almost raped, but you are still sleeping so soundly. Isn't it a good combination of work and rest? If I don't come, it will be said in history books that you are the Emperor who was raped by a bully. Emperor, Forget it, since you work so hard every day, just have a good sleep. Yuilu sighed and raised her hand to tuck the corner of the quilt for the Emperor. Noticing her action, the Emperor felt warm in his heart, and secretly curled his lips when she was not paying attention. After tucking the corner of the quilt, Yuilu went to blow out the candle, and secretly hid behind the incense burner. She was small, and the incense burner just blocked her tightly. After Chenmarin and Tianlan had discussed this, Chenmarin found a set of palace maid's clothes for Tianlan to change into, and took her to the Emperor's Qingxin Palace. When approaching the Qingxin Palace, concubine Chen remembered what Xiao Xiai said when they met. She slowed down her pace, and stole a glance at Tianlan. Tianlan said that the purpose of this time was to help her, but the more she thought about it, the more she felt something was wrong. If she just helped her, wouldn't Tianlan be worried that she would turn against him? And Tianlan pretended to be someone from the divine Dr. Valley, and she came to the palace because she yearned for wealth and glory. Now that a great opportunity was in front of her, could Tianlan really just help her? Noticing that concubine Chen slowed down her pace, Tianlan whispered, Concubine Chen, what's wrong with you? Concubine Chen cried out, holding her stomach and said, my stomach hurts a little. You go to Qingxin Palace first, I come later. She then left, holding her stomach and bowing, and soon blended into the night. Tianlan, who was worrying about how to get rid of her, smiled when she saw this. It seemed that God was going to help her. Concubine Shu asked her to seduce the prince, but she refused. She wanted the Emperor, drugged him, and had sex with him again. When she controlled the Emperor, she would be the most honorable person in the harem. At that time, she would not only have countless wealth and glory, but also no need to worry about saving her life. Concubine Shu let Concubine Chen and the Emperor have sex just because she thought Concubine Chen was stupid and easy to control. So why should she be obedient? When her plan succeeds, she will tell Concubine Chen that Concubine Shu asked her to do so, and then she can provoke the two to fight. Thinking of this, Tianlan couldn't help but speed up her pace. Concubine Chen returned to normal after leaving Tianlan's sight. Concubine Shu and Tianlan must be hiding something from her. Maybe Concubine Shu wants Tianlan to seduce the Emperor, and then put all the blame on her. After all, it was she who released Tianlan, and the clothes on her body were also given to Tianlan by her. Thinking of this, Concubine Chen's face turned pale. No, she couldn't let the two succeed. If they succeeded, she would definitely be the first one to be eliminated. At this time, Tianlan had already arrived at the door of Qingxin Palace. Looking at the empty door, she was stunned. If it weren't for the conspicuous plaque above that was indeed Qingxin Palace, she would think she was in the wrong place. It stands to reason that there should be eunuchs and palace maids at the door of the Emperor's bedroom if there are no guards. But now there is no one, and the room is also dark. When Tianlan hesitated, a voice rang out. The Emperor said that the weather is cold, so let's all go and rest. You should go back and rest as well. Tianlan was afraid that she would be recognized, so she didn't dare to look at the person who was talking. She just lowered her head and responded casually. When she heard the footsteps fade away, she let out a long sigh, tiptoed to the door, and opened it. Riding a snail? It's so slow. Damn, my legs are numb from squatting. I should have moved a chair to sit on. The Emperor, His waist was also numb from lying down. Under the vast moonlight, Tianlan looked at the slightly arched dragon bed, confirmed that the Emperor was indeed on the couch, and became more cautious. The room was extremely quiet. Tianlan could only hear the Emperor's even breathing, and the rustling of the wind outside. She put her hands on her waist, grabbed the drug, and approached the dragon bed. Before she sprinkled the drug, she felt something wrapped around her calf. Tianlan lowered her head stiffly, and looked at the thing gradually climbing up her calf. Her pupils dilated a lot in fear. Snake, there is actually a snake. Her legs were shaking with fear, but Tianlan didn't dare to make a sound. She just watched the snake crawling up with its tongue spitting out. The cold touch passed through her skirt to her skin, and the snake's green eyes looked particularly creepy in the dark night. Qingrong and Qingfeng, who were secretly observing all this, were dumbfounded. If they were not mistaken, the snake was released by the little princess. It was already winter, and the snake should have hibernated. Where did the little princess get the snake? They had been following her, but they didn't see her catch the snake. Tianlan kept her original movements, only daring to roll her eyes. She felt the snake had already crawled up to her waist, and her brain was working quickly. Before she could think of a solution, she felt a slight breeze brushing her hair, and then the room was instantly lit up. Hee, Qingrong is here. You? Before Tianlan finished her words, she was acupunctured by Qingrong and was fixed in place, unable to move. Your Majesty? Qingrong wore a mask on her face and a black outfit and bowed to the dragon bed. The emperor rubbed his waist, opened his eyes and hummed, lifted the quilt, got out of bed, walked to the incense burner, and hugged Yuilua over. Great, it turns out that Daddy was pretending to sleep, and I was so scared that I thought the plot was coming back. Then didn't he know that I pinched his face just now? He pretended so well. The snake that was wrapped around Tianlan saw Yuilua, and excitedly got off Tianlan, constantly raising its head and shaking its tail, as if asking for praise. Yuilua raised his hand and waved, and the snake on the ground drooped its head and obediently crawled out of the hall, and soon disappeared. Tianlan looked at all this with his eyes slanted, and was stunned. The snake was actually summoned by the little princess, and the emperor was actually pretending to sleep and waiting for her. Tianlan had too many doubts in her heart, and she didn't understand why the emperor knew their plan. The emperor rubbed Yuilua's knees and said to Qingrong, "Untie her acupoints." After the acupoints were untied, Tianlan fell directly to the ground, gasping for breath. Hey, why is concubine Shen gone? Shouldn't the two of them come together? Is she afraid and ran away? Chapter 360. You actually wanted to murder the emperor. What did concubine Shu tell you? Qingrong walked to Tianlan's side and grabbed her hand. You still wore the aphrodisiac. Didn't concubine Shu tell you that there were secret guards around the emperor? Tianlan pursed her lips and said nothing. She knew clearly in her heart that she was finished. Concubine Shu did not tell her that there were secret guards around the emperor. Moreover, concubine Shen saved her so smoothly that she felt that the emperor was not difficult to deal with. Now it seems that everything is under the control of the emperor. The emperor knew she would come, so he pretended to sleep to lure her in. Concubine Shu was in poor health because of her own fault, and she ate the fake snow lotus pills I made, so it's normal that her brain is not working well. So the emperor knows our every move and deliberately lets it go. Tianlan looked up at the emperor, who was only wearing pajamas, but still couldn't hide his majesty, and said firmly, "You want to get rid of concubine Shu? Search." The emperor didn't answer her, but said to Qingrong. Qingrong responded with a yes, and pinched Tianlan's legs directly. She instantly stood upside down, and all the things on her body fell to the floor because of this posture. This body search was really rough and crude. Throwing Tianlan to the ground, Qingrong leaned over to pick up something on the ground, opened it, smelled it, and handed it to the emperor. I can't smell what it is. The emperor took the porcelain bottle, and Tianlan, who knelt on the ground, couldn't help but feel nervous, and explained nervously, "Your Majesty, this is just for fun." Yuilua snatched the porcelain bottle from the emperor's hand, and poured the black pills inside into her palm. It's just for fun. It's obviously stolen from the second male lead. There are so many. You are planning to first fascinate Daddy and force yourself on him, and then use this thing to control Daddy. After taking so many drugs, Daddy will definitely become a puppet controlled by drugs. The emperor narrowed his eyes, and looked at the pills in Yuilua's hand. This pill actually has such an effect. If he hadn't heard Luo's voice, the consequences would be unimaginable. Are you playing with it? The emperor took a pill. Since it's for fun, how about I give it to you and let you eat it? Eat it? Tianlan widened her eyes, and considered the words of refusal in her mind. At the door, concubine Chen, who had already made up her mind to expose the two, looked at the bright lights in the room and felt annoyed. Could it be that Tianlan's little hoof had succeeded? No, if Tianlan really succeeded, her life would be in the hands of Tianlan and concubine Shu. No matter, let's go in and see the situation first. Concubine Chen let out a heavy breath, raised her hand, and pushed the door in. The door was suddenly pushed open, and a cold wind poured in, and Tianlan, who was kneeling on the ground, shivered. Looking at the scene inside, concubine Chen was ecstatic. Ha ha ha, Tianlan, that little bitch, didn't succeed. She came in with her skirt lifted, closed the door, and knelt beside Tianlan. Your Majesty, Tianlan and concubine Shu are trying to murder you and the crown prince. I'm here to expose them. Tianlan stared at concubine Shen and retorted, Concubine Shen, what you said is really ridiculous. If you hadn't let me out, how would I have the opportunity to get close to the emperor? Okay. Concubine Shen also stared at Tianlan, you really want to seduce the emperor, and you lied to me that you were helping me, and what else are you hiding from me? Tianlan really wanted to slap concubine Shen in the face, to let her see clearly what was going on. The lives of both of them were in the hands of the emperor, and she was still thinking about other things. Concubine Shen, where is the little princess's jade pendant? Qingrong walked to concubine Shen and held out her hand. This was given to me by the little princess. I let Tianlan out to see what she and concubine Shu were planning to do. Concubine Shen took out the jade pendant and handed it to Qingrong, making up a story. You've completely cleared yourself of all wrongdoing. Tianlan sarcastically said, the little princess has always been followed by secret guards. Do you think the emperor doesn't know about your stupidity? The smile on concubine Shen's face froze, and she touched the ground with her forehead. Your Majesty, it was concubine Shu who threatened me. I know my crime and I deserve to die. You really deserve to die for letting Tianlan go with a fake jade pendant. Your Majesty, it is said that knowing one's mistakes can lead to great improvements. I was just possessed for a while, but now I have come to my senses. Please forgive me. Realizing the seriousness of the matter, concubine Shen trembled as she spoke. Have you come to your senses? You turned against us because you felt the situation was not right. Otherwise you would not have released Tianlan. I can temporarily spare you two now. Hearing this, the two looked up at the emperor in disbelief. Think carefully about how to respond to concubine Shu. I will definitely make up for my crime. I will definitely make up for my crime. The two knew that they had no choice. Concubine Shu wanted to use them to get rid of the emperor, and now the emperor was using them to get rid of concubine Shu. Every move of the palace is under my control. If you two have other thoughts, the people who are watching you will kill you immediately. After the emperor finished speaking, he put the pill back into the porcelain bottle and threw it to Tianlan. Tianlan thought that the emperor still wanted her to take the pill, so she kowtowed repeatedly and told him the effect of the pill. The emperor nodded indifferently. Since this pill is so good, let's find a way to let concubine Shu taste it. Hearing that she should not take the pill, Tianlan hurriedly said, Yes, I will definitely not let the emperor down. Remember to take it slow, don't give too much. He also prepared a final big show for concubine Shu. If the drug really made her lose her self-awareness, it would be so boring. I understand. If you two let concubine Shu find out anything, you will lose your life. Tianlan glanced at concubine Shen and said yes respectfully. Concubine Shen was displeased by her look. Does this little bitch think she can't do it? Although she was angry, concubine Shen didn't dare to say anything in front of the emperor. After leaving Qingxin Palace, concubine Shen and Tianlan realized that their backs were soaked. The next day, when concubine Shu woke up, she asked Lure to find out if there was anything interesting in the palace. Seeing that concubine Shu rarely had the extra energy to pay attention to other things, Lure happily went out to do what she asked. After Lure left, concubine Shu took a sip of tea to relieve her irritability. That snow lotus must be fake. Concubine Shu looked ugly. Wait a little longer. When Tianlan is no longer useful, she will definitely torture this person to vent her anger. After waiting for a long time, she didn't wait for Lure to come back. Concubine Shu couldn't sit still and went back to lie on the couch. Before, she had a secret guard by her side, and she could ask the secret guard to inquire. Now the secret guard is probably unable to get out of bed, and her news is not as well informed as before. About a cup of tea later, Lure pushed the door in. Concubine, there is nothing interesting in the palace. If you are bored, I will sing for you. Forget it. Concubine Shu waved her hand and said casually, I don't know how the emperor will deal with Tianlan. When she mentioned Tianlan, Lure was angry when she thought of what she had heard. Chapter 361. Seeing that she looked unhappy, concubine Shu raised her eyelids slightly. What's wrong? Could it be that concubine Chen, that idiot, couldn't even handle a child? If she didn't take the initiative now, the only thing waiting for her would be the emperor's conspiracy. Besides, the little princess's first birthday ceremony had just passed a day, and the emperor would definitely arrange for someone to take care of the house and the royal academy for the little princess, and he might not have time to take care of her here. Once the emperor had dealt with other things, I'm afraid there would be no such good opportunity. Lure didn't know that concubine Shu was thinking so much, so she just said angrily, Concubine, you are still worried that the emperor will punish Tianlan. When I went out just now, I heard that the emperor was sick today, and did not go to the morning court, and Tianlan was serving the emperor in the Qingxin palace. The troubled thoughts in her heart were instantly dissipated, and concubine Shu laughed from the bottom of her heart. Are you angry about this? No one is perfect. The emperor is kind, and does not want to pursue Tianlan, so this matter is over. Luer pinched concubine Shu's shoulders. I think that Tianlan is a foxy woman. Okay, don't say this nonsense outside. The emperor, who is so diligent in his work, claimed to be sick and didn't attend the morning court. It seems that Tianlan really succeeded. But shouldn't the person accompanying the emperor be Qin Meiren? Why is it Tianlan? Many doubts came to her mind, and concubine Shu looked at Luer with a gloomy face. Concubine, what's wrong with you? Are you not feeling well? Go and call concubine Qin over. Concubine Qin was still in fear since she came back last night, and didn't sleep all night. Now she knew that the emperor did not attend the morning court, and she knew why better than anyone else. Tianlan, that little bitch, actually said that she was too stupid and was worried that she would be exposed, which pissed her off. But it seemed that it was not easy to be with the emperor. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and concubine Qin knew without thinking that it was concubine Shu's people. She got up and opened the door, and it was indeed Luer, who was beside concubine Shu. Concubine Qin, the concubine asked you to come over and talk. Concubine Qin nodded, knowing that concubine Shu wanted to know what was going on, and asked her to come over and ask questions. She recalled what Tianlan had taught her and followed Luer. In a blink of an eye, they arrived at the door of concubine Shu's palace. Qin Meiren, please go in. Luer pushed open the door, and concubine Qin collected her thoughts and walked into the room. The smoke of cigarettes was curling in the room. Concubine Shu was sitting on the couch, with one hand on the small table beside her, her eyes slightly closed, and she looked not very energetic. Concubine. Hearing her voice, concubine Shu opened her eyes, stood up and smiled. Come on, sit down. Waving Luer to leave, concubine Shu put away the smile on her face, and without beating around the bush, she went straight to the point. Tell me, what happened? Why didn't you do what I said? I wanted to do what you said. Qin Meiren said aggrievedly. After I released Tianlan, she said she was helping me, but she took advantage of my stomachache and took over what I was supposed to do. Qin Meiren was really aggrieved at this point, and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. She also said that I was too stupid, and was afraid that I would ruin your good deeds, concubine. Concubine, you clearly promised me that you must make the decision for me. Concubine Shu was upset by concubine Qin's crying, and she interrupted concubine Qin in a deep voice. That's enough. If you don't seize the opportunity, what can you do now? Qin Meiren sniffed and didn't say anything. Did you enter the emperor's Qingxin palace last night? Yes. Qin Meiren's heart, which had been relaxed, became tense again, but I didn't see the emperor, I only saw Tianlan's little hoof. She said that if you don't want to ruin your business, you should go back. Qin Meiren paused for a moment and continued. She also said that the emperor only listens to her now, and it would be useless for me to go in. Concubine Shu frowned. Did Tianlan really say that? Letting concubine Qin seduce the emperor was because he thought the person in front of him was easy to control, but he didn't expect concubine Qin to be so disappointing. Yes, concubine Qin stole a glance at concubine Shu. It's probably because of the medicine. The emperor doesn't see anyone except her and eunuch Chao. I know you're wronged. Concubine Shu comforted concubine Qin in a gentle tone. You go back first. I will ask Tianlan and make a decision for you. Concubine Qin, who had wanted to leave for a long time, breathed a sigh of relief when she heard this. Did she deal with it? The damn old woman should not have doubted her. Concubine Shu looked at concubine Qin's back, thinking about how to continue the messed up situation. Although Tianlan's trust in the emperor was a big threat to her, it was better than failure. The only good news now was that the emperor had been controlled. Although she had not seen it with her own eyes, concubine Qin should have no reason to lie. After all, whether it was true or not, she would know the truth of concubine Qin's words if she went to find out. Putting down the tea in her hand, concubine Shu stood up. Luer, bring my cloak over. Luer pushed the door open, took the cloak and put it on concubine Shu. While tying the belt for her, she asked, Where are you going, concubine? Concubine Shu adjusted her cloak to see the emperor. Helping concubine Shu, the two went to Qingxin Palace. Eunuch Chao stood at the door of Qingxin Palace, saw concubine Shu walking towards him, and smiled. Concubine, it's so cold outside. Why are you here? Take care of yourself. I heard that the emperor was sick. I came to see him. Eunuch Chao looked embarrassed and didn't say anything, but his meaning was self-evident. Why, I can't go in. The concubine Shu was still smiling, but there was a hint of displeasure in her words. It's not that I won't let you in. Eunuch Chao sighed. I go in and ask the emperor what he thinks. He raised his hand and pushed open the door, and said carefully, Your Majesty, the concubine is here to see. Before he finished speaking, he heard a crisp sound, the sound of porcelain falling to the ground, followed by a low voice. Get out of here. Your Majesty, please calm down. I get out right away, right away. Eunuch Chao withdrew and closed the door. You have seen it, concubine Tai. It's not that I don't want you to go in. It's just that the emperor is emotionally unstable now. I am worried that he will hurt you. Concubine Shu's doubts were dispelled by the scene just now, but her eyes stayed on the gate of Qingxin Palace. The little princess is not inside? Don't hurt the little princess. How can that be possible? Eunuch Chao sighed. The emperor is only accompanied by Tianlan now. No one can get close to the emperor except Tianlan. In that case, let her take good care of the emperor, but I'm afraid it will be difficult to explain to the court officials. Eunuch Chao pretended not to hear the hidden meaning of concubine Shu. Don't worry, concubine, I will submit their memorials to the emperor for processing. Fearing that saying too much would arouse suspicion, concubine Shu retracted her gaze, and asked Eunuch Chao to take good care of the emperor before turning around and leaving. Eunuch Chao didn't turn around and pushed the door open until concubine Shu disappeared. The emperor raised his eyes and glanced at him. Is she gone? Chapter 362. Eunuch Chao picked up the debris on the ground and said, Let's go, but next time, Your Majesty, please choose something less valuable. It's such a pity. The emperor chuckled. If Luo were here, she would probably think the same. Tianlan stood aside without daring to move. Seeing the emperor looking at her, she quickly lowered her head. You go down first. You can go to see concubine Shu in 2 days. I think she has a lot to ask you. Yes. Tianlan felt as if she had been pardoned. Concubine Chen, that idiot, actually wanted to compete with her for who was in Qingxin Palace. If they were not on the same boat, she would not want to stay in Qingxin Palace if she was worried that concubine Chen would do something bad and make her lose her life. The emperor has temporarily spared her life, and she must take this opportunity to take revenge on concubine Shu for plotting her to enter the palace. What is the situation in the harem now? Eunuch Chao pointed to the memorials on the table. Your Majesty, you should take care of the court officials first. Look at so many memorials, I can hardly stop them. If you can't stop them, don't you still have the Prime Minister? The emperor flipped through the memorials. The Prime Minister is not a fool, he will help you. The emperor was ill, and did not attend the morning court, and only allowed Tianlan to serve him, which caused dissatisfaction among many concubines in the harem. Feeling unhappy and unable to see the emperor, these people could only go to see concubine Shu. Knowing that concubine Shu liked to stay with concubine Xian, and now that the emperor was ill again, they would definitely gather together, so all the concubines came to concubine Xian's Zuehua palace. Yui Luo was fiddling with her gifts on the ground when she heard footsteps. TSK, Auntie Shuluo has something to do. Originally, I was worried that my mother would feel uncomfortable after hearing this, but I didn't expect that my mother was so smart and actually knew what my father was planning. Yui Luo's voice fell, and indeed, an anxious voice sounded outside. We want to see the Empress Shu. Before Huarui could speak, the Empress Shu said, Huarui, let someone in. The door opened, and the concubines in various palace costumes came in. What came into view was the 4 people, Empress Xian, sitting around a round wooden table, with fruits and snacks on it, and a red charcoal fire beside them, looking very comfortable. After the people who came in saluted, the Empress Shu said indifferently, Sisters, you came to me because of the Emperor's matter, right? Several people looked at each other, and one of them said in a somewhat indignant tone, since the Empress Shu knew, why did she let Tianlan serve the Emperor closely? The Emperor clearly wanted to punish Tianlan, but now it has become like this. Doesn't concubine Shu find it strange? Questions came one after another. Concubine Shu held the hot tea and waited for them to finish, then smiled and said, What do you sisters want me to do? Kill Tianlan? The Emperor is just sick, and I can't do anything to disobey the Emperor. The people who asked the questions were speechless. After a while, someone spoke up. The Emperor is sick. As his concubines, we should serve him. But concubine Shu knew about it, but was indifferent. Are you accusing me of not caring about the Emperor? Shu Fei put down her tea and peeled grapes slowly. I am worried that the Emperor's unstable mood will hurt his beautiful sisters. Since you want to take care of him, I will arrange it for you now. I dare not blame the Emperor. Xian Fei and the others had already discussed that since the Emperor was pretending to be sick, they might as well help him. It would also dispel the old woman's suspicion. Xu Fei arranged them in groups of 2, and each group took care of the emperor for 1 day, and only then did she successfully get rid of them all. It seems that the emperor is planning to get rid of concubine Xu this time. Concubine Da put the peeled grapes on the plate, which was almost full. Several people peeled them for Yuilua. She must have known that the emperor would not forgive her if she failed this time, so she took the initiative. Of course, once concubine Xu's suspicion is dispelled, she will show her fox tail. Yuilua stood up and walked to the table to tiptoe to get the small plate, but the table was too high and she couldn't reach it. Why are her hands so short? Empress Hien held back her laughter. Seeing that she was angry, she raised her hand and brought the peeled grapes to her, and held her and sat on the chair. Yuilua listened to the conversation of several people while enjoying their service. After sitting for a while, Yuilua could not sit still anymore, so she turned over from the chair and handed Huarui the fox fur cloak made by Empress Hien for her. Luor is going out. Empress Hien stood up, walked over and squatted down to tie the cloak belt for her, raised her hand, and rubbed her head. You know to wear something thicker so that your mother won't worry. Luor is really good. Yuilua was praised, raised her chin, and smiled. There is no fun in the palace now. Let's go out to see what fun there is, and try my mount by the way. There were secret guards following her, and concubine Hien didn't want to restrict her too much, so she said lovingly, go and have fun. When Luor couldn't walk yet, she wanted to go out of the palace all day long. Now that she can walk, even if the emperor wants to take her with him, it depends on whether she is willing. Yuilua raised her hand and waved to concubine Hien, then turned and left Zuehua Palace. After leaving Zuehua Palace, Yuilua went directly to the place where the brown bear was imprisoned. The 2 guarding the brown bear saw Yuilua coming over, recognized her, and hurriedly bowed. Yuilua glanced at the 2, walked forward to push the door, and said in a baby voice, Open. Open. Little princess, this is not appropriate. She looked at the 2 with a stern face. The red cloak made her more lovely, the white fur collar wrapped around her delicate face, as soft as a dumpling. But the 2 guards in front of them saw the momentum on her face that could not be refuted. Open. Open. Yuilua repeated it again. The 2 couldn't persuade her, so they took out the key and opened the door. The door opened, and Yuilua entered. Inside was a row of iron cells, but they were used to lock up animals. The brown bear in the iron cell saw Yuilua and raised its paw happily, as if greeting her. Yuilua approached her and raised her hand to touch it. One of the guards was so scared that he quickly grabbed her hand. Little princess, this bear is dangerous. Can I take you back to the palace? Yuilua shook her head. Open. Open. This. When the 2 were in a dilemma, footsteps were heard. Your Highness, please come in. The prince is here. Yuilua turned and looked at the door. The prince was wearing a moon-white gold-woven robe and a cloak of the same color. Luor. The prince looked at Yuilua in surprise and squatted down to her level. What are you doing here? He was originally here with Lord Su to see how the brown bear tribute by Li country was doing, but he didn't expect to meet Luor. Yuilua opened her arms and hugged the prince's neck, burying her little face in the prince's neck. The prince patted her back and said softly, Luor, please get up first. My brother just came in from outside and is cold. Don't let Luor catch a cold. The prince is really warm. Woo, why doesn't such a warm person have an official match? Shit author, don't you feel guilty? Chapter 363. Luor, be good. Tell your brother why you are here. Yuilua raised her head and pointed at the 2 guards beside her, but she couldn't say a complete sentence. Ah, when can I say a complete sentence? I just like riding my mount out of the palace. Seeing her angry look, the prince chuckled and held her hand. Luor, do you want to see the brown bear? Yuilua nodded quickly. The 2 guards beside her were worried that the prince had misunderstood them, so they explained. Your Highness, the little princess wanted me to open the door, but I was afraid that the brown bear would hurt the little princess, so I disobeyed her. The prince looked at the 2 and said softly, You are doing your duty. I don't blame you. Now open the door. Yuilua clapped her hands happily when she heard that, and the red silk ribbons in her hair swayed with her movements. Brother Prince, you are so nice. The bear is spiritual and won't hurt me. Seeing that the 2 were a little hesitant, the prince continued, I will tell my father that the brown bear is spiritual and won't hurt the little princess. Lord Su said, Your Highness, this is not right. Although this thing is spiritual, it will not listen to people. What if it hurts the little princess? It's okay, open the door. The guard stepped forward to open the door, and stepped aside. But unlike what they expected, the The brown bear did not come out immediately, but put down its paws and stood by the door, looking at Yuilua. The bear is really good. Yuilua waved at it. Come. She didn't speak clearly, but the brown bear came out obediently, circled around her, and rubbed her body with its furry head. Not only were the two guards dumbfounded, but Lord Su also had his eyes wide open. Yuilua raised her hand and touched the brown bear's head. The brown bear sensed her movements and crawled on the ground so that she could touch its head more easily. This brown bear seems to listen to the little princess very much. Lord Su suddenly remembered the day when the brown bear was first transported. It seemed that the brown bear stayed in the cage obediently because of the little princess. No wonder Master Chang'an said that the little princess was a noble person of Qianqi state. The little princess was really different. So Lord Su, don't worry. After the prince said this, he found that Yuilua had already ridden on the brown bear. Because the brown bear was large, she looked particularly petite sitting on it. Yuilua patted the brown bear's head. Xiong, let's go and go outside the palace to see the third brother and the others. Bye. Waving to the prince, Yuilua and the brown bear gradually went away. Many people on the street saw Yuilua riding a bear and stepped aside, worried that they would be hurt by the brown bear. Yuilua rode on the brown bear's back and looked around. Isn't that the little princess? Ziyang stood in a restaurant, looking at the people retreating to the sides of the street, thinking that someone was strutting around again, but it turned out to be the little princess. The third prince was sitting aside waiting for Mu Shui. Hearing this, he stood up and walked to the window, and saw the conspicuous red on the street at a glance. The little princess actually rode out the brown bear that the Li Kingdom paid tribute to. He rubbed his eyes, and after confirming that Yuilua was riding that brown bear, he looked surprised. I go down and take a look. The third prince said this, got up and walked out of the private room and hurried downstairs. Yuilua looked around and saw the third prince coming out of the restaurant, and her eyes lit up. Haha, it's better to come at the right time than to come early. Is the third prince dating the heroine? I'm sure I be the light bulb. Looking behind the third prince, she didn't see Mu Shui, and Yuilua curled her lips. The heroine is not here. Is it happier to have a meal with Ziyang in the restaurant in broad daylight than to date the heroine? The third prince ignored her messy thoughts and walked up to her. Lure, why did you leave the palace? Does your father know? Brown bear stopped and crawled on the ground to let Yuilua down. The third prince held her hand and said to Ziyang behind him, bring the hand warmer. Ziyang came back to his senses from the surprise and handed the delicate hand warmer in his hand to the third prince. The third prince tidied up Yuilua's little cloak and put the hand warmer in her hand. Take it and warm your hands. Looking at her small hands, the third prince added, can you hold it? Yuilua nodded and returned the hand warmer to the third prince as if she remembered something. This hand warmer must be prepared for the heroine by the third prince. I can't take it, otherwise it will make the third prince lose the opportunity to show off in front of the heroine. I want to be a sister-in-law who is loved by everyone, and I can't be a stumbling block in the love life of the princes. The third prince held his forehead. What a mess Lure was thinking. Take it. Do you want to take medicine for your illness in such a cold weather? Yuilua held the hand warmer obediently. I was worried that you forgot to give the pills to the heroine, so I came out to check. Daddy is busy pretending to be sick, and has no time to watch me. Mom also knows that I came out. Xiong was released to me by my brother, the crown prince. The third prince, His worry was really unnecessary. He also heard about his father's affairs today. He guessed that his father wanted to move against concubine Shu. Now it seems that his guess is correct. Ziyang, go back to the mansion. The third prince looked at the well-behaved brown bear next to him, and felt that the brown bear was really eye-catching. Aren't you still waiting for the princess and Dr. Qian? Ziyang asked in confusion. Hey, the princess and the others are here. Dr. Qian and Mu Shui saw the few people from afar, especially the brown bear next to Yuilua, and their eyes were shining. Princess. Before the third prince finished speaking, Mu Shui said, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back to the third prince's mansion. Seeing Mu Shui coming in a white cloak, Yuilua hurried forward and handed the hand warmer in her hand to Mu Shui. Mu Shui only felt a warm thing being stuffed into her hand, and when she lowered her eyes, she met Yuilua's star-like eyes. Brother. Here. Yuilua pointed at the third prince and tried to help him perform. Mu Shui squatted down, straightened her messy red silk ribbon, and gave her the hand warmer. Little princess, take it. I'm an adult, and I'm not afraid of the cold. She picked up Yuilua and said, let's go back to the mansion. Yuilua struggled to get off. My bear? I want to ride a bear. The third prince, Lure probably wants to ride a bear. So this bear was ridden by the little princess. Dr. Chien was a little disappointed. This bear was full of treasures. He was thinking that if it was the third prince's, he could ask for it to be used as medicine. Now it seems that she will be disappointed. It is too cruel for her to ask a child for her mount to be used as medicine, and it also makes her look too shameless. Yuilua successfully rode on the bear's back, thinking, "It's still cool to ride my bear, haha. This day I have been looking forward to finally comes." The third prince told her to be careful and follow beside him to prevent her from falling. Chapter 364. Ziyang, go back to the mansion quickly and ask the kitchen to prepare the food. Ziyang replied, and left first with Qin Gong. The remaining people and the bear walked slowly on the street. Although the weather was cold, there were many people walking on the street, and they all looked at them sideways. Back to the third prince's mansion, Yuilua got off the bear's back and led the bear into the Vermilion Gate. Since Ziyang came back early to give instructions, the few people could eat directly after entering the house. Yuilua looked at the exquisite dishes on the table, and her stomach growled. "Princess and Dr. Chien, please." The third prince asked the two to sit down, and asked someone to bring hot water for Yuilua to wash her hands. After wiping them clean, he carried her to sit on a chair, picked out the dishes she could eat, and put them on a small plate for her. "Don't worry about me. Pick some for the heroine too." Feeling Mushue's gaze, the third prince picked up the serving chopsticks, picked up a chicken leg, and put it on the plate in front of him. Yuilua, "No, third prince. Why don't you pick it up for the heroine? Do you love big chicken legs so much? Now that divine Dr. Chien is here, it's time for you to perform well." The third prince picked the skin off the chicken leg, then removed the chicken leg from the bone, and then handed the plate to Mushue. "Princess, please eat. We originally planned to have it in the restaurant, but the bear Lure brought was too eye-catching, and it was not easy to bring it into the restaurant, so I had to let you come to my house and eat something casually." It turned out that I misunderstood the third prince. Mushue looked at divine Dr. Chien with some embarrassment, and took the chicken handed over by the third prince. "Your Highness is thoughtful. I was worried that the little princess would be cold just now, but fortunately, your Highness was considerate and gave the little princess a hand warmer." The third prince paused and said truthfully, "Actually, the hand warmer was prepared for the princess. I gave it to her because I was worried that she would be cold when Lure showed up." Knowing that he had misunderstood her, Mushue smiled and said, "The little princess is your sister, and it is your duty to take care of her. Do you think I will be jealous of the little princess? The heroine's values are also very positive. I love it." The divine Dr. Chien coughed lightly. "Why don't you finish eating first?" The two looked at each other and stopped talking. After the meal, the third prince spent most of his time taking care of Yuilua and Mushue. After the food was cleared away and hot tea was served, Dr. Chien started talking about business. The third prince asked Shuer and I to say that he has something for us. "What is it?" The third prince took out the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill and handed it to Dr. Chien. "This is the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill that Lure gave me. Dr. Chien, can you help me check if it's real?" Dr. Chien couldn't wait to take it, opened it and smelled it, and nodded excitedly. "It's the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill. Could it be the one in Concubine Shu's hand?" That day, he saw that Concubine Shu didn't look like she had eaten Tianshan Snow Lotus, but because there were so many people that day, he didn't know whether the Emperor and Concubine Shu had a falling out, so he didn't dare to get involved. "Not bad." The third prince nodded. "The third prince, please name a price." The divine Dr. Chien looked at the third prince very seriously. The third prince was stunned. This Tianshan Snow Lotus pill was originally for the princess. "Does the divine Dr. Chien think that I need you to buy it with silver when I give it to the princess?" Haha, the divine Dr. Chien has made the third prince unable to do anything. The third prince knows everything? This time it was Dr. Chien who was stunned. The third prince nodded. "Dr. Chien, you don't need to give me money. As long as the princess' eyes can be cured, that's enough. Besides, this is given to me by Lure." Dr. Chien stroked his beard and laughed. When he came to Beijing, he heard Shuer's maid mention the third prince. Now it seems that the third prince's character is indeed good. He didn't show off the Snow Lotus pill given by the little princess, but told the truth. He also knew Shuer well enough. Maybe he is really a good man who is worthy of Shuer's entrustment of his life. It's just a pity for Jur, whose love for Shuer was ultimately in vain. "Thank you, little princess and the third prince. In that case, I take my leave first." Divine Dr. Chien handed the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill to Mu Shui and turned to leave. "Master, are you going back to Divine Dr. Valley?" Mu Shui stopped Divine Dr. Qian and looked at his back. Yes, your senior brother has gone to the country to look for the Tianshan Snow Lotus, and I have to call him back. Now that the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill has been brought back, as long as you don't get too sad, you should be able to hold on until the Snow Lotus blooms in Divine Dr. Valley. At this point, Dr. Qian turned to look at the third prince. Shui will be handed over to the third prince. The third prince looked serious. Dr. Qian, rest assured. I will never allow the princess to be harmed, whether it's me or anyone else. Then I'm relieved. Yui Lua held her chin with one hand. It seems that Dr. Qian is very satisfied with the third prince. Very good, there is no need to worry about the second male lead taking the position. There are only 2 people left in the room. Mu Shui seems a little uncomfortable because of what Dr. Qian said just now. Since Master brought me back to Divine Dr. Valley, he has always taken care of me as his daughter. So he said what he said just now. Your Highness, don't take it to heart. Princess, do you not believe that I can take good care of you? The third prince stared at Mu Shui, waiting for her answer. No. Mu Shui shook her head. Your Highness has had a hard time these years. I don't want your Highness to have me as a burden after finally getting through it. When the 2 of them were silent, Yui Lua's inner voice sounded in the third prince's ear. That's not right. In the book, the heroine was not taken to Divine Dr. Valley by Qianshini himself. Why did the plot change? Moreover, the second male lead shouldn't have known about the Tianshan Snow Lotus in Li Country so early. It's a mess, it's a mess. The previous plot was based on the time-traveling girl's time travel. But now the plot of the heroine going to the Divine Dr. Valley is neither the plot that the time-traveling girl should have nor the plot in the book. What the bald Master Changyan said in the palace was also incomprehensible. Could it be that the other party knew something? After sending Mu Shui and Yui Lua back, the third prince led a horse and headed straight to Baiyun Temple outside the city. I hurried to Baiyun Temple, but was told that Master Changyan had gone out again, and his whereabouts were unknown. Yui Lua, who was also full of doubts, thought about it for a long time after returning to the palace, but still couldn't figure out why. She thought about it for a long time, but couldn't find the reason. Forget it, I still can't figure it out even if I have used up all my brain cells, so I'd better go and see what's going on with my father. The crescent moon was hanging in the sky, and Yui Lua slipped out of Zuihua Palace wearing a small cloak. Concubine Xian turned around and came out. When she didn't see Yui Lua, she guessed that she went to Qingxin Palace. My queen, the little princess is out. Do you want to follow her? Empress Xian shook her head. No, just prepare food for her. Yui Lua went to Qingxin Palace and happened to meet the 2 people who were attending to the sick today, coming down the white jade steps with pale faces. They walked hurriedly and said as they walked, "It seems that the emperor is very ill and has a bad temper." Fortunately, I dodged quickly, otherwise the teacup would have hit me in the face. No wonder Empress Xian and others didn't come to see the emperor. Tianlan, that bitch, is really good at tricks. Chapter 365. While the 2 of them were cursing and talking, they almost bumped into Yui Lua. Seeing Yui Lua, the 2 of them stopped talking and felt a little guilty. But it was only for a moment. Thinking that Yui Lua was just a 1-year-old child, even if she heard what they said, she couldn't express it. The guilt in their hearts disappeared instantly. Little princess, are you here to see the emperor? Yui Lua glanced at the person who was talking and went straight up the stairs. When Yui Lua walked away, the 2 of them pouted. The cold wind blew, and the 2 of them gathered their coats and quickened their pace to leave. Yui Lua went to the door of Qingxin Palace, and Chao Gongdong, who happened to open the door, saw her and greeted her with a smile like a chrysanthemum. Little princess, are you here to see the emperor? He said, while leading Yui Lua inside. Princess, come in with me quickly, don't get cold. The emperor was in the palace dealing with the memorials handed in by the ministers, and the matters related to the house, and the academy assigned to Yui Lua. When he heard Chao Gongdong's voice, he quickly put down the memorial in his hand, stood up and walked towards Yui Lua, who came in. Luor is here to see father. The emperor leaned over and picked her up, smiling. You are worthy of being father's little cotton-padded jacket. It was warm inside the palace, and Yui Lua struggled to get down. Seeing this, the emperor let her down, saw the small cloak on her, raised his hand, and gently pinched her little face. Luor is really good, you know, to wear something thicker. It's hot in the palace, father will take off your cloak for you. Taking off the small cloak from Yui Lua and handing it to eunuch Chao, the emperor remembered the soup that the 2 people who were attending to the sick had brought just now, and ordered eunuch Chao to bring the soup over. This soup is really good. Yui Lua sighed, as he looked at the soup handed over by eunuch Chao. I didn't expect that these concubines all had some cooking skills, and could cook such a good soup. It's a good thing that Daddy doesn't eat it. I have digested all the food I had at the third prince's place when I left the palace. The emperor took the bowl handed over by eunuch Chow, and fed Yuilua with a spoon. Your Majesty, how about I feed the little princess? The emperor didn't look at him, and continued to feed patiently. Do you want me to continue to deal with the memorials? Your servant wants His Majesty to take a break. In fact, he just felt that the emperor was too awkward to do this. Can feeding soup make me tired? After feeding the soup, the emperor put the bowl aside, and sat in front of the long table with Yuilu in his arms. Luor, you are still young now. Daddy asked someone to manage the house, and the academy for you. Who do you want to manage it? Looking at the list on the long table, Qian and Li Yunhe were on it. Qian is responsible for the accounts of those houses and the academy. He is very good at accounting. Yuilu raised her finger, and pointed at Qian. Okay. The emperor picked up the pen and ticked Qian's name. Luor is really good at judging. Are there any more? Yuilua was not familiar with the other people on the list, so she raised her finger, and pointed at Li Yunhe's name. It's up to Luor. The emperor also ticked Li Yunhe's name. What does Luor want Li Shilang to be responsible for? Of course, he wants to be in charge of the academy. Old Min is Li Yunhe's master. He wants Li Yunhe to be in charge of the enrollment of the Royal Academy, and give lectures when he has time. These are all living signs. As long as the word gets out, the number of people in the academy will increase dramatically, so that useful talents can be selected from them for the court. The emperor raised his eyebrows. Luor's brain is really useful. Luor is still smart. Anyway, Li Yunhe doesn't have to teach the prince now, so he does have time to take charge of this matter. Academy. Luor wants Li Yunhe to take charge of the academy concurrently. Luor is really thoughtful, and Dad will pass on this matter in a few days. Then the emperor praised Yuilua in various ways. Even if Yuilua was thick-skinned, she couldn't stand the emperor's various fancy praises. Why didn't I think Daddy was so good at praising people before? He's almost a praising maniac. It seems that I'm not thick-skinned enough. I'm shy even when I'm praised. Eunuch Chow's mouth twitched when he heard it. The emperor was so venomous when he spoke to the ministers. He thought the emperor would scold people, but he didn't expect that he would praise the little princess in different ways. Yuilua stayed for about an hour, and the emperor asked Eunuch Chow to send her back. Back to Zuehua Palace, concubine Xian was still waiting for Yuilua. Seeing her come back, she hurriedly told Huarui to warm up the food. Yuilua, who had just finished a whole bowl of chicken soup in Qingxing Palace, wanted to speak up to stop him, but she didn't want to disappoint her mother's kindness, so she had to keep silent. I shouldn't die if I eat a little more. Why didn't I think of this just now? I should save some food for my mother's cooking. It's all because the chicken soup is too delicious. I finally understand why my father is afraid of entering the harem and can't handle it. Empress Xian looked at her tangled look and felt a little amused. Huarui, the little princess came from the emperor and should have eaten. You should go down and rest first. Yuilua looked at her mother in surprise. How did mother know I had eaten? Did she smell the chicken soup on me? Oh, luckily, I don't have to eat anymore, otherwise I would be too full to sleep at night. Next time, I must remember to save some space for what mother cooks. After a good night's sleep, Yuilua woke up in the morning and sat on the couch with her messy hair, staring at the red rope on her wrist with suspicion. What? I knew this thing was useless. Not to mention dreaming about my past life, I didn't even have a dream. Who are you trying to fool with a broken rope? Empress Xian heard Yuilua's thoughts and ordered Huarui to get food. Luor, mother will comb your hair. After combing her hair and holding her to sit at the table, Empress Xian asked in confusion when she saw her staring at the red rope in her hand. Luor, what's wrong? Yuilua stretched out her hand and looked up and said, Untie. Untie. The broken thing is useless, so take it off and you won't be bothered. Luor, do you want to untie this red rope? Yuilua nodded. Once you put it on, you can't untie it. Can't untie it? How is it possible? Yuilua looked at concubine Xian with some suspicion, and found that she was serious and obviously not lying. I don't believe it can't be untied. So after eating, Yuilua struggled with the red string on her hand. After a long time, she finally untied the red string on her hand. She took the red string and walked in front of concubine Xian, looking like she was offering a treasure. It's untied now. It's not difficult for me. Luor untied it herself. Concubine Xian looked at the red string in her hand, with a look of surprise. Didn't they say that the red string given by Master Changyan can't be taken off once worn? How come Luor can take it off by herself, Is it because this red string is useless to lure? I wanted to try to give it to the third brother if it was useful, so that maybe I could learn something from him, but it turned out to be useless. How about going out of the palace to find Chang'an Bald Donkey to ask? No, that bald donkey will definitely not be in Baiyun Temple. It's easy to find him, but if I run too far now, my mother will definitely worry. Chapter 366. Shu Taifei didn't know the emperor's condition, and she was feeling unwell, so she could hardly control her anger. Lu'er had urged her to see the imperial physician several times, but she just said to wait a little longer, which puzzled Lu'er. The emperor is ill. Is there an imperial physician to see him? Shu Taifei suppressed her anger and asked calmly. Don't talk about the imperial physician. Lu'er said what she had heard from outside. I heard that Shu Fei arranged for other ladies to take care of him, but no one could get close to the emperor, and they were all scared away. When I went to the Ministry of Internal Affairs to get charcoal just now, I met the two people who were attending to the emperor today. They seemed to have cried, so I guess the emperor must be very ill. After saying this, she found that the person on the couch did not make a sound, so Lu'er stepped forward and called the concubine. As a result, the other party did not respond. She continued to call a few more times, and then realized that concubine Shu had fainted. Immediately turned around with an anxious look and opened the door. Come here, go and call the imperial physician quickly, the concubine has fainted. The person outside the door heard the words, and rushed to the imperial hospital anxiously. Dr. Lin learned that concubine Shu had fainted, and rushed over here with a medicine box. The emperor did not say that he was not allowed to treat concubine Shu, and everyone had gone to the imperial hospital. If he refused, his intention would be too obvious. Lu'er was worried that the imperial physician would not come because of what happened at the little princess's first birthday ceremony, but she did not expect that Dr. Lin would actually come. Dr. Lin, please save the concubine. The Tianshan Snow Lotus pills that Tianlan gave the concubine are fake. The concubine took them, and not only did not get better, but it got worse. Dr. Lin comforted her, and stepped forward to check concubine Shu's pulse. Don't worry, the concubine will be fine after taking the medicine I prescribed. Thank you, Dr. Lin, thank you, Dr. Lin. It was already noon when concubine Shu woke up. Lu'er was surprised to see her wake up, and took the medicine to her. Concubine Shu finally woke up. Drink the medicine first. Dr. Lin said that you will recover after drinking the medicine. After taking the medicine and drinking it all, concubine Shu lay down again. Don't worry, I'm fine. She patted Lu'er's hand. Go and see him and see how he recovers. Lu'er pursed her lips. Seeing that concubine Shu was weak, she didn't want to make her worry anymore, so she nodded. I will go see him after you fall asleep, and ask the imperial physician to see him, so that he can recover faster and save you from worrying. No need to ask the imperial physician, you can go see him now. Everyone knows why the emperor punished him with castration, so there is no need to do so at this time, and leave room for others to talk about it. At least, he had to find out what was going on with Tianlan, and then he would feel at ease if he could control her. Besides, the emperor is ill now, but there is still the prime minister in the court, so she has to bear it. Soon she can avenge that man. Unable to persuade her, Lu'er had to go to Xiao Shiai's place to see him. Since Xiao Shiai's went out to see Chen Marin that day, he stayed in the house to recuperate, and dared not walk around to avoid the wound opening again. He didn't go out, so he naturally didn't know what was going on outside. Fortunately, the eunuchs of the Saligian had treated him much better in the past 2 days, and some even gave him medicine, unlike the previous few days, when they looked like they wanted him to fend for himself. While thinking, a flattering voice came from outside the door. Miss Lu'er, please come in, he is inside. Then the door was pushed open. Lu'er asked someone to do the work, and walked in, and closed the door. There was no charcoal burning in Xiao Shiai's room, and the decorations inside were only a bed and a table and chairs, which looked particularly deserted. How is your recovery? Lu'er walked forward and said bluntly, the concubine was worried about you, so she asked me to come and see you. Worried about himself? Xiao Shiai sneered in his heart. If he was really worried about himself, why didn't he let the imperial physician see him, so that he could recover faster? I'm afraid she pretended to send someone to see me, because she needed me. He knew Shu Taifei better than anyone else, and she was very good at pretending to be kind and righteous. You can see that I have nothing here. How can it be easy to recover? Lu'er was stunned by his words. Taifei said she was worried about this person, but she didn't let her invite the imperial physician. She really couldn't understand what Taifei was thinking. Aren't you a martial artist? Pulling back her thoughts, Lu'er glanced at him. It is said that martial artists recover quickly. I see that you seem to be no different from the day before. Xiao Xiais didn't want to talk to Lure about useless things anymore, so he changed the subject. What's going on outside now? The emperor is ill. No wonder these people's attitude towards him has changed. It turns out that the emperor is ill. Could it be that the emperor's illness is related to concubine Shu? Yes, concubine Shu's situation can only take the initiative to deal with the emperor. In this case, he should now think about how to avenge the Xiao family. As for concubine Shu causing him to become what he is today, he will not settle accounts with her. If it weren't for the fact that concubine Shu became timid after receiving the note from Prince Duan, and didn't deal with the people she should deal with, how could he have fallen into this state? Do you know why the emperor suddenly fell ill? Putting away unnecessary thoughts, Xiao Xiais looked at Lure. Lure was simple-minded, and he didn't know why this girl was loved by concubine Shu. At first, he thought that this girl was too simple, and concubine Shu was not confident to leave things to her. But the matter of concubine Huang and the illness of the concubines in the harem made him understand completely. Concubine Shu was protecting Lure in disguise, so she didn't let Lure get involved, so that even if the matter was exposed, Lure would stay out of it like her. I don't know how the emperor got sick, but now the only one who can get close to the emperor is Tianlan. This person gave the concubine fake Tianshan snow lotus pills, and now he has even climbed up to the emperor. After hearing her words, Xiao Xiais was sure that this matter was related to concubine Shu. But Tianlan is not as easy to control as concubine Shen. No wonder concubine Shu asked Lure to see him. Okay, you take good care of your injuries. I will go back to take care of the concubine. Tell the concubine that I am useless and my body has not recovered yet. Lure did not answer, turned around and opened the door to leave. As soon as she left, the door was pushed open. The person who came was a younger eunuch. The eunuch said it was too cold, so he asked me to bring you a brazier. Xiao Xiais thanked him, and seeing the young eunuch's innocent look, he took out a jade pendant and handed it to the young eunuch. Can you help me get some medicine when you leave the palace? Concubine Shu didn't let anyone get him medicine, so he could only ask someone to go outside to get medicine so that he could recover faster. The young eunuch looked at the jade pendant of excellent quality and raised his hand to take it. I'm going out to buy tomorrow, and I help you get medicine by the way. Thank you, I give you the rest after getting the medicine. Seeing him pitiful, the young eunuch couldn't help but comfort him. It will be fine after these few days. Although we are eunuchs, we don't have to worry about food and clothing. When I left the palace that day, I met the adopted son of Mr. Mo, and he couldn't even take out the silver for the medicine. The adopted son of Mr. Mo? Chapter 367. Xiao Xiais couldn't help but think of the list he had made when he investigated the Mo family, and a plan came to his mind. He is the father of concubine Shu. I heard that the reason why Li Kingdom surrendered to Tianqi was because of the large crossbows that Master Mo had researched and the bravery of General Jin. The young eunuch thought he didn't know him, so he started to explain. When talking about Master Mo, the young eunuch looked admiring, and he became more and more excited, not noticing Xiao Xiai's strangeness at all. He was thinking about something, so Xiao Xiais didn't hear what he said later. Since you are Mr. Mo's adopted son, why can't you even take out the money to buy medicine? Xiao Xiais interrupted the eunuch and asked in a puzzled manner. I don't know about that. The eunuch shook his head. There must be some difficulty that he couldn't ask Mr. Mo for. Since you are short of money, and you are healthy, why don't you earn money yourself? The eunuch was stunned. Money is not that easy to earn. That's right, Xiao Xiais nodded in agreement. The fastest place to get money is undoubtedly the gambling house. But the money in the gambling house is not so easy to get. It is indeed not easy to earn. Xiao Shuzi? A voice urged from the door. I asked you to deliver a brazier, but you took so long. Are you going to quit? I'll be right there. Xiao Shuzi stood up and walked out the door. When the door was closed, Xiao Xiais sneered. After seeing Xiao Xiais, Lure went back to report to concubine Shu, and told her exactly what Xiao Xiais said. Concubine Shu half closed her eyes and said calmly, I know. Just let him have a good rest. You should have a good rest. Don't worry about other things. Shu Taifei sighed. There are some things I don't want to worry about. Her voice was so low that Lure couldn't hear clearly. What did you say, Taifei? It's okay. If I'm gone one day, you can take the money I've saved up over the years and leave the palace. The emperor is a person who knows gratitude and resentment clearly. If you haven't done anything bad, she won't make things difficult for you. If this thing fails, she's afraid she will really have no way out. Today she always feels very uneasy in her heart, so it's better to explain it first, so that she won't be caught off guard if something really happens. What are you talking about, concubine? Listening to her words that sounded Like she was explaining her last wishes, Luer's eyes turned red. You're just sick, Dr. Lin said you'd be fine. Concubine Shu sighed in her heart, opened her eyes and smiled at her. Don't cry, I'm just saying go out, I want to rest for a while. Luer wiped her tears. Concubine, you rest, I go make medicine for you, nothing will happen to you. As night fell, the Zuehua Palace, which should have been quiet, was now extremely lively. A group of concubines knelt on the ground crying, begging Concubine Shu to take back her words about letting them serve the sick. Why are you crying? Concubine Shu put down her chopsticks, picked up a handkerchief, and wiped her lips. I remember that you begged me to arrange for you to serve the sick. Why are you crying and asking me to take back your words now? Several people just continued to cry, and no one responded. They really wanted to use the matter of serving the sick to gain the emperor's favor, but they didn't know that the emperor was so irritable when he was sick, and they were greeted by the porcelain he threw before entering the Qingxin Palace. Not only did she not get to see the emperor, but her appearance was almost ruined. Don't cry, Shu Fei frowned and looked at the kneeling people. Since it is what you asked, there is no way to take it back. Whoever should take care of the sick should continue. Don't say that I don't want you to see the emperor later. Madame Shu Fei, one of them knelt down beside Shu Fei's legs, raised his hand, and grabbed the corner of her skirt, crying, I have wronged you. Please have pity on me. Shu Fei was unmoved. This man was not like this when he challenged her that day. She pulled out her skirt. Didn't I remind you that day? Why, now that the emperor is sick, you despise him? That's right, she didn't act like that day, and she even made up stories about mother behind her back. Yui Luo watched with great interest. If she really got the favor of her father by attending to the sick, she would probably have to change her attitude again. It was useless to ask Shu Fei, so several people turned their attention to Defei. TSK, if it was useless to ask Shu Fei aunt, then ask Defei aunt. After asking Defei aunt, did you still ask mother? Do you really think they are all soft persimmons that you can squeeze and flatten at will? Empress Defei, as women, you should know how important appearance is to us. Please save us. Empress Defei looked at them indifferently. What the sister said is really interesting. You are asked to take care of the sick, not to go to the guillotine. Why should I save you? The faces of several people turned pale. The emperor did not kill them, but if they continued to take care of the sick, what if the emperor threw a knife at them? Wouldn't it be the same as going to die? The emperor is so irritable now. It would be strange if they could have a good ending if they angered the emperor. They want the emperor's favor, not to die. Empress Xian, please ask Empress Shu to take back her words. Fuck, she really begged my mother. Do you think my mother is a saint? Empress Xian raised her eyebrows slightly. She is not a good person. As Luer said, if these people really get the upper hand, they will probably be the first to deal with them. Sisters, stop crying. Empress Xian smiled at them. Get up. As if they saw hope, they looked at Empress Xian with hope and slowly stood up. Since you took the initiative to say that you would serve the emperor, you can't just take it back. Otherwise, everyone will follow suit. How can Sister Shu Fei manage the harem? Empress Xian, can you? I know what you want to say. Empress Xian interrupted them. People always have to pay for their choices. Sister Shu Fei also said that day that she was worried that the emperor would hurt the sisters, but your attitude was very firm. So Sister Shu Fei agreed. Thinking of what they said that day, they knew that it was useless to say anything more, and they all left Zuehua Palace with pale faces. I'm worried that my sister, Concubine Xian, is soft-hearted. Shu Fei chuckled and took a sip of tea. Soft-hearted? Concubine Xian shook her head and laughed. Soft-hearted people won't last long in the palace. In a few days, when the emperor recovers, the attitudes of the others will definitely be different from today. Yes, what my mother said really hit the nail on the head. Although the few people who left Zuehua Palace were reluctant, they still had to serve the sick. The two who served the sick today went to Qingxin Palace, praying in their hearts that the emperor would let them go like he did in the morning, so that even if the emperor recovered later, he would not say anything to them. As for Concubine Xian and the others, when the emperor recovered, they would tell the emperor how little they valued him. Your Majesty, these are the least valuable ones in front of you. If someone else comes, you can take the one in front of you. Eunuch Chao pointed at the porcelain in front of the emperor and said carefully. Chapter 368. The emperor glanced at him. Okay, I know. Eunuch Chao was still worried. You said you knew this morning, but you got excited and just took a valuable one. He had already put it in front of the emperor, but the emperor refused to take it. Fortunately, he only smashed one and turned pale. Is it okay for me to take the one in front of me this time? The emperor impatiently asked him to leave. Some people may be scared and probably won't come. As soon as he finished speaking, A gentle voice sounded outside. Eunuch Chow, we are here to serve the emperor. Eunuch Chow hurried to the door, opened it with a sad expression on his face. I will inform the emperor right now. The two ladies wait a moment. The two looked at each other, their expressions changed. Shouldn't Eunuch Chow say that the emperor would not see anyone, and then send them back? Why did he ask them to wait? Besides, he opened the door. Was he worried that the emperor would not be able to hit them if the door was closed? While thinking, the sound of conversation in the hall came. Your Majesty, there is. Go away, don't bother me. Seeing that the emperor was about to take the other porcelain, Eunuch Chow hurriedly handed the least valuable one to the emperor, and the emperor took the porcelain and threw it to the door. Go away, all of you, go away too. The two people at the door dared not breathe, stood by the door with pale faces and lowered heads, and trembled as they watched the porcelain pieces that broke on the threshold and jumped to their feet. Eunuch Chow glanced outside and said in a panic, Your Majesty, calm down, I will go out right away, I will go out right away, and leave Tianlan to serve you. As he spoke, he bowed and left the Qingxin Hall, closing the door behind him. The night wind rustled, the lanterns above their heads swayed, and the two people at the door wanted to escape from here as soon as possible. Hearing the door closing, the two looked up at Eunuch Chow. Eunuch Chow, how is the emperor? I'm sorry to scare the two ladies. The emperor is fine. You don't have to worry. Please go back. Okay, then Eunuch Chow, take good care of the emperor. The two breathed a sigh of relief after walking away. Eunuch Chow said that the emperor is fine, but I think it's getting worse. After making sure the two had gone far away, Eunuch Chow turned around and entered the Qingxin Palace. While picking up the debris, he said, Your Majesty, if it weren't for me, you would have smashed the more valuable vase. The emperor picked up the vase he wanted to smash just now. You performed well just now. I will reward you with this. Seeing that Eunuch Chow was stunned, the emperor raised his eyebrows. Why, you don't want it? Eunuch Chow shook his head quickly. Thank you, Your Majesty, but I don't know when your illness will be cured, so you should keep it and continue smashing. The emperor put down the vase in his hand, straightened his clothes, and sat down. Tianlan can go to see concubine Shu tomorrow. I will give you this vase as a reward. Thank you, Your Majesty. Eunuch Chow remembered that Dr. Lin had come to see him a few days ago and said, Concubine Shu fainted today. Dr. Lin went to see her, and found that she had not taken the Tianshan Snow Lotus pill. Didn't take it? The emperor curled his lips. Tianlan couldn't have fooled concubine Shu with a fake Tianshan Snow Lotus. So there was only one possibility, that it was really taken away by lure. I understand. Go down and rest. The next day, because of the medicine, concubine Shu had a rare good sleep, but her eyelids twitching made her feel particularly uneasy. She couldn't wait any longer. It had been 2 days. She had to see Tianlan to confirm the emperor's condition, so as to implement the next plan. After having breakfast absent-mindedly, concubine Shu called Lure. Go and call Tianlan over. I ask her about the emperor's condition. Lure followed the order, and went to Qingxin Palace. Before dawn, Tianlan was called to Qingxin Palace by Eunuch Chow, and now, he was standing trembling beside him. You know what to do later, right? Eunuch Chow looked at Tianlan. Don't be so timid, you won't be able to fool concubine Shu. Yes. Tianlan pinched her sleeves to ease her nervousness. Show your courage when you wanted to drug me, the emperor said without raising his head. At this time, a voice came from outside. Eunuch Chow, Miss Lure is here on behalf of concubine Shu to ask about the emperor's condition. Eunuch Chow glanced at Tianlan, took her to the door, opened it, and walked out. The concubine dowager really cares about the emperor, Tianlan said beside Eunuch Chow. I have been taking care of the emperor these days. If you have any questions, ask me. Then she turned to Eunuch Chow and said, Take good care of the emperor. I will be back soon. Lure looked back and forth between Tianlan and Eunuch Chow, thinking that Tianlan really showed her arrogance to the fullest. Eunuch Chow was also so respectful to her. But this was not surprising. Eunuch Chow was someone close to the emperor. He would naturally respect whoever the emperor favored. I don't know what kind of magic potion Tianlan had given the emperor to make him unable to leave her. Along the way, Lure's eyes drifted to Tianlan from time to time. After looking at her for a long time, she couldn't see why Tianlan deserved the emperor's favor. Her appearance and figure were not as good as those of other concubines in the palace. Tianlan was not so nervous after leaving Qingxin Palace. Seeing Lure looking at her from time to time, she couldn't help but say, Is there something on my face? Keep looking at me. Lure turned her face aside, what a foxy woman, and gave the concubine a fake Snow Lotus pill. Fake Snow Lotus pill. Tianlan felt that she was really wronged. She endured the pain, and gave the only Tian Shan Snow Lotus pill to concubine Shu, but the other party actually bit her back. It seems that this person didn't want her to leave the palace alive from the beginning. First, he didn't tell her that the emperor was always accompanied by secret guards, and now he wants to use this excuse to frame her. She was really blind at the beginning, and thought that this person was a good person. "We are here, go in." Seeing that she didn't refute, Luer took it as an admission. Tianlan didn't want to say meaningless things, and there was no need to explain to a dying person. She pushed the door and walked in. The room was faintly filled with the smell of medicine. "Queen, what do you want to see me?" Concubine Shu half leaned on the couch, with a cold attitude. "Miss Tian still calls herself a commoner, I'm really not used to it." Tianlan knew that she was blaming herself for changing her plan, and said neither servilely nor arrogantly. "At that time, Concubine Shin had a stomachache, and I had no choice, and the medicine was not effective in one go. If I was not with the emperor, do you think that Concubine Shin, that fool, could really do better than me?" Concubine Shu did not deny this. Concubine Shin really could not do that. "I know that I changed the plan and the concubine is unhappy." Seeing that she didn't speak, Tianlan continued, "I am just an orphan, with no one to rely on. Do you think I am easier to control than Concubine Shin?" Her straightforwardness made Concubine Shu stunned. Tianlan is indeed smarter than Concubine Shin, but she has no backers and no relatives, which is indeed a good thing. After all, she has no one to use, and Concubine Shin has gained power, and her mother's family has also risen. At that time, it seems that she will have more people to deal with. Chapter 369. You are quite straightforward. Shu Taifei's attitude softened a bit. "We are cooperating, there is no one controlling the other, but I heard that the emperor has a bad temper, and smashed a lot of things. How can he still be so strong even when he is sick?" Tianlan knew that Shu Taifei's suspicion had not been dispelled, and smiled and said, "Don't you know what it means to be rich outside and poor inside?" "You mean?" Shu Taifei stared at Tianlan. "That's right." Tianlan took over her words. "Although the emperor has strength, it is only on the surface. Once the medicine penetrates his internal organs, he will begin to become weak." What Tianlan said was indeed true, so she was not afraid of Concubine Shu's scrutiny. "This medicine is really magical." Concubine Shu sighed sincerely. "Is the emperor keeping you by his side because of this medicine?" "Yes." Tianlan nodded. "As long as you take one pill of this medicine, you will become addicted. If you don't take it again, you will have a headache and can't rest well." At this point, Tianlan took out a porcelain bottle. "If Concubine wants to try the effect of this medicine, I can give you one pill to try on someone else." The medicine was developed by the disciple of Qian Shini for animal training. When she was driven out of Shini Valley, she took it thinking that it could be used. "No need." Concubine Shu waved her hand. She knew that the emperor was really poisoned, otherwise he would not let Tianlan stay in Qingxin Palace, and even did not attend the morning court for this. This is not the emperor's style. Her refusal was within her expectations. Tianlan took back the porcelain bottle and frowned. It seems that Concubine Shu really believed her words, and refused to take the medicine. After all, if the emperor was really poisoned, this matter would be known sooner or later, and Concubine Shu would definitely use her to take the blame. And she didn't want the medicine because she was worried about being implicated. How does the concubine plan to deal with that idiot Chinmarin? Putting aside other thoughts, Tianlan frowned and said, "Chinmarin didn't get any benefits. If she turns against you and bites you, it will be bad. Why don't we?" Tianlan raised her hand, and made a gesture of wiping her neck. "No." Concubine Shu had a gloomy face. "Chinmarin is indeed a trouble, but touching her will definitely lead to a thorough investigation by Concubine Shu and others. When the officials in the court are involved, the emperor will not be able to hide this matter. She hasn't cleared out the people she should deal with yet. How can she disrupt the plan because of Concubine Shin? Concubine Shu and the others are not easy to deal with. Concubine Shin is a palace concubine after all, and the Dali Temple will not sit idly by if something really happens. But Concubine Shin is a hidden danger after all. Since the concubine Tai feels that now is not the time to get rid of her, how should she be dealt with?" Concubine Tai Shu was silent for a while. "You find a way to make her and the prince get together. As long as the two get together, not only will the prince be stigmatized, but Concubine Shin will also have no way to survive. Even if they didn't kill Concubine Shin, the ministers and the emperor would not tolerate her. The concubine is good at planning, and it really kills two birds with one stone." Tianlan praised, but in her heart she felt that Concubine Shu was really vicious, and used the word "used" to the extreme. "You go back. Don't stay out for too long to make people suspicious, and you don't have to intervene in other things after doing this. After leaving concubine Shu, Tianlan went straight to Qingxin Palace and told the emperor everything about concubine Shu's plan. She didn't hide anything, and after she finished speaking, she lowered her head and waited for the emperor's instructions. Quite honest. Yui Lua played with the jade pendant in her hand. He actually wanted to attack the crown prince, damn it. In that case, let's give this old woman a big surprise. I know, you don't need to worry about it. Now go find the person next to concubine Shu, give the medicine you have to that person, and let him drug concubine Shu for you. Tianlan didn't dare to refute, and responded that she left Qingxin Palace. She couldn't understand the meaning of the emperor's doing this. Did the emperor want to let that person do it because he thought that if he drugged concubine Shu, she would be on guard? Being led to Xiao Xiai's residence, Tianlan raised her hand and pushed open the door. Xiao Xiai thought it was Xiao Shuzi, who had gone out of the palace to buy things. He looked up at the door, and saw that the person was not Xiao Shuzi. Disappointment flashed in his eyes. Why, you seem disappointed to see my savior? Tianlan came in, with a smile, and walked in front of Xiao Xiai. Xiao Xiai sat on the couch in thin clothes. He looked much thinner and his eye sockets were sunken. What are you doing here? Tianlan did not answer him, but looked around the room where he lived and said 2 words. Shu Taifei is really cruel. You were her former secret guard, but she was reluctant to send you a thick bed and quilt for the winter. But it's okay. You saved me before. I will have someone send you a thicker quilt. Xiao Xiai didn't think Tianlan would be so kind. After all, the reason why Tianlan came to the palace was because he helped Shu Taifei leak the news and lead this person here. You don't believe me? He didn't say anything, and Tianlan continued, You should know that the emperor only wants me to take care of you now. Don't you blame Shu Taifei for hurting you like this? What is your purpose? Tianlan sat on the broken wooden chair and said calmly, It is said that the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Naturally, I came to you to reach a cooperation. Miss Tian is now a favorite of the emperor. There is nothing for you, and I to cooperate. Aren't you curious why the emperor didn't kill me and let me stay with him? This really made Xiao Xiai stunned for a moment. Seeing that he was moved, Tianlan continued, The reason why the emperor is like this is because he took my medicine. Tianlan poured out a pill. Just this small pill can make the emperor surrender. Do you think my sincerity is enough? Are you really going to use this pill? Xiao Xiai stared at Tianlan suspiciously, and his heart began to waver. Tianlan came to him simply because concubine Shu wanted to break the bridge after crossing the river, so Tianlan wanted to cooperate with him. Of course, revenge on someone is not to kill her directly. Tianlan stood up and walked to Xiao Xiai, putting the pill in his hand. Look at you being tortured like this, and she just sits there and does nothing. Are you really willing not to let her be tortured like you? Xiao Xiai stared at the pill in his hand, tightening his hand inch by inch, and looked up at Tianlan after a moment. Thank you for the pill, Miss Tian, but I won't cooperate with you. Concubine Shu is not a good person, and neither is Tianlan. It's better not to cooperate. Tianlan said regretfully, Just pretend that I have never been here today. Don't worry, I won't tell concubine Tian that Miss Tian has been here. Tianlan nodded, walked to the door, stopped, and turned around and said, You have to use this medicine as soon as possible, otherwise it will not be so effective if you keep it for a long time. After Tianlan went out, Xiao Xiai put the medicine in his arms, intending to wait until Xiao Shuzi made progress before returning to concubine Shu. After all, if he really returned to concubine Shu, he would no longer be able to contact Xiao Shuzi, and his main goal now was to avenge the Xiao family. Chapter 370. After Yui Lua left the emperor's Qingxin Palace, she decided to continue riding the brown bear to the Mo mansion to see the 4th prince. The people in the Ministry of Rites also understood from the last time that the little princess was not only not afraid of the brown bear, but also rode it as a mount to go out for a stroll. What made them feel amazing was that the brown bear was very well behaved. Yui Lua walked for a long time before arriving at the Ministry of Rites. As soon as she raised her leg to enter the door, someone shouted that the little princess was coming. Then many people came out of the house and saluted her with a smile. Do these people have nothing to do? Why do I feel like they are waiting for me? Lord Su doesn't know how to manage his subordinates, and let them be so careless at work. Is the little princess here to find the brown bear? Lord Su walked towards Yui Lua from the crowd and asked softly. Yes, Yui Lua pointed at the others, looking puzzled. The little princess wants to ask what they are doing, right? Lord Su turned around and looked at the group of people. They want to see how the little princess controls the beast. Yui Lua, Good guy, They really waited for me, and Lord Su took the lead. No wonder they dared to be so careless. Princess, please. Yui Luo walked in front, and headed for the place where the brown bear was locked up, followed by a group of people. The people in the Ministry of Rights were still exclaiming until she rode the brown bear away. Amazing, really amazing. The little princess had no skills in riding the beast, and the brown bear was as obedient as a cat when it saw her. I told you before that you didn't believe me. Lord Su proudly stretched out his hand. I accept the loss, Silver. The loser sighed and handed the silver to Lord Su. Lord, they say the emperor is sick. Why don't you go and see him? Go back and do your own things. Don't worry about it. Lord Su sent these people away, thinking that if the emperor really had something to do, the prince and the prime minister would not have done nothing. Riding the brown bear all the way to the street, the wind whistled in her ears. Yui Luo grabbed the brown bear's ears with her little hands. Since we are all out, why don't we go to Jingyang Street to take a look at the property given by my father? The brown bear seemed to sense Yui Luo's thoughts, turned his legs, and carried her directly to Jingyang Street. There were not many people on Jingyang Street, but the hawkers' calls were endless. Seeing Yui Luo riding a bear, passers-by and vendors all put down their work, wondering where this child came from. Yui Luo ignored the surprised looks of these people and looked around. Suddenly, a person standing in front of a medicine shop attracted Yui Luo. The man was wearing a eunuch's palace uniform and was talking to a man in his 30s. At first, Yui Luo noticed the eunuch, and then the person opposite made her narrow her eyes slightly. Is it going to follow the original plot again? What is Mo Khan talking about with the little eunuch? What a jerk you are. Why do you come to buy medicine when you have no money? The shopkeeper came over with a bag of medicine and looked at Mo Khan impatiently. Mo Khan pursed his lips and said in embarrassment, Shopkeeper, please give me some more medicine. My mother needs it. I will pay you back when I have money. You say this every time. How many times has this happened? I promise, this time it's true. Mo Khan looked pleading and promised again and again. Okay, for the last time. The shopkeeper felt sorry for him from the bottom of his heart. Although his tone was not good, he still took out the prepared medicine and handed it to him. Take it. Thank you, shopkeeper. Mo Khan took the medicine, and a sincere smile appeared on his dark face. Look at you, your mother is like this, so find something to do. If you have good hands and feet, it's not good to be like this all day long. The shopkeeper shook his head and sighed. He was a businessman. Although he felt sorry for the man in front of him and sympathized with his situation, he couldn't help but accept his money. He opened the medicine shop to make money. If he sympathized with everyone, how could he make money? Besides, the material of the clothes the young man in front of him wore was not bad. I see. Thank you, shopkeeper. Sir, what medicine do you need? The shopkeeper looked at Xiao Zhuzi and asked with a smile. Just as Xiao Zhuzi was about to speak, he saw Yui Luo walking towards them. He didn't know Yui Luo, but he had heard of the brown bears that Li Country had paid tribute to. And the only child of this age in the palace was undoubtedly the little princess. I have seen the little princess. Yui Luo glanced at Xiao Zhuzi, nodded, and took out some silver from his pocket and handed it to Mo Khan. I can't take the little princess's money. Mo Khan was stunned for a moment, then refused. Although he had never seen the little princess, he often heard the fourth prince mention her, but what surprised him was that the little princess would help him. Remembering that he actually needed a child to help, Mo Kang's dark face flushed with embarrassment. Take. Okay. Yui Luo struggled to spit out these words, her face full of refusal. I thank the little princess. Unable to refuse, Mo Kang had to accept the silver given by Yui Luo, planning to give it to the fourth prince after returning home. After all, the little princess is a child, and there is no one following her. He can't take a child's money for nothing, and use it with a clear conscience. Seeing that Mo Kang did not give the silver to the shopkeeper, Yui Luo instantly understood his intention and raised his hand to take the silver back to the shopkeeper. Xiao Zhuzi wanted to help Mo Kang, but when he saw Yui Luo helping him, he silently clenched the silver in his hand. Eunuch, don't you want to get medicine? What medicine? Coming back to his senses, Xiao Zhuzi told the shopkeeper the medicine he needed. Yui Luo, who was about to leave, stopped when she heard about the medicine that Xiao Zhuzi needed. Aren't these medicines needed by people who have been castrated? Damn, is it for Xiao Xiai's? Yui Luo was just guessing, but when she looked back at the jade pendant that Xiao Zhuzi took out, her guess turned into certainty. That jade pendant was exactly what Xiao Xiai's wore. This couldn't be a coincidence. Xiao Zhuzi looked like a soft-hearted person. If she hadn't taken action just now, this person would have wanted to help Mo Kang. Putting away her thoughts, Yuilua rode on the bear's back to the Mo mansion again. No matter what Xiao Shiai's did, she was sure that Xiao Shiai's target was the Mo mansion, and now he wanted to start with Mo Kang's mother. The fourth prince was busy with his work, listening to the discussion outside. Whose family is this child from? Why did she come to the Mo mansion on a bear? Who knows? We didn't dare to stop her, she came in directly, but don't you think this child looks a bit like the fourth prince? The discussion paused for a moment, and a servant said in disbelief, could this child be the illegitimate daughter of the fourth prince? Yuilua rolled her eyes, speechless at the train of thought of these people. I feel like it. Should we tell Miss Qin? The discussion of several people became louder and louder, and they simply forgot that there was a huge bear in front of them. It looks like a fart. The fourth prince opened the door and walked out of the room, looking at the people gathered together. This is my sister. If you keep talking nonsense, I will let you taste the new thing I have researched. Chapter 371. Thinking of the things that the fourth prince had been playing with, several people left in a huff and went about their own business. The fourth prince walked up to Yuilua and held her down with his arms. Luor finally came to see my brother. My brother missed me so much. Is the fourth prince serious? Didn't we just meet at my first birthday? If you don't know, you might think we haven't seen each other for hundreds of years. The fourth prince held Yuilua in his arms and went into his room. He then ordered someone to light a charcoal basin and bring it in. After sending the person out, the fourth prince said mysteriously, Luor, my brother has something good to show you. What good stuff, mysterious? The fourth prince walked to the cabinet with a smile, opened it, took out a bunch of messy things and put them on the table. He picked up one of them and handed it to Yuilua. Look, this is the result of my brother's work during this period. You can use it for interrogating prisoners. If the other party doesn't confess, use this to make the other party laugh non-stop. Yuilua, I thought it was some strange thing, but it turned out to be just an itchy thing. It might as well be itchy powder. Forget it, the fourth prince has finally made progress. I can't look down on him and undermine his confidence. I have to give him some sense of achievement to make him more motivated. Thinking of this, Yuilua raised her little hand to clap in cooperation, and then gave a thumbs up. The fourth prince, Although he knew that Luor was perfunctory, he still felt warm in his heart. After all, sometimes Luor was too lazy to perfunctory. And this? The fourth prince put down the thing in his hand, and picked up a thing that looked like a firework tube. Luor, look at it. As he said that, he pulled the string, and countless petals instantly scattered from it, but the petals were scattered in front of him, covering his face. Pooh, pooh. The fourth prince pouted the petals on his mouth, and looked at Yuilua awkwardly. Mistake, it was not like this last time. Fortunately, it was only performed in front of me. If it was performed in front of Qin Qianqian, it would be romantic in the last second and fall apart in the next second. In fact, my brother can now help my grandfather. The fourth prince threw the things he had taken out back into the cabinet. Helping is like helping. Passing a hammer is also helping. If you put it that way, I can help too. The fourth prince, I take you to see the big thing that Grandpa has been working on recently. Yuilua was interested and followed the fourth prince out of the house through the corridor to the backyard. The place where Mo Lao studied things had a mechanism. When the fourth prince led Yuilua in, Mo Lao was standing in front of a large crossbow and was busy and focused. He didn't even notice the two of them coming in. Grandfather, is there anything I can help you with? Old Mo did not reply, and said with disdain, forget it, you will only make things worse. This is a heavy crossbow for the army, so I will not let you mess with it. The fourth prince touched his nose. Grandfather, why are you so discouraging? I just learned late. Old Mo snorted and turned to look at the fourth prince. Who do you blame for learning late? If it weren't for Mo Kong helping me, I don't know when I would have assembled this heavy crossbow. After he finished speaking, Elder Mo noticed Yuilua beside the fourth prince. Why did you bring the little princess here? Luor wanted to see the big guy you were researching. Nonsense, Elder Mo scolded the fourth prince with a sullen face. The little princess is so small, and there are sawdust here. What if she inhales it? The fourth prince was stunned for a moment. He thought his grandfather scolded him, because he didn't want him to bring Luor to this place. But he didn't expect that he was afraid that Luor would inhale sawdust. There's no sawdust here. The fourth prince touched Yuilua's head, and our Luor is so smart that she won't be sucked in. Yuilua slapped the fourth prince's hand away, and moved his eyes away from the heavy crossbow. It seems that Mr. Mo wants to optimize and modify the crossbow in front of him. The fourth prince really can't help with this thing. No wonder he has time to study his gadgets. The fourth prince's mouth twitched when he was hit again. He was often hit by his grandfather recently, and now Lure also hit him. Grandfather, has this thing been successfully researched? The fourth prince led Yuilua to the crossbow. It looks no different from the previous one. Mo Lao turned on the switch, and the crossbow began to shoot arrows forward. When the arrows were fired, he shook his head in disappointment. What's wrong? Isn't it good? The fourth prince couldn't see the problem at all. I don't know where the problem is. I modified this to increase its range and the number of arrows it can shoot, but I failed after trying several times. Yuilua broke free from the fourth prince's hand, walked a few steps forward, pointed to the slot of the crossbow, and turned to look at Mo Lao. The slot is not well made, so the arrow cannot be stuck in it properly. Of course, the range is short, and sometimes it will miss the target. Mo Lao looked puzzled, thinking that Yuilua was curious about the crossbow. The fourth prince heard Yuilua's thoughts and said, Grandfather, could it be a problem with the slot? Nonsense! How could there be a problem with the slot? The arrow just got stuck in it. It's not the first time for your grandfather to make it. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Although he said so, Mo Lao went forward to check the slot and didn't see any problem. There's nothing wrong with the slot. When Mo Kong comes back, let's work with him to figure out what went wrong. The fourth prince didn't believe it, so he walked over to take a look and scratched his head. The slot seems to be fine. Do you think I'm old and my eyes are blurry? Old Mo glanced at him. Go see if Mo Kong is here. No way, why can't I see there's something wrong with the slot? And it's obvious that the arrow is not completely stuck in it. Old Mo is old, and the fourth prince is still young, so why can't he see it? Could it be that my eyesight is better? Yuilua couldn't figure it out. Little princess, are you interested in this? Mo Lao moved 2 chairs over, held Yuilua on one, and then sat on another chair. Yuilua stared at Mo Lao with a vigilant look, fearing that he would also let her learn mechanical skills, and shook her head quickly. Just now I saw the little princess looking at it, and I thought she liked it. Mo Lao stroked his beard and smiled. Yes, this kind of rough work hurts the hands, and the little princess is a girl, it is indeed not suitable for her to learn. Yuilua looked at her own hands. She was actually somewhat rebellious. She wanted to learn something only if she was interested in it. The more others wanted her to learn, the more she resisted. However, if it could help the people and the soldiers of Tianqi, she seemed willing to learn. After all, with the blessing of these things, the number of casualties could be reduced in a real war, and her uncle could be less dangerous. Chapter 372. The fourth prince went out of the backyard and went to the front yard, just in time to see Mo Kong coming back. Fourth prince. Uncle Kong, you're back. Grandpa is looking for you. The fourth prince and Mo Kong walked side by side to the backyard, thinking of Yuilua's last words, and said, How is your mother? Is she better? Mo Kong smiled and nodded. Much better, fourth prince, don't worry. By the way, I met the little princess today. The little princess was worried that I didn't have money, and helped me pay for the medicine. This is to return to the little princess. Mo Kong took out the silver and handed it to the fourth prince. Fourth prince, help me give it to the little princess. The fourth prince pushed the silver back. Lure, you can take it. As they talked, they had already reached the backyard and entered the room where Mo Lao studied. Grandfather, Uncle Kong is back. Mo Lao stood up and looked at Mo Kong, who came in, asking with concern, Is your mother healed? Mo Kong was a stubborn man, and he would not tell him anything. If the brat hadn't told him, he wouldn't have known about it. Much better, don't worry, Mr. Mo. She's much better, but he's still buying medicine. He's really stubborn. No, he has to let the doctor see his mother today. Otherwise, if the original plot goes on, Mr. Mo will be charged with treason. Treason? The fourth prince's face darkened. It seems that he has to pay more attention to the matter of Uncle Kang's mother. If Uncle Kong lied to them, someone would use his mother to threaten him. He is so filial, and he will definitely be calculated. Is it really much better? The fourth prince put away his thoughts and looked at Mo Kong. Uncle Kong, you know that grandfather treats you as a family member, and you can't treat us as outsiders. Mo Kong smiled. It's really much better. Knowing that Mr. Mo treated him well, he didn't want to bother them all the time. He was just an ordinary person. He was lucky enough to enter the Mo mansion when Mr. Mo was recruiting people to do odd jobs. He was only 10 years old at that time. At first, he was just doing odd jobs. One day, he was too curious and ran to the outside of Mr. Mo's house to watch him assemble things, and he was caught. Mr. Mo not only did not blame her, but also took him to learn mechanical skills with his young lady. He was also quite talented and gradually learned a little better. Later, when the young lady entered the palace, He has been helping Mr. Mo. Mr. Mo not only taught him mechanical skills, but also gave him wages to make a living. He has been very grateful to Mr. Mo over the years, so he doesn't want to trouble him because of his mother's affairs. Moreover, Mr. Mo didn't owe him anything, so he couldn't accept the money from Mr. Mo with peace of mind. His mother also said that he couldn't ask for more just because someone treated him well, because it would go against his conscience. Let the court doctor go with you later. The fourth prince was still worried. Luor must have made a special trip for this matter, and he had to reassure Luor. Worried that Mo Kong would refuse again, the fourth prince continued, let the court doctor see you, and you will be able to help your grandfather. Otherwise, you will be worried and unable to do your job properly. That's right, said Mo Lao, this heavy crossbow is used on the battlefield, so it can't be sloppy. Knowing that the two of them said so much just to help him, Mo Kong no longer refused. It's settled. Take a look at the crossbow slot here. Is there a problem? Mo Lao made the decision and turned his attention to the crossbow. The fourth prince can read minds. How did he know that I came here for this matter? As long as Mo Kang's mother is fine, the plot will not proceed. When I return to the palace to arrange a big gift for concubine Shu, Xiao Shi's can also be offline. The fourth prince actually wanted to tell Yuilua that he really can read minds, but he remembered the emperor's warning and gave up this idea. The card slot looks fine. After reading it, Mo Kong asked in confusion, why did Godfather say that there was a problem with the card slot? The brat said so. The fourth prince argued. Luor pointed there. Isn't there something wrong there? Master Changyan said that Luor is different from others. Mo Lao thought he was arguing for himself and did not comment. Take the little princess to have dinner first. After the meal, Mo Lao asked the court doctor to follow Mo Kong to see his mother. The court doctor went for about an hour before returning. As soon as he entered the room, the fourth prince couldn't wait to ask, how is it? The court doctor bowed and said, the patient is really fine. He has been taking medicine. I think there is nothing wrong with the medicine. The fourth prince relaxed. That's good. The mission is completed. It's time to go back to the palace. Luor, let me take you back to the palace. The fourth prince stood up and was rejected by Yuilua. The fourth prince probably saw that my bear was riding cool and wanted to ride it, so he took me back. The abacus beads fell on my face. I don't want it. The fourth prince held his forehead. Was he worried about Luor and said he would take her back, so he didn't want to ride that ugly bear and ride it on the street like a monkey? I take you back in a carriage. It's too cold to ride a bear. No, anymore. I'm not afraid of the cold. Okay, the fourth prince thinks my mount is too ugly, and he said it's too cold. Isn't it cool? Yuilua stared at the fourth prince angrily and walked outside. Looking at the black bear lying at the door, Yuilua sighed. It seems to be a little ugly indeed. It would be much better if it was white. The fourth prince held back his laughter. You really don't want me to send you off? The fourth prince still followed Yuilua. If you don't let me send you off, what will happen if my father blames me? Let's just leave it alone. Daddy pretends to be sick in Qingxing Palace all day long, and has no time to take care of this matter. In the end, the fourth prince sent Yuilua back to the palace. In Zuehua Palace, concubine Shu looked at the fourth prince, and Yuilua who came in and was a little surprised. Did Luor go to find you? The fourth prince nodded, and concubine Shu praised, you know to send Luor back, and you still act like a brother. Luor, come to auntie. Yuilua walked in front of concubine Shu, blinked her eyes, and called out inarticulately. Aunt? So good. Shufei rubbed her head, noticed the tiny wood chips on her hair, and looked at the fourth prince. You took Luor to the study room? The fourth prince thought Shufei was going to scold him, and was about to explain, but he heard Shufei continue. Does Luor like the things in the room? The fourth prince was stunned and breathed a sigh of relief. I like it. Sister Xianfei, you heard it. Luor likes it. Shufei looked at Xianfei with a smile. In the future, you can let Luor learn from me, and let Henrui help her, so that Luor won't hurt her hands. The fourth prince, as expected of her mother, she won't let him down when she sells him. No, when did I say I liked her? Concubine Xian just smiled and said nothing. What did you use to send Luor back? Concubine Shu looked at Yuilua's messy hair, and glanced at the fourth prince. Did you ride a horse? The fourth prince shook his head quickly. It was a carriage. If you don't believe me, ask Offing. Offing nodded. Your Highness did take a carriage to send the little princess back, but the little princess rode a bear. Chapter 373. Upon hearing this, concubine Shu stood up and twisted the fourth prince's ear. Well, I just praised you for being a good brother, but you sat in the carriage and let Luor ride the bear. Don't you know whether the weather is hot or cold? It hurts, mother. Please don't get excited. The fourth prince bared his teeth. Please wait for Offing to finish his words. Don't get excited. Concubine Shu increased the strength of her hand. Look at Luo's little face. It's all red, and only you can think of letting her ride the bear. Why don't you ride it yourself? The fourth prince kept saying that he was wronged. If he wanted to ride the bear had to be willing to let him ride it. Besides, it was Luo who thought the bear was cool to ride. He was more wrong than Doi. Yui Luo hurriedly stepped forward and pulled the sleeve of Concubine Shu. Auntie, no, no. Mother, you heard it. It wasn't me who asked Luo to ride the bear. That's right, Concubine Shu. His Highness wanted to send the little princess in a carriage, but the little princess didn't want to. Offing hurriedly explained, and the fourth prince glared at him. You die if you finish your words in one breath. A phone touched his nose. It was Concubine Shu who didn't listen to him finish his words, so he couldn't be blamed. Sister Concubine Shu, the fourth prince finally came to the palace to see you. Look, his ears are red. Let go first. Concubine Xian said, and Luo really likes that bear. Not to mention that the fourth prince can't do anything about it. I can't do anything about Luo either. Concubine Shu let go of the fourth prince's ears and adjusted her sleeves. You finally came to the palace and have studied mechanical arts for so long. I will test you today. The fourth prince rubbed his red ears and widened his eyes. Mother, isn't this a little sudden? Sudden? Shu Fei raised her eyebrows. I have been preparing for a long time, waiting for you to come to the palace to test you. Otherwise, how can I know if you are just thunder without rain? After saying that, she picked up Yui Luo. Luo, Auntie will take you to see Lizzie. The fourth prince, Lizzie? Mother said he was Lizzie? After leaving Zuihua Palace, several people went to Shu Fei's Feiyu Palace together. Entering the bedroom, Concubine Shu put Yui Luo on the chair, and got up to go to the side hall, to get the things prepared for the fourth prince. Seeing Concubine Shu go to the side hall, the fourth prince stepped forward and grabbed Offing's ear. Your Highness, it hurts, it hurts. You still feel pain? The fourth prince snorted. I really suspect that you did it on purpose just now, in order to see my mother punish me. Did you take the mother's benefits and become her undercover so that she can punish me? Offing said with a bitter face, Your Highness, do you think that Concubine Shu wants to teach you a lesson, and she still needs an undercover? Don't even mention being an undercover agent. You don't even need to find a reason. Ha ha ha, what Offing said really hurts my heart. The fourth prince, let go of Offing's ears, and clapped his hands. Get lost. Offing stepped aside obediently. Your Highness, please do your best later, or you might really get beaten. The fourth prince raised his hand to warn Offing, and then watched his mother come in, with a bunch of miscellaneous things, and then silently retracted his hand and smiled. Mother, why are there so many things? Not much. Shu Fei put the things in her hand on the ground and sat next to Yui Luo. Here are the parts of a small crossbow mixed with other things. As long as you can assemble a small crossbow in half an hour, I can agree to one condition of yours. One condition? The fourth prince's eyes lit up. Anything is fine? Shu Fei thought for a while. Except for the silver, everything else is fine. And Shu Fei is worried that the fourth prince will cheat his mother. Ha ha. The fourth prince, It has always been his mother who has been the one to cheat him. So how could he have the chance to cheat her? Okay. The fourth prince squatted down. I will definitely succeed in half an hour. Let's get started. After Concubine Shu called for the start, the fourth prince began to select the parts that could be used and put them aside, and then began to assemble. Time passed slowly. The fragrance of tea curled in the palace, and Offing stared at the fourth prince nervously, watching him pick up a part, compare it, and put it down, and he became even more nervous for him. If His Highness wins this time, he can put forward a condition that Concubine Shu will not beat him in the future. This is His Highness's only chance to turn things around. Concubine Shu's expression darkened. You can't confirm the required parts for such a simple small crossbow for a long time, and you still have the nerve to say in front of me that you will work hard to achieve success and make Qin Qianqian proud. With your current attitude, by the time you achieve success, the opportunity will be cold. It will be ready soon. The fourth prince didn't even raise his head, and continued to try which part was appropriate. Yui Luo saw that the fourth prince's forehead had begun to sweat, and slid down from the chair, and walked in front of the fourth prince. Let me help you. Next time you talk nonsense, think about whether you can do it. Luo, come here. Shu Fei stood up and carried Yui Luo over, and the fourth prince held up the assembled crossbow. Mother, I have assembled it. Give it here. The fourth prince obediently took the crossbow and handed it to Shu Fei. feeling a little nervous. Xu Fei looked at it for a while, nodded, and threw the crossbow back to the fourth prince. It was done very well, although the process was not very good. Xu Fei paused here, looked at the fourth prince's expectant eyes, and continued, "What, are you satisfied? I know you don't have much talent, so I gave you an easy test, but I didn't expect you to be worse than I thought." The fourth prince pursed his lips. "Grandfather has been busy researching heavy crossbows recently, so I can only learn by myself." "Did you really study hard?" The concubine laughed, but the smile did not reach her eyes. "Yu Hengrui, you are not a child. If you still need someone to force you to study, then I am very disappointed in you. You know better than anyone how old your grandfather is. The reason why I didn't force you is that I thought you would figure it out. You said you would study hard, but now it seems to me that you are still fearless." The atmosphere in the bedroom suddenly became serious, and the fourth prince did not dare to look into his mother's eyes. "Do you know why your grandfather adopted Mo Kong as his adopted son? Because he knew that you did not want to learn and could not bear the responsibility of continuing the Mo family's mechanical skills." "Mother, I know my mistake." The fourth prince knelt on the ground. "From today on, I will work harder." "No." Xu Fei shook her head, looking disappointed. "You still don't understand. If what you said about hard work is still deceiving yourself like during this period, assembling a simple crossbow not only takes half an hour, but also hesitates, then give up." "Mother, I will take on my own responsibilities." Xu Fei said no more, looked at Tao Yi. "Give this palace's book to the fourth prince." Tao Yi responded with a yes, went to get the book to the fourth prince, and stepped aside. Chapter 374. The fourth prince looked at the book in his hand, raised his head and said firmly, "I will never let my mother down. I trust you again." Xu Fei's voice slowed down a bit. "Go back and read it carefully. If you don't understand, ask your grandfather or Mo Kong." "I understand. You are off this time. If you want to make any conditions, make them." The fourth prince looked up at Xu Fei, then lowered his head. "I am ashamed and dare not make any conditions. If I ask you to make them, make them. Otherwise, if you miss this opportunity, there will be no next time. I don't have any conditions. I just hope that mother will not be disappointed in me." Xu Fei raised her eyebrows. "Since you don't have any conditions, I will help you think of one." "No need." The fourth prince refused without hesitation. "Okay, then you go back." "Oh, the fourth prince has really worked hard in the past few months, but it was ineffective. Today, he was hit by Aunt Xu Fei, and I don't know whether it is good or bad." Yui Lua followed the fourth prince out of Feiyu Palace, and raised her hand to pull the fourth prince's sleeve. The fourth prince lowered his eyes to look at her worried expression, and squatted down to look at her level. "Don't worry, Luor, my brother is fine. Mother is right. I should indeed take the responsibility I should have. I'm glad you're fine. I'm just afraid that your young heart will be hit. But Aunt Xu Fei is right. You can't waste your time just because Mr. Mo is still alive. One day Mr. Mo will leave, and then the Mo family's mechanical art will really fall." The fourth prince picked up Yui Luo. "My brother will send Luor back and leave the palace." At the same time, Xiao Shuzi was in Xiao Shiai's room, giving him the medicine he had brought back, and told him how to take it and boil it. "Thank you." Xiao Shiai took the medicine, but his mind was on other things. "It's okay." Xiao Shuzi returned the remaining silver to him. "These are the remaining." "No need." Xiao Shiai pushed the silver back. "Take it, and help those in need." Xiao Shuzi put the silver away. "Speaking of helping people, I met Mo Lao's adopted son again today. I wanted to help him, but the little princess showed up." "Little princess?" Xiao Shiai's eyes darkened. How could the little princess appear? If the little princess really helped, then his plan would probably stop here. After all, the key to his plan lies in Mo Kang's sick mother. With the help of the little princess, he can't force Mo Kang to a dead end. How can the plan proceed? Yes, the little princess is so kind at such a young age, and she looks very cute. Xiao Shiai didn't want to listen to this, just kept a cold face, and didn't say anything. Is it a coincidence? But this is too coincidental. I go back first. You can make the medicine yourself. The next day, the ministers were restless because the emperor had not attended court for several days. At first, they thought it was good that the weather was cold, and he did not attend the morning court, but several days had passed, and the emperor's illness had not improved, which made them restless. So a group of people clamored to see the emperor. Concubine Shu knew about this, and rushed to the imperial study without caring about anything else. Seeing her coming here, a minister asked anxiously, "Queen, how is the emperor's health?" "The emperor needs to rest now. I have seen him. I am afraid that your clamoring to see him will disturb his recovery. Queen is right, Prime Minister Li echoed. Don't worry too much. When the Emperor recovers, everyone can see him. Queen Shu didn't want these people to see the Emperor and find out something. Hearing this, she was grateful to Prime Minister Li. But who will handle state affairs? The memorial has been submitted for a long time. The Emperor is ill, the Prime Minister should make the decision. Everyone's eyes fell on Prime Minister Li, waiting for him to make a final decision. Some things can be delayed, but some things cannot be delayed. Now there should be someone to make the decision. The concubine came here just to tell us about the Emperor? Prime Minister Li looked at Concubine Shu and thought about it. It seems that the Emperor's matter is indeed related to Concubine Shu, otherwise the other party would not come to block them out of guilt. Is she worried that they would find something? The Emperor's secret guards always stay with him. After the incident with the little princess last time, it is impossible that no one is watching Concubine Shu. If she can come to see me now, it proves that the Emperor is not only fine, but also manipulating everything behind the scenes. Yes, I am worried that the Emperor's incident has made people panic, so I came to tell everyone some information. Thank you for letting Concubine Tai know that I will let His Royal Highness the Crown Prince take over the state affairs temporarily, so Concubine Tai can relax. After achieving her wish, Concubine Tai did not stay any longer, and took Lure back to the palace, patiently waiting for Tianlan to take action. Unexpectedly, they waited for 2 days. After 2 days, Tianlan did not take any action. Instead, the prince handled state affairs in a proper manner, which really reassured many ministers. Tianlan actually dared to pretend to obey, but secretly disobey. Concubine Shu was planning to let Lure go to see Tianlan, but she didn't expect someone she had almost forgotten to come in. Your servant greets the queen. Concubine Shu was already well, and her complexion no longer looked sick. Looking at Xiao Shiais who came in, she stood up and walked forward. You have lost weight. Concubine Shu looked at him and sighed. I made you suffer. I'm fine, your majesty. Don't worry about me. Xiao Shiais was respectful on the surface, but he sneered in his heart. He almost crushed the pills in his sleeve. I've been sick these days. No one bullied you, right? No, thanks to your majesty. They all took good care of me. What's the situation in the palace now? Concubine Shu told Xiao Shiais about the situation in the palace and frowned. I just don't know what's going on with Tianlan. He hasn't taken any action yet. At this time, Lure's voice came from the door. Concubine, Tianlan is here. Let someone in quickly. Concubine Shu stood up and stared at the door. She wanted to ask Tianlan why she didn't take action. Tianlan noticed Xiao Shiais, moved her eyes away, and said softly, Concubine, the Emperor has been very busy these 2 days, and I can't get away to do what you asked me to do. Is it because I can't get away, or I don't want to? Concubine Shu said coldly, Don't forget, if you don't do what I say now, and the prince finds out about something, it's not me who will die. Threatening her? Tianlan felt funny. She couldn't survive, but Concubine Shu thought she could. She was played by the Emperor, but she thought she was in control of the situation. It's not that I don't want to. Before Tianlan finished speaking, the anxious voice of Chao Gongong came from the door. Oh, Miss Tian, hurry back with me. The Emperor can't see you getting angry. See. Tianlan stood up and said in a low voice, I will find a way to get the prince and concubine Qin to Qingxin Palace, and the next thing depends on the concubine. Chapter 375. Tianlan left gracefully, leaving only Xiao Shiais and Concubine Shu in the room. Concubine Shu looked very unhappy, and her hands on the table gradually tightened. Concubine, what Tianlan said makes sense. If she is really suspected, all your efforts will be wasted, right? Xiao Shiais said from the side. Since you are well, I will let you do it. Seeing that he didn't say anything, Concubine Shu frowned slightly. Why? Do I really have to do it myself? She was not stupid. No matter whether Tianlan's statement that she couldn't get away was true or false, she couldn't let herself get involved. But I have more important things to do. Xiao Shiais lowered his voice and told Concubine Shu about his plan, looking embarrassed. Your Majesty returned to the palace for this matter. Now the time is right. Do you really want me to do what you asked? Forget it. After a moment of silence, Concubine Shu waved her hand. Don't worry about it. Revenge for the Xiao family has indeed been her long-cherished wish, but after returning to the palace, things have not gone as she wished. Now that the Emperor is still ill and has a bad temper, it is indeed feasible to get rid of the Mo family and the prince at the same time. The two talked for a while, and Concubine Shu's suspicion was immediately dispelled. She was worried that Xiao Shiais would blame her because of the castration. Now it seems that this man is still loyal, otherwise he would not have been thinking about what she should do when she returns to the palace. Take good care of yourself. After getting rid of the prince, I will let the imperial physician take good care of you. Xiao Shi's nodded, pressed concubine Shu's sleeping point when she was not paying attention, fed concubine Shu the pills given by Tianlan, and after doing everything, he put her on the couch and tucked in the corners of the quilt before turning around and leaving. After leaving the palace of concubine Shu, Xiao Shi's walked along the palace road and saw a familiar figure walking towards him from afar. When the person approached, Xiao Shi's asked in confusion, "Xiao Shuzi, why are you here?" He was just looking for Xiao Shuzi to give him some things, which might be useful if things turned around at Mo Kang's place. "I came to find you, but I heard that you went back to the concubine. What do you want to talk to me about?" Xiao Shi's looked around and confirmed that there was no one, then followed Xiao Shuzi to a remote palace. "It's Mr. Mo's adopted son. I met him today when I left the palace. What does meeting him have to do with you coming to see me?" Xiao Shi's looked puzzled. "Didn't you say that the gambling house makes money quickly?" Xiao Shuzi smiled and said, "I told him about this, so he wanted to thank you." "Is this a turning point?" Xiao Shi's felt that God had opened his eyes, and he suppressed his excitement. "Did you tell him that it was my idea?" Xiao Shuzi shook his head. "No, I just said that a kind-hearted person told me that he had paid off all the money he owed to the shopkeeper." "Paid off?" Xiao Shi's felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over his head when he heard this. The money had been paid off, and Mo Kang's mother's illness had improved. How could he push Mo Kang into the fire pit? God is blind. "Yes." Xiao Shuzi stared at Xiao Shi's. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Xiao Shi's expression returned to normal. "Paying off is a good thing." Xiao Shuzi also looked very happy. "Yes, that's why I came to tell you about this, to make you happy, thanks to your idea." The secret guard, who was watching all this, left silently. Xiao Shi's forced a smile. "I'm very happy to help him," he said, as he approached Xiao Shuzi and handed him a brocade bag. "Take this. If anything happens to him, give it to him. Remember not to open it. Can you tell fortunes?" Xiao Shuzi looked at the brocade bag in surprise. "Is there a brocade trick in it?" "Don't worry, I won't look at it." Mo Kang paid off the silver to the shopkeeper, bought some meat, and returned home. As soon as he pushed open the wooden door, he saw a person lying on the steps at the door. Seeing the familiar clothes, his face changed drastically, and he threw the meat in his hand on the ground and walked forward quickly. Mom, what happened to you?" Looking at the blood on the stone steps, Mo Kang carried his mother into the house with trembling hands, and asked the doctor to come and see her. "Doctor, how is my mother? Is she okay?" The doctor sighed, and shook his head. "She survived, but she fell and hit her brain, causing her lower body to be paralyzed. She will never be able to get out of bed again." Mo Kang's lips trembled. His mother was almost recovered. Why did she become like this again? "Your mother is old, and you should have someone to take care of her. If she had been found in time, this wouldn't have happened." After prescribing the prescription, the doctor turned and left. After returning from the palace, the fourth prince carefully looked at the album given by concubine Shu. Thinking about Mo Kang's mother, he put down the album, stood up and walked out. "I thought you had forgotten to eat and sleep." Mo Lao came in with food, glanced at him, walked into the house, and put the food on the table. "Come and eat something first. Did your mother scold you when you went to the palace?" The fourth prince sat at the table and picked up his chopsticks. "My mother just told the truth and didn't scold me." "I don't know you, you little brat." Mo Lao poured himself a glass of wine. "Grandfather is very happy that you are serious, but if you are unhappy with learning, it doesn't matter if you don't learn." "Grandfather, I was hit by my mother. Why are you hitting me too?" The fourth prince snorted in pretended anger. A real man must take his own responsibilities. Old Mo looked at him in surprise, and smiled with relief. "You've grown up. Where's Uncle Kong?" The fourth prince changed the subject. "I was thinking of asking the court doctor to check on his mother." "Don't ask the court doctor to check." Old Mo put down his glass. Mo Kong doesn't like to owe others too much. "The court doctor went to check on him these 2 days, and said he was fine, so you can rest assured." Thinking that the court doctor had indeed said that there was nothing wrong, the fourth prince felt relieved. In the palace, concubine Shu had planned to take action tonight, but when she woke up, it was already dark outside. She rubbed her temples and put on her shoes. Hearing the noise, Lure hurried forward. "Concubine, are you feeling unwell? Why did you sleep for so long?" "It's okay." Concubine Shu sat on the chair. "When did I fall asleep?" Lure thought for a moment. "I have been sleeping since the servant next to you left." Concubine Shu paused with her chopsticks. It was indeed a long time, but there was nothing wrong with her body. Luer, please ask Dr. Lin to come over and check on me. When Dr. Lin was called over, Concubine Shu had already finished her dinner and was sitting on the chaise longue. Dr. Lin, please check on me and see if I am fully recovered. After checking her pulse, Dr. Lin said truthfully, the concubine is fine now. Really? Why did you sleep so long today? Concubine Shu looked up at Dr. Lin and said with some suspicion. Before you were sick, you couldn't rest well. Now that you are well, you have to sleep longer. You are indeed fine. You don't have to worry. Chapter 376. Yui Lua knew that Concubine Shu was planning to plot against the prince, so she wanted to take this opportunity to prepare a surprise for Concubine Shu, but she didn't expect that Concubine Shu was sleeping like a dead pig. Forget it, if it doesn't work today, then tomorrow. Just thinking about it, Eunuch Chow walked in from outside. Your Majesty, Concubine Shu asked Dr. Lin to check her health. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. What did he find out? She's fine, but Concubine Shu seems to be suspicious of something. It seems that the medicine has been taken, you can go down. Eunuch Chow withdrew, and the Emperor said in a deep voice, Qingfeng. I am here. Qingfeng appeared and knelt in the center of the hall, knowing what the Emperor wanted to know. The secret guard said that Xiao Shi'is had drugged Concubine Shu, and for some reason Xiao Shi'is was very concerned about Mo Kong, the adopted son of Mo Lao. Yui Lua yawned. Of course, he was concerned. He wanted to do something with Mo Kong. A few days had passed, and Mo Kang's mother must have recovered from her illness. Xiao Shi'is probably returned to Concubine Shu, because he knew that Kong Karu was not there. Yui Lua originally thought that Concubine Shu would take action against the prince when she recovered, but 2 days later, not only did the two not take action, but they also stayed indoors, like turtles hiding in their shells. What's going on? I can't even deliver the surprise I arranged. Two cowards. Are you going to frame someone and wait for the right time? The Emperor glanced at Yui Lua, who was sitting on the carpet, stood up and walked to her side, with the stale chicken next to him, and squatted down. Luer, eat the chicken. Hee hee, this chicken looks good. I eat a little, and then go back to accompany my mother to eat more. Emperor, No wonder Luer ate less these days. He thought it was because the food in the kitchen was not good, but she wanted to save some for her family. After drinking the chicken soup scooped by the Emperor, Yui Lua licked her lips and suddenly stopped. Why did they change the cook again? They change every day, and the food is worse than before. Forget it, I won't eat anymore. I go out for a walk. Yui Lua stood up, patted her wrinkled skirt, and left the Qingxin Palace. Small snowflakes were falling from the sky. Yui Lua raised her hand to catch a small piece, and suddenly felt a shadow blocking her head. She turned around and saw the prince holding a white oil paper umbrella in his jade-like hand, and a pile of processed memorials in the other hand, wearing a moon-white cloak. Luer, aren't you afraid of the cold? The prince tucked the memorials under his armpit, and raised his hand to brush away the snowflakes on Yui Lua's hair. Yui Lua shook her head. No, I can't stand it anymore. You actually want to frame my gentle prince brother. I pull you two out of your tortoiseshells right now. Luer, go to the palace with your brother first. I send you back after your brother gives the memorials to my father, okay? No. 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 Since Luer said yes, follow my brother in. Yui Lua, How come my brother the crown prince has a dark side? I clearly said it was not good. What happened to the tacit understanding we agreed on? The crown prince smiled, and led the angry Yui Lua into the Qingxin Palace. Seeing her angry look, the Emperor smiled and said, What's wrong? Who made Luer angry? Look at her mouth, it's so ugly. Father, this is the memorial that I have handled. The prince handed the memorial to the Emperor, and said in a gentle voice, It's snowing outside. Luer probably wanted to play in the snow, and was brought in by your son, so she was angry. Nonsense, I just want to see what the old woman is doing. Take her out. The Emperor put down the memorial and looked at Yui Lua. Don't be angry, your brother is afraid that you will get sick. Yui Lua tilted her little face to one side, snorted and stretched out her hand. Okay, brother, take Luer out to see the snow. The prince looked at her arrogant little appearance, chuckled, leaned over and picked her up and left Qingxin Hall. Taking the umbrella at the door, the prince held Yui Lua in one hand and held the umbrella in the other. The snow seemed to be falling heavier and heavier, and a thin layer of snow had already covered the dead trees around. Yui Lua admired the snow while listening to the tiny sound of snow falling on the oil paper umbrella. Hey, isn't that Xiao Shi'is? He actually didn't hide in the house, like a turtle. The other party didn't seem to see them, and walked quickly as if something happened. Strange, the secret guard who was staring at Xiao Shiai said that Xiao Shiai didn't have any abnormalities. No, to be safe, we still have to go to the Mo mansion to see what's going on with Mo Kong. Brother Crown Prince, Lure. A familiar voice sounded, and Yui Lua's eyes lit up. The fourth brother has entered the palace, so it's just right to know if Mo Kong is really okay. Fourth brother. The Crown Prince stopped. This is not the place to talk. The fourth prince followed the Crown Prince and took out the silver and handed it to Yui Lua. Lure, this is the silver that Kong Shu returned to you. Kong Shu's mother is fine, and I asked the doctor to continue to see her for a few days. This shouldn't be the case. Why would Mo Kong return the silver to me? He seemed to be talking to the young eunuch on the day she met him. What did they talk about? When she saw the two of them, they had already finished talking. Now Yui Lua thinks that she always feels that she has overlooked something. This is Kong Shu's wages, and the heavy crossbow that Grandpa has researched has been completed. It is indeed a problem with the slot. He came to the palace for this matter. Lure is really amazing. Grandpa and Kong Shu tried several times before they confirmed that it was a problem with the slot. My eyes are pretty good. No matter what they said, it doesn't matter. Since Xiao Shiai has come out, let him go offline tonight. The fourth prince sat in the East Palace for a while, and then got up and left. Yui Lua was thinking about the plan. The prince listened to her thoughts, looked at her tangled appearance, and rubbed her head. What are you thinking about? Yui Lua raised her hand to support her chin. Thinking of giving that damn old woman Shu Taifei a big surprise, so that he would never be able to do evil again. Knock knock. There was a knock on the door, and Lin Chi pushed the door open. Your Highness, the Emperor said that we can close the net tonight, and he has arranged the people. Since Daddy has already arranged it, why should I worry about it? He actually hid it from me again, damn it. It is said that auspicious snow means a good harvest, and the heavy snow in the sky made the palace people very excited. Unlike the excitement of the palace people outside, Concubine Shu's bedroom was very quiet at this moment, and even Lure noticed the different atmosphere from the past. Maybe because of the snow, it got dark earlier than usual. Lure, go out and serve the meal. Taifei Shu sent Lure out and looked at Xiao Shiai. Are you sure Tianlan said tonight? Xiao Shiai nodded yes. She said the rest is up to you, madam. Okay. Taifei Shu smiled and picked up the tea. Just as she was about to drink it, the door was pushed open. Looking at the visitor and the man in black behind her, Taifei Shu stopped smiling and frowned. Tianlan, what do you want to do by bringing so many people to my place? Chapter 377. Not only did Concubine Shu's face change, but even Xiao Shiai did not expect Tianlan to be so bold as to bring people to deal with Concubine Shu. What to do? Tianlan sneered. Can't Concubine Shu see it? You want me to help you frame His Royal Highness the Crown Prince? I don't want to, so I am naturally resisting now. Are you crazy? Concubine Shu felt that Tianlan must have a problem with his brain. At this critical moment, he openly brought the Emperor's secret guards to break into her bedroom to deal with her. If he was not mentally ill, how could he dare to do this? The concubine knows whether I am crazy or not. Tianlan waved her hand. Go, the concubine intends to murder the Crown Prince, don't show mercy. Seeing several secret guards draw their swords, Concubine Shu could no longer remain calm and looked at the secret guards approaching her. I am the concubine, how dare you attack me? The reason why the Emperor is sick is because of this woman in front of you. You don't kill her, but help her do evil. Lure went to get dinner, and when she saw the scene when she entered the door, her face turned pale with fear, and the meal in her hand fell directly to the ground with a crisp sound. She pursed her lips, turned around and ran to find someone to stop Tianlan. Do it. Tianlan tilted her head slightly, and ordered in a deep voice. Looking at the approaching secret guards, Concubine Shu moved closer to Xiao Shiai. Don't be afraid, madam. With your useless body, can you protect her? Tianlan sat on the chair and said sarcastically. Concubine Shu naturally thought of this. She looked at the approaching secret guards and tried to persuade them. The person you should kill is Tianlan, not me. It was Tianlan who gave the Emperor the medicine. Several people seemed to have not heard her words and continued to approach her. Tianlan. These people did not listen to her, so Concubine Shu had to start with Tianlan. Do you think you can live if you kill me? Live? Tianlan seemed to have heard something funny. Of course, I didn't want to live. I was a dead man when you plotted to let me enter the palace. Since we are all going to die, why not drag you down with me? Realizing that Tianlan was serious, Xiao Shiai took a step back. Not to mention that he is not fully recovered yet. Even if he is fully recovered, he is no match for the secret guards around the Emperor. He knew this very well. At this time, a secret guard stabbed Shu Taifei with a sword. Shu Taifei was so scared that she quickly retreated and pulled Xiao Xiai's next to her to block in front of her. The sound of the sword piercing the flesh was very clear in the quiet room. Xiao Xiai's looked at the sword stuck in his heart and widened his eyes in disbelief. The secret guard pulled out the sword, and the sword was covered with blood. Xiao Xiai stumbled and fell to the ground at the moment the sword was pulled out, and blood slowly flowed from the corner of his mouth. The concubine's bedroom is really lively. Concubine Shu and concubine Xiang came in with a smile. Hee, we came at the right time, the main film has begun. Yui Luo was hugged by concubine Xian, looking at concubine Shu with a cold face. How cruel it is now, how painful it will be later. Concubine Shu, you came at the right time. Concubine Shu did not even look at Xiao Xiai's on the ground, pointing at Tianlan. She openly brought people to my bedroom. What do you think should be done? How to deal with it is not up to me. Concubine Shu waved her hand to let the secret guards retreat, and said lightly, we all heard when we came here just now, Concubine Tai wanted to murder His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and it concerns His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, so naturally His Royal Highness will deal with it. The prince came in from outside, waved his hand to let the people who were saluting stand up, and slowly approached Concubine Shu. Prince, hurry up, otherwise Xiao Xiai's will really die, and the effect will be greatly reduced. Your Highness, don't listen to Tianlan's nonsense. The plan was disrupted, and Concubine Shu was eager to defend herself. It was Tianlan who drugged the Emperor and wanted to frame His Highness. Concubine. The prince walked to Xiao Xiai's and squatted down. Let's not talk about other things now, but it is a fact that you harbored a criminal. After this was said, except for Concubine Xian, the Crown Prince and Xiao Xiai's who knew about it, everyone else was confused. Hidden criminal? Concubine Shu looked around. Where is the criminal? The Crown Prince took out the prepared potion and poured it on Xiao Xiai's face. After waiting for a while, a layer of skin gradually appeared on his face. Concubine Shin took a breath and exclaimed, this man is actually wearing a human skin mask. Concubine Shu looked at Xiao Xiai's, who was dying on the ground, recalled everything that happened before, and the answer in her heart was about to come out. She pursed her lips tightly and prayed in her heart that it was not what she thought. But the moment the prince took off the human skin mask, Concubine Shu could no longer deceive herself. How could it be? She stared at the man on the ground, looking at his familiar face and the bloody hole on his chest, and staggered. Fortunately, Lure supported her in time. Thinking of the past, Concubine Shu's eyes were red and tears burst out uncontrollably. She personally pushed him to other people, let him be castrated, and now she pulled him to block the knife. No wonder he was so concerned about the Xiao family's affairs. No wonder he wrapped his hands so well. It turned out that he didn't want to let herself know his identity. Isn't this Xiao Xiai's? Da Fei took a few steps closer. No wonder the concubine wanted to keep this person by her side no matter what. The other concubines in the room covered their mouths in disbelief. It turned out that the rumors were true. Concubine Shu really had an affair with Xiao Xiai's. Concubine Shu didn't want to listen to anything else. She shook off Lure's support and walked to Xiao Xiai's side. She squatted down and picked him up. She took out a handkerchief and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with trembling hands. She choked and said, I'm sorry, I didn't know it was you. Xiao Xiai's looked up at Concubine Shu with great effort. He wanted to say something, but when he opened his mouth, blood flowed from the corner of his mouth again. Don't talk, Shu Taifei hurriedly wiped the blood from her mouth. When did you come to me? Why didn't you tell me? Why? Why? Xiao Xiai smiled weakly, his eyes full of disgust. How can I use you even if I tell you? If he didn't have a suitable identity to enter the palace, he wouldn't come to this person. Use? Shu Taifei smiled sadly. Yes, I should understand that your courtesy to me is just to use me. Yes, I hate you. Xiao Xiai said in a low voice, I am where I am now because of you. But it doesn't matter, you were also drugged, I did it. After saying this, Xiao Xiai smiled, and a mouthful of blood spurted out while laughing, and his hands fell straight down as if he had lost strength. Xiai's, wake up. Shu Taifei hugged him tightly and cried, Don't you want to use me? Get up quickly. Feeling that the person in her arms could no longer respond to her, Shu Taifei hugged him for a while, then reluctantly put him on the ground, stood up and looked at everyone in the room. It's all you killed him, said, striding towards Tianlan, his eyes full of hatred. It's you killed him? Chapter 378. Tianlan didn't care. You killed him yourself. If you hadn't pulled him to block the sword, he wouldn't have died. Shut up. Concubine Shu raised her hand and pointed at everyone in the room, her fingers trembling. Don't worry, if he dies, the Emperor will be buried with him. The Emperor has been drugged by Tianlan, ha ha ha. Concubine Shu looked up and laughed as if she was crazy, and her laughter made people feel creepy. Who said that my father was drugged? The prince smiled. How could someone as cautious as the concubine be so complacent? Has the Emperor not been drugged? Shu Taifei stopped laughing, looked at Tianlan, and combined with the secret guards around her, she said in disbelief. Okay, you all teamed up to plot against me. The Emperor was taking revenge on her last plot against the little princess, letting her know how it feels to lose someone she cares about. So the Emperor already knew Zhe's identity before, and he kept him just for today. Why couldn't she see that the person next to her was the one she was thinking about? Taifei, in order to avenge the Shao family, you kept doing evil in the palace and instructed Tianlan and concubine Chen to murder me and the prince. Aren't these things true? The Emperor strode in from outside and said in a deep voice. Everyone in the room knelt on the ground immediately. Everyone, get up. The Emperor is really good at scheming. He can even pretend to be sick. You are too kind, concubine. The Emperor sat on the chair. No one is as scheming as you, concubine. First, you schemed your beloved to have an affair with someone else, then you schemed him to become a eunuch, and now you have directly schemed him to be dead. Haha, Daddy's mouth is really poisonous. One sentence pierced concubine Shu's heart 3 times. I know what the consequences will be if the matter is exposed today. Your Majesty, you can kill me or chop me up. It's all up to you. Concubine Shu looked at Xiao Shi's on the ground, and closed her eyes. Concubine, are you so anxious? Do you want to go down and accompany him? The Emperor raised his eyebrows. If you return to the palace and behave yourself, I can actually consider sparing your life. Spare my life? Concubine Shu smiled sarcastically. Your Majesty, why do you have to be so hypocritical here? We are just poor people. No, you are a poor person, I am not. The Emperor raised his lips. I am different from you. I have a lovely and smart daughter, and I have a harmonious relationship with the princes. I am different from you, a poor guy who is nothing. Your Majesty is not loved by the late Emperor, and is hated by your sister. You still have the nerve to say that I am a poor guy? She has nothing, but the Emperor is not much better than her. What if my father doesn't like me? I still became the prince. As for my mother, I can live well without her? The Emperor said this calmly, as if this matter had nothing to do with him. What else does the concubine have to say? Concubine Shu suddenly had a splitting headache, as if thousands of bugs were gnawing at her in her head. She squatted on the ground with her head in her arms, and the people around her became double vision. Concubine, concubine. Lure hurried forward to support her, crying, What's wrong with you? Concubine Shu shook off Lure, stood up shakily, and raised her hands on the table to barely stand up straight. Tianlan, give the concubine medicine. Tianlan was about to step forward, and concubine Shu said with difficulty, No, no. This is what that person left for him, and it is also her evidence that that person was once by her side. Love-minded crazy woman is really terrible. Using the drug given by her own people and treating it as a treasure, love-minded really does not distinguish between identity and age. The Emperor did so much, isn't it just to get rid of me? Concubine Shu held her head and panted, I will admit everything I did. I just asked the Emperor to let Lure by my side go, she knows nothing. Concubine, Lure will accompany you wherever you go. Lure knelt on the ground, wiping her tears and saying, Lure was wrong. Lure wanted to find someone to save you, but she didn't expect that not only did she fail to save you, but she hurt you instead. Silly girl. Concubine Shu slowly approached her, Don't cry. I can spare her life as a reward for your care for me when I was a child. I don't want to. Lure looked at the Emperor, I just want to stay with you. Lure, concubine Shu scolded hoarsely, be obedient. The Emperor was a little surprised to see concubine Shu protecting Lure like this. I am actually very curious about why the concubine dowager protects a maid so much, but hates her own sister to the core. Sister? Does she deserve it? The headache eased a little, and concubine dowager Shu wiped the sweat from her forehead. Your mother and I are indeed sisters, but she has been carefully taught by her father and mother since she was a child, so that she can enter the palace when she grows up. Her father and mother have focused their energy on her, and are indifferent to me. Because of this, you are jealous of her? According to the grudges between women, the Emperor felt that he had guessed the reason. He was not close to his mother, so he naturally did not pay attention to the affairs of his grandfather's family, so he did not know many things. No, Shu Taifei shook her head and gritted her teeth and said, I am not jealous of her, but sympathize with her. Sympathize with her for having to learn various etiquette in music, chess, calligraphy and painting. Sympathize with her life being destined from birth. Because of sympathy, she would secretly send food to her sister and talk to her. Your Majesty should know that if you want to enter the palace, you must not only learn music, chess, calligraphy and painting, but also learn court etiquette. Although your mother has received the love of your parents, she has lost her freedom. Concubine Shu came to her senses. After her coming-of-age ceremony, she entered the palace and became a noble concubine, but the emperor had someone he loved, and she was not favored, so she went to her father to cry. Speaking of this, Concubine Shu paused and took a deep breath. Because of her crying, my father and mother discussed and sent me to the deep palace, just to help her consolidate her favor, regardless of whether I was willing or not. That day she cried for a long time, her eyes were swollen, and her father and mother were still indifferent, and her sister could obviously help her, but she didn't say a word. She had never learned court etiquette at home, and suffered a lot after entering the palace. I could have been a simple second lady, and didn't have to enter the deep palace. Concubine Shu's eyes burst with endless hatred. It's all because of your mother. She made me suffer in the palace. I climbed up step by step in the palace full of calculations, and finally got the emperor's attention. But your mother saw this, and was worried that I would grow up and not listen to her, so she calculated the chance encounter between me and Xiao Xiai's, so that I was held in her hands. At that time, she was thinking that if her parents and sister were more compassionate, she would not have to enter the palace, and she would not complain even if her parents did not love her. But the three of them were not compassionate to her at all. She protected Lure, because she felt that such innocence was rare in the palace. Rather than protecting Lure, it would be better to say that she was looking for her own shadow before she got married through her, and fulfilling her regret that she had not been able to get back then. Chapter 379. In fact, I really loved the emperor at the beginning. Concubine Shu sat on the chair. Her tone suddenly changed. But later your mother plotted against me. You are her son. I can't help but hate you. She knew that the emperor was innocent, but she couldn't help but hate her. It doesn't matter. The emperor looked indifferent. Do you think I said this to let you let me go? Concubine Shu stood up with the table and glanced at Xiao Xiai's on the ground. Please deal with it, Your Majesty. Your Majesty, the concubine knows nothing. Please forgive her. Lure begged in a low voice, kowtowing as she begged. Having accompanied the concubine in the imperial mausoleum for so many years, she knew that the concubine had a harder life than anyone else. The emperor stood up and said, From today on, Concubine Shu will be imprisoned here. No one is allowed to approach without my order. After saying that, he looked at Tianlan and Concubine Shen. Tianlan first deceived the emperor, and then tried to murder me. She will be dealt with according to the law of Tianqi and executed in 3 days. Since Lure said that it was this person in the original book who caused him to be controlled by drugs, he could not be soft-hearted, otherwise the changes Lure made would lose their meaning. Hearing about her punishment, Tianlan was not afraid at all. The moment she failed, she knew she would not survive. However, with Concubine Shu and Xiao Xiai's accompanying her, life and death did not matter to her. Concubine Shen was so nervous that her hands began to tremble. Concubine Shu was imprisoned, Tianlan was beheaded, and it was her turn next. As for Concubine Shen, you tricked the little princess into taking the jade pendant, and falsely conveying my oral order to release the criminal Tianlan. This is really a great rebellion. I will give you a white silk. After dealing with several people, he spoke to the concubines who were serving the emperor. Your Majesty, it's great that you're okay. I was so worried about you. Yes, I went to serve you before, and I couldn't sleep well without you. Yuilu rolled her eyes. I knew these people were talking after the fact. The emperor glanced at the people who were talking. So do I have to reward you with something? They were stunned and quickly said, No, we were worried that your Majesty couldn't sleep well, but Empress Xian and the others didn't even look at you, Your Majesty, and you are so good to them. Confusing right and wrong? The emperor's face darkened. Do you think I don't know what you are doing in Qingxin Palace? Put away those little thoughts in your hearts and go back to copy Buddhist scriptures. The few people dared not breathe and answered obediently. In their hearts, they regretted why they brought up this matter at this juncture. Concubine Shu was defeated by the emperor. It was indeed unwise for them to do so. Daddy's tea tasting ability is good, and the few people really overestimated their own abilities. Concubine Shu, Xiao Xiai's, and Tianlan are all offline, so this plot should be over. We can have a good new year this year. Everyone else in the room has left, and Concubine Shu seems to be frozen and motionless. Concubine, what's wrong with you? Luer helped her sit down, wiped her tears, and looked at Xiao Xiai's lying on the ground in the direction she was looking. Don't be sad, concubine. It's not worth it to be sad for such a person. Concubine Shu stood up with a wry smile, slowly approached Xiao Xiai's body, and squatted beside him. She raised her hand to touch his cold face, and then slapped him hard. Why are you still alive? Why? She thought he was dead all these years, so she could deceive herself. Although he approached her with a purpose, he might not have no feelings for her. She kept calculating after entering the palace to help the Xiao family get revenge, but this man was right beside her, but didn't tell her. Concubine Shu cried and then laughed, and slapped Xiao Xiai's face hard again. This person didn't tell her, because he was afraid that she would not avenge the Xiao family if she knew he was still alive. She should understand that this person had no feelings for her, and only used her. Why is he still alive? Why didn't he die 7 years ago? He is still alive, and ruined her fantasy over the years. Tiffany, please get up quickly. The ground is cold. Tiffany Shu did not get up, but slowly raised her eyes, and looked at Luer. Luer, tell me what I've calculated all these years. Tiffany, it's not worth it for him. Yes. Concubine Shu's eyes were erratic. Not worth it at all. How happy she was when the prince took off the human skin mask of this man. How disappointed she was when she saw the undisguised disgust in his eyes. She should hate Xiao Xiai's. Concubine Shu sat on the ground for a while, and said in a hoarse voice, Luer, go get me a pot of hot tea. Okay. Luer helped her up, and hurried out to make hot tea. When she brought back the hot tea, Concubine Shu, who was sitting on the chair, had fallen to the ground without knowing when, and blood was still flowing from her forehead. Tiffany. Luer put down the hot tea, and picked up Tiffany Shu on the ground. Don't you want Luer? Wake up. Tiffany Shu slowly opened her eyelids, and said in a low voice, Luer, don't cry, live well. Tiffany. Looking at her eyes gradually closing, Luer shook her in a sad voice. How can Luer live well without you? Didn't you say that my personality is not suitable for the palace? Luer put Tiffany Shu down, and stood up to pick up the broken pieces of the teapot on the ground. Wait a minute, Luer will come to accompany you. The next day, when the ministers learned what Concubine Shu had done, and Xiao Xiai's identity, they were shocked and angry. Some even thought that the emperor's punishment of just imprisoning Concubine Shu was too light. The emperor returned to the imperial study after leaving the court, and before he could even sit down, he saw Eunuch Chao anxiously walked in. Your Majesty, Concubine Shu and the maids around her committed suicide. Let someone deal with it. The emperor picked up the tea and took a sip, deal with it, and seal the bedroom. Yes. Eunuch Chao bowed and left. The emperor stood up and stretched, then walked out of the imperial study. The snow outside had stopped and the sky was about to clear up. The surroundings were covered with a layer of white snow, and the snow on the branches fell from the trees, making some noises from time to time. Looking at the snow scene in the palace all the way, I walked to Concubine Xian's Zuehua Palace unconsciously. As soon as I stepped into the door, I heard bursts of crisp laughter. The emperor quickened his pace and walked closer, only to see Concubine Xian and a few others grabbing snow and playing snowball fights with Yuilua at the door of Zuehua Palace. Several people were wearing palace costumes, and they all had innocent smiles on their faces, and they didn't notice his arrival at all. Ahem. The emperor coughed lightly, and Yuilua, who was holding a snowball in her hand, heard his voice, and a cunning flashed in her eyes, and threw the snowball in her hand to him. Seeing the snowball thrown at him, the emperor subconsciously reached out to catch the snowball. Seeing him catch the snowball, Yuilua's face fell. It's boring. I threw it with so much effort, and Dad actually caught it. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Concubine Xian and the others tidied up their messy hair, and walked to the emperor to salute gently. The lively atmosphere of the snowball fight that had just infected people was gone. Chapter 380. The emperor asked several people to stand up, walked to Yuilua, and handed her the snowball she had just thrown. Come on, Daddy, stand still, and let Luer hit you. Yuilua smiled instantly, raised her hand, and motioned the emperor to squat down. The emperor was puzzled, but he did as she said. Seeing her squat, Yuilua took the snowball and put it into his neck. The cold snow slid from his neck to his back, and the emperor was so cold that he pulled his dragon robe and shook it without caring about his image, trying to shake out the snow in his clothes. Ha ha ha, this is what a snowball fight looks like, it's so boring. Concubine Da and the others looked at each other and smiled softly. The emperor wearing a majestic dragon robe and shaking off the snow in the snow was very different from his usual image, and it was a bit funny. After shaking off the snow on his body, the emperor pinched Yuilua's little face. Are you happy? If you are happy, go inside. After saying that, he picked up Yuilua and went inside. Concubine Xian and the others followed behind him into the house, and the emperor said after Concubine Xian changed Yuilua's shoes and socks. Concubine Shu committed suicide. Several people looked at each other in surprise, and said nothing. If you fail to harm others, you will end up harming yourself. You deserve it. It was expected. After all, if Xiao Shiais really died 7 years ago, he and Concubine Shu had not broken the window paper at that time, so Concubine Shu could deceive herself that Xiao Shiais loved her. As a result, this drama was played last night. Concubine Shu could no longer deceive herself. Her belief for these years was to avenge the Xiao family. Now her belief collapsed and she felt hopeless. Living or not dying would be torturing herself. Concubine Xian poured a cup of tea for the emperor. I heard that Xiao Shiais was close to a young eunuch. Does the emperor know why? The emperor took the tea and held it in his hand. I asked someone to watch the young eunuch. There is nothing unusual. Don't worry. Xiao Shiais is dead now. Although this is the case, I feel that the matter is not over. I met Xiao Shiais when I went to the East Palace with my brother, the Crown Prince, yesterday, but the secret guards didn't say where he went. No, I have to go find the young eunuch to see what's going on. I still have some things to deal with. The emperor stood up, hugged Yuilua, and returned to the imperial study, summoning the secret guards, who were monitoring Xiao Shiais. Your subordinates are here to see the emperor. Get up. The emperor sat on the chair and looked at the secret guards below. You monitor Xiao Shiais. Think carefully. Have you found anything unusual? The secret guard thought for a while, and said respectfully. Xiao Shiais chatted with the little eunuch and asked about Imo King's situation. I didn't find anything unusual. Could something have happened? I remember now. Xiao Shiais and the young eunuch were talking in a secluded place in the palace that day, and I left before them. He heard the young eunuch say that Imo Kong was fine, which meant that Xiao Shiais could not have any bad intentions, so he left early and told the emperor about it. It seems that something was really missed. The fourth brother couldn't keep an eye on Imo Kong. Imo Kong was a man who didn't want to trouble others. If the truth came out, he would probably keep it secret from the fourth brother and the others. Yuilua's face was very serious. The emperor was worried that she would run out of the palace again, so he waved his hand to let the secret guards retreat and ordered Eunuch Chao to bring Xiao Shuzi over. Eunuch Chao replied yes, and turned to do the job. The eunuchs of the Imperial Household Department saw Eunuch Chao coming and went out to greet him. Where is Xiao Shuzi? Eunuch Chao didn't want to waste time, so he asked directly. Eunuch Chao, what do you want to do with Xiao Shuzi? Seeing the eunuchs around him evasive, Eunuch Chao said coldly, the emperor has something to ask Xiao Shuzi, and you can know this? Eunuch Chao, Xiao Shuzi has gone out to buy things and hasn't come back yet. Buying things? Eunuch Chao looked at the person who was speaking. He went out to buy things a few days ago, and he went out again today. Is this in accordance with the rules? Purchasing things in the palace is not for fun, so how can he go out of the palace so frequently? Eunuch Chao. The eunuchs around him knelt on the ground, and a braver one said, they think Xiao Shuzi has a good temper and is easy to bully. The weather has been cold recently, so they use Xiao Shuzi to do things that others would do outside the palace. Go out of the palace now, and call Xiao Shuzi back to see the emperor. As for you, wait for the accountability after this matter is over. Looking at the figure of Eunuch Chao leaving, a group of people stood up and rubbed their knees. Eunuch Chao's face is very ugly. Did something happen? Little Shuzi was close to the person who was with concubine Shu before. I heard that person was a remnant of the Xiao family. It is probably because of this matter. Eunuch Chao hurried back to the imperial study and reported the matter to the emperor. Until dinner time, there was still no movement in this Elysian. Yuilua almost fell asleep waiting. It shouldn't take so long to go shopping. It's already dark, and he hasn't come back yet. Unless something happened, and he can't go back to the palace. At this time, Chao Gonggong came in from the door, put the dinner on the table, and said softly, Your Majesty, the people who went out of the palace to look for Xiao Shuzi didn't see him. The emperor sat down at the table, and said while picking fish bones for Yuilua, You go down. I will send someone to look for him tomorrow. After dinner, Yuilua was sent back to Zuehua Palace by the emperor. With the help of the palace lantern, Yuilua called a bird to touch its head, and then let the bird fly away. It depends on you whether you can find Xiao Shuzi. Xiao Shiais is dead, and Xiao Shuzi's accident was probably caused by someone else. The next day, there was still no news about the bird that Yuilua released, but the fourth prince entered the palace first. Yuilua was drinking porridge, and when she heard that the fourth prince had entered the palace, she put down the bowl and went to the imperial study. The fourth prince actually entered the palace. Could it be that something happened to Imo Kong? Arriving at the imperial study, Yuilua pushed the door and walked in. The fourth prince looked very bad, and even concubine Shu was there. Both of them had a sad expression on their faces. Seeing this, Yuilua's heart clicked. The fourth prince and Aunt Shufei looked so bad. Could it be that Mr. Mo was dead? No way. Not only did the plot not change, but it was even more outrageous than the original plot. Yuilua wished she could speak fluently, so that she could ask the fourth prince what happened. Listening to Yuilua's voice, the emperor held his forehead and glanced at the fourth prince and Shufei. I will send the imperial physician to check Mr. Mo's hand now, and I will not let Mr. Mo get hurt. Phew, luckily it was just a hand injury, not a death. I was scared to death. Thank you, father. Is Imo Kong okay? The fourth prince shook his head. He's fine, but his mother fell, and is now paralyzed in bed. He only found out today, when he went to see Imo Kong. The plot has changed, but looking at this development, the ending seems to be the same. First, Imo Kang's mother recovered from her illness, but became paralyzed due to a fall, and now Mo Lao's hand is injured. Next, will the loss of the heavy crossbow blueprint lead to Mo's family colluding with the enemy and treason? Chapter 381. The fourth prince's expression changed. He was in a hurry to go to the palace to find the imperial physician and report to his father in the morning, so he did not see Uncle Kong. As for the blueprint of the heavy crossbow, only Uncle Kong knew it, except for his grandfather. But Uncle Kong, who he knew, was loyal and righteous. He did not want to trouble them, so how could he use the blueprint to frame them? Shufei, go to the imperial hospital now, and ask the imperial physician to go back to the Mo mansion with you to see Master Mo. The emperor stood up and said seriously, send someone to the palace to tell me if there is anything. If Mo Lao's hand really can't recover, Tianqi will also be hit. I obey your order. Concubine Shu bowed, and took the fourth prince out of the imperial study. Before the two left, a bird flew in from the door and landed on the floor of the imperial study. Yuilua stood up and walked towards the bird, reaching out to touch the bird's head. The bird chirped for a while before flying out. Little Juzi really got into trouble, and the Chong Kingdom's hand actually reached Tianqi. Your Majesty, General Jin wants to see you. Eunuch Chao said at the door. Let someone in. Jin Tingen walked in wearing a silver armor and bowed respectfully. Your Majesty, I found a body by the lake outside the city. The body was wearing eunuch's palace clothes. I wonder if there is a eunuch missing in the palace. Today he got up and went to the market. He heard people talking about a body by the lake outside the city, so he hurriedly took people to check the situation. By the lake, isn't that Xiao Shuzi? Uncle actually found the body before my father's people. I don't know if my uncle has found any traces of the Chong people. There is indeed a missing eunuch. The emperor pinched his brows. Have you found the cause of death? I found a piece of cloth in the snow. The pattern on the cloth is unique to the Chong people. Jin Tingen took out the cloth he picked up and handed it to the emperor. I think a Chong person sneaked into Tianqi and caused trouble in Tianqi, but I don't know why they would target a little eunuch. He couldn't figure it out. Whether it was the Chong or the Li country, the most hated person should be the general's mansion. Since they sneaked into Tianqi, why didn't they attack the general's mansion, but attacked a little eunuch? Just now, the fourth prince came to the palace and said that Mo Lao fell and broke his hand. I think the purpose of the Chong people is to destroy Mo Lao. I think there are many doubts about this matter. Jin Tingen frowned slightly. Although the Chong kingdom is not really subservient to Tianqi, it is not so high profile as to sneak into Tianqi to cause trouble in the contract. Whether it is the Chong people or not, you should immediately take people to search for people from other countries who have sneaked in. Yes, I will do it now. Eunuch Chao. Your servant is here. Hearing the emperor calling him, Eunuch Chao hurried in. What does the emperor want? Prepare the carriage to go to the Mo mansion. Outside the palace, Missouri Kong, dressed in black, walked towards a remote alley. The alley was very narrow and filled with unpleasant odors. He held his breath, quickened his pace, and walked to the door of a dilapidated house, clenched his hanging hands into fists, and then gradually loosened them. Looking up at the clear sky, Missouri Kong exhaled heavily, raised his hand to push open the dilapidated door, and walked in. When he walked into the yard, it was completely silent. Except for the dripping sound of the snow melting into water, and the sound of the wind blowing the dry branches, he was hesitating whether to search the house by house, when the door was pushed open from the inside. A sturdy man came out. He was wrapped up very tightly, revealing only a pair of eyes that were different from those of the Tianqi people. Here you are. Where's the stuff? The man didn't speak Chinese fluently, and his pronunciation was not very clear. Mo Kong looked into the house at the bottom of the stairs. Where's my mother? Your mother? The man sneered. You want to exchange the blueprint for your mother? Then how do you pay me back the money you owe me? I didn't expect the Tianqi people's schemes to be so effective. The little eunuch's tricks were really good. The man in front of him was completely controlled. Old Mo's hand is broken. What else do you want from me? Mo Kong said this with a cold face, and there was a little anger in his voice. After his mother was paralyzed, he was busy helping old Mo and had no time to take care of her, so he thought of going to the gambling house to win some money to hire someone to take care of her. Unexpectedly, his luck was very bad. He lost all the money he won last time and owed money to others. He couldn't give the money, so these people wanted to attack him. At that time, the man in front of him appeared and helped him. After leaving the gambling house with this man threatened him with this incident. If he didn't obey, he would tell Mr. Mo what happened in the gambling house. He didn't want Mr. Mo to know that he went to gamble, so he agreed to this man and wanted to take this opportunity to see who wanted to harm the Mo family. Unexpectedly, this man asked him to find a way to break Mr. Mo's hand. Mo Kong knew how important the hand was to Mr. Mo. He refused directly, but the man came prepared and captured his mother to threaten him. If he dared to refuse, his mother would die. Give me the blueprint. If you can't pay the money, you can continue to work for me. The man's words interrupted Mo Kang's thoughts. Mo Kong came to his senses, walked up the stairs and stared at the man. I can give you the blueprint, but you must let my mother go. Okay, if you play tricks, I will never show mercy. The man turned around, kicked the door open, and pointed at the ground. Your mother is there. Mother! Mo Kong walked to his mother and squatted down. He realized something was wrong. He tried to feel his mother's breath with trembling hands, but he fell heavily to the ground. The man seemed to realize something and said, I didn't kill your mother. He wanted the blueprint, and this person was the key to whether he could get the blueprint. If this person died, he would not be able to get the blueprint. Why did she die if you didn't kill her? Mo Kang's eyes were red, and he clenched his fists and looked at the man in front of him. You Chong people are really despicable. Do you think you can be as powerful as Tianqi just by getting the blueprint? You are just dreaming. The man seemed to be stepped on a sore spot and grabbed Mo Kang's collar. Shut up, hand over the blueprint, or I will kill you. Mo Kong laughed twice. My mother is dead. Do you think I am still afraid of death? My mother probably heard the conversation between him and this man, and didn't want him to attack Mo Lao, so she chose to commit suicide to prevent him from being controlled by others. But now, he has done everything to let down Mr. Mo, and his mother is dead. This person thinks he will still be afraid. I say it again, take out the blueprint. The man said coldly, raised his hand, and pinched Mo Kang's neck. Mo Kong spitted on the man's face. This is Mr. Mo's hard work. You are dreaming. You? The man was so angry that he cursed with Chan Guohua, pinched Mo Kang's neck and pushed him against the wall. You Tianqi have a saying that if you don't accept the toast, you will drink the penalty wine. I will help you. Chapter 382. Mo Kong held the prepared knife in his sleeve, and when the time was right, he stabbed the man in the chest with a quick, fierce, and accurate knife. The man felt the pain, threw him aside, raised his hand to cover his chest, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. Do you want to die? Mo Kong wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, walked closer to him, pulled out the knife, and stabbed him in the leg again. It's not certain who will die now. He pulled off the man's headscarf. Do you think you can run wild on Tianqi's land just because you learned a little bit of Tianqi's culture? Tell me, who ordered you to deal with the Mo family? The man wanted to resist, but Mo Kong stabbed his other leg again. He stared at Mo Kong. No one ordered you to do that. Mo Kong glanced out the window, put away the bloody knife, stood up, and crumpled the man's headscarf into a ball, and stuffed it into his mouth to prevent him from biting his tongue to commit suicide. It doesn't matter if you don't say it. Someone will come to interrogate you later. He deliberately left traces when he went out, thinking that the fourth prince would come to find him when he found that old Mo was injured and the blueprint was missing. As soon as the voice fell, there was a sound of footsteps outside. The footsteps approached, and the door was pushed open. The person in front was the fourth prince, followed by Yui Lua and Offing. The fourth prince looked at the situation inside and asked Mo Kong, Are you okay? Mo Kong shook his head. The fourth prince came at the right time. This man wanted to threaten me to give him the blueprint of the crossbow. Hey, since Mo Kong knew this man's intention, It means that the blueprint did not fall into his hands. No wonder there were traces left along the way. It turned out that it was deliberately left for the fourth prince. Noticing Imo Kang's mother lying on the ground, Yui Lua walked towards her with her short legs, looked at her blue face, and sighed. The person was gone. No wonder Imo Kang was furious. Bringing the person back to the Imo mansion, the fourth prince tore open the cloth stuffed in the man's mouth. Did the Chom Kingdom ask you to come and get the blueprint? The man said nothing, as if he didn't hear it. Fourth prince, it shouldn't be, he seems to hate the Chom Kingdom. And this man is not very smart. The Chom Kingdom would not send such a person to get the blueprint. The emperor glanced at the person on the ground. Come, take him back for trial. The person was taken away, and the emperor looked at Imo Kang. Did you cause Mr. Imo to fall? Imo Kang knelt on the ground. Yes, I am willing to accept the punishment. The fourth prince pursed his lips. Father, his mother died because of that man just now. Please let him go back and take care of his mother's affairs before dealing with him. Go back and take care of your mother's funeral first before you come to take responsibility. Thank you, Your Majesty. Imo Kang cowed out heavily. Your Majesty, I pay my respects to you. Dr. Lin came in from outside. No need to be polite. Tell me how Mr. Imo is doing. Not very well. Dr. Lin looked embarrassed. Although Mr. Mo's hand can be reattached and will not affect his normal life, I am afraid he will never be able to do delicate work again. Imo Kang's face changed, and he said excitedly, Doctor, are you sure? He was worried that the man had someone secretly helping to monitor the Imo family, and if he did not do as he was told, the man would kill his mother, so he did sprinkle some water on the floor, but there was a carpet next to him, so how could Mr. Imo fall so badly? Sure, Dr. Lin seemed to have thought of something. Your Majesty, why don't you let the princess come to see Mr. Imo? The princess's medical skills are worse than his, so there should be a way. Go and ask the princess. Mu Shui came quickly, and concubine Shu led her to Mr. Mo's room. His face, which was still energetic a few days ago, now looked a little older. Where is Imo Kang? Mr. Imo half leaned on the couch, stretching his neck to look outside. Dad, you should worry about yourself first. Concubine Shu walked up to him. The princess is here to see your hand. You lied down well. It's useless to check. Imo Lao stretched out his hand to check Mu Shui's pulse, and glanced at the fourth prince. Why are you crying? It won't affect my beating. Mu Shui retracted her hand. Madame Shufei, Imo Lao's hand is an old injury, and this fall is not the main reason. The princess's medical skills are really amazing. After praising, Imo Lao looked at Shufei. Recently, Imo Kang has been a little abnormal. Although he pretended to be fine, I still felt it. I saw him secretly spraying water in my room this morning. I knew he was hiding something from me, so I wanted to follow him to see if he encountered any difficulties, but he accidentally fell. Concubine Shu, So it wasn't Uncle Kang who caused you to fall? The fourth prince scratched his head. Then why did he say it was because of him? I guess he thought that Master Imo fell in the house. It's really a coincidence that I thought the plot was back to normal. Maybe he misunderstood. Concubine Shu told Master Imo what happened just now, and comforted him. Don't worry, Dad. The criminal has been caught. Just take good care of your hand. How is Master Mo's hand? The emperor walked in, and asked Mu Shui. After hearing Mu Shui say something similar to what Lin Tai said, the emperor ordered someone to send Mu Shui away. Your Majesty, I am old and useless, but now the heavy crossbow has been successfully made. Imo Kang should be able to make it according to the model I made. He then looked at Yui Lua, and the little princess is gifted. Today, the contract signed by Tianqi and the other two countries has not expired. During this period, the little princess can learn mechanical engineering. No, shouldn't Mr. Imo take this opportunity to urge the fourth prince? Choose between seedlings and buds. Are you sure it's your hand that's broken and not your brain? The emperor suppressed his smile and glanced at the fourth prince. Fourth prince, now that Mr. Mo's hand is injured, the burden falls on you. You should be careful. Don't count on lure. That's right. You can't eat the old ones, and then eat the little one like me. The fourth prince, Yes, I understand. Mr. Imo said lure has talent. Why do you say that? The emperor turned the topic back to Yui Lua. The heavy crossbow I made has always had some problems. It was only after the little princess's guidance that it succeeded. After saying this, Imo Lao continued, when the little princess grows up and starts to learn, she will definitely be better than the master. In this way, even if the contract with the two countries expires in the future, or a stronger country rises, Tianqi will not be so passive. There are always people who are better than you, and there are always better than you. We can't just stop moving forward just because Tianqi is strong now. Let's talk about it later. It depends on Luo's wishes. Yuilua took advantage of the conversation to walk to Mo Lao's bed, raised her hand, and grabbed his hand, trying to heal him, but she didn't expect that the invisible force was directly blocked back. How come it doesn't work? My mother and Aunt Shufei all worked before. Why don't they give instructions for using this cheat code? Other people's cheat codes have hints, but I still have to figure it out myself. Forget it, it won't affect my normal life anyway. I take Luo back to the palace first. The emperor picked up Yuilua and left the room, and Shufei followed to see them off. Seeing that the fourth prince didn't follow, old Mo glanced at him. What are you still doing here? Chapter 383. After watching the emperor get on the carriage, concubine Shu returned. Are you going back to the palace? Mo Lao asked in surprise. Concubine Shu poured him a cup of tea and sat on the chair in front of his couch. The emperor allowed me to stay in the mansion for a few days. I'm fine. Mo Lao moved his hand that was not injured. You can go back to the palace. Dad, why didn't you tell me that your hand was in trouble? Concubine Shu stared at Mo Lao. If this hadn't happened, would you have kept it a secret from me? Mo Lao was silent for a moment. Did I tell you to worry about it? With your temper, if you knew there was something wrong with my hand, you would force that brat to learn mechanical skills. He didn't want to force him, so he spent as much time as possible to teach him Okong. In this way, even if his hand was disabled, as long as Okong was trained well, the lives of his daughter and the brat would not be affected. Your own hand is like this, and you are still worried that I will force him. Shu Fei frowned and took the teacup handed by Mo Lao. That brat is fearless because he knows that you indulge him. What do you mean I indulge him? Mo Lao snorted in disapproval. I know your temper, and you won't show your concern for him, let alone the emperor. You all play the bad guy, so I, an old man, have to play the good guy. Everyone plays the bad guy, and I don't know what he will become. Although he has no ability now, he has a good personality. Yes. Shu Fei looked helpless. Although he hasn't grown into a bad guy now, he is not much better. The fourth prince, who turned back, heard the conversation between the two and stood at the door, and looked at the room quietly. Fourth prince, why don't you go in? The servant's voice startled the two people in the room. The fourth prince walked in slowly, and put the charcoal basin on the ground. I was worried that grandfather would be cold, so I added some more charcoal. He stood up straight, and folded his hands in front of him. Grandfather, mother, I have been living in a daze with your protection for these years. I didn't mean it when I said I would study mechanical arts well. I am slow to learn because I haven't spent enough time. From today on, I will be more attentive. Old Mo laughed and said to concubine Shu, it is said that misfortune may turn out to be a blessing in disguise. You don't worry. Concubine Shu stood up and said, Dad, have a good rest. The fourth prince also told old Mo to have a good rest, turned around, and followed concubine Shu out of the house, closing the door behind him. I will stay at the mansion for 2 days. From now on, I will supervise your study. Concubine Shu said as she walked towards the study. Okay, I have read half of the booklet given by mother. Entering the study, concubine Shu walked to the long table, took a piece of rice paper and spread it out, then reached out and took the red pen to write on it. Okay, concubine Shu put down her pen, picked up the rice paper, and handed it to the fourth prince. From today on, this is your study schedule. The fourth prince was stunned when he saw the wake-up time above. Get up at 12 a.m.? This is too early. Why you can't do it? Seeing that he didn't say anything, concubine Shu raised her hand and pointed at the time. Getting up at 12 a.m. is not early. Your talent is there. If you don't have enough talent, you can only make up for it with time. I can do it. Thinking of the old face of Mr. Mo, the fourth prince said with a firm look in his eyes. Not long after the emperor returned to the palace, he heard someone from the Ministry of Justice asking for an audience. Lord Qin was led in by eunuch Chao. After paying his respects, he said respectfully, Your Majesty, the man confessed. He confessed so quickly, this is too unprosecuted. Yuilua ate the banana in the bowl, which was more like banana mash than banana. He confessed quite quickly. The emperor straightened his dragon robe. Tell me, what did he confess? Your Majesty, this man is indeed a Chong, but he has been expelled from Chong. His original intention was to come to Tianqi to make a living, but he met Xiao Shuzi and killed him. Then he used Xiao Shuzi's tricks to frame Moism, and tried to instigate the relationship between Tianqi and Chong. A brilliant plan? Your Majesty, please read this. Mr. Qin presented the brocade sachet to the emperor, and stood aside with his head bowed. That person said that this was obtained from little Shuzi. The emperor opened the brocade sachet and took a look, and heard the voice of Yuilua, who came over. This must have been written by Xiao Xiai's. That person doesn't need to stay. The emperor waved his hand to let Mr. Qin leave, and Eunuch Chao said on the side, Your Majesty, this is a letter sent from the border. After opening the letter and reading the contents on it, the emperor crumpled the letter into a ball. The new emperor of Chong wants to force the people of Chong to death. Eunuch Chao said cautiously. The new emperor of Chong had a good reputation when he first ascended the throne, but after only a few months, he began to spend money recklessly. Yuilua picked up the letter and took a look. If they commit a crime, they will be expelled from the country. It seems that they will be released to harm other countries. It's really outrageous. I don't know how my aunt is doing in Chong. Now they do this, it doesn't seem to violate anything. Besides, this is their country's business, and Dad can't interfere. Once he interferes, it will violate the contract. At that time, Li Kingdom will unite with Chong Kingdom, and Tianqi will be in a bad situation. If the people of Chong started to learn Chinese, they could directly turn their country into Tianqi's territory. Unfortunately, the language barrier is really annoying. The emperor wrote a letter and handed it to Eunuch Chao, send it to the border. The language barrier was a concern at the beginning, otherwise the Chong would not have surrendered to Tianqi. The matter between concubine Shu and Xiao Xiai's came to an end, and the palace returned to peace. Concubine Shu stayed in Mo's house for 2 days, and went straight to Zuihua Palace when she returned to the palace. Is Mr. Mo's hand seriously injured? Empress Yin poured a cup of tea and handed it to concubine Shu. Look at the dark circles under your eyes. I guess you haven't had enough rest in the past 2 days. Concubine Shu took the tea and drank it all, shaking her head and said, My eyes are like this because I supervise Heng Rui. Some things can't be rushed. Empress Yin comforted softly, Sister Shu, give the fourth prince some time, don't let him be too nervous. It seems that he is attentive this time. Come and see if my face has turned yellow? Concubine Shu moved her face closer for the others to see. Sister Shufei is still naturally beautiful. Now the palace is peaceful. If you rest for another 3 or 5 days, are you afraid that you won't be radiant? Defei teased with a smile. Sister Shufei took a breath of air. Don't mention it. The air is much better now that concubine Shu is gone. Sister Rupin, why don't you say anything? Empress Yin looked at Rupin, who seemed to be worried, and asked gently. Seeing her hesitant look, Shufei teased, Are you still unable to let go of Dr. Lin? No. Rupin sighed, It's the new year again, and I just miss my family. She has been in the palace for several years, and has never been home. It turns out that Sister Rupin misses her family. Empress Yin chuckled, If you want to see your family, I will ask the emperor to let your mother enter the palace. Chapter 384. Rupin was surprised at first, then waved her hand. That won't work. If the emperor doesn't want to, it will be bad if concubine Xian annoys him. She pursed her lips. There is a letter from home, but I heard today that concubine Shu came back from the mansion, and I was a little envious. It's okay, I go talk to the emperor and tell you when I have news. The concubines in the palace are actually not allowed to go back to their parents' home, but as long as they are favored, the emperor has the final say on whether they can go back or not. After chatting for a while, concubine Shu and the others got up and left. Empress Yin looked at the backs of the people leaving, still struggling whether to go to see the emperor, when she saw Yuilua walk in with a blushing face. These ministers are really bored, and they want to bother their brothers when they can't bother their father. There is no way to force concubines on my father, so I want to force them on my brothers. Luor, where have you been? Empress Yin went forward to take Yuilua's hand, and suddenly a shadow covered her eyes. She looked up and saw that it was the emperor. Luor and I went to the morning court. The emperor walked in with his legs raised. No need to be polite, come and sit. The emperor looked at the snacks and fruits on the table that had not been cleared away. How many people were there just now? Concubine Xian was stunned, looked at the table and understood, and hurriedly ordered people to clear the table before speaking. Sister Shufei has returned to the palace, and the others chatted for a while. The sisters' tea party was actually discovered by my father. Pouring a cup of tea for the emperor, concubine Xian smiled and said, Your Majesty, what is going on here? I can't come if I have nothing to do. The emperor put down the tea and raised his eyebrows at concubine Xian. No, I just asked casually. Empress Xian looked at the tea in her hand, and thought that the emperor seemed to be in a bad mood today. Why not bring it up another day? That way, the chances of success might be higher. Do you have something to tell me? Empress Xian subconsciously wanted to say no, but heard the emperor continue. Just tell me if you have anything. Yuilua rolled her eyes, and looked at the two of them. What are they talking about? I don't understand. Mother looks embarrassed. Why does she give people the feeling that she wants to confess? Empress Xian, Then I will tell you directly. I hope the Emperor will not be angry. Go ahead. Sister Rupin wants to see his family, and I want to ask for mercy for her. The Emperor paused while holding the tea and looked at Concubine Xian. Is that it? Concubine Xian couldn't tell his mood, so she nodded yes. Haha, could Daddy have the same wrong idea as me? Why do I feel so disappointed? I will ask someone to summon her mother to the palace to see her. Thank you, Your Majesty. Concubine Xian smiled and thanked him, and poured more tea for the Emperor. Today, those ministers asked me to help several princes choose concubines. Concubine Xian, do you think I should agree? Your Highness may not think of something that His Majesty himself does not want to do. Empress Xian put down the teapot in her hand. Besides, Your Highnesses all have girls they like. Doesn't Your Majesty know that? That is, except for the Crown Prince, the others all have, especially the third prince, who is making such slow progress with the heroine, and there is also a second male lead in between. If Daddy finds a concubine for the third prince, wouldn't it be giving the second male lead a chance, Emperor? Why is there a second male lead? I haven't heard Luor mention it before. The third brother is really something. He is so decisive in other things, but why is he so hesitant in love? The two of them are obviously interested in each other, so it's sweet to force this melon. According to my understanding of those guys, if I say that several princes have someone they like, they will definitely be eyeing the position of concubine. Several ladies may not be willing to share their husbands with others. Concubine Xian looked at the Emperor. Your Majesty, don't you have an answer in your heart? The Emperor sighed. After the new year, the two countries will send princesses to marry. I can stop them for a while, but I can't stop them forever. Don't worry, when the time comes, you can just block one, Daddy, Auntie as uncles. She won't fall for the Emperor's brother and his family. As for the other one, Daddy can marry her. The Emperor held his forehead. The princesses sent were all of the same age as the princes. Luor was really good at thinking. I'm afraid if he really takes her into the harem, Luor will say that he is an old cow eating young grass. But it's been more than half a year. Why hasn't Yin Fan sent anyone to Daddy? It will be interesting when he sends someone. He's progressing so slowly. Should I help him? What Yuilua didn't know was that Yin Fan was furious about the search for someone. The people in the room didn't dare to breathe, and knelt on the ground with their heads bowed. We've been looking for him for half a year, but we still haven't found him. What do you do? He slapped the table heavily. Half a year? Is that a day or two? That mountain should have been flattened by you, but you still haven't found him. Your Majesty, calm down. Maybe the nanny remembered the wrong location. We really didn't find any clues. Go and bring that person here. Yin Fan's face was gloomy. His eyes were full of murderous intent. Dad, calm down. Yin Zhenhai poured a cup of tea and handed it to Yin Fan. I will definitely find it before the new year. Yin Fan glanced at him. Shu Taifei is dead. Before Shu Taifei was here, the Emperor had no time to take care of us. Now that he is free, do you think we can still be so comfortable? If he suddenly wants someone, who should I send him? Send you? Yin Zhenhai's eyes widened. Dad, your son is not like a woman. Why don't you spend some time looking for someone? At this time, the person who went to take the nanny back hurried back. Your Majesty, the nanny is dead. Dead? Yin Fan's face became even uglier. This meant that there were no clues at all. Search her room, and see if you can find anything. A few people left the room, and put the things they found on the table after a while. Your Majesty, we still haven't found anything. Expand the search area tomorrow. If you can't find her, don't celebrate the new year. The next day, Yuilua took the initiative to go to the morning court with the Emperor. After finishing the business, the ministers brought up the topic of yesterday. Your Majesty, the princes are now of marriageable age. It's time to expand the royal family. The Emperor glanced at the person who was speaking. I remember that your family doesn't have a daughter. Why are you joining in the fun? Are you planning to send your son to the princes to expand the family? Your Majesty, the prince is the future crown prince, and the matter of offspring cannot be delayed any longer. Another person bowed. Why can't it be delayed any longer? Am I dead or sick? The person who spoke knelt on the ground with a terrified look on his face. Your Majesty, don't joke with the dragon's body. I'm not joking with you. Why, you want to give me someone and I don't want it. So you want to give it to my son. So you want to take care of my family, right? As a father, I will worry about the affairs of the princes. So you don't need to worry about it. At this point, the Emperor paused. Don't forget the assessment before the new year. If you have too much free time after reading the book, you daughters and sons can become relatives. and I will grant you the marriage. Chapter 385. I haven't forgotten. The person who was speaking was speechless, and had to retreat in dismay. Dad's mouth was like a smear of rouge, too poisonous. The Emperor raised his eyebrows. So poisonous? He just said a few words. Since you haven't forgotten, go back and prepare well, and have a good new year. The Emperor stood up. Adjourn the court. Qian and Li Yunhe will follow me to the imperial study. Farewell, your majesty. After the ceremony, Li Yunhe and Qian went to the imperial study together. Entering the imperial study, Li Yunhe subconsciously looked around. Minister Li, what's wrong with my imperial study? Li Yunhe quickly retracted his gaze. No, the Emperor's imperial study is very well designed. The Emperor seemed to be in a good mood and asked with interest, then what do you think is good about it? Your Majesty, it's simple and elegant. That's all? Li Yunhe nodded seriously, that's all. But he was wondering where Yuilua had gone. She had just attended the morning court with the Emperor, so why was she not in the imperial study now? He finally got to see his master. Fearing that the Emperor would ask more questions, Li Yunhe hurriedly changed the subject. I wonder why the Emperor asked me and Lord Qi to come here. The Emperor turned his head and called behind the screen. Luor, are you sure you don't want to come out and listen together? There was no response after calling, so the Emperor called again in a louder voice. Your Majesty, can I go and take a look? The Emperor raised his hand to stop him and stood up. No need, I go and take a look. Qian and Li Yunhe looked at each other with confusion on their faces. Didn't the Emperor ask them to come here to discuss something? Why did he ask the little princess to listen? Did he want the little princess to get involved in politics at such a young age? Minister Li, what do you think the Emperor means? Seeing that Li Yunhe was just smiling and silent, Qian stood up again and muttered in a low voice. Is there something good, smiling like this? The Emperor didn't say what it was just now. Luor? The Emperor walked to the screen and saw that Yuilua only stuck out half of her head, with a face full of annoyance. What's wrong? Come here, Daddy. Yuilua didn't move, still maintaining the original action, raising her hand to let the Emperor come over. Did you pee your pants? You're the one who peed your pants. Yuilua rolled her eyes. I messed up my hair that my mother tied up, and I can't let it be loose when I see people. She just took a look, and it was so ugly, and the hair was frizzy. She should pay attention to her image when she was a child, otherwise it will be her black history when she grows up. Come on, let Daddy take a look. The Emperor slowed down his voice and walked in front of Yuilua. He saw the little girl's fair face flushed. One of her hands was holding her loose hair, and the red silk ribbon was casually hung around her neck. So your hair is loose. It's okay. Daddy will tie it up for you again. Yuilua looked at the Emperor with a look of, do you know how to tie it? Trust Daddy. Nothing can stump Daddy. Okay, seeing how confident you are, I believe you. At the very least, it's better than letting your hair down. Soon, the Emperor was slapped in the face by what he said. He held Yuilua in his arms and sat on the chair, holding the silk ribbon ready, but every time he wanted to wrap the silk ribbon around it, the hair in his hand fell apart again. The Emperor thought it was a simple matter, but he failed after trying several times. Eunuch Chow, bring 2 chairs for the 2 adults. Worried that the 2 would wait too long, the Emperor raised his voice and ordered Eunuch Chow. Then he began to help Yuilua tie her hair. I want to take back what I just said. I don't know how to tie double buns or double ponytails. My neck is sore. Yuilua raised her hand and rubbed her neck. If my hands were not flexible enough, I would have tied it myself. The Emperor, who was disliked, touched his nose and negotiated softly. Luor, Daddy will take off the other side for you. Don't worry, Daddy wants to know how it is tied, and then tie it back for you. Yuilua raised her hand to cover the other side, with a look of resistance. I have done this before, and the final result is that it can't be restored after being removed. Believe in Daddy. Yuilua finally agreed, and the Emperor confidently untied her other intact hair, paying attention to her expression while untying, fearing that he would hurt her by pulling too hard. After a cup of tea, Yuilua couldn't bear it anymore. She looked up at the Emperor. Daddy, can you do it? The Emperor, Okay, Daddy will change the way you tie your hair. After tying his hair, the Emperor exhaled heavily, and took out a small bronze mirror, and handed it to Yuilua. Take a look, Daddy said it's okay, I didn't lie to you. Looking at herself in the mirror, Yuilua turned her head to look at the Emperor angrily, raised her hand, and pulled her messy hair. You look so proud of yourself with your hair tied like this? Is there any difference between this and being unkempt? Your Majesty, are you okay? Eunuch Chow waited outside for a long time, but still didn't see the emperor come out. He turned his head curiously to see what the emperor was doing. Not only was he curious, but even Li Yunhe was a little curious. Why are you urging me? It's done. The emperor walked out and looked at Li Yunhe and Qian. My dear ministers, I've been waiting for a long time. Li Yunhe stood up. Your Majesty, what's wrong with the little princess? The emperor glanced behind the screen. The child cares about her image, and she was upset because I tied her hair too ugly. He thought he did a good job. After all, it was his first attempt. So the emperor stayed behind the screen for so long. Was he tying the little princess's hair? Qian was curious about what kind of bun it took so long to tie. Why don't you let me try? Li Yunhe glanced behind the screen. Lure, did you hear that? Daddy asked Li Shirlang to help you tie it again, okay? Oh! Yui Lu's muffled answer came from behind the screen. The emperor asked Li Yunhe to come with him. Yui Lu sat on the carpet, hugging her knees with her hands, looking very aggrieved. Li Shirlang, do you think my bun is not good? Li Yunhe looked at Yui Lu's hairstyle that seemed to have rolled on the ground, and his expression was a bit indescribable. The emperor has been doing it for so long, and now has a hairstyle that is worse than not having it done. No wonder the little princess is in a bad mood. Still need to ask? Isn't Li Yunhe's indescribable expression the answer? It's good. There is a kind of messy beauty. Yui Lu, Daddy will take you seriously if you say that. The emperor, You do it for her. Li Yunhe's technique is skillful. His slender fingers shuttle through Yui Lu's hair. Smelling the faint woody fragrance on him, Yui Lu raised her head and looked at Li Yunhe's delicate jaw, sighing in her heart. He is good-looking and has such a skillful hand. It doesn't look like the first time he's done it. Princess, did I hurt you? Seeing Yui Lu was staring at him, Li Yunhe paused and asked in a gentle voice. The voice is also very nice. Emperor, Is it unwise to let Li Yunhe help Lure tie her hair? Chapter 386. Lure praised Li Yunhe so much. What if she was bewitched and fell in love with him? After all, Lure is not a real child. No. Yui Lu retracted her gaze and thought secretly in her heart. Why not match my Li Yunhe with the sixth princess? A quirky princess and a gentle and powerful minister, it seems to be a good match. The emperor, He was overthinking. No, the gold bracelet that Li Yunhe gave last time seemed to be for the girl. We have to see if he has someone he likes. We can't just match them up randomly. While Yui Lu was daydreaming, Li Yunhe's clear voice rang out. It's done. He raised the small bronze mirror on the table and said, Princess, take a look. Are you satisfied? If not, I will do it again. Yui Lu raised her hand and touched the red ribbon tied into a bow on the top of the bun and nodded with satisfaction. Then she gave a thumbs up. Li Yunhe was stunned, and the emperor explained on the side. Lure praised you and thought you did a good job. Thank you, princess. Li Yunhe bowed, and a smile slowly spread across the corner of his mouth. Minister Li is so skilled. Has he done this before? Your Majesty, no. The emperor nodded and took Yui Lu to walk outside the screen. I thought Minister Li had done this before for a girl he liked. I don't have a girl I like. If I did, I would definitely ask your Majesty to grant me a marriage. Knowing that Li Yunhe was not a good liar, the emperor laughed and said, okay. Walking to the long table and sitting down, the emperor explained the purpose of asking the two to come today. I asked you to come today to talk about the house and the academy in the hands of the little princess. Li Yunhe had guessed a little before and said, Your Majesty, do you want us to help the little princess handle the affairs of the house and the academy first? Yes, but you two still have official duties. I will do my best to handle it. Li Yunhe took over the emperor's words. The emperor told the two of them what they needed to handle and looked at them. If you are too busy, I will ask someone to help you too. The two said in unison, Thank you, Your Majesty, I will definitely live up to your trust. After leaving the imperial study, Qian glanced at Li Yunhe. Master Li is smiling like this. If you know, then the emperor has told us to do something. If you don't know, then you would think that the emperor has granted you a marriage. Li Yunhe put away his smile and said nothing. A marriage may not make him so happy. The matter of acting as the academy proves that he can see his master more often than before, and he can watch her grow from a toddler to a graceful young lady, and then. He didn't dare to think any further. Retracting his thoughts, Li Yunhe looked up at the sky. Forget it, it's such a nice day, so don't add more haze to yourself. After the two left, the emperor knocked on the long table thoughtfully, and after a moment, he gave an order in a deep voice. Eunuch Chow, let the third prince come to the palace to see me. Since the third prince didn't want to force it, he would help the two. Yes, I do it now. Yuilua looked at the emperor with a puzzled look, muttering in his heart. What did Daddy ask the third brother to come? There shouldn't be anything in the palace that needs the third brother now. When the third prince learned that the emperor had asked him to enter the palace, he did not dare to delay for a moment. He put on his cloak and got on the carriage with eunuch Chow. The weather was warmer today, and there were more people in the market than usual. The third prince lifted the curtain, listened to the hawker's calls, and asked to stop the carriage. Third prince, the emperor is waiting, eunuch Chow said. Is Luor also in the imperial study? Yes. I know, I will be back soon, and it won't take too much time. Watching the third prince get off the carriage and go away, eunuch Chow asked Ziyang beside him. The third prince said he knew. What did he know? Ziyang shrugged. I don't know. Tonghulu, Bingtanghulu. Seeing the third prince approach, the owner of the Tonghulu, dressed in gorgeous clothes, said enthusiastically, Sir, would you like some Tonghulu? The third prince said yes, and raised his hand to take the silver from his purse. But he paused when he remembered that Yuilua was only 1 year old and couldn't eat Tonghulu. What's wrong, sir? The owner handed over the Tonghulu. Didn't you bring any silver? It's okay, I give this string of candied haws to you. I brought money. The third prince handed over the money, but my younger sister is too young. I thought she couldn't eat it. You can take a look at my egg cake. The boss pointed to the side. My wife sells it. Eunuch Chow and Ziyang waited for a long time before they saw the third prince, holding a string of candied haws in one hand, and a bag of unknown things in the other. Your Highness, you are back at last. The third prince got on the carriage, looked at the colorful candied haws in his hand, and played with it in circles. The carriage stopped at the palace gate, and the third prince got off the carriage and gave the candied haws in his hand to Ziyang. Take it, I give it to you. Ziyang looked puzzled, looking at the candied haws in his hand, and said carefully, Your Highness, you took it all the way, but it was for me? He thought that Your Highness wanted to eat it himself, or bought it for the princess, but it turned out that he bought it for him. No, it was probably that Your Highness wanted to buy it for the princess, but he was too shy to do it. Your Highness, if you want to give it to the princess, I help you deliver it. The third prince glanced at him and said, No need. If you try it and find it delicious, I will buy it for the princess. So he wanted him to test the poison. No wonder he took it all the way. Eunuch Chow held back his laughter. The third prince was as cunning as the emperor. Third prince, we're here. What a nice smell. Did the third prince bring something delicious? Yuilua sniffed, stood up and walked towards the door on his short legs. As soon as the third prince came in, he saw a little red ball running towards him. He raised his hand to steady Yuilua and smiled. Did Luor come to pick up my brother? He raised the things in his hand and said, My brother brought me egg cake. Let's try it and see if it tastes good. It shouldn't be worse than the banana mash my father made. The emperor, He just prepared some fruit for Luor after dinner. He was worried that she couldn't bite it, so he mashed the banana. Luor was very happy to eat it at first, but now she even disliked it. Third prince, give it to me. You can talk to the emperor. Eunuch Chow took the egg cake, and could still feel the warmth through the butter paper. Father, what do you want me to do? The third prince led Yuilua to the center of the imperial study. I asked you to come here to find out the whereabouts of Prince Duan. You must bring him to me in 3 days. The third prince looked up at the emperor and said, I will do it now. What is wrong with my father? Why did he suddenly want me to find Prince Duan? Prince Duan is now in Li Country, thinking about how to please the princess of Li Country. Your Majesty, how can the third prince bring Prince Duan in 3 days? Eunuch Chow shook his head and sighed. Isn't the emperor making things difficult for me? This is exactly what I want. Chapter 387. If the third brother really catches someone, how can he punish him? Is this the result he wants? Is Daddy too idle and wants to assist the third brother and the heroine? Yuilua glanced at the emperor and saw that he was smiling meaningfully, and felt that he had guessed it almost right. Master Chungyin's words were also very meaningful. Since Daddy helped to assist, I will help Yin Fan find someone. It would be good to let this person make the Yin family restless and then enter the palace. Emperor, I don't know what kind of person Yin Fan wants to send him, and he took so long to find one. Yuilua left the imperial study, found a bird, raised her hand to touch the bird, and let it go. As soon as she let go of the bird, a red-feathered bird flew from a distance and landed on her shoulder, chirping. After listening to what it conveyed, Yuilua walked towards Zuehua Palace while complaining in her heart. It seems that Prince Duan is not so flexible. It has been more than half a year, but he has not yet integrated into the environment of Li Country. But it is true that men in Li Country only need to please women and rely on women to survive. It is normal for Prince Tuan, a passionate man, to not accept it. But if you want to gain a foothold in the country, you have to learn how to put on makeup, dance and serve women. Yuiluo laughed out loud when she thought of this. The bird just told him that Prince Tuan did not want to be as pretentious as those men, so he did not like the princess of the country at all. She raised her hand and touched the bird on her shoulder. After the other party told her the news, it flew away. At the same time, another bird flew out of the palace, flew towards the Yin mansion, and landed at the door of the main hall. Yin Fan scolded his subordinates, who found nothing. Since you know that place is wrong, why don't you search in another place? Your Majesty, please calm down, and your subordinates will continue searching. After the few people finished speaking, they clasped their fists and bowed, then turned and left. The birds in the yard saw the few people coming out and flew in front of them. At first, the few people thought it was a brave bird and ignored it, but they had already left the city, and the bird was still following them. Why is this bird following us? A hot-tempered man looked at the bird in front of him and said unhappily, "You still care about this now? If we can't find anyone, we all be dead." "That's right." Another echoed, drawing his sword, "I'm just angry, let me kill this little beast to vent my anger." Sensing him approaching, the bird flapped its wings and flew higher, keeping a distance from him. In this way, it flew and he chased, and several people followed the bird all the way. It was obviously winter, but they ran hard and sweated. This little beast runs pretty fast. Several people stopped and gasped. Where is this place? The irritable man looked at the bamboo forest shrouded in fog and asked them. Who knows? Forget about this bird. Finding someone is more important. When they were about to turn back, the bird flew out of the bamboo forest and flew provocatively in front of them. At this moment, they all put aside whether they could find someone or not, and wanted to catch the bird in front of them with angry faces. After taking them through the bamboo forest, the bird flew to a place where they could not see and looked at them, intending to wait until they found someone before returning to report. There is a house in front. Looking at the simple house in front of them, several people looked at each other, and one of them who had some brains whispered, "This bird seems to be leading the way for us. Let's go in and take a look." The two people in the house were eating steamed buns, and knew nothing about the situation outside. "I think we can go out. It has been half a year. The Emperor can't still be arresting us." The man in white put down the steamed bun in his hand. His white clothes were out of tune with the simple house around him. "What do you think?" Hongi rolled his eyes at him. "Don't you know how much the Emperor values the little princess? If you hadn't insisted on kidnapping more beauties, would we have fallen to the point of eating steamed buns now? Anyway, we were wearing masks at the time, and those people wouldn't have recognized us without masks." Bai seemed to have thought of something and stood up. "Also, don't you have a sister in the capital? Go find your sister." Hearing this, Hongi paused while tearing the steamed bun and said lightly, "Do you think my sister will help me?" He actually didn't know he had a sister before. A few years ago, a nanny found him and told him about his life story, saying that he had a sister. The nanny said that his sister was a boy and a girl, and that she looked very much like him, and that she missed him very much. He still finds the nanny's words ridiculous when he thinks back to this day, because the nanny's eyes were so guilty when she said this, and if his sister really missed him, why didn't she come to see him with the nanny? Not to mention seeing him, he had never even seen a letter from her. That's right. The man in white sighed. The third prince and Li Yunhe are not easy to deal with. I'm afraid that even if we don't wear masks, they will recognize us if we go out. As he was talking, footsteps were heard. The two of them looked serious and became alert instantly. They have been here for a long time, not to mention people. Even birds have not been seen. This place is foggy all year round, and there are bamboo forests to block the view. How could anyone come? The door was pushed open, and the two people in red had no intention of hiding. Looking at the two people in the room, the irritable man walking in front of them looked at the red-clothed man and said excitedly, "The person has been found. This man really looks like the young lady, but he has more masculine aura as a man, and his facial features are more delicate. Really like." The other people squeezed in and looked at Hongi. Hongi narrowed her eyes and glanced at the few people. "Who are you?" Although she asked this, she probably guessed something in her heart. "You are the son of King Liang. We are here to find you back home." "Why do you want to find me back home?" Hongi continued to ask. Seeing that the few people looked embarrassed, Hongi sneered. "Why, King Liang asked you to come and look for someone, but didn't he tell you what to do? Why did he come now? If he really cared about his son, he wouldn't have abandoned him." The man in white walked to the side of the man in red and whispered, "It is said that the most dangerous place is the safest place. We have been living on coarse food for so long. Why don't we live somewhere else? The prince didn't say that. I hope you won't embarrass me. The man in red stood up, dusted himself off, and walked out. In that case, let's go. The men were stunned. They looked reluctant just now, but now they were so straightforward. The Prince of Liang's mansion shouldn't have to worry about food and clothing, right? The man in red turned around and looked at the men. Aren't you leaving? Anyway, if they wanted him to do something excessive, he would have enough time to run away after he went to the Prince of Liang's mansion. These people were no match for the two of them. Chapter 388. Along the way, several people carefully watched the two, fearing that they would run away, but as they got closer and closer to the capital, the two still walked obediently. How did you find us? Several people told the two what others thought was absurd, and then smiled and said, "It's really magical." Redclothes nodded with interest. It was indeed magical. So who had such great ability to call the birds? There is no such person in the world. Who is helping King Liang? The group entered the capital and returned to the Yin mansion in a low profile. Yin Fan heard that his subordinates, who went to look for someone, had returned, and said unhappily, "You have the nerve to come back without finding the person." Listening to the voices in the study, Bai patted Hong Yi's shoulder and teased, "Your cheap father has a bad temper. Is he worthy of being called a father?" Hong Yi crossed her arms and watched the study door being pushed open. A guard walked out. "The prince asked you to go in." Entering the imperial study, Yin Fan looked at the two strangers behind them and frowned. "You didn't find the person yet, and brought two strangers here?" "Your Highness, the person is among them. We just wanted to avoid attracting attention, so we disguised them." Yin Zhenhai walked up to the two and ordered, "Take off your face masks." The two took off their face masks, and Yin Zhenhai stared at the red-clothed girl and clicked his tongue. "She looks exactly like that bitch Yin Minner." "Zhenhai." Yin Fan scolded Yin Zhenhai and said to the people around him, "You have done a great job in finding the person. Go down and claim your reward." The people thanked him with tears in their eyes and turned to leave, but they missed the darkness that flashed across Yin Fan's eyes. Yin Zhenhai was scolded and retreated to the side in dismay, not saying anything more. "What's your name?" Yin Fan stood up and walked to Hong Yi, looking at him, feeling very satisfied. She has an outstanding appearance. Although she can't have the Emperor's child, it is also very good to be by the Emperor's side and control his movements. Hong Yi said her name, and Yin Zhenhai beside her couldn't help laughing. When Yin Fan glanced at her, he lowered his head obediently. "What's the matter with you looking for me?" Hong Yi sat down on the chair, poured herself a cup of tea, and looked at Yin Fan with a raised eyebrow. "You are my son, so it is natural for me to find you and bring you back." Seeing him being so rude, Yin Fan frowned so hard that he could kill a fly. "Really?" The red-clothed man took a sip of tea and said to the white-clothed man, "You can also sit down and taste the tea of King Liang, and then go back to rest after drinking it." The white-clothed man smiled and sat down, took a sip and said with a smile, "Good tea." "How can you two be so rude?" Yin Zhenhai couldn't bear it anymore. "You are so rude. You even sit down in front of your elders without asking. You have been so rude all these years?" Yin Fan stared at Hong Yi. "I don't care what your friends are like. You must learn etiquette well. People around you haven't learned it. Why should I learn it?" Hong Yi stood up. "Since there is nothing to do, I want to sleep. Where is my room?" "Stop!" Yin Fan shouted angrily. "I have something to tell you." Turning around and sitting down again, Hong Yi smiled and said, "Why don't you just say it directly? You know why you came to me. Why bother with some nonsense?" I thought he was a sensible man, so I treated him better, but he was so reckless. "Okay, if you don't want to be pretentious, I tell you straight. Go ahead, I might agree to your request if I'm in a good mood." Yin Fan felt that his suppressed anger was rising again, and said with a sullen face, "Your sister is dead, but the Emperor needs her to enter the palace, so he asked you to come back and replace her." "Ha ha ha." The man in red pulled the sleeves of the man in white, laughing. "Did you hear that? I'm a man entering the palace to serve the Emperor." Sure enough, the King of Liang knows how to have fun. But he also held back his laughter. "That's right, we both still have too little experience." The two sang a duet. As if they didn't exist, Yin Fan was so angry that his face turned green. "Your sister had an affair with someone else and committed suicide. If you don't want her reputation to be ruined, just do what I say." Reddy raised his hands and clapped. "Is the King of Liang trying to deceive the Emperor and perform a play of how can I tell whether I am a man or a woman? It's quite interesting." He changed the subject, "But I don't want to agree. It's not up to you." Yin Fan approached Bai Yi, pinched his chin and stuffed a pill into his mouth, then took his hand back and said coldly, "If you don't do it, Your friend will die of intestinal perforation. Bai Yi coughed twice, took a sip of tea, and said to Hong Yi, I don't want to die of intestinal perforation. It's terrible. I don't want to die. Threatening me? Hong Yi slammed the table and stood up. Take out the antidote. It seems that your friend is more important to you than your sister. Yin Fan saw that he was so angry, and felt that he knew how to control him, and the anger in his heart subsided a lot. You speak so righteously, but you are just reluctant to give up your wealth and glory. Otherwise, you can just tell the emperor that your daughter is gone. Will the emperor still make things difficult for you? You sent me to the palace, but I can't have children. Not only can I not give you wealth and glory, but I will also make the Yin family completely unable to retreat. You don't need to have children. Yin Fan sat back in his chair. You just need to gain the emperor's favor and not expose yourself, otherwise you can wait to collect the body of your friend. You are so cruel to use such despicable means. It doesn't matter if you are humble or not. Yin Fan curled his lips and picked up the tea. It's fine as long as it's useful. From tomorrow, you will start to learn etiquette and meet people in women's clothes. The white-clothed woman couldn't help laughing, thinking about the red-clothed woman's appearance, and laughed out loud. You too, wearing women's clothes to be her maid. The smile froze and moved to the red-clothed woman's face. Shanghai, take the two back to the room to rest. Yin Shanghai took the two to a remote courtyard, his face full of pride. If you don't accept the toast, you will be punished. You thought you were so tough. Hong Yi picked up a stone and hit Yin Shanghai's knee without leaving any trace. His legs softened, and he fell directly into the pond. The winter water was bone-chillingly cold, making him shiver as he struggled. TSK TSK. Hong Yi smiled at him. You fell on flat ground. You're really good. Knowing that the courtyard was just ahead, the two of them left Yin Shanghai and went straight to the courtyard. After closing the door, Hong Yi glanced at Bai Yi. We have to act well in the palace. The emperor will definitely not expect us to be under his nose. Bai Yi nodded. Yin Fan is probably still feeling smug, thinking he has you and me under control. He probably doesn't know that we are immune to all poisons. Going to the palace will be much more interesting. You said the little princess is so pretty even at such a young age. Are the other two princesses also beautiful? Hong Yi glanced out the window. Isn't the last lesson enough? Let's think about how to make things difficult for Yin Fan first. Chapter 389. He had to make Yin Fan understand that it was easier to invite a god than to send him away. It's easy to cause trouble. Bai Yi raised his lips. Isn't this what we are best at? In the next 2 days, Hong Yi understood her sister's character from Yin Fan's words, and began to cause trouble for Yin Fan with Bai Yi. In just 2 days, the Yin family was in chaos because of him. Everyone in the family knew that their young lady was even more spoiled than before, and was even more untouchable than the master and the eldest son. Early in the morning, Yin Fan had just gotten up, washed up, and was ready to eat. When he picked up his chopsticks, there was a noise outside. He rubbed his ears, thinking that he had been annoyed by Hong Yi for the past 2 days, and had a psychological trauma, so he began to hear hallucinations. Ah, Yin Shanghai is hitting someone. Hong Yi ran towards Yin Fan, wailing. Help. Yin Fan was sure that it was not a hallucination, so he slammed his chopsticks on the table, stood up and walked out of the room. Hong Yi was wearing a plain dress and running wildly in front, and Yin Shanghai was chasing behind with a stick and an angry face. What are you two doing so early in the morning? Hong Yi ran behind Yin Fan and pulled his sleeve to complain. Yin Shanghai scolded me and wanted to kill me. You are talking nonsense. It was you who pushed me into the pond the day before yesterday, and you have been bullying me in the mansion these 2 days. Yin Shanghai glared at him, and the veins on his hand holding the stick bulged. He wanted to go up and knock Hong Yi's head off. Although Yen Minner was spoiled before, she still knew to be afraid of him. How could she ride on his neck like this man? What do you mean by bullying me? Hong Yi retorted, Can't people say the food is not tasty? I am going to enter the palace. If I don't eat well and my body is not good, and I can't enter the palace, can you afford the punishment from the emperor? It's the same food. You are just making trouble on purpose. Enough. Yin Fan interrupted the quarrel between the two and turned to look at Hong Yi. You also know that you are going to enter the palace. Why don't you study etiquette well, and you still have time to yell here? I yell? Hong Yi glanced at Yin Shanghai. You are too old and blurry to see Yin Shanghai's stick. If this stick hits me and leaves scars when I enter the palace, what will I say when the emperor asks about it? But these are minor issues. I'm afraid they will really beat me to death. He lowered his voice at this point. You won't find another person who looks like this to enter the palace. Seeing Yin Fan didn't say anything, Yin Shanghai got anxious. Dad, he just feels confident, because he wants to enter the palace. I feel confident when I enter the palace. Then do you want to enter the palace too? You? Yin Shanhai was so angry that his face turned red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't forget, your friend is still poisoned." Hongyi nodded and said with a smile, "I haven't forgotten, otherwise I would have gone even further. Anyway, compared with the lives of everyone in the Yin mansion, my friend's death is a worthy death." Yin Fan is a smart man. Although he poisoned Bai, he didn't dare to let Bai die. After all, he was afraid that if Bai died, he would be in trouble, which was not the result he wanted. "You are very smart." Being praised by Yin Fan, Hongyi was not modest. "You are smarter than your precious son." "Dad," Yin Shanhai felt a little aggrieved, "are you really confident about letting him enter the palace like this?" "Why are you not confident?" Hongyi sneered, "My friend was poisoned. Didn't you poison him? You are so unconfident." "Enough." Yin Fan pulled out his sleeve that was grabbed by Hongyi. "Go back and continue to learn etiquette. If the food is not to your liking, ask the chef to make it again." Although Yin Shanhai was unwilling, his father had already spoken, so he had to give up. He was about to turn around and leave, when he saw Hongyi raising her hand to support her forehead, looking delicate. "Oh, I feel dizzy. I think the feng shui of that yard is not good." Yin Fan looked impatient. He knew that this was the purpose of his doing this, and said unhappily, "Which yard do you want to change?" Hongyi put away his hand, and pointed at Yin Shanhai. "His yard has excellent feng shui, and is spacious enough. I think I can learn etiquette faster there." As soon as these words came out, they directly hit Yin Shanghai's tail. Without waiting for Yin Fan to speak, he waved his stick angrily and greeted Hongyi. "You want to change my yard? Dream on. Every blade of grass and every tree in his yard is very valuable. He spent a lot of effort and money to hire someone to build it. How could he possibly change it?" Seeing the stick coming, Hongyi smiled slyly, and pushed Yin Fan forward. The stick immediately landed firmly on Yin Fan's head, making a dull sound. Hongyi hid the smile in his eyes, widened his eyes, and said in disbelief, "If you don't want to change it, then don't change it. Why are you taking it out on others? Look, your father is stunned." Yin Shanhai threw the stick to the ground and walked forward to ask with concern, "Dad, are you okay?" "I wanted to hit him." Yin Fan raised his hand to cover his head. When he put his hand down, his hand was stained with scarlet. He could no longer control his anger. Hongyi was here to torture him. "It's bleeding. You were too cruel," Hongyi said with a look of fear on his face. "Fortunately, you didn't hit me on the head, otherwise I would be in danger." Yin Shanhai used almost all his strength when swinging the stick. When he saw him push Yin Fan, he released some of the strength. "How dare you?" Yin Shanhai stared at him. "If you hadn't pushed Dad, would this happen? If you hadn't hit me, would this happen?" Hongyi was not to be outdone. "You don't have to change the courtyard. There has been so much commotion in the Yin mansion these past 2 days. I wonder if the Emperor will suddenly remember me and let me enter the palace. If I don't have a good courtyard and learn etiquette, you can't blame me if I don't like the Emperor when I enter the palace." Yin Fan took out a handkerchief to wipe the blood from his forehead. After weighing the pros and cons, he made the decision. "Shanhai, change it to him." Yui Luo sat by the window of Zuehua Palace, recalling the interesting stories of Yin Mansion conveyed by the birds, and smiled. It was really interesting. "Lure." Empress Yin walked to Yui Luo's side and raised her hand to close the window. "Why are you sitting by the window? Aren't you afraid of the cold?" Yui Luo turned around and shook her head. Empress Yin held her and sat next to the charcoal fire, and heard the voices of Concubine Ro and others coming from outside. Inviting them to sit down, Concubine Yin smiled at Concubine Ro. "The Emperor has agreed, and Concubine Ro should also know, right?" Concubine Ro was full of gratitude. "Thank you, Concubine Yin. The Emperor sent someone to tell me that my mother would enter the palace at noon, so I came here specially to thank Concubine Yin." "You're welcome." "Congratulations, Concubine Ro." Concubine that took the tea handed by Huarue, took a sip and whispered, "I heard that the Emperor asked the third prince to investigate Prince Duan. Does Concubine Yin know what's going on?" Concubine that actually doesn't care about these things, but Mu Shui wanted to know, so she wanted to ask Concubine Yin. Looking at her niece's worried look, she was probably worried that the third prince would be punished. The heroine is so worried about the third brother. It turns out that the old man is still the best, and Daddy's trick works. The third brother has the memory of his previous life, so he feels that he owes the heroine and doesn't want to rush it. But what if the heroine takes the initiative? Chapter 390. Thinking of this, Yui Luo suddenly caught something. That's not right. Since the third brother has memories of his past life, Why doesn't he look like an old friend when he sees Master Changyun? There seems to be only one explanation, that is, although the third brother has memories of his past life, it is not all. I'm not sure either. The voice of concubine Xian interrupted Yuilua's thoughts. Don't worry, Sister Defei. There is no danger in investigating this matter. If you are worried that the Emperor will punish Prince Duan if he fails to find him, that is even more impossible. According to the Emperor's temperament, at most it would be a verbal punishment. Defei chuckled. It's not me who is worried, it's my niece who is crooked. At this time, a young eunuch came in, greeted a few people, and said to Rupin, Rupin, your mother has entered the palace. Rupin was full of joy. Her mother actually came early. She stood up and looked at the two of them. Xianfei and the two smiled at each other. Go quickly. Yuilua followed Rupin out of Zuewa Palace. Xianfei knew that she couldn't sit still, so she didn't care about her. After walking for a while, Rupin noticed Yuilua following behind. She stopped and turned to look at Yuilua. Little princess, are you going to my palace? Yuilua actually wanted to go to the prince's eastern palace, but Rupin had already walked up to her in 2 steps, so she changed her mind and said in a baby voice, yes. Arriving at Rupin's bedroom, Rupin put Yuilua down after entering the room, and with red eyes, she walked forward and held her mother, who was sitting on the chair. Mother, your daughter finally sees you. Don't cry, what's wrong with you? Mrs. Mao wiped her daughter's tears while looking at her. Seeing that you look so good, mother is relieved. The two sat down next to each other, and their eyes were red after a warm talk. I heard it when I came here. Empress Xian and others are very good to you. Concubine Ro nodded and looked at Yuilua, who was playing by herself. The little princess also came with my daughter. Mrs. Mao looked at Yuilua, whose little face was white and delicate, without a single flaw. Her big eyes were brighter than the stars in the sky. She had 2 buns on her head, with red silk ribbons hanging around her ears. She was wearing a red jacket with gold edges. She seemed to have heard them mention her, so she looked at them without blinking. I greet the little princess. Mao stood up and saluted. Stand up. Please. Yuilua raised her hand and felt that it was not appropriate for her to be here for the mother and daughter to meet, so she left the room. After watching her leaving, Mao sat back on the chair and took Rupin's hand. What a lovely child. If you have one, mother will be relieved. Princess Ro pulled out her hand and frowned slightly. Mother, what do you want to say? Mao looked at her empty palm and whispered, what mother is going to say next may not sound good, but mother still has to say it. Mother, I have heard about your efforts. I was able to enter the palace thanks to Empress Xian. In this case, why don't you ask Empress Xian to help you speak in front of the emperor, so that you can also have a boy and a girl? Yuilua outside the door shook her head upon hearing this, and was very disgusted with Mao's behavior. Mother! Rupin's joy at seeing her family disappeared because of this sentence. Do you know who your daughter is able to survive? She sniffed. It's because of concubine Xian and the others. They are very kind to me, and will protect my well-hidden self-esteem. Since you know that you entered the palace because of her, what's the difference between letting your daughter do this and repaying kindness with enmity? Calm down first, and listen to what mother has to say. Mao wanted to hold her daughter's hand. She knew it was shameless to do so, but her daughter couldn't rely on concubine Xian and the others for the rest of her life. I can't calm down. Princess Ro put her hands into her sleeves, disappointed. Didn't you and Daddy say in the letter that as long as I'm happy, why are you asking me to do such a shameless thing now? Before, because of your cousin's matter, you didn't have the ability to fight, but now it's different. Anyway, if you're gone, there will be others. Concubine Xian and the others are not stupid. It's better to be you than someone else. They will definitely help you. Concubine Ro was so angry that she laughed. The person in front of her was obviously her mother, but she felt more unfamiliar than ever. Mother, if you came to the palace today to say these words, I would rather you had never come to the palace, so that I would not be disappointed in you. Rower. Mao emphasized, although what you said is unpleasant, think about it yourself. Concubine Xian and others have family backgrounds and children. What do you have? Concubines without children will be buried with the emperor in the future. You still know that you are speaking harshly? Rupin looked out the window. My daughter would rather be buried with him than be an ungrateful person. After saying this, Rupin called out, Jinji, send my mother out of the palace. Jinji walked in quickly, wanting to persuade her, but thinking of Rupin's temper, she finally said nothing and took Mao out. Mao was a little annoyed. She was indeed worried about her daughter. Life is so long, and with a child, she wouldn't have such a hard time in the deep palace. Otherwise, when she and the master pass away, she will have nothing to tie her down to. Madam, you should understand the queen's temper. After sending her to the door, Jinji said softly, Madam, although you are doing this for the queen's good, she must be willing. If she is reluctant, how can you say it is for her good? Don't you think so? Forget it, Mao sighed, and handed the thing in her sleeve to Jinji. Give this to her for me. Jinji nodded, looked at Mao's back as she left, and shook her head. The family reunion that the queen had waited so long for ended in such an unhappy way. She held the things in her hand, turned back to the palace, and walked gently to the side of Rupin. Queen, please don't be angry with Madam. You just heard it. Rupin sat crookedly. How did Sister Xianfei and the others treat me, you tell me? Of course they were very good. Then don't persuade me. She was wrong in this matter. Rupin tightly held the handkerchief. If I really do what she said, I might as well die. Your Highness. Jinji put the things in her hand on the table and poured her a cup of tea. I am not trying to persuade you. Please drink some tea. Rupin took the tea, took a sip, noticed the things on the table, raised her eyebrows and said, What is this? Jinji opened the butter paper and smiled. This is your favorite peach cake, Your Highness. Didn't you say you wanted to eat it? Madam brought it to you. By the way, where is the little princess? Just now, I was so angry that I forgot about the little princess. Yuilua waited until the two of them finished talking before poking her head in. Hurry up and bring the little princess in. Yuilua was brought in by Jinji, staring at the peach cake on the table with sparkling eyes. After realizing that she couldn't eat it, she retracted her gaze. Chapter 391. Seeing her reluctantly withdrawing her gaze, Concubine Rose smiled and said, If the little princess really wants to eat, I crush the peach cake and soak it in water for you to drink, okay? Yuilua shook her head and turned to leave. After all, this was made by Concubine Rose's mother for Concubine Rose, so if she can't eat it, don't waste it. Jinji, send Lure back. Yuilua stopped, turned to look at Jinji, and said vaguely, No, it's fine. Thinking that no one in the palace would be so blind to provoke her, Concubine Rose let her go. After leaving Rupin, Yuilua went directly to the prince's eastern palace. When the palace servants of the eastern palace saw Yuilua, they opened their mouths to pay their respects, but Yuilua blinked and made a gesture to keep quiet. Then she crouched to the door of the main hall and looked at the prince and Liunhe, who were sitting in the middle of the main hall drinking tea. Why is Liunhe here? Let me show up quietly to scare them. The prince noticed a touch of red at the door and picked up the tea with a smile in his eyes. Your Highness, what do you think of what I said? The prince put away his smile. Father has entrusted this matter to you, so it is more appropriate for you to write the plaque. Your Highness, I can write it, but compared with Your Highness, my reputation is more suitable. He is just a minister, and compared with the future crown prince, the reputation of the crown prince is obviously more useful. Having a plaque written by the crown prince himself can avoid many problems, and let others know that not only the emperor cares about the little princess, but the crown prince also cares about his youngest sister. You are very considerate. The prince understood what he meant, and said softly, I will write the plaque myself. Since the academy was given to Lure by my father, I will name it after Lure. While the two were talking, Yuilua had crouched behind the prince. Seeing Liunhe looking at her, Yuilua warned him not to tell the prince. Liunhe curved his lips, pretending not to see her, and continued to talk to the prince. Okay, thank you, Your Highness. Seeing that he did not expose her, Yuilua stretched out her little hand to pat the prince on the back. The prince knew she was coming in. He felt her patting him, turned around and smiled in surprise. Lure, why are you here? Isn't it surprising? I was so engrossed in talking that I didn't notice me. The prince took Yuilua and sat her on his lap. My brother is discussing with Minister Li about changing the name of the academy. He plans to name it after Lure. What do you think, Lure? Yuilua nodded. Okay. The prince looked at Liunhe. Since the matter has been discussed, Brother Yunhe can go back. Usually, Liunhe would leave after finishing his business, but today, Liunhe did not move at all. He put down his tea. He racked his brains to come up with a reason. I heard that the red plum blossoms in the courtyard of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince have bloomed, and I want to shamelessly enjoy them. Yuilua's eyes lit up. Before, I thought that when the red plum blossoms in the courtyard of the Crown Prince's brother bloomed, I would build a swing in the courtyard to enjoy the plum blossoms. It must be beautiful, but I didn't expect it to be realized so soon. The Crown Prince stood up with Yuilua in his arms. Brother Yunhe, you don't have to be so polite. It seems that Lure also wants to go. Come with me. After leaving the main hall and walking to the end of the corridor, clusters of red plum blossoms came into view. The breeze blew, and the faint plum fragrance lingered in the nose. Yuilua struggled to let the prince put her down. She walked to the center of the red plum blossoms with a happy face and looked around for a suitable place to put a swing. Lure, go slowly. The prince followed behind Yuilua and whispered. Yuilua nodded in response to the prince while looking for a suitable place to put the swing. Suddenly, her eyes were attracted by two plum blossoms that were blooming particularly well, because there was a small swing frame between the two trees. Yuilua looked at the prince in surprise, pointed at the swing not far away, and was so happy that she couldn't speak. Does Lure like it? Like it? I like it very much. Well, how did the prince know that I wanted a swing? He actually prepared it in advance. Li Yunhe looked at Yuilua's pure smile, and the corners of his mouth also rose. It's great. When in heaven, the master had too much to bear. Now she can finally be a child and smile without worries. Watching the prince holding Yuilua and sitting on the swing, he patiently told her to hold the rope tightly while gently pushing her. The scene in front of him made Li Yunhe's thoughts drift away, overlapping with the scene of his master patiently teaching him magic under the peach tree. In fact, when he went to the lower world, he was going to a place completely different from this world to find the soul fragments of his master, but for some reason, the route was changed during the transmission, making him the eldest son of the Li family. Although there was an error, fortunately, the soul fragments of his master were found. The laughter brought Li Yunhe back to his thoughts, and he walked up to the two of them. This scene is so beautiful. Why don't I draw a portrait for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince and the Princess? Okay, thank you, Brother Yunhe. The Crown Prince told Lin Qi to get pen, ink and paper, and continued to push the swing for Yuilua. Yuilua felt more relaxed than ever before, as if she had been carrying too much before, and now all the burdens on her body have been unloaded. Strange, why do I feel this way? Lin Qi quickly took all the tools and handed them to Li Yunhe. After everything was ready, Li Yunhe began to bend over and paint. Yuilua couldn't figure out why she had this feeling, so she threw it aside. Hi. Okay, my royal brother, push it higher. If Lure is scared, tell me. In a cup of tea, a warm painting was born under Li Yunhe's pen. Your Highness, Princess, the painting is done. The prince held Yuilua in front of Li Yunhe, looked at the painting on the table, and praised, Brother Yunhe's painting is really lifelike. Whether it was the patterns on their clothes, or the expressions on their faces, they were all captured in the painting, and even the red plum blossoms around them were so realistic that they seemed to have the fragrance of plum blossoms. Great. Yuilua looked at herself in the painting and said, Thank you for the compliment, Princess. I'm glad you like it. At the same time, in the study of the third prince's mansion. Your Highness, although we have found that Prince Duan is in the palace of the Princess of Li, he has changed his face. Even if we insist that he is Prince Duan, we can't do anything if Li refuses to admit it, and is unwilling to hand him over. Ziying poured a cup of tea for the third prince, and I checked the Princess of Li country. She is very favored. Her position in the heart of the Queen of Li country is the same as the position of the little princess in Tianqi. The third prince took the tea. He knew all this, otherwise Prince Duan would not have gone to Li country. But he couldn't figure out why his father asked him to bring Prince Duan back when he heard Lure's voice, and should have known that Prince Duan was in Li country, as if he was deliberately making things difficult for him. Chapter 392. Okay, tomorrow the queen will explain the situation to my father. Ziyang said yes, hesitated for a while, and said, Your Highness, if the emperor punishes you tomorrow, it will be a good thing. The third prince glanced at Ziyang, as if asking him what was good about it. Ziyang saw that he didn't interrupt him, so he continued to speak boldly. Think about it, although you and the princess have revealed your cards, your relationship is very dull. If the emperor really punishes you or beats you up, you can play a pity in front of the princess and perform a self-torture trick to promote your relationship. Isn't it good? The third prince, Where did you learn all this nonsense? Ziyang scratched his head. It's written in the storybook. I think your highness can give it a try. The princess is naturally cold. If you don't use some tricks, there will be no passion between the two of them, right? It seems that you are very free. The third prince put down his tea and stood up. You still have time to read the storybook. In this case, let's practice for an extra hour today. Ziyang nodded a little aggrievedly yes. He was considering his highness's lifelong affairs, but he still punished him. The next day, the first thing the emperor did after returning to the imperial study after the morning court was to ask Eunuch Chao to invite Mu Shui to the palace in the name of Concubine De. Concubine De looked at Mu Shui, who was brought to her bedroom by Eunuch Chao, with a puzzled look on her face. Before she could speak, she heard Eunuch Chao say, Concubine de, didn't you say that you missed the princess and asked her to come to the palace? Concubine de, when did she say this? The emperor didn't even bother to tell her what he was going to do. Look at eunuch Chow, his eyes are almost cramped. Ah yes. Da Fei took Mu Shui to sit down. Eunuch Chow, thank you for your trouble. You should go and do your work first. After sending eunuch Chow away, Mu Shui pursed her lips and said, Aunt, do you want to tell me why the emperor asked the third prince to bring Prince Duan back? Yes. Da Fei poured a cup of tea and handed it to Mu Shui. It's true that they say that worrying too much makes you confused. You are so worried about such a small matter. She was just afraid that someone would sow discord between the emperor and the third prince, so she was worried. It's good that you're fine. Mu Shui took the tea and took a sip. You always tend to think the worst. Concubine patted her hands. A few days ago, a minister wanted the emperor to choose concubines for the princes, but the emperor refused. In fact, the emperor cares about his children, so even if the third prince didn't bring Prince Duan back, he would at most punish him. She paused and sighed. But you clearly like the third prince, but now you are so worried. Why don't you let the emperor grant you a marriage earlier? If a person lives his life with hesitations, it will be very tiring. Mu Shui didn't say anything. She was indeed not that free and easy. Rather than being hesitant, it was better to say that she was giving the third prince time to regret. In her opinion, the third prince's love for her came too suddenly, which made her a little at a loss. So she was worried that one day the third prince would suddenly dislike her, so that even if they got married, they would just be sleeping in the same bed, but dreaming different dreams. She didn't want to make her father and aunt worry because of her bad life. What the two didn't know was that the third prince they were talking about was rushing to the palace at this moment. After bringing the person, eunuch Chow returned to the imperial study to report. Your Majesty, the princess has been taken to concubine de. I know, you have someone keep an eye on her, and don't let the princess leave the palace too quickly. It seems that Daddy really intends to beat up the third prince, otherwise why doesn't he let the heroine leave the palace? Isn't this clearly beating up the third prince and letting the heroine apply medicine? Beating him up seems to be better than scolding him. Daddy has a way. The emperor, he was just going to scold the third prince. After all, it was too unfair to beat him up. But now, after hearing what Luer said, it seems more appropriate to beat him up. Scolding the third prince can only comfort the heroine, which will not help the relationship between the two. So it's better to beat him up. The third prince has a thick skin and a beating. The third prince, who had already arrived at the door of the imperial study, sneezed. Eunuch Chow was waiting at the door for the emperor to tell him to go down. Seeing him coming, he hurriedly led him inside. Your son pays respect to the emperor. The emperor did not let the third prince stand up. How is the task I asked you to do? The third prince bowed and said, Your son is ashamed. Prince Duan is at the residence of the princess of Li country, and cannot be brought back. Since he has not brought him back, accept the punishment. Eunuch Chow was stunned when he heard this. The emperor's punishment was too sudden. But he also found a reason, unlike beating the fourth prince, who often had no reason. Ha ha ha, third brother, just bear it. For the sake of future happiness, it's your fault for being too slow, and your father can't stand it anymore. The third prince, He seriously suspected that his father had listened to Luer's bad idea. Forget it, in this case, let's try whether Xiang's words are reliable. Your son accepts the punishment. The emperor nodded with satisfaction. Come, take the third prince away, and give him 20 strokes of the board. After saying that, the emperor looked at eunuch Chow, who walked up to the emperor with a tactful look. You go to the imperial hospital to ask for the imperial physician now, and remember to pass by concubine's bedroom. Eunuch Chow understood the emperor's thoughts instantly, and left in response. As luck would have it, Mu Shui was just coming out of concubine's bedroom, and was about to leave the palace when she saw eunuch Chow leading Dr. Lin hurriedly towards the imperial study. Their conversation happened to reach her ears. Eunuch Chow, concubine to stop them. You just said that the emperor was beating the third prince? What was the emperor up to again? Eunuch Chow stopped and told him the whole story, looking worried. Concubine de, why don't you go with me to persuade the emperor? Concubine de saw Mu Shui's worried face. Shuer, go with us. When they arrived at the door of the imperial study, the beating was still going on. The third prince was lying on the bench, and he just frowned when the beating fell on him. Mu Shui looked at the blood-soaked clothes and pale face of the third prince, and walked quickly to the emperor. Your Majesty, you can't beat him anymore. The emperor looked at the anxious Mu Shui and said, Continue, there are still 10 more beatings. Seeing that the emperor was unmoved, Mu Shui had no choice but to walk to the third prince and wipe his sweat with a handkerchief. Your Highness, if it hurts, bite my hand. Mu Shui stretched out the back of her white hand and put it to the third prince's mouth. The third prince forced a smile and said hoarsely, I'm fine, princess, please stop looking, it's too bloody. Mu Shui retracted her hand and held the third prince's hand. I'm not afraid of blood. Since your Highness wants to endure it, I will accompany your Highness. Da Fei stood beside the emperor, looking at the two of them leisurely, and then looked at the emperor, thinking that this was the emperor's idea. Dad's operation seemed to be effective, but it was a bit laborious. Chapter 393. After the 20 strokes of the cane, the third prince's face was bloodless, and Mu Shui's heart tightened. The third prince raised his head, held her hand back, and whispered, I'm fine, princess, don't worry. The emperor waved his hand to let the executioner withdraw, and looked at Dr. Lin, who was still stunned. Dr. Lin quickly checked the third prince's injuries. Dr. Lin, After beating him, he was told to check his injuries. Why bother? Is the emperor thinking that he has been too idle recently, so he found something for him to do? Thinking this in his heart, he quickly agreed and quickly went forward to check the third prince's injury. Just as he raised his hand to touch the third prince's robe stuck on his back, the emperor's voice sounded again. Okay, you are so clumsy that you hurt the third prince. Dr. Lin, What do you mean he hurt the third prince? He just put his hand on it, and didn't move it. How could the emperor wrongly accuse him? Besides, the third prince didn't even cry out in pain when he was beaten with a stick just now. Mu Shui was about to say that she would do it herself, but the emperor got there first. Princess, I'm sorry to bother you with the third prince's injury. He ordered someone to help the third prince to the Fengyao Palace, which was closest to the imperial study. Dr. Lin looked at the third prince being helped away, and instantly understood that the emperor wanted the princess to take care of the third prince. There's nothing for you to do now, go back. Dr. Lin retracted his gaze. Yes, I take my leave. The emperor sent the others away, and found that Yuilua also followed them away happily. Your Majesty, next time if you want to help the two of them, can you let me know first, otherwise I will be caught off guard. Isn't this a good cooperation? The emperor raised his eyebrows. Da Fei, Yuilua followed the others to the side hall, and stood aside obediently, watching Mu Shui order people to fetch hot water, bandages, scissors, and other things. After the things were brought over, Mu Shui noticed her standing beside her and whispered, Little princess, the wound on his highness's body is probably very scary. Can you go to the front to play? Yuilua shook her head and said in a baby voice, Don't be afraid, I accompany you. After saying that, she stepped forward and held the third prince's hand, sighing in her heart. The injury is so serious, the heroine will have to take care of him for 10 days, or half a month. Third prince, you must seize the opportunity. Seeing that she was unwilling to leave, Mu Shui picked up the scissors, then the little princess, don't look at your injury, okay? Okay. The third prince lay on the couch. Mu Shui carefully took the scissors to cut open the clothes on his back, and then took a handkerchief with warm water to wipe the blood on his back. While wiping, she asked the third prince if it hurt. In fact, the third prince didn't feel any pain, because his senses were all on Mu Shui's moving hands, and Mu Shui's hands were particularly light. After wiping the blood off her back, Mu Shui looked at the new and old wounds on the third prince's back, trying to make her voice sound normal. Why do you have so many wounds on your back? They were left when I was a child, the third prince said casually. It's all over. Yuilua looked at the wounds on his back, and felt a little numb on her back. He must have been very heavy-handed at the time, otherwise there wouldn't be such obvious scars. Mu Shui said nothing, took out the golden wound medicine she brought with her and sprinkled it on the wound carefully, and then took out a bandage to carefully wrap the third prince's wound. After the wound was treated, the third prince's face was red. When Mu Shui was bandaging her, her hand accidentally brushed across his chest. The two were close, and her breath sprayed on his ears, making him feel uncomfortable. No, it was just applying medicine. Why did the third prince blush? If they really get married in the future, they will have to sleep in separate rooms to avoid being embarrassed. Third prince, It is estimated that the third prince was thinking about some messy things in his mind, and his face has become redder. Mu Shui asked someone to take the things away, and bring new clothes to the third prince. Your Highness, you can't wear your clothes anymore. Wear the new ones. I do it myself. The third prince reached out to take the clothes, but Mu Shui didn't give them to him. Instead, she looked at his flushed face, frowned slightly, and reached out to touch his smooth forehead. Your Highness, do you have a fever? Yuilua let go of the third prince's hand, and laughed like a goose in her heart. The third prince did have a fever, but this fever was different from that one. The third prince only felt Mu Xue's soft hand touching his forehead, and the fragrance of her body lingered on his nose. He leaned back in a panic. No, it's probably because the room is too hot. Mu Xue looked at the empty room and the naked back of the third prince with some suspicion, and put her hand on his forehead again to confirm, and then put it on her own forehead. It was because I was too slow just now that your highness caught a cold. The third prince wanted to explain, but he didn't know how to start. Should he say that he blushed because of the fragrance on her body? Then the princess would probably think he was a pervert. Why do they all blush all the time? Yuilua saw that the third prince didn't want to explain, so she decided to help him. Having made up her mind, Yuilua raised her hand and tugged at Mu Xue's sleeve, looking up at her. What's wrong? Mu Xue squatted down and asked in confusion. Yuilua leaned close to her ear and whispered, Shame on you. Mu Xue was stunned at first, then suddenly realized, looked at the third prince, and raised the corner of her mouth. The third prince didn't know what Yuilua and Mu Xue said, and Mu Xue didn't continue to talk about it. She just stood up and took the clothes to help him put them on. Let me do it. Why are you trying to be strong at this time? Isn't it good to pretend to be weak? Ziyang should really learn from a Feng, so that if the people above are not open-minded, the subordinates can also help to give some ideas. Then your highness, do it yourself. Mu Xue handed him the clothes and stood aside to watch. The third prince took the clothes, and although it was a little difficult, he finally put them on. I have someone send some light meals to your highness. Soon, the light meals were delivered, and Mu Xue helped the third prince sit on the round stool and handed him the porridge. The third prince stretched out his hand, but halfway through, he made a hiss sound. Mu Xue took the porridge back and said, Let me feed your highness. You were able to put on clothes just now, but now you can't drink porridge. Third brother, you are really not afraid of being exposed. Thank you, princess. I guess I pulled the wound when I was putting on clothes just now. It hurts a little now. Ziyang, who came in with a charcoal basin, curled his lips. The prince punished him yesterday, and he thought the prince really disdained it, but now he uses it so well. The third prince's injury recovered a lot after 7 days. Yuilua ran here every day, watching the third prince pretending to be weak in front of Mu Xue. She felt embarrassed for others when she watched from the side. At first, the third prince still felt a little ashamed, especially when Yuilua was making up stories in his mind, but when he saw Mu Xue's concerned look, he abandoned the so-called shame. Chapter 394. While Mu Xue was boiling the medicine, Ziyang said, Your Highness, I think you should restrain yourself. It's been 7 days. You are not a delicate flower. It's not appropriate to continue to pretend to be weak. Haha, Ziyang treats his boss like this. Doesn't he want this job anymore? The third prince glanced at Ziyang. Didn't you teach me? Ziyang, But I didn't tell you to keep doing this. You are just ordering the princess around. I'm sorry for the offense. Ziyang closed his mouth and stepped aside, muttering in a low voice. The little princess is so young that I can't bear it. Your highness is really scary when he is shameless. Third brother, we are here to see you. Mu Xue just came in with the medicine, and the voice of the fourth prince came from the door. He then strode in, followed by the crown prince and the second prince. Greetings to his highness the crown prince, the second prince, and the fourth prince. Princess, there is no need to be polite. The crown prince motioned Mu Xue to stand up, looked at the medicine in her hand, and asked in a gentle voice, How is the third brother's injury? Much better. Mu Xue stood up and went forward to feed the third prince medicine. The fourth prince widened his eyes and said in disbelief, Third brother, didn't the father beat you with a stick? Why can't you drink the medicine? This shouldn't be the case. It's been 7 days. It's not right to do this with the princess taking care of you. Feeling the third prince looking at him, the fourth prince didn't understand. Did I say something wrong? The princess is such a good doctor. I wasn't beaten as badly as you before. The third brother is just pretending to be weak. Why are you trying to ruin his reputation? Now everyone is embarrassed. The third prince actually pretends to be weak. The fourth prince felt that he had seen this for a long time. In order to avoid embarrassing the third prince, he laughed dryly. Maybe I am used to being beaten so often, used to it. The second prince suppressed his laughter, put away his fan, and walked to Mu Xue's side. Cousin, how long will it take for the third brother's injury to heal? Before Mu Xue could speak, the third prince said first, It's almost healed. Thank you for your concern, second prince. The second prince raised his eyebrows. He didn't intend to spoil the show. Why should the third brother be anxious? Since the third brother is almost well, I leave first. The fourth prince said, looking at Yuilua. Luor, can the fourth brother take you out to play? He has been very hard-working recently, and has done well in his studies. His grandfather specially let him go out for a stroll. Time can't be wasted on the third brother. Luor and the crown prince brother went to the East Palace to play on the swing. Doesn't Luor like to go out of the palace? The second prince was not to be outdone. Second brother took Luor to buy delicious food and candied haws. If Luor likes swings, the second brother will make them for you. Luor is so young that she can't eat candied haws at all. The fourth prince laughed. Second brother, you have to be careful when you coax Luor. Yuilua looked at the few people, a little speechless. You are here to see the patient. Thinking that the third prince's injury has improved a lot, Yuilua refused a few people. She still has important things to do, otherwise if the third prince leaves the palace, she will have to run out of the palace to observe whether the red rope is useful to the third prince. After the few people left, Mu Shui was called to the Defei's bedroom by Qinger beside the Defei, and Yuilua took out the red rope she had hidden in her arms. The third prince was a little surprised. Wasn't the red string for Luor? Why did you take it off again? Luor, are you going to give it to the third prince? Yuilua nodded, and put the red string on his wrist. Anyway, this thing is useless to me, so I let you wear it, and see if you can find out something to help me solve my doubts. The words of Master Changyun, the bald donkey, were very meaningful. I feel uncomfortable if I don't understand them. Yuilua put the red string on him clumsily, and pulled his sleeve to cover it. Then she pushed him to the bed to take a nap. I hope it's useful to you. Mu Shui came back from concubinda, and saw the third prince lying on the couch. She smiled and said, Your Highness, are you going to take a nap? The third prince was a little helpless. Luor asked me to lie down. Thinking of what the fourth prince said just now, the third prince felt a little guilty. The little princess is worried about Your Highness. The third prince was silent for a while, and said unnaturally, In fact, my injury has almost healed. Mu Shui chuckled, I know. Then Your Highness is injured, and what you say is what it means. Heroine, just pamper the third prince. Since the injured person's words are what they say, why doesn't the third prince ask for marriage quickly? Such a good opportunity, strike while the iron is hot. Mu Shui tucked the corner of the quilt for the third prince, Your Highness, have a good rest. Since your injury is almost healed, I should leave the palace. The third prince reached out and grabbed Mu Shui's wrist. Princess, I regret it. Yuilua felt that her presence would affect the performance of the two, so she quietly walked to the screen and eavesdropped. Did the third prince ask for marriage? Daddy gave me a good beating. Mu Shui looked at the third prince, holding her big hand. Her face was a little hot. Your Highness, let me go first. The little princess is here. Luor has gone out. Yes, you can speak your heart out. The third prince looked at Yuilua, who was sticking her head out from the screen, and his mouth twitched. Yuilua saw the third prince looking at her, raised her hand to cover her eyes. I can't see anything. The third prince was too lazy to care about her anymore, retracted his gaze, and said to Mu Shui, If the princess is willing, I want my father to grant the marriage as soon as possible. Mu Shui pursed her lips. Your Highness, give me some more time, okay? Okay. What a fart, third prince, can you do it? Don't you know how to say some sweet words? She said with a dry regret. I wouldn't want to do that either. Yuilua looked disappointed. The third prince vaguely guessed Mu Shui's worry, slowly withdrew his hand, and smiled. I want to sleep for a while. Mu Shui stood up and moved a chair over. Your Highness, go to sleep. I'd be by your side. Hearing that the third prince was going to sleep, Yuilua became excited again. Go to sleep. The third prince thought he would not be able to sleep, but for some reason, he felt sleepy as soon as he closed his eyes. Mu Shui held his hand, watched him close his eyes, and fell asleep in front of the couch. Seeing that the two stopped talking, Yuilua secretly walked out, looked at the two people holding hands, and made them intertwined, then turned around and sat aside. The only sound in the room was the burning charcoal in the charcoal basin and the gentle breathing. The two people on the couch gradually fell asleep. The third prince looked at the scene in front of him, looked around and found that it was the prison of the Ministry of Justice. It was a little dark around him. He walked down the stairs, and saw a woman with disheveled hair in the cell. She seemed to have heard his footsteps, and turned around to look at him. Your Majesty, you finally came to see me. I still have a lot to say to you. I have nothing to say to you. The third prince looked down at her. Since you said you traveled through time, where did you really take young Xian? Chapter 395. The time-traveling girl crawled to the prison door, grabbed the door with both hands, and said sarcastically, You are really kind to young Exion, but I don't know where she went. Speaking of this, the time-traveling girl paused and said faintly, the Emperor is so kind to everyone, but he is cruel to the heroine who has you in his heart and eyes. It's really ridiculous. It seems that you are really crazy and talking nonsense. Whether I am talking nonsense or not, the Emperor will know if he continues to listen. The time-traveling girl stood up at the prison door and stared at the third prince. Does the Emperor know who the little girl in the painting is that he has been looking for? Seeing the third prince's eyelashes move, the time-traveling girl smiled. That person is in the Emperor's harem, and the Emperor didn't recognize her? As if he remembered something, the third prince's hanging hands trembled a little. Is it concubine Shui? Ha ha ha. The time-traveling girl laughed a few times before stopping laughing. Yes, it is concubine Shui. She was worried that I would do something bad to you, so she entered the harem despite the opposition of Marquis Qingyuan, just to protect you. By the way, the Emperor has been suffering from insomnia for a while. The person playing the piano outside is also concubine Shui, but I impersonated her. Even though it was such a shameless statement, the time-traveling girl seemed to be talking about something worth boasting about. What a touching love, but your majesty, you are so ruthless and have failed concubine Shui, a poor creature, with all her love. Thinking of all the kindness concubine Shui had shown him before, the third prince felt as if his heart was pierced by a needle, making him breathless with pain. At that time, he just thought that she was just like the other women in the harem, trying to show her affection. Now the Emperor has something to say to me, right? The time-traveling girl looked at the gloomy third prince. Prince Shui was not able to see the Emperor for the last time before she died. I heard from the palace servants that she also burned the portraits she had painted for the Emperor and the amulets she had obtained over the years. Your Majesty, how heartbroken was Princess Shui that she died without caring about her family. The third prince could no longer hold his body straight, raised his hand, and grabbed the prison door heavily, his eyes red. How do you know? This person and concubine Shui are at odds, and everyone in the palace knows it, so concubine Shui can't tell her this. Then why does she know concubine Shui so well? Why? The time-traveling girl looked at the third prince with pity, because your world is just a novel, and you may not know that novels are just like the stories here, but they are created by others. So I am the male protagonist, and concubine Shui is the female protagonist. If it were before, the third prince would definitely think she was talking nonsense, but since this person could come to this world from other places, he felt much easier to accept other more absurd things. Yes, the life-saving grace in childhood, reunion and marriage when you grow up, and growing old together, this is the ending the author arranged for you, of course. The premise is that I didn't travel through time. If I did, I would be the protagonist. You who kill innocent people are the protagonist? The third prince looked at her with disgust. Yes. The time-traveling girl seemed not to see the disgust in his eyes, and said complacently, isn't the heroine dead? I have done what I wanted to do, stepping on the protagonist under my feet. What am I if not the protagonist? At first, she thought she was just an ordinary character in the story, but many things went smoothly afterwards, as if she had divine help. But she failed to take the position of queen, which made her very frustrated. Since you know everything, then you are also responsible for the death of my father, my brothers, my younger brothers, and my younger sister? That's right, the time-traveling girl retracted her thoughts. The late emperor was poisoned to death by me and your mother, and the crown prince was also killed by us. And the fourth prince is a fool. As for your two younger sisters, they are stupid, so you can't blame others. In her mouth, human lives were as light as cats and dogs. Reason suppressed the impulse of the third prince to strangle the neck of the time-traveling girl, and he calmed his sorrow. You shouted that everyone is equal, saying that the ancients regarded human lives as grass, but in fact, you are the one who despised the lives of others. They are just some unimportant characters. Why should the emperor be angry? The time-traveling girl looked disapproving. Besides, if it weren't for me, you wouldn't be the emperor, you would just be a pitiful prince. You are so disdainful of us characters created by others, but you are still thinking about the position of queen. It's ridiculous. This remark seemed to hit the sore spot of the time-traveling girl, and she glared at the third prince. I helped you become the emperor, shouldn't I be the queen? Why is it so easy to deal with others, but not you? She obviously knows everyone, but she has put all her efforts into the person in front of her, but this person still doesn't take her seriously. I don't need your help. The third prince's thoughts drifted away. He would rather his father and brother were still alive. He had always felt that his father favored the crown prince, but he knew it only after he sat on this throne. How lonely and unbearable it is to be in a high position without relatives around. I have said so many things that I shouldn't say. Is the Emperor going to kill me to make it quick? The time-traveling girl sighed. You have locked me up for 2 years. Why should we torture each other? Killing you is too easy for you. The third prince glanced at the dim sky prison. Since you don't know where the real Miss Yang is gone, you can slowly suffer here. Seeing that he was about to turn around and leave, the time-traveling girl said anxiously, Your Majesty, don't you want to know your identity? The third prince stopped and did not look back. Everything else is your work, and this must be your work as well. I am actually the child of the Emperor. Hearing his confident tone, the time-traveling girl raised her hands and clapped. As expected of the male protagonist, he is smart. If the female protagonist is as smart as you, she would not have died, because I never thought of killing you, the Emperor. You have to have the ability to kill me. Your Majesty, do you know why concubine Shue's eyes look like that? Seeing that the third prince did not seem to be heartbroken by her words, the time-traveling girl continued to stimulate him. Concubine Shue did not see her mother for the last time because she prayed for your safety and happiness. Doesn't your Majesty feel guilty at all? I didn't become the queen, but I am the protagonist. If it happens again, your Majesty, you can't change the current ending. You can't change the current ending, ha. Seeing his obviously stiff body, the time-traveling girl knew that her goal had been achieved. She just wanted to make this man unhappy, so that she could calm down the frustration in her heart. After leaving the prison of the Ministry of Justice, the laughter of the time-traveling girl disappeared from her ears. The third prince could no longer hold on to his tense body. He staggered, raised his hand to hold the wall next to him, and suddenly spat out a mouthful of scarlet blood. Ziyang, who was waiting at the door, hurried forward to hold him. Your Majesty, what's wrong with you? Chapter 396. The two returned to the imperial study. Ziyang wanted to ask the imperial physician, but was stopped by the third prince. I'm fine. You should hurry out of the palace and find Master Changyun to come into the palace. Ziyang was puzzled. Didn't they meet yesterday? Seeing that he was still standing there, the third prince said in a deep voice, Hurry up. Watching Ziyang leave, Eunuch Chao took the tea and walked to the third prince. Your Majesty, drink some tea first. The third prince took the tea and put it aside, where his concubine Shue buried. Eunuch Chao was stunned and replied, Concubine Shue has no children and is not favored. The Emperor did not posthumously confer a title on her. Naturally, she was buried in the concubine cemetery. Doesn't the Emperor hate her? Why are you asking about her all of a sudden? No children, no favor, no posthumous title, hate her. Every word of Eunuch Chao pierced the heart of the third prince like a blade. It's okay. Suppressing the suffocating feeling in his heart, the third prince stood up, opened a locked drawer, took the long wooden box and walked out of the imperial study. I'm going out of the palace for a while, don't follow me. The third prince led a horse, carried the box out of the palace, and went straight to the concubine cemetery. When he arrived at the place, he tied the horse aside and found Mu Shue's grave among the graves. Her grave was small and simple, with many weeds growing on it, and it was obvious that no one had taken care of it for a long time. Thinking that Qing Yuan Ho had been devastated after she left and eventually died of illness, the third prince's legs softened, and he knelt directly in front of Mu Shue's grave. He slowly moved his knees to Mu Shue's tombstone, hugged her tombstone with both hands, and the tears that he had suppressed in the prison burst out at this moment. I'm sorry, I was too conceited. I thought that even if I didn't see your face clearly, and didn't know your name, I would always find you. If I wasn't so conceited, I wouldn't let you suffer so much. The third prince choked up, stood up and raised his hand to touch the words on the tombstone. Through the tombstone, he seemed to see the scene when the two met in childhood. Aksu, this is the first time I call you like this, and it is also the last time. I never believe in fate, but now, I want to believe it once. I have asked someone to find Master Changyun. He must have a way to change all this. When I finish everything and cultivate a suitable emperor for the people of Tianqi, I will go down to accompany you. At this point, the third prince's hand touching the tombstone couldn't stop shaking, and he laughed at himself. How could I forget that everything you've suffered was caused by my fear? You won't want to see me even if I go down. He stood up slowly, took out the portrait in his hand and burned it. Don't worry, I won't bother you again. If Master Changyun really has a way, and people really have an afterlife, I will never let you suffer any grievances again. Mu Shue watched from the side, raised her hand to wipe the tears from his face, but touched nothing. The person in front of her passed by her, leaving her with only an endlessly sad back. Your Highness. Mu Shue woke up from her dream, gasping for breath and looking into Yuilu's bright eyes. Little princess, why are you still here? Yuilu observed Mu Shue's expression, wishing she could read her mind and know what Mu Shui had just dreamed about. You guys. Yui Lua pointed to her, and the third prince's interlocked hands. Mu Shui quickly withdrew her hand, a little annoyed that they had become interlocked. Your Highness is still sleeping. I'm going out for a walk. Mu Shui was thinking about the scene in her dream just now, and couldn't wait to sort out everything. The heroine must have had a dream, otherwise why would she call the third brother? Forget it, the third brother is still sleeping, continue to watch. The third prince is still sleeping, and the dream is still going on. After returning from the concubine's mausoleum, Xiang has invited Master Changyun to the palace. The two were waiting for him in the imperial study. Seeing him come back, Eunuch Chao said with a worried look, Your Majesty, where have you been? You can leave first, Master Changyun and I have something to say. Xiang and Eunuch Chao walked out, and the third prince motioned Master Changyun to sit down. Your Majesty, you met me yesterday, so just tell me what you want to say. Everyone says that Master Changyun is very capable. I would like to ask Master Changyun for a favor. I wonder if you are willing. Master Changyun stroked his beard. Your Majesty, you are flattering me like this. Do you want to know some secret? The third prince poured him a cup of tea, pushed the tea in front of him, and said lightly, I know your rules, so I am not asking about any secrets. If it's not the secret of heaven, then what is it? Master Changyun took a sip of tea and looked at the third prince curiously. I want to ask Master Changyun to give Mu Shui, the daughter of the Marquis of Qingyuan Mansion, a next life. The third prince also looked back at Master Changyun. I wonder if Master Changyun has a solution? Your Majesty, do you think I'm a god? Master Changyun smiled. Unfortunately, I can't help your Majesty. No, you must have a solution. The third prince saw that Master Changyun was evasive. I owe her too much. Your Majesty, don't you believe in fate? I didn't believe it before, but now I want to believe it. Even if you have to make more sacrifices, are you willing? The third prince showed no hesitation. As long as it doesn't hurt the people of Tianqi, other sacrifices are fine. Okay. Master Changyun stood up. Then please go to Baiyun Temple with me, but I told you in advance that the situation is already a dead end, and it may not change if you try again, so don't hold too much hope. As long as there is hope, it is worth my gamble. Yui Lua sat on a small stool, holding her face with both hands, and staring at the third prince. When the third prince woke up, he met her round eyes. Luor, why are you sitting here alone? Where is the princess? He looked for the heroine as soon as he woke up, worried that she had run away. He was frowning in his sleep just now. It seems that the rope really worked. As smart as I am, I feel that I will know the answer soon. The third prince, It turns out that Luor has been waiting here to observe whether the rope is useful. It's really hard for her to sit for so long. The empty feeling in the dream is still there, but why did I wake up at the critical moment? Seeing the third prince sitting up, Yui Lua pointed outside. Luor, did you say that the princess went out? Yui Lua nodded. The heroine just called you, and it seems that you didn't sleep well. Mu Shui walked outside, and everything in the dream seemed like a dream, and something that really happened. The previous dreams were often not remembered clearly when she woke up, but the dream, just now, she still felt very clear. If it is not a dream, then is it the so-called past life and present life? Mu Shui suddenly recalled the meaningful words of Master Changyun in the imperial study that day. The hard-won feelings, if the dream is really the past life, are indeed hard-won. But His Highness in the dream said that Master Changyun must have a way. What is the way? Mu Shui, who originally planned to leave the palace after the third prince woke up, changed her mind. Perhaps she could find the answer the next time she entered the dream. Chapter 397. I have never had such a dream before. Could it be because I was next to His Highness this time? Did His Highness have the same dream as her? Thinking that he was still asleep when she woke up, Mu Shui denied this guess. She put away her thoughts and went back to the room. The third prince was about to go out to look for her. When he saw her come in, he whispered, I thought the princess had left the palace. Mu Shui smiled and looked at him. I said I would wait until His Highness woke up before leaving, but now I think there is nothing to do in the mansion, so I can go back tomorrow. Yui Lua looked back and forth between the two, and said in her heart, Third brother actually didn't believe me. Didn't I say the heroine was out, but didn't say she was leaving the palace. Now that he heard that she would leave the palace tomorrow, he was happy again. Look at his worthless smile. The third prince pressed his mouth. Okay, the princess can help me change the medicine before leaving the palace. Xiang is clumsy and can't change it, and I can't reach it myself. Xiang, who was inexplicably Siyui, rolled his eyes silently in his heart. He was clumsy. When His Highness was beaten by concubine Xian before, he helped to apply medicine and so on. Now he wants the princess to help, and says he is clumsy. When his highness is with the princess, there is not much truth in his mouth. How could Mu Shui not know the third prince's thoughts? He did not cry out when he was beaten with a stick. How could applying medicine be more painful than being beaten with a stick? She nodded and said yes. She thought it was inexplicably funny that the third prince was playing such a trick. Yui Lua stayed for a while, and then returned to concubine Xian's palace, planning to come back in the evening. When it was time for dinner, Yui Lua was held by concubine Xian and sat on the chair, and the emperor walked in from outside. So the dinner for mother and daughter became a dinner for 3 people. Yui Lua used a spoon to pick the fish that concubine Xian had picked out of the fish bones in the bowl. Concubine Xian saw that she was struggling to hold the spoon, so she put down her chopsticks and wanted to feed her. Yui Lua was busy going to the third prince and planned to go there after eating a little, so she looked resistant. Okay, then you eat slowly. The emperor looked at concubine Xian. You eat, I will feed Luor. Luor, daddy will feed you, okay? After you finish eating, you can go to your third brother. Yui Lua thought that he would feed her faster, so she obediently gave him the spoon. After finishing the meal, he continued to supervise the third brother and the heroine sleeping. The emperor almost lost his grip on the spoon. Supervising the 2 of them sleeping? The third brother is really a man who would make a big splash if he didn't make a sound, but he is too tactless to sleep with them without any matchmaker or engagement. The emperor frowned, and Yui Lua saw that he was hesitant to move, so she pulled his sleeve. Daddy, food. What are you doing? Feed him quickly. The red rope is useful to the third brother. If he knows something important, he might leave the palace at night. I must watch over him so that I can find out some things as soon as possible. After the emperor finished feeding her, concubine Xian wiped Yui Lua's mouth carefully, and then she saw the little girl pointing at the cloak and asking Huarui to put it on her. Watching Yui Lua disappear outside the door, concubine Xian smiled at the emperor. Doesn't the emperor believe in the character of the third prince? Luor has a lot of bad words, but it may not be true. The emperor agreed with this idea very much, thinking about Yui Lua's thoughts just now, and asked in confusion. What is the red string that Luor mentioned? Concubine Xian explained softly. Master Changyan gave it to Luor, but Luor didn't use it, so she took it off. This morning, she said, she would give it to the third prince to clarify some things. Yui Lua wore a small cape and went to the side hall where the third prince lived. The third prince and Mu Shui had just finished dinner. When she saw her coming in, she hurriedly told Ziyang to heat up the food. I've eaten. Yui Lua walked to the third prince and took him to the couch. Go to sleep quickly. I'm waiting for you to solve my doubts. Mu Shui was actually a little impatient to know what happened next, but it was strange for her to urge the third prince to sleep. Now the little princess did this, which was what she wanted. Luor, my brother just ate, go to sleep later. The third prince tried to reason with Yui Lua. He had taken a nap during the day, and was not sleepy at all. Go to sleep. Yui Lua pointed at the bed, with an imperious look on her face. I have to wait for you to wake up, and see if you will do anything. You slept too late, and I won't be able to sleep tonight. Besides, the heroine called you during the day. I want to confirm whether the heroine is dreaming like you. Now that she is here, I will verify my guess. The third prince looked helpless. Okay, my brother knows that Luor is worried about me, so I will go to sleep now. Don't flatter yourself. I'm concerned about the answer to the mystery. The third prince, It's good for your highness to rest more. Mu Shui stepped forward. I stay with your highness, and I rest after you fall asleep. The third prince laid down obediently, and Yui Lua tucked the corners of his quilt like a little adult, and then raised her hand to pat his quilt. Go to sleep. The third prince was a little amused, watching her walk to the side and sit on a low stool, with her arms around her chest, looking at the night outside. Mu Shui thought about the hands they held when they woke up during the day, and just in case, she raised her hand and held the third prince's hand. The two smiled at each other. The third prince closed his eyes, and Mu Shui also felt sleepy and fell asleep on the couch. The shallow breathing of the two sounded in the quiet room. Yui Lua moved a small stool to sit beside them and observe them. Entering the dream, the scene was the Baiyun temple that Mu Shui was familiar with. Your Majesty, I think you have to think about this matter carefully. If there is no turnaround, concubine Shui will suffer the pain of this life again. Hearing someone talking, Mu Shui subconsciously wanted to hide, but the two seemed to not see her and directly passed her into the meditation room behind her. I have thought it through very clearly. We don't know whether there will be a turnaround or not, so let's take a gamble. He owed concubine Shui too much. As for his father and the others, he would wait until he handed Tianchi over to someone worthy, and then die to apologize to his father and the others. The conversation between the two was blocked by the door of the Zen room. Mu Shui tried to go in to see what Master Changyun would do, but no matter how she tried, she was blocked out. There was no other way. Mu Shui had to put her ear to the door of the Zen room, and faintly heard the voice of Master Changyun coming from inside. Your Majesty, are you ready? Once the arrow is shot, there is no turning back. I will ask you again. I am ready. Let's start. After the two finished speaking, there was no sound inside. Mu Shui confirmed that the people behind her were no longer talking, and stood up and waited by the door. She stood up for a while, and there was a strong wind outside, and sand and stones flew around in an instant. The branches outside the Zen room swayed wildly, and there was a faint feeling that they were about to be broken by the wind. The strong wind continued for a while, and the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, returning to a cloudless appearance, as if everything just now was an illusion. As the strong wind stopped, the Zen room door was opened. Chapter 398. Master Changyun and the other two came out. As he walked out, he said, Your Majesty, there is not much time left. Your Majesty must remember what I said, and move concubine Shui out of the concubine cemetery as soon as possible and bury her next to the tomb of Marquis Qingyuan. Mu Shui followed the two and watched Master Changyun send the third prince to the carriage, then sighed and turned away. Along the way, Mu Shui was observing the third prince's expression. Apart from being a little pale, he could not see anything else. She wanted to check the pulse of the third prince to see what the two had done in the house, but she couldn't touch the third prince. His eyes were closed, his brows were tired, and his chin had a lot of stubble. The scene changed, and Mu Shui found that she was no longer in the carriage, but next to her father's tomb, and there was also a mausoleum belonging to her. The third prince walked to the tomb of Qingyuan Ho and knelt down, cowed out heavily. Then he walked to Mu Shui's tomb and knelt down. Don't worry, Master Changyun said that if there is no turnaround, you will still suffer, but your suffering is all caused by me, so I hope you won't meet me again in the next life, so that even if there is no turnaround, you can live happily for yourself and your loved ones. After saying this, the third prince stood up and stood in front of the tomb for a long time before leaving and returning to the palace. The scene changed again, and the scene in front of him became the imperial study. Mu Shui saw the third prince handing Ziyang a letter and said solemnly, You personally deliver this letter to Master Changyun, and you must hand it to him in person. Mu Shui woke up from her dream, and Yui Luo was wiping the sweat off her forehead. Thank you, little princess, I'm fine. Mu Shui glanced at the sky outside. I send the little princess back to rest, Your Highness, I just stay here. Yui Luo yawned and looked at the third prince, whose eyelids trembled slightly. This time, the two of them woke up at about the same time. Could it be that they really slept in the same bed, and had the same dream? The third prince opened his eyes. The candlelight in the room made him squint his eyes slightly for a while, before opening them normally. The princess looks bad, but is she feeling unwell? Mu Shui shook her head. It's okay. Your Highness looks very pale. Did you have a nightmare? Dreaming that you were seriously injured is not a nightmare. The two of them tried each other, but neither got the answer they wanted. Luo, my brother is fine. I take you back to rest. Yui Luo saw that the two looked normal, muttered to herself that she was tired, and got up and left. Mu Shui saw that both the big and small had left the house, so she turned around and went to the next room to rest. There was a moderate breeze outside, and Mu Shui recalled the things in her dream. She absent-mindedly pushed open the door and lay down on the couch. She thought that she would get the answer she wanted by entering the dream again, but now it seems that she still needs to see Master Changyun to figure out the doubts in her heart. Just now, I couldn't tell whether the third prince had the same dream, but he should know about it. If the third prince had memories of his past life, he could explain why he rushed into the Marquis's mansion and hugged her, as if he had found her again. This would explain the change in the third prince's attitude towards her. Mu Shui turned over. How much did the third prince know? Forget it. Even if he knew, he probably wouldn't tell me. Yui Luo thought that the third prince would take no action today, but he would take action later. But half a month passed, and the third prince still didn't go to find Master Changyun. Looking at the third prince practicing calligraphy calmly in front of her, Yui Luo sighed in her heart. My rope was wasted. It should have been worn by the heroine. Thinking of this, Yui Luo paused. Finally, I know why the heroine was brought back to the Valley of Gods by Dr. Qin himself, and why the second male lead knew about the 1,000-mountain snow lotus in advance. Thinking about it carefully, these things are all for the heroine. So it must be because of the third prince. He must have planned something with Master Changyun, The bald donkey. No wonder he is so calm. It turns out that he wants to do good deeds without leaving a name. This way, the inexplicable words said by Master Changyun can be explained. As for why the third prince's attitude towards Master Changyun was indeed the first time he saw him, it was probably because he didn't know what he had done for the heroine at that time. Smart as me. Guessed by Yuilua, the third prince raised his eyebrows and put down the pen in his hand. In fact, he went to find Master Changyun, but heard that Master Changyun was not there, so he didn't continue. After all, he had some doubts that needed Master Changyun to explain. Forget it, there's no point in staring at the third prince, it's better to go and play with the heroines. When Ziyang came in, he saw Yuilua going out, and he looked at the third prince with a puzzled look. Your Highness, did you offend the little princess? Why did she leave? Recently, the little princess was just about to live in the third prince's mansion, making the other princes envious, but now she's gone. The third prince shook his head. No, I guess she's tired of living here and wants to move to another place. He walked aside to wash his hands and asked, have you contacted Master Changyun? I was just about to say this. Master Changyun will return to Baiyun Temple after the new year. He didn't say where he is now. I know. The third prince wiped his hands and laughed for no reason. Luor left at a really bad time. Your Highness, what are you laughing at? Nothing. Yuilua rode her bear to the Qingyuan Marquis's mansion and scared the gatekeeper of the Qingyuan Marquis's mansion. She can speak more now than before, and it is clearer. Seeing the pale face of the person at the door, she came down from it. Don't be afraid, it won't bite. As he spoke, he touched the brown bear and led it inside. Mu Shui was listening to Qin Qianqian's complaints in the room. When she heard the servant come to report that the little princess had arrived, she hadn't spoken yet, but Qin Qianqian stood up first and said excitedly, the little princess is here, where is she? Miss Qin at the door. The two looked at each other, and went out to pick up Yuilua. As a result, they saw Yuilua leading the brown bear to stop under a tree in front of the yard, mumbling something to the brown bear, and seeing the bear rubbing her hand docilely, Qin Qianqian actually felt that the huge brown bear was much cuter. Wow, I heard the fourth prince say that before, but I didn't expect it to be so domineering. Qin Qianqian stepped forward quickly, tentatively raised her hand to touch the brown bear, and found that the other party was not crazy, so she rubbed it boldly. So good. Yuilua raised her little face, it won't bite. Come into the house quickly. Mu Shui led Yuilua. Does the emperor know that the little princess has left the palace? Yuilua nodded. Come to play with the sisters. Qin Qianqian restrained the urge to rub Yuilua's little face, and said with shining eyes, the little princess is getting more and more beautiful, and she can talk so much, so great. Sister is great, touched the bear. Qin Qianqian was praised by her, and happily shook Mu Shui's arm. Sister Shui, the little princess praised me. Mu Shui, didn't you say that your cousin came to your house today, and you won't go back now? Chapter 399. Just now, he was complaining to her, but now, he is instantly happy to see the little princess. Mu Shui couldn't help but feel a little envious. Qin Qianqian's open-mindedness is probably something she will never learn in her life. Although there are inevitably people in the capital who gossip about Qin Qianqian behind her back and say that she doesn't look like a lady from a noble family, many people are probably envious of her willfulness while gossiping about her. Yes. Qin Qianqian took back her hand that was pulling Mu Shui's sleeve and hugged Yuilua to sit on the chair. I was so happy to see the little princess that I forgot where I was just talking about. Yuilua pricked up her ears when she heard the cousin talking to them. Cousin, is that the troublemaker cousin by Lian? The sixth princess, who came with Du Shuyan to look for Mu Shui, had just stepped into the door when she heard Yuilua's voice and immediately became interested. She came at the right time and almost missed the chance to watch the fun. The third prince didn't tell her where Luor was, but fortunately she found Luor by accident. This trip was not in vain. In the original novel, the estrangement between the fourth prince and Qin Qianqian was inevitably instigated by this cousin, and now she finally appears. Hello, sixth princess, Miss Du. The greeting at the door interrupted Qin Qianqian's words. She looked at the door, and saw the sixth princess, and Du Shuyan coming in with a smile. Sixth princess, Sister Yin, you came just in time, help me think of a solution. The two sat down. Du Shuyan looked at Yuilua. Hello, little princess. Sister, you are too polite. The sixth princess widened her eyes. Luor, you can talk so much, it's great. Yuilua raised her chin. Sixth sister, you are too kind. Seeing her so proud, the sixth princess moved a chair to sit beside her, and pinched her face before asking Qin Qianqian. What do you want us to help you think of? Something happened. Qin Qianqian said bitterly, my cousin is coming to my house. Your cousin is just visiting relatives. What are you worried about? The sixth princess didn't know the whole story and looked disapproving. It's not like I'm staying at your house. Besides, if I live at your house, you don't like it, just ignore it. Of course, she had to live in the Qin mansion. The main purpose of her coming to the capital this time was to climb up the social ladder. How could she do that if she didn't stay? Listen to me first. Qin Qianqian saw that the three of them were staring at her, and explained, I'm not targeting her, but the letter from my aunt revealed that my mother wanted my cousin to find a good marriage. Du Xuan frowned slightly. If we want to find her a good marriage, it will not work if she lives in the Qin mansion, so we must let Qianqian take her around and interact with the noble ladies. That's right. Qin Qianqian looked distressed. You also know that I don't get along with other noble ladies in Beijing. Let me take a cousin who I have never met to build a good relationship with them. This is not going to kill me. She doesn't want to have anything to do with people who don't like her, but her mother means that her aunt is having a hard time now, and as a sister, she should help her as much as she can. It's not a big deal anyway. There's nothing to worry about. Du Xuan curved her lips. When she comes, I hold a flower viewing banquet and invite all the noble ladies in Beijing to participate. You can bring her with you. As for whether you can get to know these noble ladies, it depends on your cousin's ability. Qin Qianqian thought for a moment and smiled instantly. Thank you, Sister Yan. If she held a flower viewing banquet, there would not be many people coming. Her cousin would think that she did not want to help, and it would be difficult for her mother. But it was different for Sister Yan to hold a flower viewing banquet. Sister Yan was now the second prince's concubine, and the noble ladies in the capital would not give her face. After all, not giving face to Sister Yan was equivalent to not giving face to the second prince. These people were not stupid enough to do this. By the way, Qin Qianqian remembered that the sixth princess and Du Xuan came together, and asked curiously, why did you think of coming to Sister Shue's place together? The sixth princess blinked. I heard that Sister Shue was asking about Master Changyun's whereabouts recently. I got some information from the third brother, so I came to tell Sister Shue. As a result, I met Sister Xuan on the way. Okay, I waited for so long and the third brother didn't make any move. As soon as I left him, he started looking for Master Changyun. Was he deliberately guarding against me? But why did the heroine ask about Master Changyun's whereabouts? Could it be that, as I thought, the two of them had the same dream? Where is Master Changyun now? Mu Shui tried to keep her tone calm. She didn't want to reveal too much before the matter was concluded. I heard from the guards of the third brother that he would not return to the capital until after the new year. Why did Sister Shui look for him? I didn't understand the meaning of what Master Changyun said in the palace last time, so I wanted to ask him for help. Then Sister Yan, you are here for something too? Du Xuan glanced at the servants in the room. Mu Shui understood that this was an important matter and said loudly, you can leave. After the servants left, Du Xuan put away the smile on her face. After Xin Yu was killed in Tianlao, I always felt someone was watching me. I thought it was a criminal, but he didn't do anything. Why didn't you tell your cousin about such an important thing? Mu Shui looked at Du Xuan in confusion. Could it be that this person didn't watch you anymore, so you didn't tell your cousin? Du Xuan nodded. I followed him for a few days, and I really didn't feel his presence, but he seemed to appear again in the past few days. He appeared when Xin Yu was killed, disappeared later, and appeared again now, and didn't hurt Du Xuan. It could only be the admirer of Du Xuan's mother, Feng Yu, who fell off the cliff. If it was really this person, it would explain why Shen Huai, Du Lin and Xin Yu died in prison even though they were about to die. Feng Yu wanted to avenge Du Xuan and her daughter. The sixth princess listened to Yu Yilui's thoughts silently. No wonder Sister Xuan didn't tell the second emperor. She was probably worried that this person was really protecting her. If the second emperor knew, it would be the same as sending this person to the heavenly prison. Since this person has appeared again, I will help you, Sister Yan, catch him. Qin Qianqian volunteered. The sixth princess chuckled. Your mediocre skills are good for dealing with simple scoundrels, but forget about dealing with others. How powerful can that person be if he can be discovered by Sister Yan, who doesn't know martial arts? Qin Qianqian stood up. Let's go find that person now. Mu Shui held Qin Qianqian. Sit down first, don't be impulsive. I'm sure this person has no ill towards me. Du Xuan looked at the few people and lowered her voice to tell her plan. Then she said with gratitude, please, I want to know who this person is. We are all sisters. There is no need to be grateful. Qin Qianqian patted her chest. Don't worry, Sister Yan. We will help you catch this person. Chapter 400. The group decided to start the action after dinner. Yuilua wanted to follow them out, but they seemed to know what she was thinking, and would not let her go out no matter what. She had no choice but to wait in the room. After about an hour, the door was opened and Qin Qianqian and the others walked in from outside. With them was a man in black wrapped in a sack. After bringing the man into the room and closing the door, Qin Qianqian raised her eyebrows at the sixth princess. What do you think? I told you that we would catch him. The sixth princess curled her lips. That was also thanks to Sister Shui's medicine. Although you have contributed, it's not a big one. Mu Shui interrupted the two people's quarrel. Take off his sack. Qin Qianqian stepped forward to take off the sack, and then pulled off the veil on the black-clothed man's face, revealing his unobstructed face. Looking at the familiar person in front of her, Du Xuan stood up in disbelief. Aunt Feng, why is it you? She shook her head. No, Aunt Feng, your martial arts are not that high. It is impossible for you to have such a great ability to go to the Tianlao to kill people without leaving evidence. Feng Yi was hit by the muscle-softening powder Qin Qianqian had given her. Now she was powerless. Without anyone to help her, she fell directly to the floor. Yinner, this is a long story. She struggled to support herself with her hands. Seeing this, Mu Shui came forward and took out a porcelain bottle and let her smell it at the tip of her nose. I'm sorry. I didn't know it was someone I knew before. Mu Shui turned around and sat down. Feng Yi took a while to feel that she had recovered some strength. Du Xuan helped her sit on the chair. Aunt Feng, why do you keep following me? Didn't you leave the capital? Feng Yi's eyes were red, and tears flowed silently. Realizing that she had lost her composure, she wiped her tears. The person who followed you before was not me, but my brother, Feng Yu, who was saved by your mother that year. She had always thought that her brother was dead, but she didn't expect to find that her brother was still alive some time ago. She happily took her brother back, but her brother told her that he would not live long, so he didn't go to look for her. It was also at that time that she knew that Yinner was Dui's daughter. What about your brother? He's dead. After he came down from the cliff, he knew your mother was dead, so he wanted to avenge your mother, so he killed all the people who harmed your mother. After the great revenge, he wanted to protect you secretly, but his health deteriorated and he finally passed away. Du Xuan took out a handkerchief and handed it to Feng Yi. I'm sorry, I didn't know and couldn't see him for the last time. It's okay, he said that he had no regrets in his life to avenge your mother. Feng Yi held the handkerchief handed over by Du Xuan. I went back to Beijing this time to find the things your mother left behind and give her some comfort. In order to come up from the bottom of the cliff to see Dui, his younger brother even went to learn the evil skill that could greatly increase his internal strength. He didn't expect that she was gone, and now, he could only take some of Dui's things and bury them with him to make up for his regret. In fact, she knew that he said he had no regrets, but in his heart, he must be blaming himself for not coming up earlier. Where did Aunt Feng plan to bury him? I go and take a look. No need, I didn't intend to let Yinner know about this, but I didn't expect to be caught by you. Feng Yi looked much older than when she left the palace, and her well-maintained face had some wrinkles. Okay, I won't go to see it. Du Xuan took out a silk thread from her body and handed it to Feng Yi. This is something my mother left behind. It's very important to her. You can take it. This is the silk thread my brother made. Feng Yi stroked the silk thread in her hand. She taught her brother to make it when she was a child. That's perfect. It's returned to its original owner. After getting the thing, Feng Yi stood up. Yinner, I'm leaving. Take good care of yourself. If you are wronged in the second prince's mansion in the future, you must tell Aunt Feng and Aunt Feng will help you get justice. After sending Feng Yi away, Qin Qianqian sighed. I didn't expect this result, so I'm going back too. It was too late outside, so Yuilua didn't go back to the palace, but went back to the princess mansion with the sixth princess to sleep. Qin Qianqian returned to the mansion, and found that the mansion was brightly lit. Then she suddenly remembered that her cousin and aunt would come to the mansion today. She walked into the main hall, and noticed the two people in plain clothes in front of the table. The woman looked about 18 or 19 years old, wearing a simple jacket, with no red hairpins on her hair, just tied up with a simple wooden hairpin. Her skin was not white, but her appearance was still pretty. When Qin Qianqian was looking at Lu Qian was also looking at her. She had heard a lot about Qin Qianqian when she came to Beijing, which made her think that this cousin was a plain and rude person, but she didn't expect it to be the opposite. She looked very charming in a goose-yellow dress, and she was wearing a cloak of similar color. She had a flying fairy bun on her head, and a butterfly hairpin on the bun. She didn't look arrogant at all as rumored. Lu Qian tightened her grip on the chopsticks, lowered her eyes, and looked at the best clothes on her body, feeling jealous. Because they were going to Beijing? She and her mother wore the best clothes, but when they entered the Qin mansion, they found that the best clothes in their eyes were not even as good as those of the servants. Compared to the eldest daughter Qin Qianqian, there is no comparison. The dress and cloak Qin Qianqian is wearing are probably something her mother cannot afford even if she works all her life. This is Qianqian. She is so pretty. Mrs. Deng looked at Qin Qianqian with a smile on her face. I am your aunt, and this is your cousin Lu Qian. Qin Qianqian took off her cloak and handed it to the maid, walked towards the few people, and greeted them generously. Aunt, cousin. Where have you been, kid? I was waiting for you to come back for dinner, but you didn't show up. Aren't you worried about me? Madame Qin pulled Qin Qianqian to sit down with a grudge and handed her a bowl of hot soup. Drink it to warm your body. Don't go out when it's cold. Qin Qianqian took the soup with a smile. Thank you, mother. I've eaten at Sister Shua's place. Auntie made so many delicious dishes. Cousin, please have some. Lu Qian looked at Madame Qin's concern for Qin Qianqian and felt sour in her heart. You eat, don't worry about Qianqian. Master Qin greeted the two and looked at Qin Qianqian. Don't eat if you don't want to, otherwise you will complain about stomach discomfort at night. After the meal, Lu Qian rinsed her mouth and wiped it like Madame Qin. Madame Qin thought about the two people's fatigue from the journey, and said softly, Sister and Qianer have been tired from the journey. I have asked someone to clean up the house. Now let someone take you to rest. Aunt, my mother, and I didn't bring many clothes when we came. Can I ask Sister Qianqian to take me and mother to buy clothes tomorrow? Seeing her daughter say this, Deng quickly agreed. Our clothes are simple. If we don't buy a decent set of clothes, we are afraid that we will lose face if we go out. Qin Qianqian frowned slightly, and she was very unhappy with Deng's calculating look. Don't worry, sister, I will ask someone to make 2 sets for you tomorrow. As for Qianer, it's already done.